Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube. Children of the Metaverse. It is I, the Actor. And yes, things are still creepy. But I want to get in the last few creepy moments of what's left of this year. Because this year has definitely been a creepy one. I'm on the metaversal watch out for aged reality. I've noticed he's been creeping around. And everywhere I go, there he is. So we're going to patiently await the arrival of the caged one. If he shows, he may not. But regardless, we'll do a small interlude into this particular stream before we dig into the meat of things. And I'll introduce you to a real creepy guy here.
Within sight of the Almighty, you speak blasphemy. Repent at once, child.
And nope, my feelings have not changed in that department at all. I still consider myself to do both good and evil. Um, Got to have a true balance within oneself, I think. And this year has been definitely a sway towards the darker side for me. I don't know how much darker it can get before the end of the year, which is just a few days away, but knowing what I've been through, it can get damn dark real quick and unpredictable at that. Which, if you have an unpredictable, dark story that settled itself upon you this year, please feel free to click the link and tell us about it. And we'll compare notes. Maybe have a pissing contest for doom. But towards the end of this year, I have noticed that people are getting much more creepy. Yes, I have seen many platforms come and go, but it seems that some who linger in the realm of the creepy. I like that word. It sums up a large spectrum of this realm and the people in it. Just outright creepy. I went from summoning demons in chat rooms to punishing panels with frequencies to extended forms of subliminal persuasion of such. Because I suppose I was creepier than most at one point in time. Now they have succeeded in becoming even more creepy than myself. Because if I consider your ass creepy, you fucking creepy. Very creepy. We've seen the staunch legalist become a virtual hippie-minded guru. We have seen the imprisoned soul-trapped fighting parasites until they reached a state of virtual godhood. We have watched the Earth be surveyed by the sun in the Antarctic, and it was determined that you didn't learn a damn thing, but it got creepy, and it still is. We got to watch our South Asian guru return to the States and shed his mystique. And we got to watch ourselves being restreamed in a hell realm, being judged as dissident demons. Which this restreaming thing, I think I might get that technique down and start restreaming people who are restreaming me as a rebroadcast dedicated to the darker powers that be, and I can let them know exactly how well they are serving the Lord Master Satan by restreaming my content and my lives. You do serve the devil well. Continue, continue. It does us well. And I also met some pretty interesting people that have managed to come forth in the metaverse, the internet, the little corner we call our community, which is a shout out to Gen X Jeff, Frank Monday, yeah, um, absolutely, Dominique. And if I go to say his last name, I will absolutely uh, wind up with a twisted tongue, and my dentures will probably snap in two. So I don't dare speak that name. And we have seen the development of some interesting people online, their growth. Maggot, always a pleasure to have my chat because these are some of the best people that I've encountered. And I consider them to be the astute of the metaverse, my chat. Thanks for showing up, Maggot. You're always welcome. You know that. I'm just recapping the last bit of this year, 2024, as people would believe it to be. And waiting for anticipation, waiting anticipatingly, shall I say, for, yes, you're not crop, for the panel lurker who I've been tracking for the last couple of days. And I have seen him on no less than 7. Yes, 7 panels in less than 48 hours. 7 panels, less than 48 hours. And it would be our wonderful Caged Reality. A welcome guest here, as usual. And I hope he takes no offense to the humorous approach to him I'm taking. But he has managed to, like I said, no less than 7 appearances. So I deem him the new esoteric panel walker of the metaverse, for he has far surpassed my capabilities now. There's cages everywhere. It seems so. I props to him, man. Energy of the youth. That's the only thing I can attribute it to, because I just don't have that type of stamina to be able to spend 48 hours jumping panels. I don't really think I have that much to say anymore. Sometimes when you go to the South and Western Australia, you keep the helper caged. Well, I tell you, I'm in Indiana. I'm like, yep. I'll watch out my back door sometimes. I'm like, got a little creepy Canadian poking around in my backyard. You know, seems to be everywhere. This guy, it's amazing. And if anybody's wondering about the streams from the last couple of days and why I have made them private, it has nothing to do with my guests, and it has nothing to do with my cat or even the content. It has to do with once I get the laptop set up to do a restream of a restream. I will be restreaming the restreamer. See, that's 6 times fast. I have apparently, with the assistance of Bex, who has her own fan club. I do not. I don't even have to. I don't even have to mention it. She has gathered a fan club, and since she has made gracious appearances here, I was given the opportunity by someone initiating a restream to be able to restream them. And naturally, it's for the greater evil. Let's not forget that. Because this year has been definitely a turn towards the darker side. Like I said, I've dealt with murder. I've dealt with loss. I've dealt with extreme levels of indignant behavior from my family. I've seen the worst side of people, the absolute worst. I've seen them stand on their lies. I've seen them connive. And I'm thinking, if they're going to do anything with transhumanism, they need to do it soon and separate us. You know, I've been accused of a lot of things, but when I was accused of the day after my son's conviction of cutting my mother's tires because she was in a angry and despondent mood, and I decided to call my case manager and leave her home. A day, maybe 2 later, she's calling me an embarrassment and claiming that I damaged her tires, which I did not do. And if I was such a fucking embarrassment, why'd you drag my ass up to a courtroom, ask me for legal assistance through my lawyers, pretend to be some type of presence in my life, and then turn around and pull such a heinous thing and to poison my daughter with it? Yeah, I hope everybody's hearing this. And I hope my fucking mother and daughter hear it too. You're sad people. You really are. And you really shit on me this year. And I wish the same to you. Truly, I do. Now that I got that piece of anger out of my way, we'll continue forward. And if there are any rare sightings of Cage, anyone would let him know that he is welcome to the panel. And for anyone who doesn't quite understand that little rage there, just an end of the year exhaust venting thing I have to do. Right? Apparently, Maggot's daughter was turned against him too. And yeah, nobody really needs that. You know, and I could disclose some information especially at this point in time, about what my mother's endeavoring into with the assistance of my daughter and another individual that comes from the king side of the family, and reveal them for what they're truly motivated by. But I have some dignity to keep them hid, because who's the real embarrassment? Who really is the real embarrassment? For the love of evil, you make me fucking sick. Anyhow, I gotta regain my composure after that. That felt good. But my surrogate dad did say that if I was to reveal the truth, or I was to be truthful or honest, I would be hated for it. And he said that if I felt that I was tossed to the side now, by being honest with people, I would be not only tossed to the side, but thrown under the bus and it be put in reverse and continually, through eternity, roll me over. And I'm going to say that that's probably about right with people. You know, I've found that even YouTube is more forgiving than uh, actual real life situations, relatives, family, friends, neighbors, grudges, hate. Seen a lot of it this year. I've seen professional individuals who are supposed to be upholders of our justice system lie through their teeth. I've seen the atrocious behavior of those who stand with and behind the legal system as if they were some moral class of self-righteousness that should be admired in them. Let's remember, I'm not subscribed to your fucking channel, but you are subscribed to mine. You creepy fuckers. That's a whole new level of creepy there. Maggot apparently had picked up a Buddhist book once, and it said, family will not bring the happiness you're looking for. Amen to that, brother. Amen to that. Because as much as my surrogate dad is hated, and the contempt that has been shown towards him as being a person who's actually been there for me throughout my life, he's shown through as being closer than any blood tie that I've ever had. And he's shown patience and perseverance. And that's a lot more than I can say for my blood relatives. Shame on them. But they know no shame, just like most. They are bathed in the waters of self-righteousness. I'm going to regain myself with some calming medication, a cigarette, and a bit of coffee. In the meantime, this is becoming a potential for my new opening song for Rattblood Radio. I really like this, and the old one has become quite outdated, and I have not endeavored into the studio to create a new one, So I've been using this as a second song when I come online. And just let me know what you guys think in the chat. Because should I write a new opening song, or is this one sufficient enough?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto panels or chat, if they don't want to be honest with themselves, they want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask it. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be picking up, well, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be there. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, what, I'm going to sit there and hear them and say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
All right. Hopefully, people will leave in the comments or even in chat whether I should keep that as a opening song or bring in the new year with a completely new song derived from just little cuts and pieces of our endeavors into this YouTube platform. Let me know. I am interested. But I suppose on a more forward progressive thinking note, I did a lot of research this year uh, back into our history and where we are now and where we began and how they tried to put it all together to have it make some type of coherent sense to us, which it doesn't. If you study any type of history at all, you'll find that none of it really adds up. None of it truly has a timeline that makes any sense whatsoever. And that does give way to ideals, speculation, and endeavors into conspiracy. And that was the base of a lot of truth movement is shit just didn't add up. And whether it be from Samaria after the cataclysm and the Younger Dryas to the bizarre lights that are being reported all over really over the realm now. It doesn't add up. But yet we're supposed to eat it, consume it, while they engineer us to believe it. Now, I just don't buy it, and I can't prove it, so therefore I'm at liberty to say that I can make my own determination of who's lying and who isn't, and what has been fabricated and what hasn't. And from my moment of awareness that I was a living being to this point, I can verify for myself the things I've been through and endured, such as we do each year. And that's about as far as the extent of my understanding goes. And for anyone else, whether they be a little older or they be younger, that's about all the accountability that you have. Is that what you've lived through, you've experienced, you've seen, and has affected you and your brief stint into this life. So anything beyond that is up for grabs. You know, let's reinvent the gods, give them new names. Let's question the fundamentals of our reality for ourselves. You know, we don't need necessarily to look at particle colliders and ancient traditions and esoteric magic to know that we are a strange anomaly within itself. And that should just be profound enough. The fact that we exist in any state, whether it be a holographic projection, a matrix coded environment, or something more real, we are within ourselves. It's a complete mind-blowing anomaly. Because sometimes when I think back to the Bible of the Christians, the Abrahamic and Hebrew, and the other esoteric demiurges and Sophia, or whether we go with the gold mining created slaves of the Anunnaki. The fact is that we're kind of creepy within ourselves. Just the fact that we exist. I mean, shit. When you are fully engaged with yourself, there's a type of awareness that comes into play, and either you get it or you don't. A lot of people exist on autopilot, or they exist off of how they echo from other people, and they don't want to get that negative response or that separation that seems to be only achievable by someone else's validation. Validate yourself, really. You know, we're kind of strange and creepy creation, only because I can see us as being something uh, potentially different than the physical shape that we are, and that's with anything. I mean, you change the spectrum and the frequency of it as well, even the lighting, and the form begins to distort and take on a different hue, shape, uh, different perception. But the underlying energy that gives motion to this form and allows it to interact it seems to be uh, under, I don't know whether it be under um, appreciated or overly uh, overly given credit for what it is. I don't find that we hold a candle to our potential of where the mind can take you. I know that my body is limited, and it didn't allow me to exercise what I wanted to throughout my life. I did to the maximum potential of it, but I could imagine greater things. And I could see where lesser states of being could actually be involved, and we could be a lot less. So we kind of hit that bizarre little pocket in between, such as the moon, the planets, the sun, even this realm itself is all uh, kind of a little much to take on when you become fully conscious of what it is and what you are. Kind of a universal freak show, especially here on this earth. Lapis, another one of my my favorites. And yeah, Lapis always brings joy. Always brings joy. But anyhow, we're kind of bizarre. There's doesn't seem to be anything quite like us. I mean, you have the animal kingdom, but they aren't as there we go. They aren't quite as imaginative as we are and capable. Yeah, always good to see that. I wanted to ask you, Bex, if maybe you knew how to do or could teach me how to do a restream. I don't know if you caught the beginning, but I want to restream the restreamers for the Dark Lord. I think that could be amusing. A new facet to add to this particular side of the small community that we are. But we're kind of a strange creature, um, as compared to what we're used to here on Earth, with the animal life that we have, the plant life, the ocean life, birds. Um, we stand out for some reason, and you can make a religion out of it, or you can try to head the states of the governments of the world, or you can just try to learn to get along with yourself and come to some conclusion that you can be comfortable with. Sometimes easier said than done. As like I said, I've seen some creepy shit this past year, and I'm still seeing creepy shit coming from content creators who are taking account of histories that they can't prove, um, thoughts and endeavors that may work for them, but you can't ostracize the masses just because something works for you and doesn't work for the others. Fools and tools, another wonderful down under. And Neomax, oh, everybody, it's just so wonderful showing up. I just rambling in the last of this year and getting my well-to-dos out there, and hopefully that next year has something a little less dark to offer. Yeah, and kind of taking a look at my own development. I did a lot of introspective observations this year, and discovered a lot about me, but it took its toll, and it has its place. But I don't condemn anyone who doesn't ride the same bus as I do, you know. Wow. But I do try to avoid the pitfalls, and there's plenty of those that people have to offer. They'll bait you in. They will feast off of your energy, and then they will spit you out, and they will leave you for the buzzards to pick your bones dry, just to bring some validation to themselves. And that seems to be the forward uh, motivation and movement of a lot of different channels this particular last year. And maybe we can do something different next year. Like I said, you know. we don't have to throw each other under the bus for the advent of our channels. It's back to the ideal of what we are and the odd, strange thing that we are. I don't know how many of you have actually contemplated your own existence and actually, right by 2024, and you sat down and looked at the improbability that you even exist. Sure, man, not a problem. Because we are strange within unto ourselves that we even exist, and conscious of yourself, it begins to get kind of overwhelming. And I called it states of hyper reality or hyper awareness, and it would send me into panic attacks. Because I would be so consciously aware of my own existence. And I guess it sent my brain into recoil. Cool. There we go. Links in the chat. And they wound up having to put me on medicine for that. Man, because just the contemplation of my own existence and being that consciously aware of myself was overwhelming to the point of disability. And I've had to really push that down throughout the years, and I've had to use medication to do it. So, all right. Hey,
What's up?
how's it going, brother? Been a while.
Good, brother.
To see you.
I'm just with my best friend right now. We're trying to listen to you talk to. We just want to say what's up. Jump in here. Tag team with you.
Cool.
I have to agree with a lot of stuff that I just heard, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's a collective of mind awareness of the reality of the space and time and who you are. And yeah, like even if you think who you are is who you are, you need to kind of challenge that or better it or grow from it. And I really don't think that we are where we're supposed to be at in time. I think we've kind of been held back as a species of advanced, AI is what they would like to call it today, or what we can pretty much articulate it as in the value of what it should be. Information is not what it looks like, it's controlled. That's about the gist of what I really want to involve at this moment.
I agree. I happen to agree with you. It seems like they're trying to simulate sentient behavior with technology without fully reaching our potential as a species, and even us being fully consciously aware of what we are as a species. And we've already determined that we're going to hand ourselves over to a silicone society.
No, society won't hand itself over like that. They have to kill off the elders. They have to kill off and get rid of the old bloods before that would even be an accepted philosophy. I don't mean to be so blatantly rude about it, but that's just they're gonna die with their boots and their guns in their hands. They're not gonna give up their way of life.
Right.
The idea that people want to live in an altered reality, I think people need to put the video game systems down and step out and go live life as a simulation, and that's what it is. Like, you can't alter what God created. You can't create the algorithm that was created. We can learn from it, but we can't recreate it. We're trying. We're trying.
They are definitely trying to put their best foot forward and reinventing what we understand is our existence here.
Well, what
And
they understand is the existence of us being here, but they've altered what it could be by us not having the true knowledge of it and locking it away and using it for their purposes. If
bingo.
we unlocked what we have as a civilization and what we were gifted at birth and what we are able to do with just in creation and in thought and through embodiment of just soul purpose and placement, it would just like collective unity is the most powerful weapon against any weapon that anyone can live. The philosophy will live for thousands of generations. You can kill the person who starts it, but you can't stop it.
We seem to persevere over some pretty trying situations as a species throughout history, especially when it comes to control, as they record history. I don't give much validity to history because I
I don't
kind of,
either.
yeah, I think history is written as a
Written
type
by
of,
the written by the winners.
Mike likes to jump
yeah,
in there too.
Sorry to say that, but history is only written by the people who want to live to tell about it. That's one way they say that when we were from the elders, is that the people who write history are the ones who did what they did to write history. Not saying
right.
what was right or wrong. They genocided, did whatever the fuck they had to do, but they're the last species to write around it.
And this is my best homie. So this is my best friend, like the most
I don't
solid
mean-
motherfucker.
yeah.
I love you, Axis. And when I hand Mike a microphone, well, you get the
I'm gonna
gist.
go raw.
Anyway, he
I'm gonna go
just
raw.
gets-
Sorry, I'm gonna go raw.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that's what I like.
Yeah, 100.
So I see you on. I was like, it's a
100.
Friday night. I gotta.
So there you go. You got a live stream with me. So there you go.
It's all good.
Awesome. Fucking
It's all good.
damn it, Chris.
Get him, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah. Axis is wise as fuck.
No, yeah, no.
Axis is smart.
Yeah, I know. And him and I probably share a lot alike. Like I disagree with a lot of what it's made out to be. It's not there. It's not
Axis
there.
will flip your mind.
It's not there. The numbers don't add up. Let's just say that. The numbers don't add up.
Okay, go.
So there you go. For a minute. There you go.
No, it's absolutely. I happen to agree that history is written by the victor. We can learn that from anything that you want to decipher from the Roman Empire, and especially the Catholic Church and Catholicism. They did stoop to the lowest degree to write history.
Okay, carry on.
I'm gonna burn books. Books by the
Okay,
Walmart
let Axis
squares.
finish.
Sorry, okay. I'm gonna burn Walmart squares where the books, and I'm gonna contain the real knowledge of the nation within my temple. Yeah, so funny to people. Yeah, sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm just cutting a lot.
Well, we gotta give them something worth restreaming too. Me and Neo, we share a common foe, a nemesis, as we are to it. That would be someone who's been restreaming us as demons. We are Team Evil, and now I understand what. Yes, now I understand what Starheart was talking about. I didn't at first, but now I've got a full grip on that that whole concept, man. I did not know until I was introduced to this.
Yeah.
So it's
you can't kill philosophy, my brother. You can't kill it. It just spreads and spreads and
there's so many ways.
win hearts and minds. Win hearts and minds.
Wins hearts and minds.
Yeah, it's all about hearts and minds. It's not about hurting no one. It's about setting people free. Win hearts and minds.
Right.
So, hey,
right.
You know what? Anyone that shares that is great. You know, like challenge everything, live to be your fullest, and don't separate yourself different from someone different because that's what they want us to do. We're all brothers and sisters in the same struggle. Like, just win hearts and minds. That's the best that any one of us can do.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of us set out with the intent to free hearts and minds,
Yep.
and it seems
Don't
like
lose it.
those who, yeah, it seems like those who
Yeah.
claim to be the ones that
Yeah.
are
They. Yes.
in the position to do such don't. They really don't. They divide, separate, condemn,
Yep.
and
Yep.
it takes
Yep.
small
But
pockets.
yeah, well, you also got to look at like who you're looking up to though too are the same people that condemned everything that happened and transpired. That we aren't the creators. We don't have the kind of powers that we have. We don't have and possess the understandings and the things that we have. Like even like they still use it. There's so many fucking statements and words that they still use to this day that do the same thing. Like they use conspiracy theories. They use all these types of words and all this dictation of just shit they want to. Can you grab me one too? That just it alters our purpose. It alters our purpose and our collective ability. Like like it alters us. It alters us from where we're able to be at. Our foods, our like our habits, our like it doesn't stop. It's like if you give me a piece of clay from a square jar, I can mold it into any shape, form, or belief that I choose to. That's one of the reasons why I stand on win hearts and minds. A philosophy cannot die. We are the people. And we are brothers and sisters. If we don't stand together, we don't understand. We don't want to be accepted. We don't want to be forgiveness. We don't want to live the life of the things that we're taught that we're supposed to be towards each other. Then we're going to suffer. And so, not just us, our children, generations before us and after have because of those. Believe me, like the idea is not to go out and kill people. We don't have to. We really don't have to. And if we have to, it's a small amount of number. We just have to do it selectively.
Well,
And
I
I
would
don't mean
like
that like I don't mean like go out and do it. I don't mean go out and do it. No shape or
no,
form. I don't
no,
no. I want to make that clear. I want to make that clear. Like I like
yeah, no,
but like we want to go do wars and like kill hundreds of thousands of fucking innocent people. And when there's actually only a certain amount of number that dictate everything in our lifetimes.
well,
Like
here's an interesting one.
that's what I mean. Like these wars are being dictated by those types of people. They're killing and
Ab-
genociding hundreds of thousands of people. So I'm not saying go out and do it, but I'm saying like it's like it's not right to say that there's not a number of people that in our society that don't need just off with your head for a better of
right,
all of us. Like I'm not saying go out and do it, but I'm just saying like just as in a philosophy is like there is a certain just selective smaller number than what we've been losing of innocent people these are people that are actually out there doing this not saying go out and do it, like believe me, like peace and love, win hearts and minds, but at the same time be active, be proactive. Like everything that we do towards each other is probably the biggest weapon next to the way that we spend our money in the companies. I can't vote against a company that's lobbying against my standing. Why would I buy a product that's going against my wishes and my desires? Like in 40, 50 years, I don't want to see this company, which I know is going to do this, go out in there and do this because it's going to lead to a lot of different shit. But yet, I still want to buy stocks in that. I still want to support it. I still want to buy their products. Like that's
well, yeah, and as a country, we have to invest in our children and
as a
what's
people,
best for
as a
them.
people, as a people, as a people,
Yeah,
as a community.
that's true
Not a
too. I
country,
mean,
not as a country, not as a country. The country should, because they're taxpayers. They're going to give the country something in the end, so the country has an interest in them. But they are properties of the parents. They are properties, and the community has an interest in them too. So the community should be stepping up as well. So the federal
I,
government and our community legislatures should be stepping up to deal with the children, the burdens of children. In other words, we're not going to have children. The family
right,
will go down to nothing. We will become what they already are articulating it as a declining population in, politically correct terms. Not we're dying, we're not repopulating. We don't want to be so dramatic type of statement.
Well, look at the decline we've went through in the past 60 to 70 years.
Well,
And
they're
the
going to win
family
by
unit.
numbers. They're going
Right.
to win by numbers. We don't have, look, right now, the best that I can do in a believer in any kind of congregation is 41 believers to 1 believer. It takes 3 or 4 believers to make one solid family that produces 3 or 4 believers. Now, that is just one of our methods of how they're spreading their way of life in our society, right? Not saying that religion is right. I'm just saying that's a way to spread it. Philosophy is another. Now, on the other hand, if our philosophy is that it is a burden to have children, it is not cost efficiency, and it sets you back, our society will decline in numbers as a populational belief of gun-toting people, freedom of liberties, God-given rights, or any other fucking statement. Sorry to but that we can articulate in any manner of situation. Now, our enemy and other competitors against us, not even saying enemies, they're just competitors against us as a nation, are populating at a 15 or 13 or 9 to 1 ratio. We are not repopulating even at a 1 to 2 population. Our
Right.
way of life and everything that we believe in is going to be washed away by the numbers, because they're willing to repopulate, take on that burden that we would consider it in the Western civilization. They consider it a blessing. That's what it's been stated to say. And they're going to repopulate the earth. We're all going
Well, I
to
know
sit
that-
here. So, like, the numbers, like, that's like when I talk about numbers, like the numbers is the mathematical equation. Whether you like it or not, the things need to change. We need to start stepping up, or we need to start uniting, or we need to start, like, you know what? I'm deep into a lot of different stuff. I do a lot of foundations in other countries. I don't think that the Western financial sector is really where any kind of gains are going to be at, or any kind of information, or like no time, no thought. Like,
right.
there's
And welcome, Chris. I'm sorry. I got to invite my guest. Hey,
Appreciate that.
Chris. How's it going?
Hey, Chris,
Yeah.
Tools has an interesting question. She asked,
Yeah.
what are the masses?
What are the masses? That would be the population of this realm in physical, I guess.
souls. Let's call it souls. Sorry to interrupt.
So it's interesting.
Okay.
Souls,
Yeah.
because eventually we will have AI robots and stuff against us, or within our realm, or within our day-to-day life. So when I mean like masses, I mean like souls, like combined, like spiritual beings that can think and interact with each other, that are divine from birth. They're not like artificially inseminated. They're not artificially created. They're not AI robots. They are souls of people. They're divine. They're divine individuals, just like each and every single one of us are, that they want to take from us.
Yeah, they're wanting to augment.
Yes, and we're already there. But the reason why I don't understand why they want to augment on a second realm, or a second, is why we're already there. This whole fucking thing is a fucking simulation. You only get one go at it. You're gonna be here until he comes back. Like, I do believe in reincarnation. I believe in the Heavenly Father. I believe that, yes, we are bound, trapped in Satan's fucking hell.
Wow. Powerful.
Like, I really do believe that. Like, this is like, we've all died before. We're all trapped, incarnated souls. Like, I seriously think about that. Like, yes, and they have to artificially, and yes.
So, what do you think are inhabiting these potential sentient AI units that they're going to be introducing us to, or that they say is our next wave.
a cognited reality that everyone's created through Google and through collectiveness. See, when I talk about collectiveness, I think about like Google. I think about like how they turn the encyclopedia in from a book to just go look it up, ask it a question. Like I'm very concerned about that, like the interaction with it, because my brother, he loves it, but I'm like my mindset, the way that I think, the way I process things is not something or how I want them. I don't want that machine to think that way. I want to have that upper hand on it. I want to have that humanoid hand over whatever we can teach it. Like, yes, it's a robot. Yes, we might still have it, but no. Like they've already gained. I think it's already gone. I think it's gone. I think it's gone. I think it's gone. I think it's gone. All I've heard for the last 4 fucking years is run to the hills, run to the hills, run to the hills, run to the hills. And I still hear it. Run to the hills, run to the hills, run to the hills, run to the hills, run to the hills.
Yeah, I'm not going to run from
like we're already past it. 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 Tesla is not a fucking car company. Sorry to say, like, in case you don't realize it, these companies are not what they think they are. The products are just for them to do what they want to do with what they do. I don't just mean to be a hack on him, but like they all are. We'll collectively take your money, say we're doing this, give you a product, and do something else. They've been doing it for, Tesla. Just wait, because the last time I checked, Ford Motor Company made Mustang motors during the fucking Great War. They made airplanes. They didn't make cars.
You mean World War II?
A lot of companies turn into making tanks and weaponry. I only wonder what Tesla would make. Drones.
Well, yeah, I imagine that would be one endeavor. Sentient type drones built off of
drones
AI model.
or modern drones right now. A lot of these unidentified objects we've had for many, many, many years. I think that we've already played and mastered enough with zero gravity that we understand it. This shit was written down in the hieroglyphs way, 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 way back. It would just take an autistic person to read it. Like,
well, what do you think these drones are then? That are
I think all these drones right now that everyone are seeing online are the United States intercoastal aerial defense system type shit that we have. I really do. Or we have other spy balloons or drones being launched from submarines that are unknown within certain regions, which I don't think is even a highly possible. I think it's us.
What do you think?
We are
Chris?
Didn't just last year we have spy balloons over our territories of airline or air stuff. 9/11, we control everything. We now control everything in the air. The reason why the whole shit happened with all the lockdown after World War II is because we didn't want to tell the world that we didn't have control of knowledge of incoming weapons or things in our sky. Like that's the only reason why we denied any kind of these things that have ever happened that led to what we have.
See, that's just it. I don't know, because they haven't allowed us access to that type of knowledge and information on a honest level.
Honestly, I think that whole type of information, whole scenario, and everything that we've been trained for 30, 40, 50 years is just going to lead up to information that they repressed from the people that was known 1,000 years ago that we had the ability to do. That after it's all released and everyone becomes a norm and you go look at a hieroglyph, you'll understand exactly what the fuck I'm saying.
Right, which is more written history. But what's your take on it, Chris? What are your take on these new lights in the sky and this anomaly? I don't know what the hell they are. I'm not going to speculate. I just know that it doesn't seem plausible that our airspace would be infiltrated by that
anyone
many
other than us
objects. Yeah, right. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some
Well, we
people,
could. We could be also. If you think about it, if we don't have drones in the sky, we could also be playing around with like blue beam technology, artificial lasers in the sky and stuff like that. But I really don't know if we're even playing around with our direct energies in laser form for that purpose. That's one
I
of the
don't
things
know.
that. Yeah, I don't think we are. I think we are more useful resources that they're going after for those. So, yeah.
I'm hoping that it's definitely some type of just a test or maybe some type of technology that they're putting to the trials
Why would
and
it
not
matter?
some, well,
Why would
drone
really?
control.
I really guess as in like a. Why would it matter? Why would it matter? Like, I mean, to me, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm one with whatever happens. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I wish the best for everyone. I want to do good by everyone. I would like to be at harmony with everyone. But like, why would it matter? Whatever the fuck they want to do, they're gonna do it. We don't have a choice. Like, if you even get an answer in it, they've already created the problem to make you ask that. Like, everything's been scheduled. Everything's been done. It is what it is. It's been written.
Well, I watched the policies change of the upcoming administration that's coming in, and I
Yeah, I
know
know.
they've.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I stand strongly behind it, and I'm wondering why in the fuck the United States anything other than that has happened.
You are aware that he's changed his policy since he
Yeah, and
got
he's
his
going. Yeah, they
victory.
all do. They all do.
He changed it pretty drastically.
Okay.
He,
Here's the thing: is like, where's the money at? Where's the
well, of
money at?
course. Well, it's
Do you
in
really think? Do you
corporations
really think they?
and
Do you really
military.
think they? And I'll tell you this right now. Do you? Yeah, the military. We're gonna go to war. We're going to World War III. They're gonna fucking change the world. They're gonna get their smart cities. They're gonna cryptocurrency's coming. They're gonna fucking yeah. And if they don't get what they want, they're gonna do it anyways.
Well, I do know that his agenda when he was elected has by a drastic range
Fucking
changed.
altercation.
He's wanting to. He did say that he wanted to replace the illegal migrants with legal migrants.
Yes. Yes. What he wants to do is he
And
wants to deport them and get the people that have been waiting on a fucking 4 or 5 year waiting list and paid the money and did the shit rightly to come into the country and the opportunity to come in the country and deport the ones that are illegally here that ran across the border. And I would agree with the policy. You want to come into our country, do it right. That's how our grandparents did it before us. That's why we're
what
here.
does that look like? What does that
It
look
looks
like?
like a mass deport. It looks like a mass deportation with a mass collective who coming in. You know what? They're getting ready to do military sweeps that you couldn't believe. Military sweeps that you couldn't fucking believe that are already in place. They're gonna probably happen real quick. I'm sorry to tell you this. We're not worried about what you got. We're not worried about. We just want to know who's where, who's what, and what they're doing. Just in case you didn't know, they've already been down collecting information. Military, CIA, and FBI. In
I'm sure of that.
No, they already have. And it happened before his last minute. It's been a 4-year. Yeah, they're getting ready to do a mass deportation. They're gonna hold with the zero separation. We don't give a fuck policy. Which at some point, if you're gonna separate me tonight, if I want to go buy a pack of cigarettes and I'm drunk, and you want to take me from my family and kids, why would it be any different? And I have to kind of agree with that. I think that it's about to be one of the most strenuous shift changes of policy that the United States has probably seen in 30 to 50 years. I don't think it's going to be welcomed. I don't think it's going to be truly understood why they're doing it, but I think it's well needed. If we don't step up right now, we're going to lose generations for a long, long, long time.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the generational factor of American citizens isn't in jeopardy, but how much freedom are we going to give up
How much more?
individually to?
Like, I don't think they want any more freedom given up. I think they took all they needed for the next fucking 50 years from 9/11.
Well,
I still
yeah,
think
of course. I mean,
that people still want to vote against each other, and they're going to keep stripping them. I
well,
mean,
we haven't
we've
ever
separated
been
the
lifted.
family so much that who cares, you know?
We were never lifted from a national emergency, which is federally controlled and managed government. And from
Yeah.
9/11, I'm sure there were the Patriot Act and various other laws implicated on us, but I'm not willing to allow people to kick down my door just to suffice rule of law.
Well,
I'm not going to allow that.
Yes, and I think yes, and I think that's where it stands on. That's what makes America what America is. That's why we're still the land of the free. The home of the brave. You're not going to kick my fucking front door in, wrong or right. You're not going to occupy my house against my will of you occupying my house. Like there is an intrinsic value of rights that each and every one of us as an individual was given to us by our creator, and where we were, like, when it happened, and our country is made underneath those rights. We have what are called laws or limitations, like I shall not hurt another person because I don't want another person to hurt me. There's a lot of different shit. Now here's kind of off the deep end. Is a computer going to be able to articulate that? Because I think in the near future we're going to have that. I know that right now the computers and the weaponry of the next generation are already starting to show post-traumatic stress disorder on troops. Drones are not a big fan of somebody who comes back from a war now.
No, that's kind of the video game culture of war now, is handed over to the digital realm of drones and non-physical kills. You're not present for that, and we've seen that escalate. That's why
desensitizing of our society for over 10, 20 years, since probably video games from shortly after Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, boom. I would swear those would be weaponries like I would see from the movie Toys with Robin Williams. They're not toys, or what they're teaching you how to use weapons.
I don't doubt that at all.
That all the time. Huh?
I don't doubt that at all, and I wouldn't put it past the government to utilize video gamers in stringent dirt wars.
They'll be able to. I can operate remotely with joysticks a operating piece of equipment 2 miles underneath South America soil from America. That's called remote operations. And so, yes, that's the same as a tank.
Starlink.
Or, yeah. Yep.
So
Starlink. Yep. Starlink. Yep. A Starlink communication system. Yep.
Do you see any positives out of this? Because I'm seeing a kind of a new 1984 dystopia Orwellian digital control that goes beyond.
Yes. I see that it's going to cost them $24,000 for a sold, and for a kid that's here in your couch in your living room, operating $2.2 million worth of fucking drones over in a war playing a video game in your living room.
See, I just
That's what I see the next war. Drones trying to over the top of lands with we have 10,000 fucking Chinese drones over our soil right now, seeking and looking through closed caption circuit TVs, any kind of things, looking for faces, targets that they are designed and programmed, and they can fly remotely for days, months, years, whatever, until they find that target and then zoom in on it and keep track of it. That type of weaponry, that type of war, you're remote and they're fucking above you.
and you don't find that disheartening?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But I'm aware of it. Yes, I find it fucking very disheartening. Very fucking disheartening. Oh my God. But that's one of the reasons why, okay, just because I find it disheartening or I think that it's wrong or that I want to change it does not mean that I'm supposed to be a kindred heart and do about it in a soft manner. I am allowed to walk and state things very aggressively and be a very aggressive person for the right reasons, the right causes. But I'm not allowed to do that out of frustration, anger, or bitterness.
Well, we kind of built our society on those principles, but that hasn't actually carried over. Not too well. And it's becoming more and more accepted from political and military sense of casualties being accepted, especially in present time with the advent of us not being present on the battlefield physically.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've watched videos of that. Yes, sir. Yep. I watched videos of that back in the old drones. Yep. Where they've had to admit that they fucked up. Yep. They thought and they just wish they had a boot on the ground. Yep.
I've seen those.
Sad statement. Yes. And I would prefer that they line up again with muskets and stand their ground. Yep. Yep. Bring it right back to the old days, where it's you're not just killing something. Yeah, desensitized killing. That is, and there, just as and I say these things just because I see them. Like I see that we're progressing this way. Not saying that we have to continue. Not saying that we can't, collectively do stuff. Like we can't, this is a lot of our choices. The companies, a lot of things that we, like whatever company that you're dealing with today, if shit hits the fan and they want to go to war, that company is going to switch their whole shit they do. That facility was going to do exactly what they've used all of them to do in every other situation that time. Again.
See, I just think that the casualty and the
souls,
the acceptability of loss on the battlefield of the innocent lives that are at stake is just going to be a statistic instead of an actual physical observation and endeavor. Or they will even hide the number of
I think they've already done casualties. They've already been doing that.
And
we're already past that point. They've already been doing that. They've been doing that for many. We're already past that point. They've been doing that.
So you don't think that
whole
same
genocides,
kind of
whole trench lines.
You don't think that would be turned on you by your government?
I think my government is at fault for all the wars and everything. I think my government is a regime. I don't stand behind my government. I seek asylum from the United States government, federal government. Okay. I really do. Like I mean, I don't seek, like, these are things that I know. These are things that I see. I don't agree with them. Like I agree. Like I want to win hearts and minds. I want to acknowledge people. I want people to know that the things that are, like I'm sorry that maybe you don't see them, but these are the numbers. These are the things, the patterns. These are what they like. This is like they have it written. This is what they're doing. Like you can't really go against that. Like this is the numbers. This is what's happened in the last. we're leading in this direction. We're not going against it. Like, they've written down this is what they're gonna do, and like the best I could say is like red flag, run to the hills, prepare yourself, run to the hills.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not going to run. I don't run.
no,
from
no, and I
technology.
don't mean that. I don't think that's one. Like, and I don't mean that like that. I don't mean like it's
That
like
would
red
be-
flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag.
Yeah,
like
'cause
prepare
that would
yourself.
be-
Like warning. Like run to the hills. Like seek protection. Get your shit ready. You know, like run to the hills. Like you're going camping. You don't just go up there in an empty car. Like you know.
See, I
Like
like the balance we have here with and if I may, Dominique and I have had many discussions about technology and the advent of it. If you're in a society, then you can either go with it and the government and what they have to offer, or get the fuck out, you know? And I'm kind of pitted against that because part of me says, yeah, transhumanism, I'm there, you know, a technology, I'm there. But the implication of somebody else having control of the operating system, that's where I draw the line.
Yeah. And I don't agree with that. I agree with that because like these are common, you know, and okay, first and foremost, if all these things have been offered to you, who do you think the true puppet master or who has and draws the strings of the operations of those are people that have offered it to you to gain something from you. They don't just give you something unless they're going to get something from you. Like that's just, you know, that's they've been playing this game for thousands of years. That's how it works. So my whole thing of like I agree with what you say. Like if you don't want to play the fucking game, get the fuck out. Now the problem is, where do you go? Like I want to be a Native American. I want to go out and roam. I want to be a freelance. I can't do that. I was born here in America. What about what about this? Like, let's just talk about some of the shit that our country have done. Like, it's not, no. There's nowhere to seek asylum. There's nowhere to do it. You're part of the game. You're born in a part of the shit. Like, we don't have to like it, but what we needed to start doing is start fucking play the game. Like, if you don't have skin in the game, you don't have sweat in the game, no one gives a fuck what you say. Like,
and what does that look like in a digital age? I mean, I'm computer savvy.
Okay. A digital age. Let's start a foundational online. Like, I want to see online foundations for charities with zero to 0.1s, no rug pulls. All the money you put into it's just gonna go on. It's a tax write-off. And then actually show that into physical shit, not some fucking Ferrari and some rich man fucking, but an actual foundation.
So you believe in blockchain technology then?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do. Yep. And the reason why is because the things that it is capable of doing. The only problem and the issue that I have with it is that we do live in a digital age. I know how to shut off all your digital shit. I know how to set the whole fucking place back to Stone Age. That quick. So if you don't have communication, network, common relationships with your neighbors, you don't have stockpiles of shit that you need if shit hit the fan, like an earthquake. You know, oh my God, the shelves are bare at 9/11 again. Fucking, whatever fucking they make, then you're just screwed. Like, you're not going to retain it.
One of the policies that was presented after Trump won this presidency is he wants to bring tech-savvy individuals from India and other countries that are legal.
Yes.
But
yes, either we own this we own this next the .com era for fucking finances is amongst you. I'll say it right now. I've lived through it all. I've lived through it from the fucking early 90s. All that shit. I've lived through it all. .com era is amongst you right now for the financial sector of moving money, stock markets, companies, IPOs, everything. If I want to start a company right now, I can drop in a digital IPO right now. As long as I hold my investors' money and I start my platform of what I'm trying to do, I'm golden by the SEC. If I splurge it on a Ferrari, Lamborghini, and other bullshit, I don't get it. If I want to start an S&P 500 company right now, I do it digitally with no fucking money. I do it with seed money, an IPO. An IPO. I drop an IPO on whatever platform, whatever kind of industry, but I have to have a collective industry of people that want to work together. That's why they're called ecosystems. You're not getting paid. I'm not getting paid. Let's make this shit happen. We can run this shit the way.
What do you do with all the people who aren't computer literate and tech savvy?
I can't do shit with them. I use artist. No, they're artistic value. They're investors. They're motivators. They're like I guess the words they use is today's influencers. You know,
right now they're broke.
Okay. Creative minds. No tech savvy. Advertisement, promotion. Fuck it. That's called grace. That's called charity. Put them on the pay team. Your pay the pay scale is small and small. What do you mean? I haven't fucking paid Chris anything. I haven't paid Chris anything, and he's ran around 17, 12 different fucking states spreading the message and the word.
Right.
Like it's win hearts and minds. It's win hearts and minds. Wake them up. Wake them up. Wake them up. We need more of them. I don't know how the fuck we're gonna do this, but wake them up. Win them. Let's go get them. Let's shake some dice. Let's get them. Let's shake them up. Shake them up.
If it wasn't for the fact that I was tech savvy, my disability would keep me from being able to do a lot of things. That would,
my autism. Okay, here's mine is I can't read or write or spell. I could barely read. I read at like a small ass fucking grade level. I could read enough to get my ass by. If I could write or spell, I would have articulated fucking volumes of books underneath my name. Okay. But I can't. Philosophies, I'd have like 7 philosophy books or 12 philosophy books, 3 art, just stupid shit books, 3 adventure books, another 1 or 2 for children because I think it's just great. Well, like step outside yourself and imagine, you know, like I get that whole woohoo. Damn, I took over this whole fucking thing, bro.
What happened?
I took over your whole shit, bro. Oh, you brought more love.
Oh yeah, what's up? I'm back.
Yeah, he's back.
I've been canceled for a while.
No, he's a good man. He's a good man. I like him.
Axis?
Yeah, I like him. I like him. He's like, holy shit. I had one person.
Axis is OG.
And by the way, I'm sorry for anyone that. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. No, there was someone that was trying to talk to it, and I'm like, you know what I mean?
Mike
you know what I mean? I fucking jumped in my ass in.
Sorry, it's my buddy Mad Mouth Mike.
No. That was he was asking what I mean by the collective masses, and I mean by the collective numbers of people that are not AI, that are not simulation, that are like collective souls. Not every soul or person that you see right now in the physical world has a soul. That's something that I think a lot of people have a misconception of. They see a person and think they have a soul. Not everyone has a soul. There's a lot of evil ass fucking people in this world that can do evil shit with no soul.
Who else is in the chat?
I don't know.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
Like I do bars.
Shut the fuck up, Michael.
Did I close it out?
No, shut the fuck up.
Tell me I closed it out. Tell me I closed the whole thing out.
Shut the fuck up.
You got a lot of vigor, huh?
Oh, so if you ever wonder why I come through like piss and vinegar sometimes, that's my good homeboy. Anyways,
yeah,
shut the fuck up.
Like that fire.
Oh god. Here. He goes up, but see, anyways, he goes off on some shit. He got a lot of thoughts on some stuff, but he just needs guidance and directed. Sometimes you put him into a certain topic, he'll get right into it and extrapolate on it. But he gets a little fucking out there sometimes, and you have to like rein him in.
Wait, I'm always out there.
Anyways, who else we got in the chat? Domenico and Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a wonderful chat room going on. Always a good game here. Always.
We said, yeah. Well, I just wanted to stroll through and at least I don't know
Yeah,
what happened for the last 30 minutes. I told you I had a special guest on mine, and I had to throw Mad Mouth Mike on for a minute.
yeah, he's definitely full of sense and vinegar. That's he's gung ho for the administration to come. So
He's
hopefully, yeah, hopefully that type of vigor perseveres because we're going to need it.
Yeah,
Some kind of vigor.
Well, you know what? You know why he's like that, right? So one of the things I learned about Michael, I'll just say this small little thing is he's done all sorts of things, all walks of life. Got involved in some bullshit. Fucking went into some places you don't want to go. Spent some time hanging out, isolated in ways you shouldn't want to be isolated. Being in solitary confinement is one of the worst psychological forms of torture you can put on a person. And so after you put a person into solitary confinement for long periods of time and isolated them, and you've just trapped them where they couldn't do much, you get some people that kind of just, it fucks them up, it fucks their brain up, they give up or they go crazy. You have other people, they get out and they get freedom, and all they do is go. And that's my homeboy Mike. I asked him one time, like, how you always just go? I said, why you always on the go? He's like, I spent time where I couldn't do anything. I was completely restricted. And so once I had my freedom, I never stopped because I made sure I was always doing something.
Yeah. But you know what the difference was?
Hold on.
You know what the difference was? Yes, you're right. You're right on the confinement. You're right on the confinement.
We're talking psychology here.
Some people will lose themselves, and some people will find themselves.
We talk about people want to just talk on the internet and they want to talk about things they heard other people say on the internet. And we've all had experiences, good and bad and all sorts of kinds, but like there's extreme kinds of experiences. So that's why I bring someone like Michael on he's actually endured the most extreme forms of torture you could put on a person, and he has some shit to say about it. And that's
true,
yeah, the fuck is. Look at this. He hates that I say that, but it's true. No, but you've been through the ringer.
You need to take that type of energy to sanity machine, and definitely let Steven know that there are still people who are convicted out there.
Oh well, he come on. I'll never go on Sanity Machine channel again. He wants to come on again when I actually can talk. When I'm not working the bar. When I can actually hear. Like I said last time when he was on, I had a full bar going. I couldn't hear shit. I was just trying to check the fucking logs for a minute, and then he was like, I heard him talking shit.
Well, I don't do this shit. Like no. Like I know,
but actually, people talk a lot on the internet. We talk about real life. And
okay, well, here comes the issue. Here comes the issue. Like I love the idea of winning hearts and minds. I love the idea of spreading philosophies, but I don't really. Yes, I'll do that as fucking long and as far as I can through any means I can. But like, I don't really want the acknowledgement. I don't want the recognition. Like, I want to remain anonymous. Like, it's not about me. It's about there's a lot of shit going on. There's let's challenge people's minds. Like
anonymity gone now.
Huh?
I said anonymity gone now.
Thank you.
We was on that the fucking
I know
the Axis. Oh no.
I know. But
the whole world's seen us now.
There you go. You get well, we don't have to tell you all what's going on. There won't be none. That's why I tell people. I'm like, I could hide my face, but the voice is really recognizable.
Oh, they know exactly probably who we are, where we are, and what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah, you're damn right.
I'd rather just hide in the open. Like what?
You're damn right.
I want people to know who I am because I ain't got nothing to hide, and I get it. The privacy is a real thing. People should have their privacy. They should have their security, but they should be able to have their living, and it doesn't need to be intruded on. Absolutely not. At the same time, like,
well, how do you think?
Just go ahead, fucking scan me.
How much do you think Mr. Beast or any other motherfucker pays?
Hold on. Shut up.
Well, I'll take a word. I'll take a word from the wise, and I consider this a wise statement. We are using their technology.
Yep.
And that's props to you, Dom.
Yep.
So we are.
Can I share something?
Give it to us to
use.
Absolutely. Oh, we got Dom on here. Dom's a smart motherfucker too.
Yep. So when somebody's
they're gaining more information from us than what we're gaining from them by using their technology.
Learn to listen so you can listen to learn.
Yeah.
When somebody's in isolation, what's the Let's say, what's one of the main things you can learn when you're in isolation?
More about yourself, the deepest, darkest demons, and how to control them. Your most intimate, passionate things, like you become one with yourself. Like your deepest and darkest dreams become a nightmare within that cell within yourself, and you have to overcome them if you want to escape that isolation of a 10 by 12 cell. And you're going to get 1 hour out a day.
And all those thoughts you're having, would that be classified the chatter of the mind?
Yes, that's called insanity. Yeah. And, well, no, insanity is when you do the same thing over and over again and you expect a different result. No, that is called acceptance, or reality of one's personality, of understanding of himself. You have to become one with yourself. That's like the monks talk about that. Like,
Mike, if I can share for you. How would somebody, when they hear somebody else know that there's still chatter of the mind, is because when they go on and on and on verbally, it tells a lot about them. Because we live in a realm, I've heard you say earlier, we're in a game. Once you understand the gentleman version of it is, don't be concerned about the outcome, because you're in the game. Once you're caught up in the outcome, then you're going to play the right or wrong, win or lose. Opposed to it is what it is, and then once you're in that state of quietness, you realize I spend way too much fucking time worrying about what the physical is going to do.
Yeah, it's the spiritual, and it's the spiritual in the soul.
Yeah. Well, the soul is the data. Soul is the data.
It's
That's
the control.
the
It's the control. It's the control. No, yes. The data is
You're
very
saying
important.
no. You're saying no.
He's gonna know.
I say that because yes. I say that no. I say no. Yes, because you said you need to rephrase that the way that I would accept that. But yes, he's right about the statement of like yes, that is the purpose of one's being. Yes, is to obtain the knowledge of the data.
Where do you get the idea that is a no, let alone that I'm right? You're sharing right now all your indoctrination, all of them.
Oh, my indoctrination. What's that?
All of them. The language you're using, how you're using it is your indoctrination. Somebody's wrong, or in this case, you said no. Somebody's right.
That's called. Let him finish.
Let him finish.
No, he's right. He's right on that. He's right on that. That's all the train thoughts of all that. That's all the shit that I've gone through. Yes, he is totally and utterly right on that. But now the difference is, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. A lot of people are not. They're not aware of that.
Not mindful.
I'm very mindful. I'm very mindful of the habits. That's why I've got this far. That's why I've changed them and altered them.
Mindful of your own bullshit.
I try to be, but yes, I am. 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 Yes, I am.
And most people are going to choose to be consciously ignorant.
Yes, I am. Some people can call me on.
I'm trying to hear it though.
Yeah, let's get to some discipline to our speech. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I was just going to say I hear what Mike's coming.
No, keep going. No, don't dumb it down. Please don't.
Shut up.
I guess I've heard, even when Mike said it, about other people, most people are going to be consciously ignorant about it. You could share with them in symbols, you could share them in language. Once you're quiet, you chatter the mind, you realize, why have I been spending an enormous amount of time breaking my silence by talking about it?
Action.
The physical, you can manifest it and bring it in. Some people can read your physical, yes. But for more times than not, it's in thoughts. That's why when you're in silent, you're in thoughts. And once you're in that thought, you realize, so when I do this, I do this. Now you start seeing all the different programs running at any given moment. You can call it programs, demons, daemons. You can call it whatever word you want. And then you realize it's not about America. It's not about wars. Especially when it comes to a war on the flesh and blood. Those are distractions. Even though it's gonna suck when we're involved in it, because a lot of us forget we're going to be attached to the physical. And then you'll even become aware if you're not the physical, I'm not even the thoughts that I'm using.
Wait, you guys are still fucking here? Wait, I'm sorry, you guys are still fucking here? You're still in the physical?
You're still collected to like your thoughts and all your bullshit that you collected throughout your life. How big your house is, what kind of car you fucking drive. You guys are still fucking at that realm.
Most
You're
people
still
are.
fucking there. No, it's about your fucking collective thoughts and your soul, your data. Like whatever he wants. Like yeah, it's about your fucking collective data. Where is it being transferred?
Probably being gathered by the mind.
Yeah, your fucking neural nap system. You're a fucking electronic being.
Mm-hmm.
You live in a fucking world that's getting 80% water. You're a fucking being that's 80% water.
Do you have
Sorry, am I allowed to? Like, God, am I have an off button? Fuck, I'm gonna step out. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Hey, can you roll some blunt or something?
Oh, I have
please?
one. I have
Thank you.
one.
Anyways,
yeah.
I just like to listen. Dom's got some good shit.
No, I know. No, I mean, like, no, I get it. I totally understand what he's fucking saying. He's right. He's right. Like someone's got to fucking say it. I'm not that fucking soft about it. I'm not gonna tone it down. Like, fucking wake up or lose it.
Well done, Mike.
Fuck, dude.
Give us a blunt.
I already got one rolled. Here, let me go grab one. Shit.
It only works one at a time. It's not like we're in the same room. We can yell over each other. You fucker.
I'm sorry.
Maybe Axis or Chris, you could break it down a little bit more, maybe, or in a different way.
Oh, yep. Sorry. I apologize.
No apology needed. He's very passionate about what he's aware of.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
He is.
Yes,
he is.
Sir.
That's why
Yes,
it's like always being a sermon.
Yes, sir.
You have to yell over him. You have to like hug him, put a blunt in his mouth, maybe he'll shut the fuck up. But like he does listen. The only reason he knows half the shit he knows is he's paid attention and experienced it. So that's what he likes to like. He gets excited and he likes to like.
You're already saying shit that I've heard from you.
And then he gets excited because he recognizes.
Mm-hmm.
So he starts being
Awesome.
like,
Cool. Yep.
Woohoo! Let Tom talk to me.
Okay. No. Yeah. Go for it.
Well, my personal experience with what I'm endeavoring right now is I understand a lot more than probably my son does about the situation that he's in, but I have no way of communicating that to him as to how to survive that situation and what he's going to have to confront within himself. So my hands are tied to sit back and watch this transpire. And that's kind of how I consider the variations of our endeavors with each other and the separation of the digital, the human, the government, the general population. You know, we get to watch each other without being able to truly pull in the gravity of the situation in awareness to one another.
Yes, and that's how one of the ways that they're continuing to dumb us out. Like we don't get the full effects of. Yeah, I don't get my son around.
Well, that's a rough situation.
No, and
because
because
your hands are tied. You're not in control. It's not your ride. But you're along for it. It's not your ride, but you're along for the ride. It affects you and it affects your life, and to some degree.
Let me explain the one thing that I've realized as I've watched my father and I've watched the fathers before me, and I understand it. It is what's called the father's love. I love you unconditionally. I have no control of the outcome. I'm always here for you, but I can't really like make you or do the things that I think you should do that's best for you. That's called freedom of will. Like that is the endeavor as being a father or being a parent. Like,
well, I'm not bringing the father or the parent thing into it. I was just making a correlation between how I view even endeavors into social media. It's, you know, though we have our individual perspectives on how things should be, and we have our concepts and ideals of how it works for us, we try to relay that to one another with almost a barrier of
perception is a bitch.
Yeah, perception. and that's probably the
Perception
best
is the
word
bitch.
for it.
Yep.
You know,
can't
we're not going
really
to
get
perceive
you.
things
Yeah,
the same.
I can tell you the best way that I think that you would take for you to understand something, and I can't control the way that you perceive it. I might have articulated it just perfectly, but it just does not like the perception doesn't come across, like the way that it comes across doesn't come across the way that it was meant to. And it goes like you can't really control that. Like
I can't control shit. Look at me. I'm in control of nothing.
No,
right
I
now.
think
I'm giving it to
I think
God.
that's one of the reasons. I think they use that. I think that's one of the weapons they do use. Is like perception. Is like you can say one thing and half the people will think one thing and half the people will think something else.
Well, see, my rationale to it is, why should I concern myself by informing someone that's maybe down the street from me that I never met? Why should I be concerned about them at all? Or why should I even take them into consideration in my world that I would want to reach out and inform them of anything?
Okay,
You know?
well, it's not that you have to inform them of anything, but it's the way that they live down the street. That's part of your community. Would you like to live in a strong community? Would you like to know that Jane down the road has plenty of tomatoes, and if you need a tomato for a barbecue, you can walk down the road and
see? I think that's important. We actually were just talking about that. Geologically, your neighbors actually think it's important. So there's a lot of division in this country, though. I'm going to say me and Mike were talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
Between federal and state laws, and we're like, you have certain states where it's like weed's okay here, and guns are okay here, like Oregon and Idaho, for example. Okay. And it's like to me, I get people wanting to actually move like where their neighbors are friendly, where you don't need to be telling your neighbor like, oh, here's my neighbor, and I'm going to tell you that here's how life is, and let me tell you about what the reality.
Here's what you can do.
Here's what no one needs to be told about their own reality or what you think your reality is, that their reality. Who gives a fuck? I don't need to tell anyone what their reality is.
You know what we get to do in our state?
But my neighbors
have these kind of articulated conversations.
But I actually want to be vested in who my neighbors are generally, and like how we can be of service to each other. We're like, I'm going to take care of myself. You're going to take care of yourself. But I like to be in service. I think just wanting to be in service is a good thing. It's like, I want to help myself. I want to help my family. I want to help my friends. And I want to help my community.
I want to help the next generation of bloodline.
So I don't need to tell them how to think or like, but yeah, if it's when it comes to, like you said, access your neighbors, like I actually want to be, if I can, I want to be engaged with them in a semi-healthy way where it's like, we don't have to be friends. We don't have to be enemies. We're just like, at least we're neighbors. And if we're close to each other, so it would be beneficial if we could help each other out. And I think that's actually a big deal. So like, if you live in a country where it's like, that's the thing, abortion's such a big deal. But it's like, if you want to have states like we have abortions here and states we don't have abortions here, you make it easier for people to travel.
Abortions, you can have sex.
Yeah, well, they have prostitution,
illegal.
But you should actually let people help people move to where they want to move.
If they want to go there,
and then you should not fight each other. Like we live here because we can have abortions.
Let all the whores move to Nevada.
We live here because we're Americans and we don't want to have abortions, but we're not going to fight each other. That's why we live. That's why we live in the communities we have. We have the cultures that we have, and so we don't have to agree with the culture, but we can actually get along as long as we're not like raping, killing, stealing, taking advantage of people. Yeah, and that's a big issue. But they put us divisive against that. So I want to know my neighbor. I want to love my neighbor. That's what I'm
gonna throw you a real curveball here. Let's say you go through this. Let's say you go through that state of isolation where you do this bit of self-discovery.
Okay.
And you find out that you don't have a problem with your demons and you do want to hurt other people and you feel good about it. You have no reserve about lying, stealing, killing, cheating, whatever.
Yep, that's called Nevada.
Well, that's
Nevada.
That is
that's
what happens.
Nevada. That's called Sin City. Didn't they make that? Didn't they make that pretty
that is actually how some people are. So
like, did they not make that pretty blatantly
obvious? Do they not have the same rights as you? To live how they see and choose, if that is
you can choose to live how you want to choose in all 50 states or all territories of the U.S. Every territory can be different. If we want to exclude a
Well, I'd
territory or
like to
ask
see
them to
murder
decide
to
from the
be accepted.
Union, we can.
I'd like to see murder accepted anywhere but on the battlefield.
I want to put them all in one fucking state and then ask that damn state to fucking secede from the Union. That's what I want to do.
I just
My choice. They move there, and then we all don't agree. We ask them to get the fuck out of our goddamn country. Am I okay
see
with
where
that?
I'm going
It
with this,
wasn't
though.
by like force. If they chose to move there, you guys
Do you
can
see
stay
what-
there. We're just not. You're not going to be part of our country. We're going to build a fucking border.
And what if they feel the
Send
same
them all to
about you?
California. Half of it's already built.
I heard some stupid shit in my life, but get stupider.
No,
they're gonna
no, I
get
like
there.
that idea. If you want to go do this shit and we become a look, it only takes 2/3 of the goddamn country to win a certain shit, right? We can make marijuana legal or anything that we want in the
Well,
state.
what if
We're
2/3
from a
of the
fucking
country
Supreme
decide
Court.
that you're a dissident and they want you deleted? 2/3 of the country decide that you are a dissident and they want you deleted. So you agree with that?
Excuse me. I already have stated out loud I seek asylum from the federal government of the United States of America. I cannot leave the United States. Do I make myself clear?
That
This
hasn't
is
stopped other
Nazi
countries.
Germany. This is Nazi Germany and the second dwelling in the land of the free, the home of the brave, and everyone that was revolved in it is here. Your companies run your shit. They did all their testing for their products over there. Get
And
the
how long
fuck out.
were you-
Run to the hills.
Oh my God, Michael is somewhat of a constitutional lawyer, by the way, too. So, like, he be talking and shit. He's really about it. That's so sorry.
Well, it works both ways. Don't ever underestimate the fact that it won't work both ways.
No,
at any given time.
I know it goes. I know it goes both. I know it goes both ways. It's that we have to win the hearts and the minds of the people. It's we, the people, underneath the Constitution. It didn't say no fucking federal government, no agency or nothing. It said we, the people, and it give us the right to overthrow them.
Okay, so Michael,
Or kick them the fuck out of their spot because they don't.
He actually gets the right to peacefully congregate. And
Yeah, we can peek out. Oh, wait, you couldn't congregate.
Wow.
I swear to God, I'm glad my grandfather was not around
Go ahead.
during the whole COVID violation. Because you know what would happen?
Shut up. What's
Yeah,
actually
can we?
A 70-year-old man would brought a shotgun out and went happy hunting.
He's a fucking moonshiner. That's old news.
I guess.
What's up, Axis?
So in the Constitution, when they wrote "We the People," they were not talking about the citizens or the peasants. The people in those days used to be nobles. Had nothing to do with the citizens. So now when they got rid of that Constitution in the 1800s, they started making it incorporated. So anybody that reads the Constitution from a peasant don't understand it.
Yes, sir.
You know, so now knowing that we're beings in a physical form. So when a person takes up arms, whether it's your arms, yourself, literally, or guns or whatever, what you're trying to do is you're doing harm to the vessel. We're spiritual beings, and they're so desperately trying to fucking distract us. So when they say love thy neighbor, if you're in that state of silence, you realize who's my neighbor that's not outside. You actually decide to have an offspring with a physical body with another physical body. What you're doing is you're putting love or whatever you want to call it, it's usually obligation and duty towards the physical. You don't know who that spiritual being is in that other form. You might think because I tend to it, it's my kid. Most people don't even understand. If you're a parent, you never taught your child how to breathe, the breath of life, let alone how to actually digest its food out of its system. So at that point, most parents, if not all fucking parents, fail their fucking kids. So the next time you read something in the Constitution, remember you're reading. They've already dumbed you down. Now, outside of that, if you know how to stay, slow down a little bit to quiet and say, could there possibly be everything I've ever fucking known in one lifespan is full of shit? Then and only then you're aware. Outside of that, I don't care if you're reading English, Greek, Sanskrit, fucking symbols. You're a being easily misled. Now, if you want to read the American Constitution the way it is, you're being fucking hoodwinked or whatever. Now, you want to talk about fucking Freemasonry, that you're allowed to build freely on a piece of land, that those wars have been fought for centuries ago, and even that, they rule the fucking land. So now, whether you have allodial titles, or you pay high membership fees, or property tax. It's just a game that's being played. But if you're playing the gentleman's game, you take it for what it is.
Yes, sir.
Let's not play none of this. I'm going to play sports, and there's winners or loser or religious. There's right and wrong. Those are just games. And you're not fully
Yes,
going to be engaged in the game. Now, I get it. You can get all upset, and you can talk about your little borders and all that. That's the rules that they tell you to play by. And you'll
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm not a nation of this country. Do I make myself articulated clear? I am not a person or a soul of this person of this country.
Hold on. Let me say something.
Like, you are right. They can't give me a right that wasn't given to me by birth.
Oh my God.
No one had to give me the right to live and to do the things that I have to do. My job was to obey by the rules of what was given to me and understood of. I don't want other people to do to me harmful, rightful, or wrongful.
But I'll give you a caveat to that. Because you're a spiritual being, you've chosen, or maybe you've done some fucking stupid thing in a spiritual war, and now you're fucking inhabiting that vessel as your prison. So now the question is, are you being disobedient to a lesser system? Because if that's what it is, then that's what you're doing in another fucking realm. There's beings out there that will look at you, Mike, and say, Mike, you're being disobedient to this system. And it's a very simple system to follow. If they ask you to have a fucking driver's license, you have a driver's license. If you don't want to play that fucking game, then wait till you get out of that vessel and you realize how the fuck they're gonna fuck you even more.
I like that. Yep, you're right. Yep, you're right. And pray to God you don't have to come fucking back again and do it again.
You might have to, or you'll come running away from.
You probably will. You probably will. This is hell on earth. That's what they call it.
I do this for fun. I'm on holiday. That's why.
Yeah, me too. I'm on my weekend. I finally got it.
Sorry, I'm not a soul trapper. So like, I know some people hate this. Like, I hate motherfucker. Like I'm 600,000. So I just do this.
You're 600,000.
600,000.
Oh, you can't get me.
So
you can't get me. Mine's already signed.
When I was a young child, I lived in the same village as Leonardo. So let's go.
Mine's already signed.
Let's go. I'm just creator. Fuck you.
Fuck all your religions.
When it comes to like,
fuck all your religions. This is knowledge and information.
You have a off button?
No, I don't. We were looking for the mute earlier.
I'm looking for.
Hi, I'm Michael. Have you met me before?
I'm gonna put the mute on.
Okay.
The mute
button. Welcome, Cage.
Yeah.
Right. I was wondering if they'd find it. That's our competition for the night, Cage.
On this episode of Dragon Ball Z.
We'll see. We'll see. Anyhow, I think from my perspective is, and that's one that does both good and evil, is I find just as much comfort sometimes doing what would be considered disrespectful or discourteous to other beings. And I think that I have a universal right to that. Now, whether I pay for it later on, well, that's on me. But to think that I would expect my neighbor, just out of some universal law, to be nice to me, I think that he's submitting himself to something that he isn't even aware that he's doing. I think that we were instilled maybe naturally with the ability to tolerate others more so than accept or even love one another. And the more that I'm watching things transpire, the more I'm seeing this come to light to me.
Well, I think what happens sometimes, Axe, is people don't realize how much they push onto others kindness without even asking other people, do you even want me to be kind around you, let alone do you accept it? So once they forget that, then they're going to forget the other part when somebody becomes rude or crude or whatever, and they don't even know enough. You know, that's why when you find somebody that's a worthy opponent that wants to be kind to each other, then you share with each other. If another person is crude or whatever, find a worthy opponent. Now, when you're around other people and you don't know whether or not they're kind or cruel, it'd be nice to ask. So at least you know where you stand. It goes back to the old day, friend or foe. Because once you find out you're a friend, then you'll have those friendly conversations. If a foe, then you can say, listen, let's joust a little bit. Why? I want to see whether I'm going to stay true to myself. I'm going to be friendly when I'm trying to, fight with you, and you're going to be kind of cruel when you're trying to fight with me. But unfortunately, what most people do, they come in with a mask, which they don't even realize they have a mask, and then they figure, well, I can't believe why I can't go around ripping into another person. Well, that person really you didn't give them a choice. Same with the other person that says, but I'm a Christian, or I'm a kind or human being, I'm this elderly person. I said, but you still didn't give the other person a choice yet. Or you at least didn't see the response when the person says, well, that's nice. This is why when, people, they push their agenda. It's like, it's nice when somebody wants to give you a hug. And if you're a friend, you say, no problem. But more times than not, people will give you a hug because they just figure it's a nice thing to do. I said, but you should still ask.
Yeah, and I think that, I'm sorry, Dom. I think that that's a part of the universal instillment that I'm talking about, is to truly know yourself, is to know that you have a type of universal indoctrination that you kind of present yourself with unbeknownst to yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And once you've come to understanding that, you realize that even your sincerity may not come from you.
Mm-hmm. Well, because we live so close to each other, and I live close to America, the empire, I'll call it for what it is. The people that go around saying, we have guns and all that. I said, well, you lived in a country that's actually been able to benefit from having all their military people throughout the world. So now, if you're okay with that, you should be okay when countries decide to collude together and say it's time to, pay back to America all their rewards. We're going to go over there and invade them for a while. Now, people might not know intuitively, they might say, I have a problem with drones. Well, partially it's because Russia and China are the ones that are developing all the drones. So now, knowing that, if you're going to take the sweet, meaning that you've liked all the booties from being a capitalist country, or you're living among people that live under the mask of America, both the American, the nobles, and the people that use the Federal Reserve, when they decide to leave ship, and that's usually how the empires usually get destroyed, they've already left the country. So they're just going to let it ever so lightly just fall apart. They did that in Britain, they did that in the Roman Empire. So now the Americans are going to say, yeah, but I have guns. I say, yeah, okay, you take your fucking guns, but you forget most of your foods are coming from outside. Once they close the door, then you're going to have that wonderful world. Now, a person can say, but I'm just a citizen. I said, but you did also still did enjoy all the booties from it, didn't you not? Now, Canada's just going to stay on its wayside here, and the Americans typically are going to say, yeah, well, you guys don't have no army. No, we got a fucking army here. It's called the British Army. It's been here the whole fucking time. But again, this is one of those things where it doesn't matter what country you live in. There's people in our lifetime, we've seen America, not saying the citizens, but a lot of them actually work for the military. They openly went to another fucking country and invaded them under the disguise that maybe one of their leaders, who's probably a club member, said, we're going to go to Kuwait, we're going to go to Iraq. First of all, that's not a war. A war would be Russia and America going right at it, and then America would find out in a short fucking period of time they had fuck all. Or even have martial law done on an American, you'll see how quickly fucking America would say, okay, well, yeah, we're okay with martial law. Yeah, not when it's a fucking foreign fucking troop on your fucking land. And then when you find out the land's not even yours. Now, when people become aware of that, then and only that, I said, okay, do you want to willingly fucking jump out of that fucking physical vessel? Or at least, or do you want to do the death first before you actually physically die? No, I get it. This is what happens, sorry, actually, this is what happened when we entertain the fucking masses. This is noise, because most of them, they're going to stay asleep even if there's a fucking sword shoved in the back of their fucking throat, back of their ass. You could tie them up and fucking, waterboard them. They're going to still stay asleep. It's done with them. And I don't give a shit if they're in prison, because really we already are in prison. We're in a form. But that's the ones that are aware. The rest of them, they're too busy trying to fucking bling it. I'll buy a new suit for it. I'll buy some new shoes for it. But then complain about the governments. But you are fucking feeding the thing that feeds the government or tells the government what to do. The corporations. You're wearing their shoes, aren't you? You're wearing their clothes, aren't you? You're fucking buying their guns, aren't you? You're buying their fucking bullets then, right? At that point, actually, this is me being the fucking moron talking about this shit. Now, we want to talk about transhumanism. We're already there. So, hey, we might as well go there. The rest of you, fuck it. Now, if there's people that is trying to manipulate anybody, they're surely not fucking manipulating the masses. They're already asleep. It's the ones that are somewhat aware, let alone the ones that are aware. They're thinking, let's see if we can get them under the fucking envelope. That would be us.
Yeah.
The rest of them, fuck them. You know, first of all, when I say fuck them, they're already reproducing. So let them keep reproducing. Keep reproducing. Keep reproducing. You don't got a fucking clue how the fucking self works, let alone how the vessel works.
No, and as far as the ideal of the common interest, as far as, you know, I've been proven right, especially with America. You know, our sky is being invaded by a foreign presence. I don't see militias arming up and grouping together to take on whatever imminent danger may be presenting itself in our airspace.
Well,
so,
sorry,
there you
that is
go.
the problem.
Really, Axis? Okay.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It's kind of like watching the Beverly Hillbillies. He hit oil. Why did he have to sell his fucking place? Because whatever's under that land and whatever's above it, he doesn't get a say in it. So when you're in America, that land does not belong to the citizens. The fucking airspace does not belong to them, let alone what's under the ground. So now when they talk about, you know, oh, some foreign fucking country, no, the ones that actually rule that fucking thing is coming over there. You know, when they do NAFTA, that has to do with the elites. That has nothing to do with the fucking citizens. The citizens, as far as I'm concerned, are ignored just as much as when you drive down a fucking country lane and you see over there's a farmer with a bunch of fucking cows. You see those cows? Those are the citizens. We're going to milk some of them we're going to kill and eat. The rest of them are just going to graze the fucking ground. You know, if we could fucking do the same thing with ostrich, would we be better? At least we can dig their heads under the ground. That's the citizens of most countries.
And that's what I've seen. You know, and anybody that didn't take the humorous aspect on Trump saying we'll take Canada, well, that would be him waging war against the British Empire.
But he's talking from the point of view that he's standing on British soil. It's still run by the monarchy. All that land in America, just because they say that's crown fucking land, they're openly telling you what they're going to classify as crown land, but all of it is fucking crown land. Now, if you go to Russia or Ukrainian, as those two fucking countries are fighting each other, conveniently there was no wars during fucking COVID, but hey, once it ends, let's get everybody to war each other. That land is ruled by the fucking Vatican when they took it from the Tsar's family. Now, if people want to have this thing or whatever, they don't understand where they're at. You're listening to a guy that they've chosen to select as your president. He talks about fake news and all that kind of stuff, false fucking flags. He's talking to the people that are aware. The masses are going to fucking do whatever the media tell you. Oh yeah, he said false flag. They're not asked, what does actually false flag really mean? And how are they using it? Basically saying another fucking country's running your fucking country. You know,
And
keep their flags running. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what my take on it as to our airspace being invaded. What the fuck? You know, I'm not seeing all these words put into action at all from any aspect. So I have to take an individual perspective on things at that point because I know I stand alone in this.
Well, our airwaves have already been violated. First of all, with the frequencies, most of that Wi-Fi and GPS up there is probably not even from America. So that you know, that's like saying, you know, we're being invaded by other countries. Yeah, when you have citizens from other countries living in here and living in that country, either it will reveal to people, us Americans, our country, or you come to that realization, was it really ever our country? Once you come to that awareness, then you realize, oh, now I see how it works. Now I see how corporations work. Well, because if it was our country, those things wouldn't be allowed. Or there'd be a lot of restrictions. But when people say things like, you know, I'm for or against the government, you're talking to somebody asleep at that point.
And I definitely know about the silent war of frequency and, you know, the intrusive nature of it. and how they've utilized it and how we've become accustomed to it.
Mm-hmm.
Quiet weapons for silent wars, Axis.
Right?
It's a different type of war. Yeah.
And
But again, go ahead.
even as much as I drilled that out there, might as well have been talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, you could probably
You know,
bounce
they,
some trees off of it.
Well,
yeah, they're well trained.
The brick wall is actually probably better to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're well trained. They've done well. They really have. And it's dissidents like us that are probably on the chopping block now.
Mm-hmm. Pink Floyd, another brick in the wall. People don't realize fucking those brick walls, they went up, and you're on the other side now.
Yep.
You know? But they make it sound like we're not going to take it or whatever. No, you're going to take it because you don't even understand the foundation that you're taking it. So when people say shit like we're going to build, I said, well, what's your foundation first? Are you even aware that you're living in a country that has rulers? And then when they start saying governments, I said, no, they're the ones that just collect fucking fiat currency. You know, and they're the ones that peddle down whatever budget or whatever policies that have been handed to them to read to us. Here you are, you're an actor. We have script writers that are going to write things. We're going to have producers. They're all different entities. And the ones that write it are going to remodify it. The ones that are the actor or actress are going to read it. And you know something? If you could shed a couple of fucking tears, well done, you're a great actor. If not, we'll squirt some water in your eyes, you know, and put it behind a green screen. And then people are just going to look it through the media and say, that must be real. I can't believe Donald Trump got a bullet to the what? To what? To the ear? Are we talking Ronald Reagan shit again? You know, make it sound like as though it's catastrophe, and then people will bite into it. You know, oh, he's going to be a criminal now. Okay. So, of course, the funny part is he's always committing crimes. Go ahead, Cage.
Maybe we could make it a little more realistic, right? Maybe saline or maybe some eye drops, like Visine.
maybe, you know. Maybe somebody disagrees with somebody else's likes or dislikes, they'll probably shed a tear. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was completely I figured that what was going to transpire once they gave him the position that he was selected for, that there was going to be the disheartened that would be the first to notice policy change immediately before he's even been sworn in. But you know, they're just another echo of voices throughout our lineage that means shit at all. You know, you would do better being in that isolated state, discovering the inner self, and maybe potentially the universal program that was put into you to make you maybe like your neighbor, or that creates a natural killer more so than to participate in anything other than just trying to get along.
Some of the policies, if not a lot of the policies that are either going to change or be enforced, were done maybe 8, 9, 10 presidents ago. It's like debts. You know, most presidents are going to say, or if not all presidents are going to say, we're going to cut into the deficit. They're not talking about the deficit that was bestowed upon them from previous presidents. They're talking about the upcoming deficit that they're going to have. But they're still not going to get rid of the deficit. So they'll say, okay, we're forecast to have a $5 trillion debt this year openly. Forget about the ones that we don't include, like the military money that disappears. So they'll say, we'll cut into it, maybe $2 trillion. We're going to allocate money from the fire people to the police officers, or move things around. Or we'll do it with cash, petty cash. So now these policies that even you had mentioned, Axis, a lot of them that are changing or being enforced, it's never during the presidents that's now, let alone even the last one. It probably was presidents 4, 5, 6 deep. You know, it's kind of like technology. We get the 4 or 5 generations later, or maybe the older stuff, and they're already working on the 10th version already of it. So we're always 3 days late, or 6 imagined days in the future. You know, so again, if a person's talking about their country, they've been indoctrinated. They talk about their leaders, or we should vote or shouldn't vote. They're indoctrinated. If they start talking about the age of their vessel and they think they're the age of their
No,
vessel,
but Dominic, it's my team, right? Come
yeah,
on.
it could be your team, Cage. It could be. It could be your team. Again, Cage, I'm okay with talking like the fool to say this shit because, again, I could be full of shit. But then again, most people don't realize, have you ever even questioned when you say my country, my body? You know, how far does that extent go when somebody says, I'm not the body, but then they worry about somebody else that's encased in another body?
That's exactly why I brought it up.
No, I know in a roundabout way, we're just going to put different words to it. But yes, and if a person gets it, they'll realize, oh, fuck, where have I been the whole time? Well, you've been playing the game without understanding some of the tools, what it would take to play the game. Most people are caught up in being conditioned to think, well, I want to know the outcome. I said, so you want to know the back of the book because you just saw the front of the book, but you don't want to know the meat of the book. Okay. You tell me how that turns out.
So what about like someone, the idea of like, I'll just put it under my bed and I'll put it under the pillow and take the information.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. It's a moment.
Edgar Casey.
Yep. Some people can actually have that ability. Yeah. Especially if the information was inspired to be written or spoken. I can't see why somebody can say, can I bypass all of that? Sure, you can. That's why when people that are very scholarly or scribe-like, using their upper brain, and then they're communicating with somebody that's very intuitive. You put a lot of women in a lot of those same positions that are scribes that are around, you realize they'll say, well, how'd you get that information? I said, I didn't have to smoke fucking weed. And I surely didn't have to fucking peddle some old written information and then maybe scratch the surface of comprehension. I went intuitively on it. Now, you should be able to question those things because you never know those legions out there. You never know the demons or the angel, especially when people say, yeah, well, they're there to serve. I said, are you sure they're there to serve you?
And yeah, Dominic, thinking about that, right? So you're coming from a way where it's intuitive, but can intuition not be skewed in a specific way?
Yeah, that's why I said you should question it. But most people don't question it. They'll question others. So therefore, they think it's an external thing. So I'm not going to question a demon until I literally see in some sort of fucking physical form. Opposed to, no, you can question everything within. This is why you go into a state of silence, and then you start questioning thoughts. Why did I have that thought? Why would I hurt another? Go ahead, sorry, Access.
I was able to remove that safety protocol as, I guess, you would have to take both perspectives on this. I took down the safety protocol of compassion, caring, understanding, and tolerance and acceptance.
Mm-hmm.
And I entertained the ideal of being the opposite of those and observed the universal indoctrination that I was born with or that was instilled with me genetically or taught to me that told me these were good traits. To be compassionate, humble, loving, and such forth. Because those are universal indoctrination. When you actually truly encounter the true being within you, those indoctrinations aren't there.
Well, they have the concept of cremation of care. That was towards the masses. Because the masses have shown that they don't care. They'll go into aimless wars. They'll aimlessly call something love when it's usually obligation or duty. So if somebody is going to kill, care, compassion, empathy towards the masses, then they should also kill the idea of being harmful and deceitful to the masses. Find a worthy opponent that says, something, I truly do want to be cared. So let's care for each other. I truly want an opponent that wants to be harmful. I just want to taste, I want to test it to see whether or not I'm going to be true in my interpretation that I do care. The caring should be for oneself, hence forgive, not opposed to for others. So people always get distorted. Oh, well, they're not caring for the masses. Well, where's your role? You just have to talk to each individual. Do you care for other people? I only care about my own family. I said, at least they're trying to care for each other and their group of people, whatever they are. See, people usually twist it all around. They think that I should be harmful to the masses. No, fucking leave them alone. They're going to do that quite well on their own. Everything else, fucking get some popcorn and some fucking jubes or fucking, I don't give a shit, whatever you want, and just sit back and relax. Or you're too busy doing something else. But when you do meet other people that actually genuinely care, make that your community. You want to be around other people that want to be destructive with each other, that's your community. Now, taking advantage of other people, that's like fucking, we might as well pop a whole bunch of babies and let's fucking love them and torture them at the same time. And people will be kind to babies because they think they're innocent, not understanding what the fuck jumped into it. You know?
And Dominic, with the cremation of care, it's an interesting example that you chose. You know, it's called the reverse absolution ritual.
Please elaborate, Cage, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so they use an effigy, which is a representation of a thought form or an ideal that could be made out of like a bundle of sticks. It could be made of, like when they were testing nuclear weapons, they made an effigy and blew that bitch up too. So what that has to do, it has to do with putting that ideal, that kind of energy into a formation called an effigy. It's a representation of it, right? And reverse absolution, pretty much rituals are, they're pretty much going to forgive themselves. Like they're gonna do specific things, but they're gonna put that effigy as a representation of what they're already going to do, and then quote not care about it because it's already happened.
Yeah, I get it. And if most people are in that group, they might have, majority of them probably are still asleep while they're in it. Again, if people maybe came to the awareness that whoever these Satanists are or people that play in these clubs, and they say, well, they don't, then you're trying to say that they don't care about us. I said, there's a good chance the guys don't fucking care about you. And when I say they don't care about you, they're indifferent. I think, Axis, you've talked about it. I've shared it about when it comes to nature. It's just indifferent. It has a purpose. It's there to serve. I'm a hurricane. I'm a volcano. I'm a fucking bunch of piranhas. You happen to fall in the water. It's nothing personal. We nibble away. But for some reason, most people don't realize how self-absorbed they are. Well, they shouldn't affect me. I said, didn't you see the other 14 people the fucking piranhas ate? I can't see why you'd be any different.
Yeah, so the reverse absolution ritual, Dominic, for example, we're gonna quote get rid of that ideal of care and not quote care of what the harm I'm gonna enact before it already happens. So it's like this, like you're forgiving yourself technically before you even do anything.
Yep.
It's like it's like I'm gonna forgive myself now, and then I'm gonna hit you with a fucking machine gun.
And some people do that.
But isn't that kind of them admitting that they have been inscribed with a type of universal understanding law or an indoctrination by the universe?
Exactly, and Access, that's exactly correct. And doing this, they're kind of, I don't know if you want to call it the laws of karma, the laws of cause and effect. They're trying to play with the laws of cause and effect and karma by forgiving themselves. It's a reverse absolution thing. We're gonna fucking do a ritual right now, and then whatever else happens that we have to do throughout the year, throughout reality, it's already been forgiven because we knew it was gonna happen in a certain way.
So I'm trying to come to the understanding as to whether it's genetic that carries that into one's traits, or whether it is a type of natural law that, through some type of thermodynamic, inseeds itself within the human body and the mind. Or
Access.
Because I think the universe is indifferent.
Well, of course, right? But there is natural law or a specific algorithm. So the reverse absolution ritual ideal, what they're trying to do is avoid that response from cause and effect and natural law.
But I don't think that comes from the universe.
No, that you're probably right, Axel. It is probably indifferent, but that the care or the killing of care or cremation of care towards its own species. So when we bring in technology or technology is brought into this realm, they have enough information to know that it's going to have a lot of side effects. So they're going to do the cremation of care. These guys are the ones that own these corporations. So listen, all the people that work with you, you pay people to understand all this, how it works. Yes, I do. So you understand the astrology and all that. Yes, I do. So once they realize that, but they want the advancement of technology, that's what they do that. You know, so they figure, okay, we're gonna screw the system up to a certain point, but then we're gonna clean up after, in the perpetual hoping that down the road, you know, it's kind of like having slaves, and then you know you're harming them, you're manipulating them. But once we get our end goal or whatever our next part met, then we'll get rid of the slavery ideal. So, and as Cage is talking about, yeah, it prevents them from having karma and all that. When it comes to what we do to each other, as far as nature is concerned, we do manipulate nature to a certain point, no different than whatever the gods or demigods are. They do the same thing. They're manipulating probably at a more higher level than us.
And it also boils down to not messing with free will. You know what? So you leave that choice up to the individual.
Again, it depends on whose will we're talking about. Again, this goes back like the Constitution. Most people think just because they hear the word free will or freedom of speech, they're actually talking about them. It goes back to the media. Are they really talking about you, or are they talking past you? You know, the will, if you really understand the will, you probably aren't going to be caught up in one of its terminologies, such as free. You know, most people that use the word free will are just probably saying, I'm not accountable now because I got free will. Really? You can do whatever the fuck you want, right? You can do whatever you want, right? Well, then fucking leave any civilization that you're living in. Why would I do that? Oh, how quickly you fucking philosophize about it now. Again, Cage, it depends on who's saying that, who's willing that concept of free will. You know, it's a safe word. It's a password. You know, it's like when people say to somebody else, I'm a Christian. That fucking means fuck all to me. You know, they think for some reason, they might think for some reason, oh, I met a demon and I used the word Christ. They ran away. I said, no, the demon found out you're a fucking moron. So they walked away.
It's like, let's say we created a stand, right? We created a stand and I'm selling apples in a booth. I could put like nice fresh apples on a sign, but yet they're actually poisonous and I'm selling them to people. That's fucking with their free will. You know, because I'm not letting them know. I'm just like, nice, delicious red apple. You know, not including that it has arsenic injected into it. But let's say I wrote a sign that says arsenic, poison apples, and people want to come buy that shit and take that. That's the onus is on them at that point.
Didn't somebody recently today say something to you about free and you said nothing's free?
Yeah, nothing's free.
Nothing's free. You got to put effort. You got to put in effort. You're in that physical form. The sun's not free. You still got to walk outside. Yeah, but we're going to all stand in front of the sun and get heat. Yeah, and there's going to be a whole bunch of other people going to interpret, oh, you're worshiping the sun. No, I just want some fucking heat.
Well, your fucking organs are going to have to utilize that light and photon and produce, you know.
Sure.
Well, it was your free will to trust the individual you got the apple from. So there you go.
It could be at that point, actually, but like I said, the will's involved. I don't necessarily think it's free. You know, if somebody could turn around and say it's an ignorant will at that point. Again, there's many words you can use with the will. But for some people, they just want to. It's like when people talk with zeros and ones. I said the universe is not based on zeros and ones. Why are you just limiting it to zeros and ones? What about one? What about 2, 3, 4, 5? It's like black and white. There's other colors. There's other shades. You know, but people want to limit themselves to duality, so they don't feel so fucking guilty when they just pick one side and that's all they do. You know, it's like the glass half full, half empty. Why the fuck would you want to play that game with me? Why? Do I look like I'm fucking interested in fucking going from duality to singularity? I said, I want to talk about everything in the fucking room, not just the fucking glass. But I get it. That's a simple psychology or easy way to manipulate people by saying, give them 2 choices, and we'll control both choices, and then they're never going to realize you're more than just 2 choices.
So that's an illusion of choice at that point.
Sure it is. But, you know, not to denounce the fact that free will is one of the variations. It could be an ignorant will. It could be a low-minded will. It could be, you could just keep putting all kinds of wills. But again, it's the will. And even that, then we can start asking the question, what is really the will? Will to exist? Will to move? You know,
it's funny, Dom. Yeah, one of the definitions of magic would be, you know, with a K, would be having reality, right? Like it's kind of the observer and the observed, right? It's in compliance with the quote will with a capital W.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let my will be done. Will? Yeah. Let my will be done opposed to what God's will be done. Like, you know, people say that stuff, but what does it take? You know, a lot of Muslims, they practice that, but my apologies. They say it, but do they actually practice it? Are they relying on Allah's will, or they're just masking it and still doing their will?
Most of the time, the latter.
You know. But under the disguise, well, there's a billionaires of us. Okay, there's a billion fucking ones that could easily be deceiving themselves. Well done. But hey, stick to the ritual, because that's usually what sells most people. It's the ritual. Make sure you put that little cube on your head as a Jew or whatever, and you make sure you take off your shoes when you go into some sort of mosque. Make sure you Christians on Ash Wednesday or whatever sprinkle some stuff on your forehead, because those are rituals. All of those are ritual. You know.
That's why I took on the entertainment of removing the safety protocols to, the compassion and being able to look at them both and understand that, they are something that is got to be learned or genetically traded, or there is some way that is introduced into the psyche that compels people, or it's a decision of a moral compass that people believe that they should have and exercise.
Oh yeah. I just thought this is funny, Dominic. Look, check the flyer up there. It says cozy and clever.
Mm-hmm. That's a good term. I can see myself doing that a lot. Cozy and clever.
The means to get
Is
set
that,
for the season.
hold
Look,
on.
we got a fireplace.
Is that one of the channel hosts' fireplace?
It's cozy and clever, Dominic.
Sorry, I was trying to make a meme on the fireplace belonging it to somebody else. So, yeah.
Yeah, I figured I was about to start trimming, and I looked down. It's like, cozy and clever. Perfect.
Cage, I had a thought today. Sorry, Alex, if you don't mind. I had a thought. Because I know sometimes you go on certain different places. When you're trimming those types of plant and you're always around it, could you be absorbing a lot through your skin?
Of course you could, Dominic. But
Okay, I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. Okay.
you could be, but it doesn't really work that way transdermally. It would have to be activated through heat first in order to get put into the skin. Yep.
Because the thought was, could you be constantly high being in the presence when you're working in there? It's like, people that work in factories, they're absorbing more through their skin, and then they wonder, but I didn't inhale it. I said, but you were around it, and what you're wearing it's easy to go through it. So.
Oh, of course. Like, Dominic, I understand that, right? The biggest organ we have is our skin. It's transdermal. So things can be absorbed transdermally through the skin. But yeah, when it comes to the anatomy or of this plant, it can't in that way. It's not going to have any sort of an effect in that way. Unless you can do it. There's ways to put it into the skin, but you have to go out of your way to do that.
Well, I'm just wondering if people work around certain plants or anything really. There's a probably value why people say you wear certain wares or whatever, because you don't want to absorb it, and next thing you know, you're taking in all kinds of metals or something into your body, right?
Yeah, if you're concerned, you can always wear gloves.
Well, you're inhaling the spores off of the plant when it's in budding.
Yeah, that's true too. Yep.
It's not spores; it's trichomes, right?
Okay. Mushrooms.
No,
little mushrooms.
Yeah, little mushrooms, which kind of relate back to kind of a spore with a mushroom, which is kind of funny, but it's operating a bit differently than an actual spore.
But it's still inhalable off of a budding.
Oh yeah. When I trim, sometimes it's like better to wear a mask because you're going to be inhaling all this stuff. All of a sudden, you're sniffing out, you're sneezing, and you probably get like a nice fucking gram of hash up your nose.
I guess I'm going to lean on towards this. When you hear about people that do mantras, for example, they do it enough times that eventually you should be able to embody it. So after a while, you don't even have to start saying the mantras. So I'm wondering when people do substance like weed or liquor or anything, that eventually you could be embodying something that you actually no longer have to do the substance.
No, we're high off Jesus, Dominic.
Sorry, high off what, Cage?
Jesus, high off Jesus.
Some people can, yeah, on that situation, yeah, they can. Especially if you go into those big churches and they have those big places where they're preaching a lot or whatever, or people that do dances and all that. That's kind of tribal. And next thing you know, you could be literally embodying the rhythm of the music or whatever. And after a while, you don't actually even have to be doing it anymore. Your body just incorporates all of that. Think about people that drink a lot of, liquor in general.
Yeah.
What are they really inviting in? You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but what are they inviting in at that point? Especially if we are spirits or the essence to it.
Consuming flesh, eating a spirit, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of times we forget, we're not housing just one or two entities. We could be housing many.
Influences.
That's a good word.
And is that possibly where the moral compass comes from? What you're housing?
Yeah. Well, it goes back to the deal of an electrical circuit, right? You can put it in series, you can put it in parallel. You can run a specific currency or current through it, and you're going to get a result. And they could be utilized and moved. That power and energy could be utilized and moved to serve, depending on what's trying to be dealt with. It's the same thing with the growing of the plant and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and currency is, it's kind of like, when they do different frequency with music, you can have different types of currency. 120 opposed to 240 or 347 or 220 or 208, opposed to 440, 432, 521, different variations of frequencies that we use numbers to gauge it with.
I think that can also be measured in deed.
What does that mean?
Thought
Access?
and deed.
Oh, okay.
Well, what you think, you would like to think that one would embody and represent, which isn't always true with the human species, thus karma or lies. But if you are that aware that, you're being swayed by something other than what you truly are as a being, then that's an influence.
Mm-hmm.
Music, liquor, THC, terms, LSD, TV, computers,
Of course.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
There you go.
But these substances, these external plugins that people use, right? It depends on who's using them and how they understand it. You know what I mean? Because some people, they'll be consumed by any of these things you mentioned. But, other people can utilize it and benefit off of it. Depends. Are you doing it or are you being done by it?
I would say, go ahead, John.
I was just going to say access and Cage, the term embody, so information. Like we are, what they use the word Kabbalah, receivers. We're receiving all types of information. If we're being distracted by different types of information with other man-made stuff, then we're kind of like trying to be a plant, trying to communicate with an insect. If there's something interfering with us sharing with each other, then how do I embody it? Because I'm in the body. But I could, I might literally be from the outside receiving inside, but I would lean more towards I'm in the body, and that could just be a form of an aura, a light.
Could you embody, quote, embody something without physically embodying it?
Thoughts are embodying. Yeah, those are thoughts. You know what I mean? Like air. I'm embodying air, and what carries through air could be thoughts. Consciousness, whatever word we want to put in there, but
So embody has nothing to do with what you're physically do. It's more of a mind state.
We could. Well, I'm literally saying embody because we have many receivers in this vessel, and then we're going to pick that up. This is why when people talk about where the concept of king and queen comes from, that's the upper brain. That's where the seat of the king and queen, the hemispheres. But you have the rest of your kingdom there. You have to communicate with it. The kingdom is just as good. It's only as strong as the weakest link, and more times than not, is the king and queen that becomes the weakest link because it doesn't know how to convey to the rest of the kingdom from all the other different information. The heart's another variation of it. And we have liquids that go to it, in this case, like blood. So a lot of it's probably memory, things you can read from. So yeah, we're embodying it. A car is even now becoming embodied too, in the sense that we put a computer in there so it can read information from somewhere else. We're sending
Thus, in
signals.
judo and judo Christianity, it would give way to the fact that God is not a judge of character, and it's something more than your character that you will be weighed against in the long run.
Yeah,
and that may be predetermined.
It could be, but then we can question, break down the words. What are we talking about? What is a character? Are we going to say a computer should be judged on its kernels? So a character is not who we truly are. It'll be no different. Say God doesn't judge our behaviors. Those are done by daemons. Those aren't who we are.
So a kernel is almost like isn't that like a variation of an operating system?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I was just using that. I probably would have been better off saying like a pixel or something. But again, God is not a judge of character. It's a term. I get the term, but again, is it whether or not God's judge? And they might. I got to put everything in order, so I got to judge. Does this work? Does it not work? Hence judging. So, but not a judge of character. Why would I be judging the computer when the issue is actually with Siri, the program?
It's funny. What if you unbrick the kernel?
Could be.
Well, once you take the root,
what if you jailbreak it? Sorry,
if you take the base or the root of the operating system, then the operating system has nothing to function against. Thus, the universe.
Well, it would kind of be like the idea of a slate, a blank slate, or whatever, right? So you can still have the hardware, the kernel and that. There's just simply a software or program being put onto a physical device, or the body, or the being. There's something else operating outside of that physical being, right? Hence the software, the kernel, or whatever.
Or the introduction to a type of energy being placed into a type of mineral.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. It's because without the software, right, it's just a bunch of different minerals or elements that are disembodied. That you embody it through a software or a program that now you can make it have a function. If not, then it's just a bunch of coherency. If not, then it's just a bunch of minerals arranged in a specific way. It's like a laptop without fucking software on it. What are you gonna? You can't really use it. Right?
You can. You're just not going to be able to communicate with it. It's still functioning. It's kind of like talking to a dog. A dog doesn't speak our language. It's a different software.
That's a great way to look at it, really. Yeah.
Again, we could be in the middle of technology right now, meaning that we're trying to say that we, or the form that we're in, a computer has a hard drive and it has a on drive, the ongoing program. But maybe as it evolves, we'll realize you could probably have 15 different types of hard drives running at the same computer. And not just we're going to be worrying about the speed and the memory of that now. So now you can have many different software running at any given moment. It could be a software within a software. Think about our language. We have different languages going at any given moment. I could talk about words. I could talk about numbers. I could be talking about colors. I could be talking about my senses. That's a pretty high-tech computer that I'm working with at that point with all those programs.
Yeah, there's something called a VM, Dominic, a virtual machine.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a program within a program or a software within a software. So technically you could, I could be running fucking Windows, whatever, anything, and then create a virtual machine and have that virtual machine running Linux.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. Yeah, that'll be like talking to somebody that said, Dom, I have thoughts both in French, in Greek, Latin, and Braille. Wow. Yep.
Looks like you got Chris in the back.
Oh, okay. Hey. One of these other devices, just to prompt me for the. There we go. Thank you, Cage. Bringing that to my attention.
I don't know if that was you, Chris, or Mike. Maybe you can elaborate. The last part, when one is trapped in the matrix, how are they communicating with those that aren't? Well, we are using different languages, so we can still communicate with other people. Doesn't mean they comprehend it. But yeah, but please elaborate if you want. Oh, I guess not.
Oh,
Might as well start using Python, Axis.
Well, it's curious that there's the potential, the vibration level that we're on in the physical form has an operating system to it with a set of guidelines and instructions that are kind of like the instruction manual to the human body, and you just lost the ability to interpret or comprehend that language.
We might get to that technology where maybe some of this might be leading to that we could be communicating with the unknown from the known. Talking to those other, how some people have the ability to communicate with people on the other side, whatever that may be to them. So maybe this is what, talking about communicating with those that aren't.
Well, it leaves a broad range of possibilities open. Mm-hmm. That is a definite. And closing in on that, it then takes you into the realm of energy transference of information being energy, thus it being converted into a currency now, information. But prior to it was an interpretable currency for an individual. Now you're being guided, led,
misled,
engineered.
True. Because you hear stories about when people pass away and they want to talk to their loved ones and they get a channeler or whatever, and whether or not they're literally talking to the person or the being that used to inhabit that vessel, it still opens the idea that how can you explain that the channeler, who didn't know nothing of the other person, would know all that information? So that means somebody's able to communicate with something outside of our senses.
Well, let's say you wanted to say that's real. Well, most of the time it's a parlor trick being, to take advantage of people who are going through a grieving process, right? They're like, oh, we'll select you to have this interpretation. Yeah, we're going to go look into your social media and find information out about you and then regurgitate it back. So it's like, oh, it's mystical.
Okay,
most of the time.
Let's go with that. Sorry, guys. Let's go with that for a second. Okay, it could be a parlor trick. But we're advancing into, or we're being presented to this type of technology. I don't even know if it's advanced, but this technology. So in the old days, if they didn't know that we had a technology where I can Google all kinds of information of people that used to live, they would think, how would you know all that information? So how do we not know somebody's not tapping into something else?
Well, there is. I said most of the time, right?
Yeah.
But every thought, apparently, every thought you can ever have, or every thought that has been existed, energy cannot be destroyed. Apparently, right? It can only be transmuted or transformed, kind of thing. Ideal. So
Well, we say
every
that. We say that. Let's just say
apparently
that.
it's stored in the Earth's magnetic field. Any thought, so you can pull information from, it's the idea of like the Akashic records of, the ancient
Edgar
ideal.
Casey,
Yeah.
another example to his pro struggle. They created an entire library off of just his reading of the Akashic records and what he deemed to be valid information.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that what AI is becoming right now? Or whatever this technology we want to call it? You can ask questions and it'll feed you whatever you want. Put that in your head. Next thing you know, it's like, yeah, it doesn't have any feelings. It doesn't, that's usually where we start, interpreting things a little bit skewed when we start putting our emotions into it. Where no, you ask a question, it'll give you the information, you start there. Now, somebody might turn around and say, that's not the answer I want. I said, ask a different type of question, or I'll ask for a different output, and it'll give me a different variation. This is where people get stuck. They have one interpretation of a response, and they figure that should be the golden ticket, opposed to, no, there's many variations to the same scenario. So how much do you want to expand yourself? That's when people have to break that concept. They think that something's right or wrong. It just is. And there could be things that you can apply in this moment that might be favorable. In another moment, it might not be favorable. In the third moment, it might be favorable again. And it's kind of like playing chess. You're not playing against a chess that's going to play the same moves all over and over again, even though on the outside it looks like they're just moving a pawn, but they have variations of different games going on. And hopefully the opponent is doing the same thing. Most people want to play with this.
A worthy opponent. I'm sorry.
No, it could be a worthy opponent, somebody of equal value. If it's a student, they want to learn. So the teacher's going to be coming down to their levels. Okay, so you tell me where your level of your A game is, so I know how far down I have to go down to. Now, if they feel insulted, I said, you're not even ready to play the game then. I'm being honest with you. Tell me your level of your game. I could say B game, C game. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm being rotten. I'm being rotten here, Dom.
Go ahead. No
Where does,
Go ahead.
No, I'm being a facetious asshole with this, but isn't that kind of universal indoctrination?
Yes, it is. Yes. Everything I'm going to share access is going to be about an indoctrination. It's just about turning inwards.
So what are the beings? What are the beings that understand these rules and how to operate through it and intentionally influence the field, as Access would call it? What game you really want to play at that point, right? Like you want to. It depends on what you're thinking. What's the modus operandi here?
Well, that's just it. I've broadened my field, and I've tried to consciously broaden my field by removing safety protocol, be them pro or con, be them good or bad, whatever your interpretation may be, but they're indifferent in the long run.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes when it comes to things access, I give it like it's a given. The word indoctrination gives it away. It's like insight, intuitive, intellectual. When somebody says to me, Dominic, I want to be intuitive, I said, okay, so you're going to use a different type of your receiver. Good for you. There's many ways to receive information. Again, it's like playing chess. I'm just using that as a simple example, or playing a guitar. Do you want to play the guitar always the same way? Well, not really. Do you want to play the same note? Not really. So in the vessel, you could be intuitive. You could be insightful. You could be very scholarly. You could be very scribe. There's many variations. Is it all some sort of indoctrination? Indoctrination, yes. Especially if you get it through like the written work or the spoken word. It's just people want to cult up by saying, okay, well, we're going to make them the bad guy. So therefore, they're indoctrinated. I said, well, how do you not know you're not indoctrinated? Yeah, but we're the good guy. I said, so where'd you get the idea of good and bad then? What do you mean? That's an indoctrination in itself. How you use it, how you wield it is another form of indoctrination. You know, people like to play that, well, we're going to talk about it, but now let's just do it. I said, okay, so you talk about it. That's one variation. Then you're going to manifest and do it in the physical. There's another variation of indoctrination. What's going to move that vessel? And some people are, if not a lot of people, are motivated by the fact that they feel good enough that we're in group or hive mind mentality, very Borg-like. But they just don't like it when somebody points it out and they make it sound like as though it's a bad thing. Like, oh, but you're a Christian? You believe in democracy? You know, I'm being clever at that point because I realize I could say like, oh wow, you're a democracy. Thumbs up. You know, next thing you know, oh yeah, you just revealed yourself, and I was just playing a game with you.
I would say at a primal level, it's whether it hurts or not. If it hurts you and it's uncomfortable, you will seek alleviation from it.
Yes, yes, you will resist from it. This is why when people do retreats, what they're going to find out is where all their pleasures are. You know, when it makes them feel good. That's usually where the trigger is the most. Most people aren't really looking to be harmful to their vessel. There is people that do that, but for most people, unless they're indifferent, and that's probably the better statement, most people are indifferent. They waver back and forth. They're indifferent, but when presented to a situation, they will gladly reveal their stripes when it's something very, you know, favorable, feels good, sounds good, it tastes good, smells good. Dare not, I said, okay, so you've accepted that, right? Yes. Here, smell this piece of shit. Why would I do that? I said, you didn't say that when I said smell this.
I think there's a lot to be said for that state.
Mm-hmm.
So like being a player in the game, it's like how do you keep from that temptation of just putting people's faces and rubbing their nose in their own shit? You know, how do you
do it to yourself? Do it to yourself, Gage. You just do it to yourself. You do it to yourself.
What if you did it to or you've been doing it to yourself? Then what?
Then you realize how much you struggled with it. So then why would you want to do it to somebody else? You can give metaphors.
How do you help it along then?
I don't know if you're even helping it along. You just become aware of it. I don't know if it's helping it along. I could use the word. Yeah, it's helping along. What do you mean? I know something I need not to do until the next day somebody hostage takes me and starts rubbing my nose and shit. I said, I guess I didn't really learn, did I? But I guess I'm glad at least I tried it. Now I have to try to understand what it means to be hostage taken now. Again, it's a game that we play with each other. I like to think we play with it within oneself. Some people just don't always want to have to do it. This is where wisdom comes in. Do we all have to be the ones that have to put their hands on the stove? Not really. So it's not really about the physical then, is it then? You only need one or two people to lead in that area. But for most people, if you start hearing them, I think, well, fuck, it sounds like you're all putting your hands on the stove. So that 5-year-old that chose to say, listen, I'm going to be the wise one among all of you. What do you mean? I just know I don't have to do it. But I'm very grateful that, you know, the first guy that did it. Second guy, it's an overkill. The third guy is a fucking moron. The fourth guy, you're just a total waste of a fucking human being. Now, the guy that's at the very end there, and he's like, but I'm number 40. I said, you don't even count at this point. You know, this is the whole concept of war. People do the same shit over and over again. Watching sports, even though I do it, it's the same thing over and over again. Sex, the same fucking thing. You tell a guy, listen, you're not chasing fucking sex. You're chasing chemical release. And if you understood that, you'll understand a fucking crack addict. The one that actually understands what they're chasing. Go ahead, sorry.
Any addict for that.
Yeah, any chemical dependency that we want. You know, whether it's natural or it's fucking chemical, some scientific fucking reproduced in a lab. You know, you smell a nice burnt fire, you can look around. You smell gasoline burning, some people will look around. Oh, that smells nice. Or maybe it smells different. Whatever word you want to put to it. It's always interesting when we say the word nice, especially if you're using the old connotation, what it means. You're kind of insulting yourself at the same time. But again, I'm playing with words at that point. You know, it'd be no different. Somebody said, well, Dom, I don't value words. I said, well, then a lot of things you do, you're doing with your fingers. So you're just playing with your fingers then, aren't you? Whether you grab a pencil, a bat, your dick, whatever, you're playing with your fingers, aren't you? Again, humans are clever. They just don't know the extent of it. Same with indoctrination. They just don't know the extent of it.
You're full of shit. You just don't know it yet, right?
Yeah, that's a good term, Case. I've said it before, and that's usually for my reminder for me. Dom, you're full of shit. You just don't know how much yet. And what I do is like, oh, really? It's a safeguard for me when I say I'm the fool. That's my safeguard because I realize I'm keeping myself in check. Somebody else says it to me. I said, no, stay in your fucking lane. You want to say that out loud to yourself? You go right ahead. You want to talk about fucking how amazing you are? Yeah, you go right ahead. You want to talk about how your life is a fucking crisis? Yeah, you go right ahead. I'll gladly hear you. But I'm not going to fucking weigh in by saying I agree or disagree with you. That's of no concern to me. To me, it's fucking, I'm watching Hallmark as I'm hearing most of these people talk on fucking channels. It's romantic.
I want to give
Go ahead.
JG and chat a third perspective. Yeah, the division of those that took the jab and didn't take the jab, but that's irrelevant to the fact that there is a third entity involved in this. The one that showed people that it didn't hurt to take the jab. The needle and the procedure did not hurt. They don't care either way. They presented the fact that they were going to poke you with a needle and they wanted to show you it didn't hurt. So the division comes from the people. It didn't come from the producers or the jab, because they showed you what they wanted to show you. The third party did. It don't hurt. The procedure. But what happens afterwards, or whether you did or didn't take it, that's the perspective there. They rely on your opinion or your ideal to divide you. They already had control of it. They just wanted to show you this ain't going to hurt.
Well, to isolate it to just one thing, whether or not somebody took a jab or not, that could just be an indicator of who's more gullible than the other, as most people are going to take variations of jabs, of eating at McDonald's, driving a car that probably fumigates the environment, so you're going to be polluting yourself anyway, or using Wi-Fi. It's bigger than that. It's like when people say, Dom, I don't like people telling me what to do. I said, but you work in an office, right? He goes, yeah. Is the requirement to wear a tie? He goes, well, yeah. Do you wear it willingly? Well, not really, but you still do wear it, don't you? Well, yeah. I said, so you've already been indoctrinated at that point. Now, somebody could tell me how it's different. I said, well, I can give you many different examples. A woman that wears a thong in one part of the world has been indoctrinated. No different. Another woman in another part of the world wears a mask on her face. Those are indoctrinations. Those are different variations of jabs.
Yeah,
but to isolate
that's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Probably a better way to put it, Dom. More blunt.
To isolate, yeah, to
Different
isolate
variation
it.
of jabs. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but to isolate it, to think that I'm better than. I'm not saying people are saying that, but some people do. It's like the ones that say, you can't force me to wear a mask. I said, you're right. Nobody can force you to wear a mask. But if you choose to walk into that fucking guy's store, that's his store. Show respect. This is where people now that live among civilized people want to be disobedient. Nobody's holding you. There's no fucking borders in some of these countries where they show you the population of the city. You can walk out. As you're walking out, you can make sure you see the signs that shows you all the different club members there, all the clubs there. But once you're walking out, you can realize you can take your chance with nature. You just don't have to worry about having a McDonald's or a Walmart hanging from a fucking tree. Again, this is another variation. Somebody thinking, I'm going to pick a group of people and think they're going to make fun of them because, the media said, we're having a crisis or whatever, go get toilet paper. And then, that's for purely fucking entertainment and distraction, because then they'll sit back and realize, how many people are going to make fun of people getting toilet paper? Because you can take the same picture and then the media uses, we're going to have 10% off the toilet paper. You're going to have the same amount of people going getting toilet paper. Now, if somebody was working in an industry and they're getting paid well meaning they're getting like a lot of figures involved in theirs instead of their ones, they've already been indoctrinated. So for them to say, you have to sign this document and now you got to take a jab, you got to make sure you get married, the ones that are going to follow it are going to be the perfect one for them. Now, somebody comes around and says, well, I think I should change them. I said, okay, well, next time you have one of your own siblings been culted up into some sort of cult, try to explain to them that they're culted up. And then you'll see how quickly you'll get, pushed back. And then eventually one guy will say to me, Dominic, I had one that I saved. I said, one? You spent fucking 5 years convincing one fucking person? How many other billions of fucking people you think got converted in the same time? Most people do this shit willingly. The ones that finally start opening up their eyes a little bit might see some of the cracks and say how easy people are easily being misled. Now, I'm always being misled in some way, but I choose to do it with awareness. I'm almost making fun of myself while I'm doing it. Especially when I realize if I'm in the crazy house and all of us are getting our pills, I might pretend once in a while not to take the pills, and sometimes I'll take the pills just so I can fucking relate with others. But to think that I'm better than others, or think for some reason I'm different because I'm become aware of one fucking little scratch in the system, whether or not somebody did or didn't take the jab, whether or not they didn't wear a mask or not, because anybody that tells me, Dom, I don't wear a mask, I say, you're full of fucking shit. Did you not tell me you're a parent? That's a mask. Did you not tell me you have a craft? That's a mask. If we're going to use the old term of personas. Now, some people, they get all cornered up and say, well, Dom, that's different. Well, fucking everything's different then at that point. At least they're not saying it's right or wrong, because then that's a different fucking game they're playing. They're playing end games, beginning and end. It's right or wrong. Okay. So you're saying to me or to others that there's hundreds of millions of people that have chosen to take a jab, and they're probably either going to be sick from it, die from it, it could be a placebo, whatever. Okay. At that point, you must wave a flag, say, listen, I'm different than everybody else. Okay, so hey, there's Jesus over there. Let's put him on a pedestal today. Well, midday, hopefully. And by the afternoon, when we fully don't understand what he's talking about, then he must be Satan's little worker. Let's fucking hang him. Sometimes it's better just to be quiet whether or not you did or didn't do the jab. But for some people, if not a lot of people, the choices were very limited. I'm not saying me, I was lucky I wasn't working during that time. Everything else, I actually fasted prior to all that happening. But who's to say that could have been by luck? Where other people, I got to work. I'm a police officer. I'm a nurse. I'm a politician. I got to go to work. Some people say, well, you don't have to do the job. I said, do you know what it is to be a police officer? All the pressure it is to be a police officer. I'm not saying I'm a police officer. No, we should give a little compassion to people, regardless if they're ignorant or not. How do we not know all the YouTubers that have all these channels are polluting the air way more than anything else prior to all of this? But I'm making a buck off of it, guys. Well, no different guy that gets a jab. He's making a buck off of it. But hey, if we need an enemy, no problem. But I don't think it's about flesh and blood, personally. If there's going to be an enemy, it's probably the people that have chosen to be ignorant, or the ones that are trying to help the ones no longer be ignorant. That could be the problem.
And they depend. They depend on that predetermined assumption they have for their engineering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fight among ourselves. Let them go at it for a while. Let's put four more letters for same sex or whatever, or different types of jobs. What other ways? Different types of drones. If you have a drone opposed to an RC, you're a villain. Like they put it out in the media. Let's talk about drones. Next thing you know, people are like, oh yeah, it's about drones. They're invading our airspace with drones. Okay, they could be mine out there. I find it fascinating technology. Could they be harming us? Yeah. We just have to look on the major highway and say, there's a technology that's been around for at least 100 years. And look at them all. They're all out there. They're called cars, trucks, boats, fucking planes. You know, I found the other day there's somebody was talking about the issue of having self-driven vehicles. And I thought, is he aware that when he jumps into a plane, it's somewhat self-driven to a certain point, or a train?
Well, come on, Dominic. Don't make us update the autopilot software.
Again, that's me having a thought, guys, and I'm just now talking out loud about it.
Oh, it's
Well
welcome.
done, Dominic.
It's
I can't
welcome
believe
here.
we're finally. I can't believe we actually have thoughts, Dom. What's going on?
I know. But the thing is, I had the thought, and I think this is the problem with me. I'm not judging them before I talk. I should already have a villain in my set, opposed to just taking it for what it is. But most people don't realize.
What about a scapegoat?
Well, that's a judgment. Yes, you have to have the villain, opposed to, no, it got presented to me. Oh, okay, so why'd you tell me that? You know, I'm curious when people talk. I'm curious when things come to be, where other people's like, no, I think there's something wrong. And meanwhile, somebody else is already thinking about, fuck, I want to sell that product. I don't care how it works. I just want to sell it. We have more salespeople in the world than we do have people that are thinking that's wrong, or let alone it's right. Opposed to, oh, okay, so you believe in a guy named Jesus. Okay, that's interesting. Allah. You believe in the president of who? America? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Would you like to share why you believe in that kind of stuff? Now, you might say, well, why do you ask? I'm asking because obviously you're the one that shared with me. And then some people get defensive and they try to make it about me. I said, no, I thought it was about you. You're the one that said that, you know, you believe in this stuff. I'll hear you. Because people don't realize how much they have this defense and attack jiggling in their head over and over again. I got to defend something I don't understand, and I'm surely going to fucking attack it too. I'm like, there's the loop, and then there's the fucking madness loop that goes on. I'm going to be saved by God. I said, okay, no problem. You're probably also going to be saved by the jab. You're going to be saved because you didn't do the jab. You're going to be saved because you don't play with money. You're going to be saved because you do play with money. Fuck the games that we're playing with each other here. At least I'll entertain the idea. Okay, let's say we did or didn't go to the moon. How does that serve me, let alone the people that is in my community? Probably doesn't, unless we're going to talk about, it's good water cooler talk.
There it is. Idle chatter.
There you go. And
that which built a nation.
Well put, Axis. Well put. Yep. And if it's not idle chatter, it's still another form. It's backbiting. That's a good one. Backbiting. When people start ripping into each other, they don't got a fucking clue how they're damaging their heart. You know, why would somebody else's fucking name come out of your mouth outside of you're in their presence and you're addressing them? Why the fuck would you be saying their name? A lot of people do nonchalantly. Oh, Donald Trump. Okay, well, if you're going to start talking about Donald Trump, why don't you talk about all the other presidents and chancellors of the world? Well, why would I do that? I said, there's the question. Then why would you even mention his fucking name?
Yeah, and he comes with an administration.
Yeah. Now, some people say, yeah, but he's representing America. So do you care about all the other countries? Well, no. Then why would fucking anybody give a shit about what you have to say then? Unless you've culted up. We all live in America, Dom, so we all, oh, okay, so you're culted up. Okay, good enough. So if I go to Europe, I'm going to hear the same thing, probably. And I started asking them, you know, do you guys care about it in America? No, why would I do that? That's why most people don't realize how fucking people in America are insignificant to other people of the world. And let's say they say, well, they should care. I said, well, do you give a shit about them? No. So then why would you expect something very similar in attraction if you don't give it? It's always fun when I hear people talking about America. I said, do you understand the plight of fucking what's going on in Asia? No. So then you don't see the interconnection then, do you? Well, no. There's a good chance those are the type of people, but they don't even talk about what's going on in fucking cities in their countries, let alone fucking the state. They overgeneralize and they say the word America. It's like talking to a Christian and they say the word fucking Christ.
Dominic, last time, you know what's funny? Yeah, last time I was in Shanghai, I was visiting. Or I ended up getting thrown into a fucking concentration camp in Asia. And you know who appeared? It was Dominic, fucking yelling at me in Mandarin and Cantonese about likes and dislikes. You ever heard about likes and dislikes in fucking Cantonese and Mandarin? It's fucking crazy, buddy.
I was gonna say, fucking, with your mouth, I can see yourself getting encamped, and I can see your likes and dislikes. Or a guy named Dominic talks about his likes and dislikes. Yes.
He came in like a dictator. He had a nice hat. He had a nice hat on and everything, Dominic.
Do you know something, Cage? You know something, Cage? I'm glad actually you're laughing about this. I've given this dog a certain bone, and that dog likes to chew on it, but that's all it does. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is gonna find a new bone to give to you so you can chew on it.
Can we have an upgraded bone, please? We've worn this one out.
Yeah, because the one prior to that was about the Kabbalah for Dummies. So now it's this one.
That was amazing.
So next time you come in the garage, I'll make sure.
Dominic Lear's boxes and boxes of brand new books no one's ever read, all on the occult.
No,
even Kabbalah for Dummies.
No. Jude read them. Hold on, Jude read some of them, and I got the books. I used to have access one of those things that you put at the end of the driveway, like one of those boxes. And I used to put thousands of books in there. And people just to come there and take books or whatever. But anyway, that was some of the few books, and one of them was that.
You underestimate the fact that maybe Dom is keeping secret the fact that he has Edgar Casey abilities.
I know what Dominic is. I know he's on it. He's initiated.
You assume.
Cage is having fun. I've had conversations with Cage in the garage, and we've had a lot of fucking chuckles. You know, and he knows.
Bro, I gave you seeds and some flour. You gave me some black duct tape. What about the hat? Your dad ended up getting the hat?
No, I regifted that to somebody else, Cage.
Okay, perfect. Hopefully they enjoy it.
Because that's what you
did
with me.
It came from my uncle from Mexico.
Exactly. You regifted it to me, and I regifted it to somebody else.
Good. It's like an air fryer.
But I did present it to my dad, and he said, "No, thanks, but no," because my dad likes to wear all different kinds of eclectic hats. So,
well, Kate, I kind
of.
It
was a rooster. Maybe it wasn't a rooster.
I had to take kind of a humorous and satirical look at Cage's presence because I dedicated Cage's name and naming the stream because I followed him around. Well, actually, we coined.
What are you, my fucking shadow axis?
Hey, man, you asked for it. I'm giving it to you. Everywhere I went, there he was for hours upon hours. And I thought, and he did. He visited 7+ panels in 24 hours.
Axis.
Yes,
I think. Axis, maybe I was following you at that point.
Well, it could have been. It could have been, but I wasn't.
There's probably some validity to what Axis is saying. I know you're on a couple of channels, and well done. I know you like to present the AI, and hopefully people understand what AI can offer and what it can't offer. So go ahead, Axis.
Well, I keep all the channels fairly well tuned in that are in a small community, and it just so happens that I went to Venus's channel, one. That was Cage. Then I'll give him his live stream, but in between the point of him getting on and opening his own channel up and today's endeavors, which was Tommy, Jack, and you, let me see, I know there's a couple others, and
was he on OT? Were you on OTW today, Cage? Maybe OTW, maybe he was on Paul's. Was even Jeff on today? Gen X Jeff?
I don't know if Cage and Jeff
everywhere.
Yeah, you were all over the fucking place, man. And I even got some good sleep in between. and I was like, he's still going. You know? So it became a marathon. And I was like, okay, I don't feel so violated now. I don't feel like he was targeting me as an individual.
you feel better, right? You know, everyone gets dealt with the same. You know, it's the hand that you're dealt regardless.
So Cage being on all these channels, it validates that when he says openly, I'm not like one of these guys. I go to all these channels or whatever. And, I don't go to the chat, even though I saw him chat a little bit today. Well done, Cage. But I just come online. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I said, sure you do, Cage. You might not literally have to hear word for word, but you're intuitive. You know what most people
No
are talking about.
comprende. No comprende.
There you go. Plead the fifth while you're there.
It was just I couldn't resist. I was like, okay, I know this isn't a personal thing, so I'm going to showcase him in the title.
The thing
Still
is
creepy.
The thing is,
you think I would have shown you had this the whole fucking time. You think obviously you knock, you get the fucking answer.
The thing is, I know I say it jokingly, and sometimes I say it kind of harsh, where it shouldn't be about me. I already know for me personally, it is about me. In my world, that's a given. So when other people say it's not personal, I said, okay, it shouldn't be personal with others unless you know them, and then of course you have to decipher whether or not are they the type of person that want to have a public display or a private display of making it personal. But when somebody says don't make it personal, they're lying to themselves. It is always personal with oneself. It might not be personal with others. But when other people are responding or reacting, you should at least probe and say, okay, did I say something to offend you? I thought I was talking general. Or there's other people, they literally do name calling. And I'm like, okay, so it's so personal with you that you're going to throw somebody under the bus where you've disrespected them. Let them throw themselves under the bus, especially when we're dealing with somewhat adults. If it's a child, that's a different conversation. But when we're with people, even though they might still be acting like children, given the benefit of the doubt they're an adult, if they lose the privilege, the way they talk, how they talk, when they talk, it tells a lot about them. And how you react to it tells a lot about you. I just give people too much the benefit of the doubt that they should know this stuff. Regardless of what age you are, anything after fucking 20, you should fucking be somewhat aware, especially in an age of technology where fucking you can accelerate your awareness. You might not comprehend it, but you should at least be aware of that stuff, and you can see patterns. I always find it interesting when somebody totally rip into another human being and then hear the other human being like you just got abused. And you're still going to sit there? Like, if you're going to be vengeful, no problem. Take it out in the fucking park. When they're not looking, fucking jab them. Because that's what the other person's doing it. But then people come back over and over again. I know I do that too. It's like I come back to the same shit. Like, eventually, we don't realize how much we're verbally abusing each other. And then, of course, people will say, yeah, it's a bit. No, it's not a fucking bit. It's abuse. Yeah, but they can handle it. Are you sure? Because there's fucking people in the audience that are picking this up. If it was my child, I would say, no, you're not going to do that shit in front of my child. You want to do that in front of your child? That's fine, but I'm going to have to fucking regret the fact that that child's going to be abused now, too. But access, people are going to do what they're going to do, and that's fine.
I'm glad I can enjoy the laugh about this now. And be able to take it with some humility and understanding, as opposed to taking it onto myself as some type of I don't know, dysfunction between me and Cage and our level of communication. I would hate to
That's
think
on you at that point, Axis.
I'd hate to think that the next time that I go to to the lodge and I go through the door, they just like, nope, Cage is here. You can't come in.
You gotta knock 3 times. You must knock 3 times on the door, Axis.
Just more appreciation for you, Cage. Truly.
Yeah, a lot of our, some of our animosity or these animosity people have among themselves, it's not individual. It could be bigger than even a group environment, But I would hope that some people will try to deal with it internally and realize how important is it. And if it's that important to you, spend a little bit of effort when you're talking in groups or at least a couple of people to everybody to understand where you stand first. You know, it's kind of like having a debate. I don't enjoy debates per se, but some people that are good at it, there's a platform for it, and there's kind of a structure to it. If not, what we're doing is we're entertaining people, and I do it myself too. You come on there, you just rant for a bit, and you just fucking drop the mic, walk away, and expect everybody else to figure it out later.
All right, well, yeah, that's one way of going about it. What about actually listening and interpreting and trying to understand and grow and have forward movement, motion?
Listening is important, Cage, and hopefully that listening is done from within first. Because what we're going to do with each other, we're going to hear each other. You know, I know I'm playing on words, but that listening is really done from within. You know, you listen inwards, and sometimes you get to that point where you could be speaking just as you're listening at the same moment. And then there's some people that can pick it up prior to somebody even speaking it. So you're already picking up the energy, but you realize, okay, wait a second, I'll keep my mouth quiet because they need the practice, not me. I used to say that before when I'd worked for companies. I said, why don't you want an apprentice? I said, because I don't need to practice anymore. What do you mean? There's a lot of other young electricians now that they need to practice to teach others. I just want to be a journeyman. And I want to work with other journeymen. So I'm not a teacher in this case. I'm not interested in teaching others. I want to play with others. I want to enjoy myself. I want to know that I can share certain ideals with others.
Yeah, but funny enough, the apprentices will be injected into that reality regardless every time, even if you want to or not, right? So, yeah.
You know, I took, I don't want to always make it about me, but in this particular case, it will be. You know, I remember I took years off of being an electrician because I wanted to learn international trade. I wanted to learn psychology. Didn't mean I was going to apply it when it comes to international trade, but it gave me an understanding of, international, logistics work, importing and exporting, how international law works. That's something I just wanted to learn. I wanted to learn about domestic business. Doesn't mean I'm going to apply it. But
in certain ways, it is being applicable to your reality and your beingness. Yeah.
It does. It does.
Even if it's indirect, right? It's still guaranteed.
Yeah, because a lot of the stuff I was learning in the 90s was leaning towards the computer and going global. So the people that I met, a lot of them, some of them were working as politicians or worked for corporations that had a domestic department and they were trying to go internationally. So I got to learn something because it's kind of like saying, okay, I want to learn something, but I'm not going to participate in being in America. So that's the best time to learn about how America works.
Right, so if I pay you some currency, maybe like yen or something, can I finally get out of the concentration camp in fucking China?
It could be.
Dominic.
I could teach you about arbitrage or spot currency.
How much yen? Yeah, how much yen do we need to pay you?
That I don't know, Gage. Enough. Throw me a couple of purple chickens and we'll call it even.
Okay, what about a blue chicken? We don't got. I can give you a red and a blue, and you can mix them together.
And one thing I got to be honest about, Cage, is I was checking up on you to make sure that you didn't fall into Lonnie's trap.
Oh, for God's sakes, bro!
I was very concerned about you,
buddy. I know you don't need to be concerned about yourself. Don't worry about me. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I've been working the entire time. I've actually got lots of stuff done, buddy. It's the new year, right? It's Boxing Day. We have Boxing Day sales going, so I'm sitting here trimming. It says cozy and comfort. Right?
No, I just want to make sure that because Lonnie does stay in touch with me. I want to make sure that he understands.
No, I do appreciate that, Axis. Yeah, thank you.
Well,
I was seeing behavior.
Yeah, I'm glad that Lonnie's keeping in touch with you, so he keeps in touch with me, and a lot of the stuff that he shares with me, I thought they're very insightful. Regardless of if he's doing something, he might have to do that. It's like people going into a depression. Some people have to go into those holes, and it'll make them stronger. For some people, they might fall by the wayside. I get it. People can say, okay, but I've also experienced. I say, yeah, you experienced your version of it. So their version, don't know. So.
Yeah, that's where you have to step back and kind of observe as to see whether they're a harm to themselves or other at any particular point of you interacting with them.
Yeah.
And this is something that has been brought to my attention because of my life circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And even myself, There's times here where had I not had a nurse here, I wouldn't be talking to you right now.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about abuse. There's people on a lot of these, well, not a lot, but quite a few channels that they're abusive. Now, some people, myself, I might hang around long enough and I'm like, okay, Dom, why are you hanging around? You're hoping to see a change? Because the only person that's going to change will probably be me. So knowing that, then, am I hoping that I'm going to monitor them to make sure they're not going to be abusive to somebody else? Again, that's not my responsibility.
It
Now,
isn't. It isn't. But Dominic, could it be seen as a self-abusive calling yourself a goof?
yes, depends my intent. Or I could just be very clever.
Yeah. Clever and comfortable.
Could be. Cage, more times than not, I know what I'm doing. Now, I might not understand what other people are doing, but then again, my question is, well, why would I be concerned about that? That's their responsibility. They want to share with me? Go right ahead. Last time I remember, I'm not in their vessel. So when I say things, the best people could do is ask me why I say it, and that's it. Now, if they think they figured me out, I said, then how about I just don't speak anymore, and then you can try to figure out what I'm fucking thinking. You know, I will share openly with people when I choose to. If they don't understand me, I said, doesn't the word kind of give it away? It's not your responsibility to understand me.
It's my responsibility to listen to anything that's being shown. Right?
Like I said,
Isn't
Cage,
that the onus is on you at that point? You gotta. Yeah.
I'm always listening, Cage, from within. I'll hear others. Now, if somebody turned around and said, Dom, but what happened if he was your child? I said, then I'd be guiding them. And I might even be what Access says, I'll be monitoring it.
No, what do you mean lose your job? Not everybody operates like that. What do you mean
Okay,
lose
so
their
Kate,
job?
let's play this idea. If we're ever going to play this, like, let's do, how people barter with each other. Hey, let's stop drinking together.
What if you're the guy who makes the job, Dominic?
Again, Cage, sure. But let's play the guy you brought up, a goof. So let's say, okay, I'll give away, no longer call myself goof. In exchange, what would you give me in exchange?
I have nothing to really give. So again, because giving and receiving, that means there's some sort of a lack going on.
Okay.
Everything's already there available for you. So
Okay, so you said goof, okay? Because I said it and you just kind of harped on it. I'm hoping you joke with it. Cage, how about you stop?
We have Kabbalah for dummies.
Cage,
okay?
how about I had said to you, even though I'm going to step out of character here because it's really of no concern to me, you stop interrupting people. Could you fulfill that? Could you fulfill that?
Deal. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm joking with you because I wouldn't want that deal, even though other people say take it, because no, it's not my concern. That'll be like me telling you, Cage, stop eating fucking meat on a Wednesday. It's not my concern to tell you how to steward your vessel, let alone how you receive those thoughts. Now, you want to share with me, that's fine. And hopefully you share fairly. You're like, it's like sometimes.
Okay, here. Let's make it more incentivized for you, okay? You do that, I'll never ever appear online ever again.
That's of no interest to me, Cage.
Okay.
It's like when you have children playing in a sandbox and you have one child, even though it's excited, wants to do everything. I said, no, let the other kids play. Listen a little bit too. Let them play with those toys for a bit. That's all. But if that's what you want to do. I've stated it probably way too many times than I should have because I was trying to share something, and it's very difficult when there's an airplane always flying over my head or a train on my side. I know myself well enough. I'll stay quiet because it's not that important. But other people think whatever they have to fucking say that's important. If it's that important, can you stop yourself in a track and say nothing then for the next 5 minutes? Well, I can't do that. Then it's not that important then. There's not a fucking single thing that we share on these fucking channels that is that important. And if you think it is, challenge it then. Be different if somebody's knocking on my door. Dom, you got to tell me. You got to tell me. No, what the fuck? Get away from me. Did I feed you as a cat? I got my own cats to feed here. Now, if people say, well, what we say is important, I said, well, then what about the millions of books we have then? What has that indicated? Is it working or not working, or is it what? You know, it'd be different if we still had real fireplaces. At least I know what I could do with most of those books.
Yeah, if the Library of Alexandria or even the Hall of Records in Egypt were available to us, who would read it?
That's true. And how would it serve? Let's say some people say, yeah, I like to read it. Okay. And for some people, I would hope either they can comprehend it, educate themselves, meaning bring out and find out, oh, fuck, I'm an old mystic. I'm a shaman. Fuck, I'm glad I read that book. I'm glad I was able to take that in there. You know, maybe I should do some sort of substance while I'm taking all this information. Yeah, you go for it. Should maybe you find out where the moon and the sun is before you walk into
Now you're getting me excited. We have access to the library. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and not to mention how time is spent, by example, online when it is an immense library. Candy Crush.
It's always interesting when I hear some people, not a lot of people, but some people, you know, oh, somebody spends so much time online. I said, okay, so somebody goes to work and they'll spend 8 to 10 hours at a job doing the same repetitive thing. Is it acceptable because they're getting paid? Well, yeah. I said, how do you not know people aren't getting paid to be online? For most people, they're not aware of it. You know, it takes somebody to share a different view by saying, you know, this is my way of socializing with other human beings. That other people say, oh, that's okay now. That'll be like telling somebody else, why don't you work? Well, I got cancer and I'm about to die in 3 weeks. And I just didn't feel as though I needed to continue the indoctrination. Then that person might say, well, I feel guilty now. I said, no, the only reason why you feel guilty is because you were trying to make somebody else fucking feel guilty. Karma's a bitch, and they come really quick sometimes. You know, when people actually start pointing fingers to other people, I said, make sure that finger's pointing towards yourself. Why? Because that's when the fucking knife comes by. So you can snap them off. So this way you don't even have to point on you anymore.
Exactly. I'm trying to wonder. I don't know if karma's a bitch or not, because I used to believe I was karma, Dominic, and I'd appear.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you understand the term bitch means in heat. So somebody karma's in heat. You know, it'll burn you.
Yeah.
You put your hands on it long enough, it will burn you. Once again, you have to do everything in life to experience everything. I would hope not, because a human being in a short lifespan of 80, 90, maybe 100 years can't experience everything. Now, they could be clever and say, Dom, I did parachuting. I said, did you do it everywhere? Well, no. So you did parachuting once in one location. Well done. What else did you do? You delivered one child. Good for you. I'm not saying taking that away from people. Okay. You committed one crime. Okay. In the bigger picture, if we're going to look at variations of pictures, it's not really that big of an accomplishment, but in that person's little world, self-absorbed as it may be, it's important, which is fine. Hence why I say stay in your lane. Those are your experience. To other people, they're their stories of what they heard of you saying. And if I want to manipulate the story for my own personal entertainment, I can. Now, some people say you're insensitive. Well, then you have to explain what is sensitive then. Like me telling you I agree with you, I feel sorry for you. I can genuinely say for a lot of times I can't really say I really feel sorry for you because I don't know who they are. But it seems like the right thing to say. You know, it's like going to a funeral. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. The person was suffering. It's not my loss. That almost validated attachment, wouldn't it? Go ahead.
I was talking about that before, right? It's funny enough. Like, I think we were talking about it before Access about how in our last conversation, like, you know how, especially in the music industry, people don't really get validation until they quote die or leave this vessel, kind of thing. You know,
Yeah, that's a phenomena.
Somebody fucking dies or whatever, and all of a sudden, like, oh, they were my best friend, and everybody shows up out of the fucking. It's like we turn the lights on in the hood, and you see cockroaches scattering. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
come out of the.
On an individual level, yes, but once you die, the people that have all the property to it. So listen, we could have made you famous when you were alive, but you would have got a bigger cut. So now you die, we can make all kinds of money. They can make anybody famous. It's not a. It's not an
That's what I'm saying. You want some recognition? You want to get famous? I'll put you on a fucking CP24, 24/7, fucking all day, every day. Yeah, come on now.
You know, in the day and age that we're living in today, when we have all these, I'm just using the music industry, you can say anything about any other arts, but in the day and age that we live with all these different shows they have, where they produce and they get a whole bunch of people saying, you know, I've sang in my shower or I went to school to learn how to sing. Bands like the Rolling Stone and the Beatles would have been a one-hit fucking wonder back today. Because they would have said, we have all this technology. Fuck, to a point we can actually.
You like that one down there? Yeah, we'll put them on CP2 for it. On the news, right? You want to be famous? Okay.
Yeah.
Put your name on the news.
Yeah. And you can reach people way quicker than back in the days when you had to use the radio or whatever. Again, they're taking advantage of the technology that we have. Same with art. You know, it's always fun when I hear somebody when it comes to photography. Oh, I don't believe in the kids nowadays where they just go on the computer and they cut and paste. I said, okay, so what? You're in a dark room or something doing film anymore? Why don't you go in the old days? You go into a cave and start fucking carving on the wall. We're going to start talking about different ages of technology. You know, it's now some people might turn around and say, okay, as we get more advanced, we're getting closer to be able to capture what the eyes can capture in a moment, opposed to spending an enormous amount of fucking time using a camera to fucking take a picture and then take it into a developing room or putting it on a computer. We're just trying to catch up to the senses that have already been preset into these vessels. You know, the illusion will be to manipulate us to think that computers or the stuff that comes from computers is more advanced than the vessel that we're in.
I spent a long time learning to become a proficient guitar player, singer, keyboardist, you know. Now the things that I spent years learning and becoming proficient at, I can arrange on a computer now, and all those skills, though I honed them, are obsolete to me now because of technology.
Yeah.
And I can duplicate them in a matter of seconds.
At that point, Access, like you're just using the technology. Do you have any sort of understanding the coding behind it, how to, implement and use these elements with
I
your
do
own
sound
observer?
engineering and structure. So yeah.
So then you're contradicting yourself.
No.
Think about it. No, because think about this. Because even though it can be replicated or quote replaced or whatever, you understand how it's operating behind there, and you can implement your own thing. So really, if anything, it's just giving you an upper hand.
Not really, because if I was to step on stage, I would have an upper hand if you put a physical instrument and I was to play it, as opposed to where anybody who has savvy computer skills doesn't have to spend those years learning scales, modulations, modes, and dexterity.
All right, but you're here now. So what about having all that available? Right? What do you do now with it?
Not much anymore.
Well, there you go.
Well, there's variation to the process. There's a guy that actually makes the guitar, the ability to make the guitar, the guy that, you know, if it was an acoustic guitar, or makes a guitar that has to be plugged into an amp, and then somebody says, okay, I even know how to make an amp, and then I know how to play it. That'll be no different if I know how to play with the computer and I know how to make the computer. Those are probably more rare characters. But for more times than not, we're usually down the chain of command. We're either learning how to play the instrument, or maybe how to, you know, maybe alter it ever so lightly. So
how dare you even? What about how dare you, Cage, even see this or think this? What about how the acoustic is working? What about how is that string being manufactured and put onto that different gauges?
Yeah, it's part of the process.
Yeah. So you're gonna reverse engineer that and fucking get to it.
Well, from an outside, somebody can even interpret that, you know, order out of chaos. So somebody that ends up playing the instrument doesn't see all the other parts. Hence, the the chaos, meaning that, who's making the guitar string, who's making this, who's even making the people that are going to hear all of this. There's so many parts to it. But for most of us, we become very centered and say, okay, but I play the instrument. Okay, so you're not doing the lighting show. No. You get some people that are in bands or whatever. They like to learn all that different stuff. It's the same like being in the trades. For me to ask other tradespeople just to see what they're doing. What does it take to be what you're doing as as a plumber or as a HVAC guy or a drywaller. That's just me being cordial. No different than them asking me, what does it take to be an electrician. Next, we have a common theme going on. We're all constructing the same kind of bigger picture in this case, whether it's a building or a house, which is the same idea, but it could be like a construction building or an industrial building. So again, and then again, you can even bring it down to there too, Cage, where I'm installing, let's say, the hardware, a plug or a plate or a box, but I'm not making those boxes. I'm not even the one that's gonna bring the main electrical lines in. That'll be a linesman job, and then my job is just to do everything from that point onwards.
So it seems like even simple, well, it's not very simple, but even stuff like mundane stuff like that, it's I always fuck up this word, Dominic.
Okay.
Compartmentalization. Right?
Yeah, that's a good word.
Compartmentalize.
Yeah. We're all playing parts. It's like even in governments, they're parts. The president is probably a stick out part, but it's a very small part. Because there's people that are script writers. There's people that dress him. There's even people that are astrologists that say, no, you're not going to be doing that speech to the people that are important. So don't expect your puppet on a string to be doing that speech on that day. And it's a location. So there's a lot to be said about, there's many pictures going on at any given moment. Same here, when we're on YouTube, there's many people that work for YouTube, and it's probably monitored by more AI now, or a program, sorry. But there's still people that are specializing on all of that. How do we run Streamline? How do we keep the bots running? How do we sort out all the chats? And then they're also having new people. How do we invent new products into the system? Whether it's a video game or it's YouTube or it's Facebook. But what people get stuck up on is they're self-absorbed. So they see the hero. They see the Elon Musk or the Zuckerberg or the Bill Gates. And they forget, but they're just a headpiece. They're not the main piece. They're just a headpiece. Once they start seeing that, if they choose to see that, then they realize, fuck it, I got more to learn if that's what you're interested in. And if a person likes to bitch and complain, I said, I just gave you a whole bunch of other stuff you can bitch and complain. Fuck, I'll get exhausted. Of course you will. That's why most people, they loop themselves. They want to hate the same people over and over again. I fucking hate Christians, so I'm going to find somebody and I say, listen, are you a Christian? Especially when most Christians openly say that they're Christians. I hate you guys. Oh, okay. So what do you hate of us? We're not wearing the right perfume, the cologne, wrong shoes. Why do you hate Christians? And then when a person actually listens to themselves, they say, you hate the exact same fucking thing that you're saying to them is about you. You just want to hate for the sake of hating. Okay. That's the same people that go around. I love. So why do you love a Christian? Because it's easy to do. Bingo. Because it's easy to hate. But they're not actually able to test what hate really is. Would you go out of your way to harm that person? Would you do it in front of their child? There's a good one. Would you actually rip into a Muslim or a Christian if their parents were there, elderly parents, or their child was there?
Dominic, what you do is you set up a mirror, and you make everybody get some day old popcorn off the ground. They have to sit there.
Is that a scrolling mirror? Is that a scrolling mirror?
Scrying mirror?
Scrying mirror. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it could be.
So I have to repeat that because that's what you talk about. So now you can throw in me talking about day old popcorn.
Well, we got to throw the scrying mirror with the day old. It tastes a lot better if you deal with that.
Well, now you brought in your likes now, Cage.
I didn't say like, but maybe I do like day old popcorn.
You might.
With the scrying mirror.
You might.
Yeah, there's a new technology. Like, you can even get the kernel and pop it off the mirror, and you get right now popcorn. No oil
Okay.
required.
I went on a rant, and Axis, if you want to share, because it is your panel, and I apologize because I know me and Kate sometimes can hoard it.
No, I was actually communicating with Lonnie in the background through all of this, and
He's doing well.
yeah,
Lonnie,
he's
buddy.
present.
Yeah. I hope all is well with Lonnie. Everyone listening. Thank you guys for having me as usual.
Where you going? Where you going, Gage? You got nowhere else to go.
Okay, stick around, brother.
I'm not implying I'm leaving. I just simply say when I leave, I don't usually say anything.
Hold on. Let me find a couple
So
more
I
channels that
think
you can
I'll
go
be
on to
back.
tonight, Cage. Hold on. I think there's a couple other channels. I'll go and chat. You can go on live.
All right,
I'll be right behind you, Cage.
Yeah, you're like the shadow. Maybe you've
Yeah,
been being followed, Axis. You never know. Why?
well, I don't know yet. I'm still trying to determine that. I mean, we just seem to wind up in the same places, even after I took a good nap and got some sleep, and you were still going. I was like, damn, I got some catching up to do. But then I contributed to your youth now.
Oh, yeah. I got plenty of rest, Axis. Don't worry.
Actually, I think we're becoming like Cheers. We have a lot of regulars. Me, you, Cage, Lonnie's regular. Bex is a staple. Trying to think else. Noel comes every so often. JG comes every so often. Charles usually on his channel. There's people that host their own bars, but then there's the regulars that go around. We're bar hoppers at this point. We're groupies at this point, maybe Axis.
Oh, get out of here, Dominic. I've been trying to meet me at the bale so we can make the fire. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see who the groupie is with the elementals and all that.
That'll happen one day, guys. That'll happen. But I'm talking about here online.
It's great. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you, Dom. But we'll see one day. Maybe
I have a lot of
for dummies to start the fire.
I have a lot of appreciation for everyone that comes here because it does alleviate the pain of being isolated.
Mm-hmm.
You're not that's a self-imposed fucking thing, actually. It's just like everything else that we do. Right? You're not isolated.
Either or, this is what I've chosen as a comfort to alleviate the pain of isolation.
At that point, so it's a coping mechanism then.
I'd say food is a coping mechanism. This is a luxury.
Anything could be. Anything could be. Well, food, it could be a luxury considered too, right? Could be considered food would be a luxury depending on where or who you are, where you're at.
Well, some people are, excuse me, some people are isolated, whether it's physical ailments or whatever, and whether today or even in the past, more in the past, or people would use TV or radio as a way of somewhat communicating with the outside world. So Axis is being honest, I think, when he says, he's good at it too, where he can use this technology to basically talk to other people, and he's talking.
It's a self-imposed cage of the mind, technically. Yeah.
That may be true, Cage. That may be true, but not everybody's going to see it that way. But I can't even say "but" because I'm saying it way too much now. He has an opportunity. He took advantage of it. He talks to other people. I used to do this when, besides Zoom, I used to go into a lot of these international channels, even though some people, if not a lot of people, wanted to learn different languages. But it was a great interaction for me to talk to other people from different parts of the world. It's kind of like people that used to have pen pals. They write to other people. So this is how people interact with other people. Some people like to keep it close to their immediate community, and other people like to reach out to other places. Not everybody travels in their own city. Some people like to travel in other countries. So in this case, in my assumption, Axis, please share what you know of yourself if you want to. You have a chance to explore other people.
No, you're dead on. You're absolutely dead on with that. And that's what I do with this because I voice that. I let people know that. I don't allow them to assume that I've graced them with my presence because I'm something magnificent. No, that's not it. I actually, this is what we would consider community, communicating, sharing, socializing. I don't. I've been really dismayed at that in actual real life, especially here lately, and I find that this is a lot less damaging to me and a lot more comforting. So it's mutual if anyone on the other side also enjoys it.
Mhm. Yeah, it would be nice if I don't know if they offer this stuff. They probably do at an old age home, or where the ones whether they're able to learn how to use it or somebody helps them learn it, so they can communicate with other people. I get the concept. My brother was just talking about it recently about virtual goggles or glasses, and I can see how
Mm.
it can be used where people can travel different parts of the world now through a goggle. Now, will that dumb us down a little bit? That's a given. But at the same time, people can actually say, I want to go to Rome. I'll never be able to go visit there and smell the air. And even though that could be a technology that could occur eventually too.
And they're not far behind that. I had a set of 3D goggles that I had gotten, and I had prior to the VR, I had gotten the one that you could put your smartphone in, and it gave you a kind of a three-dimensional interactive with the phone. And if it wasn't for the fact that they were so cumbersome to wear, it's actually pretty impressive technology.
Yeah. And if they probably already have the technology, but if they ever brought it out openly, it would probably kill a lot of things like sports, where you can play into a sports game and look for real, and you're actually in it. So now and then people can start saying, well, is this what walk-ins are then? It could be. We literally could be a world of stage. So when we see a lot of athletes playing, there's a good chance to say, listen, there's thousands of them. We're looking for the best one. I have enough credit. I think I'm going to play I'm going to jump into Michael Jordan for a bit, or Larry Bird, or some old athletes or new athletes. So if they really, and they probably, like I said, they do, if they make video games, sports games real, when it looks like you're literally playing with opponents in the same flesh that you see in real life, what people call real life, it would probably kill those industries. People will say, I'm no longer needing to be the observer or the spectator. I get to play now as them.
Say, if anybody wants to that runs across this, or anybody in the chat, research. They have VR technology now that shocks the senses so severely that you delete yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how immersive technology has gotten with the virtual reality, that your mind cannot differentiate the the trauma of dying, and you actually perish.
How do we not know when somebody jumps out of a plane, the parachute doesn't open, and then they drop to their what we call their death? They've shocked themselves out of that vessel too.
Right.
Goes back to me and Judith were talking about it today, and I brought up the topic of the first death opposed to the second death. Is there a first death, the death of the vessel, and is the second death? I pose it as a possibility, the death of consciousness. Because I personally think that's the program running. So
I would hope so.
This is probably why the truth will set you free. What do you mean? All the rest is a deception. The physical is a deception. Thoughts are deception. Anything that comes out of your fucking mouth is a deception.
Yeah, and if deletion is the second death, then that's merciful.
All right. Well, you know what, Dominic? I could hear what you're saying there, which it can be true in most cases.
Could be.
Right? If you go along with the program, like it's like a stream, you're gonna get put down a certain stream either way. You could call it the lazy river, whatever. But what about if you're, you create your own fucking thing? Let's say we installed a moat.
Mm-hmm. The example I would give, Cage, I pull up, and let's say it had intelligence, and I talk to the Commodore 64. And I say, okay, here you are, Commodore. This is the old vessel called the Commodore 64, and here's the program. And it says, okay, did I die? I said, no. What we did is we shapeshift your vessel. In this case, all the parts, and we put it into another computer. We made another computer out of you. And the program, we reshifted it, and now it's adapted, and now it's in Windows 12. This is why the death could be a transformation. So we transform ourselves from one
Well, that's a
form to another.
funny word, reshift, right?
Yeah, again.
What do you mean reshifting? So it's already been being shifted?
Yeah,
Or it's being
again.
reshifted?
Re just means again to me. So again, remember, remind, again, rehab, again. So it's again happening, something
Well,
happening.
like kind of like on retard or retard, kind of like
Yeah, again, time.
That has to do with being late to the game.
Yeah.
Or I guess could be like late,
Yeah.
or brought back
Yeah.
in a late manner.
Well, if you're conscious,
it's not even fashionably late to that point, right?
if you're consciously ignorant, and now you start, some of those veils start opening, and that could be a retard, meaning that you're late to the game, kind of idea. What do you mean? The game has always been there. So you're just late to it. You're late to understand how it works. You might know the outcome of it. Most people know how to work a car. It doesn't mean they understand the car.
It's funny looking at that scope of it, right? It's kind of funny.
Yeah, and that's a good way to perceive it. Some people might think it's sad. Some people get all defensive and say, "Oh no, I never told you that you thought you were smart or clever. You're the one that thinks you're smart or clever or intelligent. I'm just sharing ideals here. Whether I think it's possibility, I might actually know the truth. But the only thing I could share it as a story, a metaphor, a riddle. Because it's not my responsibility to tell somebody else what is the truth, let alone what is a deception." Axis, I think.
Yeah, I stand on that.
Yeah, Sandy and Lonnie's here. I haven't heard Sandy in who knows how long.
Oh shit!
Bring them up if you don't mind, Axis. Bring them up.
Yeah,
Bring them up. Pretty soon we'll probably have, we'll need to finish off the party. We'll need to have Sing up here too, hopefully. Hi, Sandy. Hey, Lonnie.
Oh, we got the whole shebang, huh?
Hey, everyone. Thank you.
Sandy's probably in class teaching her kids right now. Hi, Sandy.
Can you guys hear?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Mic check.
There you go.
Mic
All
check.
right, Lonnie.
Okay.
And good to see you guys.
It's a
Thank
beautiful
you.
Everybody, much love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're sounding good, Lonnie. Not quite as paranoid. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Sandy
Kind
here, not mine.
Good deal. Good deal.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh. Well, you went down, Lon. You lost volume, Lonnie. Oh shit.
I'm like, where'd he go?
Oh, he'll be back.
Yeah, he will. His phone died.
Sorry. Carry on, Sandy. Sorry, I haven't heard you in such a long time, huh?
Which one is that? Who haven't I heard?
You, Sandy. This is Don, by the way.
Oh, hello. Yeah, it's been probably like almost a year.
I think last time we talked, it was me, you, Phil was around at the time, and Sing was around. Sing, I see him every so often. He's usually chit-chatting with Ian.
Only being I've ever met with the name of Sandy. She's an OG. She used to run marathons and stuff for fun.
Oh, yeah. Sandy runs marathons around her kids in school.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a completely different scenario now, which is much better.
Ultra marathons even. Yeah.
I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you, Sandy.
Hello.
Hello.
We were like on
Hello.
chat. We were on chat together. Hola. We were on chat together, but I don't know that we've talked. We always like miss each other or something.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Pleasure meeting you.
Absolutely. I appreciate your presence. Apparently, you have relative company here. Apparently, Don, Cage, Lonnie, they know you pretty well. So
I was on with Cage probably like a year ago too, I think.
Plug your book.
Okay. It's not done yet. I mean, the manuscript is done, but there's a little bit of editing.
Well, we all want a copy. Tell them what's about.
Okay.
I'm muting.
It's called The Phoenix Rising, Transforming Out of the Ashes. It's a it's a journal. And you walk through it. And so there's like 5 chapters, so it's not super long, but it's packed with just a ton of information, but in small tidbits, right? So I'm like going to give you a chunk of information that might be like not even half a page.
Digestible, mentally
Yeah,
digestible.
right. Not an overload.
But yeah, it's like literally I'm just doing like the basic because the way this is set up is like you're going to do the work. I'm just
So
helping you along the way.
it's kind of interactive.
Yeah,
Okay.
very. It has all these little like boxes. It has so like I tried to not have it so that it was all, I mean, you're going to write, but you could like do bullet points or something like where there's lots of space for you to like color and draw. Then I have like pictures of like mandalas and different things because it's the Phoenix Rising. So it's like, it's got a little bit of that theme and the Phoenix throughout it. And then there's all kinds of affirmations throughout all of it. It talks about adversity. It talks about duality. It's really kind of like a little bit all over the place with topics, but it's very cohesive because it walks you through, like if you're going through something, which at this point in the game, I don't think there's anybody that's not dealing with something, particularly in the community where like, shit's happening and people are waking up and, there's all this. And then you're dealing with grief, or you're dealing with family issues, or you're dealing with a divorce because you woke up, or, there's like 100 things. And it's really attractive actually for males is what I'm finding right now. It's very strange. I thought it would be more of a feminine book but it's very I guess it could be kind of a masculine book. But it's got a lot of really great affirmations that are brand new. It'll say like I rise stronger, and
Right.
I'm going through these challenges and I'm going to be successful, but they all are relative to whatever like the little theme is. So like every page could be different almost. And the chapters are set up so it's like navigating the journey of transformation. Then I have you like write out like things that you're uncomfortable with, and like what are those things, and I talk about it to help you, and then you formulate your own answers, and then it'll go into like setting goals for personal growth. So I give you a background, and then it's your turn to list like strengths, weaknesses, values. And then throughout the whole book I have little stars, and that's like a time to reflect. And then each one of those, like one of them, I think it says something like stars remind us that growth comes from the darkness, right? So like there's going to come a point when you're going through something, you're going to be in the dark and you're blind. What people don't recognize is even though the lights are on, we're still completely blind because we can only see less than 3% of our environment based on the light spectrum. And that's freaking science. So there's like 97% of what we're looking at, you can't even see it.
I thought it was like less than 0.03% of the electromagnetic spectrum that humans are able to see.
Here's what I'm going to say. I've heard that number. I've heard 3%. I've heard 5%, or some people will say like less than 5%. In the book from school, private school, totally different curriculum. That one said 3%. But that book,
Either way, without statistics, it's kind of a
yeah,
it's kind of an instruction manual to confidence.
right. I mean, like, if you can only see 3%, you're not seeing very much. You're not even just a tiny little, like, and so with all of the growth, right? With this awakening, this like
So Sandy, sorry to interrupt you, but so you wrote a book, something about the Phoenix, right? And so what are your thoughts on like alchemy? Like, how does this work? Is this some sort of an elemental? Because I go to the, I've created fires, not even just me, the other beings that you can all go through it. And it's hilarious because there's something called kind of like a lag bone there, and I seen it happening before I realized what was going on. Jewish people had something to do with the Kabbalah and some rabbi who revealed the secrets of whatever. It's on some day of liar and all this stuff. And yeah, you go and create the fire yourself, and you can actually see a phoenix coming out the damn fucking fire. And I've seen it multiple times.
I believe you, and I have
Like,
seen
look,
like several pictures. It's
these are real pictures that we took. It's not something you found online. Yeah.
I have tons of pictures of fire because I spend a lot of time outside with fire pits camping.
So how does that happen? How does it physically manifest from your research? Is it through an elemental? Like,
Are you talking
does it work?
about the phoenix? Like why the
Yeah.
myth is
How do you
there?
see? No, how do you
Oh,
see a physical phoenix coming out the damn fire in reality? Yeah.
probably because it's some type of, I don't want to say warning, but it's probably going to be some type of like a reminder through the matrix. Like if you've noticed as you go along, right, because you create everything that's going on around you, but up until recently you didn't realize that you actually did that. And that's like taking your power back, right? So when you can harness that fire that's within you, right? Like the whole story, it actually kind of melds all the way through his history. Because, what I found out and what I, continue to learn is like the different gods along the way or something, along those lines through the different cultures. When you look at what each one of them, like the descriptions, it's the phoenix. And like the Chinese, there was the Fen, there was the Set is related to that somehow. It's like it's the same figure, but it based on the descriptions, but then you have the cultural observation of it, right? So like each one is individual, but then you look at it like on a macro level and you see it everywhere.
What about the idea of ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos? Right?
That's duality.
It's almost describing the phoenix rising from the quote ashes, right?
Because it's a cycle. You take a look at what does a fire do? What does a forest fire do?
Burns.
It
I know.
transmutes a specific thing because it's not just
Turns
burning.
everything to
In
ash.
essence, it's not. It's transitioning the fucking the sticks, the wood, the log, and all that. Right? Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, it's
Etc. There's like
transforming into something new. And then
Energy.
out of that is rebirthed a new forest. Right? And like if the forest is sick and it's having difficulty in a certain area, then it's going to burn.
well, exactly, and they do controlled burning
Oh
in
yeah.
forests in order to have regrowth. So. Yeah.
I mean, so I don't know why people freak out so much when there's big forest fires. I'm like, you know what? We wouldn't even know that that place was on fire over there if it wasn't for the internet. And like, it doesn't have anything to do with your current surroundings. Like the social media, while it has opened up so that we can communicate globally, which is beneficial because we can, hopefully get an idea of actually what is going on in other countries, which we wouldn't know if we were just watching the news, right? Because they pick and choose. I'm like, why do they pick this story and not this one over here that we're all talking about? Oh, I know, because it makes them look bad or whatever, you know?
And the
And
flow of energy, I would think, may apply to that too. You know, the attention, projected energy flow by observation.
mm-hmm.
So it's more about a direction, right? It's like a director of the fucking play or the movie or if you call reality. Like you're not. You could play with. You could direct it. You could direct energy, the flow of energy, natural law, whatever you like to call it. You know, the basic principles of how the algorithm is working, kinetic or hermetic law, whatever you want to call it. But you can only direct it. You can't go against the wind. Right? You go against. You can make a sail. You can have a parachute. But you're still playing within the boundaries of it. You know, you can't go against. It's like, yeah, you want to go against a fucking typhoon? You want to go against the damn
Well, metaphorically, that's kind of
hurricane?
what she did with her book. Is
Yeah.
she took the winds of adversity and showed you how to transmute them in
Walk
your
through
A
it.
language.
method of
Mm-hmm.
flowing or redirection. Yeah.
Yeah, because literally, like, the way that this book is, like I said, it's 5 chapters. It's you start out by embracing the flames, right? That means that like shit's on fire. You're in the oh fuck mode right now. And then you're going to find strength in the ashes because, you know, everything's just burned up and you're just like, what the hell just happened? And then navigating through the transformation because now shit's got to change, right? And then you're going to harness the fire and then you're going to soar to new heights. And
I can relate.
it, you know, as you go through it, like I go, okay, here's what embracing the flames means. Here's what being refined means. Now you're going to write about it and you're going to tell me what it feels like to be refined in the fire. And so the first and second chapter are kind of like building you and helping to remind you. You've already walked through shit before. And everything that you walked through before has set you up and prepared you for now, particularly now. Particularly now. Because shit's been weird for a long, long time for me because I've been in this for way too many years. It feels like my whole life. And, you know, I was born to do this, right? And each one of you were too. You know,
I
and so
was
like,
reminded of that recently to justify your statements and irrelevancy. That you could have probably have brought light to me at one point in time. I had not somebody else stepped up and done it for it, you know, made me aware of it. So relevancy here, definitely. Keep going, please.
yeah. So what's going to happen as you're walking through this, right? You go embracing the flames. And then I'm like, hold the phone here. Wait a minute. We need to take a break because we have to focus on self-care practices. And I don't care who you are. Like the biggest problem I think today is that we don't know how to take care of ourselves, which puts us in a place where we're always fucking reliant and dependent on somebody else, and then hence, you know, codependent. And there's different ranges of that, but ultimately we all are like interdependent, right? Like I need you and you need me, except that's really not the truth. You need yourself. And when you know who you are and where you came from and how much power you have, and you have the ability to co-create with Source, nothing can touch you. You are walking around and you are the fucking fire, right? And we need the masculines to stand up and do that.
So at that point, Sandy, what fuels the fire?
Passion, motivation. Once you figure out who you are there is that like point where, I'm, been going through a lot of shit. I'm not going to get into it, but um, my sister, she says to me, because she's also writing a book right now, and she says to me, "You're living your book." That's what she told me.
Well, you know what's funny about that? I'm never going to associate it back to the self or the ego. That's how the program operates. So yeah, I'll placate to it a little bit. You know what my mother told me? The most important thing my mother ever told me was that I don't fear anything except the author.
Hmm.
So, yeah, you want to write that book? That's up to you.
Well, what's funny is prior to this, okay, so this is what happened. This time last year, I had purchased a journal. It was the 369 journal because I'm in Nikola Tesla. Why not? Like 369, those numbers have power. And the book was very basic, and there wasn't a lot of information in it. And you just like wrote like an affirmation 3 times in the morning, 6 times in the afternoon, and 9 times at night. Or you could do it all at the same time, however you wanted. And then it had and it was the exact same page, every single page. And then like at the end of the week, they would like ask you like what
What about page 3 though? What was on page 3?
It was the same as page 2.
All right, and what is that?
It was just a blank page with numbered lines, and then the other side of it just kind of asked you like, what are you going to do for yourself today? Make a list of like to do stuff, like just
You
super.
almost said make a living there, but make a lift.
Make a list.
Is that with a Y or an I?
I. You're being funny.
Okay. Can I just see for a second, guys? When I had asked Sandy, because you had talked earlier about 3% what the sight can see, the fire actually is in the 3%. What fuels the fire is the same thing that fuels the vessel. It's called breath, spirit. Now, the passion that you're talking about is what's called the self, the program that runs it. So the book that you're talking about, it leans towards action, hence masculine, opposed to spiritual, where it would be more feminine. So for a lot of folks, they want to continue doing the same material thing over and over again, which is fine. When you're in a fire, it's doing the same thing. It wants the same thing that you want, which is air. So once a person understands that, then they understand something that's fueling it. If the fire itself is only there, hence the phoenix in the fire. It's rebirthing itself. And what happens when you rebirth? You're in life already. You need breath. Now, there could be other things that we can't see. Most people can't see air. They can only see its effects.
Right.
You can see a leaf moving and all that. So once you realize that, then you realize, oh, okay, so I've been very narrow-sighted in a lot of things that I thought I knew.
How do you get rid of a fire, right? Like, let's say you have an oil fire apparently in your house. It goes on.
Baking soda.
Baking soda, but you're snuffing out the oxygen of it, right? You remove the oxygen, the fire doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like even like a fire extinguisher, that's what it's used, like the powder stuff.
Right. Well, I put in here self-care practices, right? Because I was talking about like you need to learn how to love yourself, right? And so it was things like breathing exercises, grounding, drinking water, mirror work with I stating affirmations, like because I think that we have forgotten, like for some reason in society, like it's not normal for you to talk to yourself, and yet you really need to give yourself pep talks sometimes, right? Like that's part of that, like taking your power back, because then you're validating yourself, and then in turn you don't need other people to validate you.
Well, they never can really. So again, when somebody's talking to AI, they're talking to a version called the self. You're not those things. That's why it's self-love. You're loving the self. You're loving the program. Now, people talk about the ego. Now you're talking about the vessel. It's usually when people say things like self-love, I said that's kind of pride. You're allowing the program to run everything, opposed to you should be running the program. So it's like when somebody says know thyself. Who's the self?
Well, it reminds me of like the Oracle of Delphi, right? Or know thyself.
Yes, it's a good start.
Yeah.
It's a good start. Then you realize there's an observer of the self. You know, right now, as we're communicating, we're using the program called language. But that's not who I am. Because if that's who I am, then I should be able to speak Mandarin right now, then, and also Latin, and you guys should be able to understand it in that same language.
Well,
So that-
because there's limitations to the programs, except that there actually isn't, because there are people
yes.
that are in tune enough with the programs that they could actually access that program and start speaking it.
Yeah, they're validating the potential that we have within all of us. You know, the different
Mm-hmm.
people. Somebody can learn to do Braille, American Sign Language. There's many things we can learn, but then some people might realize, okay, some people are set with more gifts than others. Hence, educate, bring out. But for most people, they're being
All right,
bombarded.
and remember Dominic at one point. It's like, yeah, we need somebody doing sign language in the background with the AI going, and you know, we can all talk to ourselves.
They would benefit from it because now you're talking about, is it called mudras or whatever when you're doing hand gestures?
Mudras, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We can throw
Well,
up a bunch of mudras.
But the thing is though, like with any of those things that you're referring to, they work, and it's because like there's a program for it to work.
Yes.
So it's literally trying to find what works for you, right? But when you come into this, there's a lot of people, they don't know what mudras are. They've never heard of them. Their religion told them that they can't.
You know,
Their religion told them that's evil.
There's the old adage: the more you know, the less you understand. It's
Well,
more
I
about
say,
applying. Yeah.
yeah, well, because it, like I said, you kind of have to like pick something, but then you don't always have to be consistent with that. You can have 5 different modalities going at the same time. Like when I'm breaking pattern and running all over the place, the system doesn't know what the hell I'm doing.
Oh, it probably does. It probably does.
Well, but it has to like reset itself because I've changed to like a different trajectory than what it had anticipated, and it fucking fucks with it.
Or it works with you.
That's what works with me.
Yeah.
It works with anybody, but most people are not going to get even to that potential of having that as an action. They, as much as everybody's like, you know, we need to wake more people up. I think the system is going to do whatever it's going to do, and
Just gotta stay in your own lane, right?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, deal with your own research and your own. You have your own discernment. You don't impose your own fucking shit onto other people unless you're gonna make it fertilizer.
Not until you find out the stuff that you think that's yours doesn't belong to you. So again, you could teach somebody mutra by saying, listen, do you wave to people? Well, yeah. Do you point fingers? Yes, you're doing it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you just be aware of it. And once you become aware, it's like when some people said, Don, there's no way I could be in a silent retreat. I said, what do you do when you go to sleep? Again, most people just never have those thoughts. So what they do, they turn on the system because they think the system's against them. I said, no. The system's there for you. Language is there for you. You want to tap into it, it will serve you in that moment. The first time you think you own it, it'll say, well, you can do whatever you want. So now, if a person wants to learn how to print money, no problem. You're just going to have to learn how the system works, understand how other people choose to be ignorant, and that's why they'll follow a system aimlessly. They're not actually focused on it. They will eventually say, okay, so how can I serve you? You know, regardless if it's talking to you personally or, go ahead.
Yeah, the universe in and of itself, I was just telling Lonnie this. I'm like, it says yes. It doesn't say no. It's based off of, now you might get something that you don't want, but that's only because you're not in that mindset. Like, you know, people say, something repeatedly, and then the next thing you know, it happens, right? The self-fulfilling prophecy. And if the self-fulfilling prophecy works for negative shit, then why wouldn't it work for positive shit?
It's all programming, okay? Like what you're
Exactly.
saying, it's not a human. It has the way the algorithm of reality is working. It's not like a human where it has a like or a dislike or an opinion.
Exactly.
You
It
know,
doesn't
it's gonna
care.
react. It's gonna react due to the user. So that's on you,
Right.
and that's your
Right.
own
Like you
program. So yeah,
like
what are you gonna do? You reap what you sow, right? Yeah.
you're
There you go.
playing the video game, right? And you're your own player, right? So we are like our one player, and you're trying to get through this level. Well, there's all kinds of obstacles everywhere. Well, that's called
Final
LI.
boss, last level, final boss. What are you talking about? It's way beyond that.
No, I get that it's way beyond that. I'm just trying to simplify it. But I mean, there's obstacles, and it just
Let's
keeps.
cookie cutter. What shape are you like? You want a Christmas tree in your cookie
Cage,
cutter?
you're already doing it,
What do you?
Cage. Cage,
Yeah.
you're interrogating her opposed to just letting her share.
I've been listening. It's more not.
That's
It's not
fine.
about
That's fine.
interrogating. It's
Well,
about
it sounds
asking
like
the
you are.
questions that should be spoken. Yeah.
Well, keep going.
I guess.
Well,
Keep
that
going.
was it, really. I'd like to hear.
Well, the system in and of itself is like fully expansive. But I don't like to think in terms of like the closed system. The way that I work it is through my thoughts. And every time I come across different situations now, like in the more present now and in the recent past, the last
So
probably
it's all
4
a mental
years.
game, isn't it?
Yep.
There you go.
That's where a lot of the wants are. Yeah, when people are playing a video game as you guys were using it, they're taking it for granted there's a bot running in the background. So when people are actually using their mental mind and chasing their wants, their lacks, they forget the vessel has its own program running. And a lot of us take it for granted. Most of us don't have to spend time thinking about how many breaths I got to take, when I have to take a poop, when I need to eat. That program will remind you, or in this case, the computer will remind you.
Well,
And you
this
start.
is a very intricate machine that we're running, and
Well,
people,
like
they're just
on
like,
a
oh, it's
server,
just,
like if you connect a device to a server, right? There's something called a handshake. Like everyone's been handshaking the entire time we've been online talking.
Mm-hmm.
So you must fucking shake the hand, or you will not connect to the server.
well, it's all a representation of the reality that we call real.
Do I
Right?
get cookie points for that one? Do I get a cookie for that one too?
I
Okay.
got chocolate chip cookies in here,
That's right.
fresh,
Homemade.
freshly made. Yeah.
Right out the oven, huh?
And even that, Sandy, when you say the word reality, real, are we leaning more towards, let's say, our senses that we perceive as real?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sing and I have this conversation a lot, and I've been talking to Lonnie about it too, and I'm like, fuck. The words that we have, I go, sometimes we just don't have the right words for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, energetically, yeah.
And people won't necessarily understand what you're saying if you try to find some other word for it. Right? There's
Well, you can simply look up in computing terms and how servers and your TCP and all. Yeah, a handshake. Yeah, look into it. So it's simple. You must if you want to be on a server and talk to anybody, there's some sort of an ongoing agreement happening in the
in the
back.
background.
Yeah.
Well, that's called our contract before we got here.
Yes.
Right? Like, okay, so I have a question. I'm just curious. I don't necessarily know if there's a right or wrong answer. I'm just curious, like, do you think that your life the way it is is predestined, like you're meant to go on a certain path and that's the one that you're going to go on for this time period?
I would think
The onus is on you. It's what you make of it.
I would lean towards we're in life first and foremost. The fact that we're all speaking, languages that we have to be conditioned. There is a program running, so some of it, if not a lot of it, would be conditioned. But if there certain preset things on a spiritual level, I would probably say there is that possibility on a spiritual level, not on a material level.
I kind of look at as this is a single bound book with a make your own adventure aspect.
But isn't it still going to lead you to where it is that you're supposed to go during this
What you're
time
talking
period?
about is determinism and free will. So what acts is I've mentioned this many times in the past.
But I don't think that we actually do have free
Hold on,
will.
please. what he's okay? Listen, it's a mixture of both. Usually, in the middle, somewhere, the
Right.
truth is the quote truth is there apparently. So there's two sides to the same fucking story. Either way, it's a story.
In this program.
Well, Cage, Sandy did ask a question. There's a good chance she even has her own response to it. So she probably, if she chooses to respond to her own inquiry, she might fill in the blanks that you're probably trying to share.
No, go ahead. I'm just giving you shit. Keep going.
I need plenty of shit. That's how we grow plants.
That's
Yeah,
not
go
very
ahead, Paige.
nice.
Talk about. I think you're leaning towards either determinism or
Free will.
else. Yeah, free will. Go ahead.
I think I studied that in philosophy.
Yeah.
So, but which one do you think it is? Is it already determined? Or is it just giving us the illusion that we think when we already set up a contract prior to coming here?
Well, like what I was trying to say, it's like Access is choose their own adventure book. So technically, everyone starts on the first page, and everyone's within that book or that program, that reality, and that's up to you. You can jump to from page 1 to page 90 to page 146, back to page 2, back to that paragraph, back everywhere around within a closed loop system. It's called the sealed retort in alchemy.
Well, on a more simpler term, if not, a lot of things are determined, and then we have the choice of the will if we want to participate in those things. It's like having rules, and then you have a choice whether or not you want to obey them or not.
But isn't it too like okay?
So every possibility is there within the human brain, within the mind,
Right.
within So it's all there, and it depends on it's a closed loop system of a feedback, input output kind of thing. But to make it simple, but it's way beyond that, obviously.
Obviously.
So it's on you, like how you're gonna react to it, or how you maybe how you react. It's not linear either, right? So
right.
The reaction that you see has already happened before you can even react to it. So,
or if you decided not to, except that's still a reaction.
It doesn't matter, right? Passiveness is the same thing as doing that bullshit.
So you might as well have a good time, right? Don't be passive on that.
While we're presenting this for people that aren't aware and find this stream, most people are just now being turned on to the understanding in computer terms of binary because of quantum systems. And if you haven't developed thinking beyond binary, then you're probably not going to comprehend a quantum system or a quantum state, as opposed to those who understand a quantum state and are
Well, this
able
technology, I'm sorry for interrupting Access, but this technology is simply an effect of the cause. So if you really want to understand it, why look at the effect? It's like, yeah, I got to throw smoke and fucking make shit disappear. I could pull a rat out I could pull a rat or a rabbit out the damn hat if you want.
But
Same thing.
you're saying a word that a lot of people use. You know, you're saying effect and cause. So where is language?
I don't even think a lot of people fucking understand cause and effect.
No, I don't think they do. I think most people don't realize they're even in the effect and side effect. So where would language actually be? Because that would be where the cause would be. Most people are in the effect part of it, and let alone the side effect.
What's the program behind that? It's like is it something, for
Again,
example, in computing, you could pull up something like Wireshark. It's called penetration testing on a server to see, what ports may be like how to utilize that connection. Like, you can reverse engineer the handshake.
Yes, but it's still validating. Even though with reverse engineering, there's something beyond all of that. It's kind of like talking about the chicken and the egg, but meanwhile,
All right, so let's look into it then.
Cage, come on, Cage.
Yeah. We'll incubate it.
Let's interact with each other opposed to the same Dom, please.
Right?
You get excited, Cage, and sometimes you're always trying to throw Hail Marys. Come on, let's just do some short passes here. So in this case, I use the example.
I'll punt it to you, bro. My bad.
It's kind of like when people use the word chicken, and is it chicken or the egg, opposed to where'd you get the language first then? Those are very simple examples, and I say simple because it's very narrow, low energy examples, and that's a good start for most people. And for most people, that's the end of the conversation.
It gets too much beyond that.
Yeah,
for sure.
But at that point, they take a hike, kind of like in football, right? American football. Hike.
No, but at that point, Cage, it reveals to the person that's aware.
To the QB.
It reveals in that moment to the person that's aware, I have to remove myself.
Yeah, because their cognitive dissonance just kicked in and their ego went, this is not a safe conversation.
Which is, yeah.
But that's part of the program too, because
that is exactly. And again, that's confirmation bias as a coping mechanism. Oh, I feel unsafe in a conversation. Listen,
except that that's at a subconscious level. They don't even realize
this program is running like Canadians, right? Canadians aren't like Americans where they're gonna fuck you and make it very obvious and just talk shit about it. Yeah, over here they're gonna do it with a fucking handshake and a smile. So really, it's about being authentic, and you can easily tell. Like, yeah, you want to fall into that just because it sounds good to you. Yeah, I could play. That means you could easily be manipulated if it's all your way or the highway. Okay.
What about the possibility that we're all being manipulated even as we speak?
It's happening right now. We're all doing it we're doing it to ourselves. We're doing it to each other constantly.
Okay.
That's it.
So when we're aware, even the way you talk, Cage, whether you're aware of it or not, there's a manipulation going on there. So how would we address you if you know different addressing somebody that's somewhat not aware?
All right, Dominic. So knowing that, then you can. It's up to you. Then the onus is on you. I mean, now that you know that, you can hopefully try.
Yes, Cage. And you know something, Cage? If it was just me and you, I already know what I would do. I would walk away. But because there's other people, this is my own entrapment that I do to myself. This is where, Cage, you miss it. I've done it with you before. People could do it too. They can just go quiet and say, listen, let them go on. But then when you're in a conversation with more than two people, how do you have that conversation then?
That's what That's why I'm going to observe and listen. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You say it. That's all. If we have anything that's really important to say, which is fuck all probably, we should be able to go into silence at any moment. It's usually when it's not that important, we have to feel as though we have to share, which is fine. And that's for each individual, especially the one that's sharing, that's for them to learn. I heard of something at the very beginning of the conversation I thought was quite insightful. Whether it was 0.3% or 3%, what we can see. So what most people call reals based on a limited senses.
Yep.
Dare not ever say to somebody who said, okay, do you see air? Well, no. Do you ever see the light? And I'm not talking about those two luminaries. Have you ever seen the light before? Well, not really.
I agree.
Have you ever seen thoughts? Let's say somebody can see that stuff. I said, okay, fine. How would you explain it to the rest of us? I just saw an alien. Should I give some sort of sci-fi depiction of it, or should I tell you the way exactly I saw it? How would I explain it to other people? And by the way, Sandy was sitting right beside me when she saw it too. Sandy, how are we going to explain it to everybody else? How many books would we have to write? And even that, who gave us the technology of writing first? Because that's its own indoctrination. So I have to use an indoctrination to explain something that I've never seen before. Oh, by the way, I got to use a fucking language that has a meaningful language to it. Holy fuck, how do I use that now?
Very carefully.
Well, Dominic, that's what I've been trying to say. You have to see it for yourself. That's why I've been saying, yeah, let's go to the bales and make a fire. I'm telling you. You'll see them over there, buddy.
Okay.
It's all
You
there.
like to bring all these different examples. Let Dom, let's go to the Baal.
I've been consistently saying it the entire time.
Okay. But the fact that you use my name, I'm always questioning. If you're going to use my name, you should ask me first and foremost, Dom, are you interested in that? And I'd be the kind of person I'll tell you
Should
straight
I
out.
use your number instead of your name?
No,
I'll use
Cage.
your. We'll use their social fucking.
That's the part you're
insurance
missing,
number.
Cage.
Your SIN number.
Cage, that's the part you're missing because you say you're listening, but if you're truly listening within, you're really not hearing me. You're filling in blanks. Dom, we should go to the bell. Well, you should ask me since you mentioned my name. Dom, would you want to go to the bell? I already know myself. Thank you, Cage. Probably not. So then there's three other people here.
Nothing wrong with that.
Again, there's three other people.
It's a nice place. It's a nice place to go. I'm sure you and the family would enjoy it.
Here's an exercise that I practice, Cage. Is out of the 3 years that I've lived here, there's only been 2 people that have brought up the presence of entities that I keep myself surrounded with. And they're not just one, but only 2 have been able to recognize that there were other presences amongst us out of all the people that they've sent here, from doctors to nurses to in-home help to case management.
It was you, yourself, and I the entire time, huh, Axis? Okay. And who was that was sent to you, apparently? Or that you've seen that beyond it was sent to you?
Hold on a second. Cage, in that moment, do you honestly think, I want you to stop and think about this and don't say nothing. Do you think
can't
you actually
bullshit a bullshit master.
Cage,
You
again, you're
can't.
doing it now. Cage.
You're going to try selling sand in the desert.
Cage, you're doing it again. You got timed out at Jack, and I think you might have to get timed out here. Did you give Axis a chance to finish his fucking sentence? The answer is no.
Anyhow, what I was saying is I don't bring them up or mention them to anyone except the 2 people that recognized they were here. The confirmation. One of them even asked for confirmation from me that what they were experiencing was actual. Only 2. Outside of that, I never spoke to anybody about it.
What the fuck? Is it kicked again? Mic check.
Yeah, and if the point's missed on that is these people that did not notice that the presence of other beings were here, they did not need to be alerted to that because it's none of their business. I'm not here to tell a ghost story. But the 2 that did bring it up showed me their level of comprehension beyond what is visually seen by the eyes or heard by the ears. It was something a step beyond in their senses. And those people I will cater to. The other ones I will not.
Thanks for sharing that, Axis. Now, Cage, if you want to share something, fill your boots.
That's my guy.
Cement shoes, Dominic.
Boots. But if you want shoes, go ahead, wear shoes. So
We,
go
we
ahead.
can we can put a beat to it. Yeah, yeah. Cement boots better. Put a chain too.
Please share, Lonnie. I heard you saying something.
Oh, I was just saying, that's my guy right there. Both of them, Cage too, man. Cage just Cage. Sometimes
Oh,
I feel myself with my hands around his neck, but then I wake up and I'm like, oh, it's Cage. Being
Yeah.
Cage.
Then you wake up and you realize you can't
Oh,
put
don't mess
away.
it up. Don't mess it up.
Yeah. No. It's like trying to grab smoke.
No, you know what? I enjoy your late night theater stuff you put on, man. Sometimes and during the day, a lot of it's always interesting. So I always find interesting shit on your channel. That's for sure.
Well, isn't it really just about, we're here to be good listeners and good learners, but also teachers, right? Like the roles, it it needs to be flowing through so that people are engaging and people feel
Right.
welcome and comfortable.
Yep, you're right.
Just in
My
general. I mean,
biggest thing was when I first come into this community, if that's what we're calling it, group of people, a big group of individuals. Um, that and it has changed, but a year ago it was a lot of it's like a pissing contest, and then it ended up being an argument, and then bad blood, and it's like, hold on, wait a minute, man. I thought, aren't we all supposed to be on the same team?
well,
You
because
know?
we're all just trying to figure it out. And,
Right. Right.
I find what Cage is speaking about to be interesting because I like to think in high minded, and there are areas, even though I've been doing this for a really, 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 really long time, I don't know everything. And it's nice to have other people that can have a different perspective in a different field of understanding that then expands that whole thought even more. We're not here to like argue with each other. And
no,
that's,
and there's no animosity in this panel amongst any of us, and
I'm
especially
not
me and
saying that
Kay.
there is, but like how Lonnie was
Yeah.
saying, the different, with different people. And it's like, if you're like really on that path of like wanting to understand, just look at how, different philosophers. I mean, we're just not going to take no shit from anybody, right?
Well, I can imagine amongst the Greek and Roman scholars that there were plenty of debates and arguments,
Oh,
and probably
absolutely.
road physical altercations.
Yeah, I mean,
A
but
couple
it's
gray-haired old men with long beards, as we picture them in their robes, and they're just taking it outside of the institution and going at it.
Or really, unfortunately, over here they use the younger people to go and do that dirty work. A lot of the time, depending on the individual. When it comes to manipulation, you want to do something physically, right? Like over here, they'll use children to do that.
No, that's not good at all to my notion as far as
To
if you
pack
want to bring
somebody,
up a
whack them,
well-developed
whatever.
child. But we were fortunate enough that, at least when Einstein, Bohr, and Planck and all those guys got together, they did, as much as I'm sure they wanted to, did not take it outside of the compound to wail on each other. So, we could have lost out on some serious scientific information in the field of physics and
well,
beyond.
and that's a really good point. But on the other hand, in some ways, I think a lot of these people probably spend a lot of time alone,
Well,
focused
they're
on
yeah.
their learning. I mean, yeah, some might have been married and had children and stuff, but any of the history that I've studied on, a lot of the psych, soul, philosophical. For some reason in my mind, I just always like see them like they're by themselves. A lot of this journey is alone because you need
Well,
time to think.
that's kind of one of the things I was talking to Bex about the other day. And Bex, you are more than welcome to the panel. We'd love to have you. Is
Great. I haven't talked to Bex in a long time.
is you know, a lot of mathematicians are suicidal and go mentally insane, not only because of their own conflict within their mind and understanding of uh, high intense math, but their
Right.
inability to socially get along and to deal with just common little things that you and I take for granted. It would be just perplexing to them. And, a lot of people did isolate. A lot of people were ostracized because of that. A lot of guys killed themselves, and then there are those that become
The devil's in the
almost,
details, huh, Axis?
yeah, they become jaded because they think that everything is a predetermined variable, that they have no control over anything because it's already a understood equation that they're just living into.
Well, I think that's probably why, we basically were born and we don't know anything, right?
Really, it's all in the terms of service. Have you ever thought to read them? The fine print.
My I have to be completely reserved with my new nurse is here, because she's not highly intellectual. Um, she's just a very common person,
Terms of service, Axis.
but her genuine sincerity to being compassionate to another human is above and
Right?
beyond.
Right? Like that's her purpose.
So I
She
keep all
doesn't.
the intellectual shit quiet. Yeah, and bless her for it. She's really good.
So so it's on your term of service, but not. So what kind of terms of service are you subscribing to? You know what that, right? Terms of service, not even just on the internet. You have
Yeah, I'm a hard
physically somebody
individual to
come.
love.
You have someone physically coming in there and
Yeah, I'm.
serving
I'm.
you, right? So what are the terms of that service?
Um, One, they have to be genuine in what they're doing because I can feel their energy. And if I have somebody here that is not genuinely concerned about me, I notice it right off because I can feel it. I see it in their emotions. I can taste it in the food they create. I don't even allow these people to touch me, more or less to endeavor into my home any further. And
Yeah, you don't want the bad energy, low
conflict.
energy, whatever it is. Yeah.
Access,
So,
sorry for a second. There's a couple of people backstage. I don't know who they are.
oh,
EX or me. Don't know. Be
got
wary.
him.
So, okay.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, I gotta go. It's getting late.
Hold on a
It's
second.
been Sandy. Don't,
I just,
yeah, just
I just came to say hi, Sandy. It's me, Bex.
there. See?
Oh, hello. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, long time no talk.
Right? That's what I
Yeah,
just said. I'm like, wow, I haven't talked to her in a really long time.
yeah.
So I
How you
have
been?
super exciting news. I don't know, you probably weren't on here earlier. I was telling them, okay, so I wrote a guided journal called Phoenix Rising.
Is that something like you're publishing it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, cool.
Yeah,
Neat.
it's a guided journal. It's like really, oh my God, you're gonna love it.
Cool. And are you selling online or
I
and in
will,
bookstores
yeah,
and stuff?
I will
Yep.
be. Yeah.
Cool.
It's just it's taking I sent it off to the editors and just it's oh yeah, it's just gonna take a few weeks and it's been almost 3 months and now it's the holidays, so
Hmm.
nothing's getting done and but
Well, perfect timing in the new year then. I mean,
Right?
Just shelving it for now. Right, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there. It's done. It just needs to come together. It's all good. Divine
Good.
timing for whatever happened.
Cool.
So, anyway, I was going to go, but it was a pleasure talking with everybody.
Yeah,
And
good to see you, Sandy. Good to
it
hear
was
you.
great to chat. Yeah. Merry
Good
Christmas.
luck with
Happy New
your.
Year.
Yeah, keep us posted on how it goes with the book
Yeah, for
sale.
sure. For sure.
Stuff.
I'm so excited. Anyway, I will chat with
Yes,
you guys
if I
later.
could, Sandy, I would like to say thank you for coming up here.
Thanks for
It's
having me.
definitely good to meet you. I'm intrigued about the book, and you are you are absolutely welcome to promote your book or your channel here. All you
Thank
gotta do is
you.
just leave
Hey,
some
Axis.
type of
Sandy's needing 50 subs, man. So I'm
okay,
going to sub to her channel too. So if everybody could sub to her, it'd help her out.
okay. And if she wants to put something in the chat, I will go ahead and wrench her, and she will be able to put links to her channel there, and I will put a community
And I'll
link
drop the
in.
link too if she wants to just put a comment in. I don't mind dropping the link.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
I
Well, it's
just
been a
need.
pleasure, Sandy. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I'll go on and put it.
Yeah, drop a comment in the chat on YouTube,
Okay.
and then he can wrench you, and I can grab your link.
Sweet. All right. I will chat with y'all later.
Okay.
It's been nice. Have a beautiful night.
Good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. All right. Good night.
All right. Good night.
What a wonderful jewel.
Yeah, she's cool, man. She's awesome.
I don't know if she got the comment thing or not, but if not, Bex, if you want to drop her link, we'll try and get her.
Lonnie,
what she
are you subbed up to Sandy? Are you subbed
I
up
thought
and wrenched?
I thought I was, but I don't see it. So me and her talking about it earlier.
Hmm.
Yeah. So she'll drop
there
it.
we
Next time, or someone's gonna have to stalk her.
It's
She's
SK.
she's done a few streams. She did a few with me, and I think she did a couple
Yeah, I
with
found
Bill.
it. That's SK, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Got her.
Copy link. Got it too.
Well, there you go. Yeah, Rebecca.
Cool.
Yeah, good to see you. What do you think about boiling and then frying a pierogi?
I think that sounds fucking delicious.
Yeah, like sometimes like make a good meal. There's like multiple different methods of cooking. What's that one's called? Like sous vide, where it's been like kind of vacuum sealed and boiled and then
Yeah,
seared.
sous vide.
Yeah, sous vide. You know
Yeah.
about that, right? You
Yeah.
cater. You cater. Right? Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What kind of
I
curry are you gonna put
I
into that? I'm like
I
Stephen Curry. I'm like I had 3-pointers all day.
if you cook them right, you can also go from frozen to fried though without really much difference. I once had someone who didn't know how to cook them make them for me too, and he basically poached them in butter. He put so much butter in the pan, and so they were more like boiled pierogies, but boiled in butter. They were like decadent, and it was a
What would
nice.
that be the idea like poached, right? Butter
Yeah,
poached
that's
fucking
what that would be
pierogies.
called. But you
Butter
can
poached
poach.
pierogies. That's
Yeah,
that's
butter
8 times
poached,
fast.
which would more
Butter
like
poached
almost
pierogies.
like
Butter
be what they'd
poached.
call that would really be called a pierogi confit, but still
Look, you're all
delicious.
fancy with it. There you go.
Yeah, but I'm not a. I know people will clip this, but I'm not a picky eater. I haven't been a picky eater most of my life. There's a handful of things I didn't like, but even as I've gotten older, I keep trying them. You know, you should keep trying things you don't like. Some people make it different. Your taste buds change. So yeah, I'm not too picky, especially when someone else is doing the cooking.
Or why don't you put something
You guys see
He
that
said,
sun on this guy on my avatar? Sorry, Axis.
make sure that Lonnie says that he can't get Sandy's link to go through, so I'll try it myself. Yeah, it went through fine. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're all good.
it's working for me
Sorry,
too.
Zach. Yeah.
Did you guys see the sun on that day on my avatar?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
and
did.
then you see that? That's Christmas Eve day where I live.
Let me do this.
Beautiful.
Are those your pictures to prove or denounce flat Earth and globe, Rebecca?
Exactly. Exactly. Both.
Yeah, I've watched
I'm
that
denouncing them
final.
both.
I watched that turn into supposed to be what was the final experiment turned into the beginning of more turmoil, conflict, and confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful picture.
Besides, like, how can a holographic realm even be a shape? Come on, people, get with the program. It's an illusion. Does it even have a shape? Like, does anyone ask what the shape of your computers, what's the shape of the data inside, the CPU on your computer or wherever the stuff is stored in the computer? You know what I mean? Like, what
I know
shape is
what it
that,
is,
huh?
Rebecca. I know what it is,
What?
but I wouldn't explain to you because you wouldn't understand, so I'm not going to explain it.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm low IQ, though.
And I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
There
I've
you
been
go.
deemed low IQ out here, so it really is my problem. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb.
Are you dumb or just everybody else smarter?
Everybody, both actually, but definitely, I'm like I'm not cream of the crop. Okay.
All right.
Like,
What about deep underground military bases? Dumbs.
Do they believe in
yeah.
flat
Well,
Earth?
are you trying to ask me if I'm a loose woman?
That was code. I got it, Rebecca.
Okay,
I got it
well,
too.
we can call it the Gothard Tunnel at that point.
Mm. Well, I am Bexel, so everything is extra large.
I had taken one of your memes that I happened to run across. It was being definitely out of time, and found a humorous limerick to it. If I can remember it, I'll let you in on it. And if not, I'll definitely let you know in Messenger. But I probably laughed for 15 minutes out of just the sheer ignorance that this person had, and I applied my own humor to it, and that was even more amusing. So you got a fandom going. So I don't know. I almost feel like you're outshining me now.
I'm what?
You're outshining me.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no.
Remember the
Impossible,
40. Remember the
Axis.
48 laws of power,
Impossible.
Bex. Never outshine the master. Right? We got into
I
this
know.
conversation before.
I think he's just having a humble moment. It's impossible.
But you called it. I will give you that. You definitely called it. So props to you on that.
What did I call?
Oh, how certain people would react and respond to our humble little corner here that we all share.
Oh, our own version of the final experiment of sorts, you're saying. Not that
Yeah.
easy, but
Well, I'd like to be able to learn how to restream a restreamer. So when they're restreaming me, I can
you
be
can go live and
restreaming
restream them.
them,
Well, it's easy.
and Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure
I
that
mean,
out. You may.
I say that, but I've never done that. You know how to share your computer to your screen when you're live?
Yeah, Cage
Yeah,
taught me that.
you just do that and go to his channel and watch.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did
and
you
you
know?
click to show the live chat if you want. Yep. It's a
What is
little
that?
bit different if you were actually going to join the panel and stream to your channel. You can do it,
Okay.
you know, yeah, that's a different setup. But yeah, just like playing any other video.
You gotta talk Axis's language. So Axis, you see when he fed the mice, not Rat, to the snake, right? So what you gotta do is you gotta look the serpent in the eye, and then if
Oh,
you like pull
absolutely.
out a flute or something, start charming it. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And
Mhm.
it was Vex's fame that I'm riding on, so I want to make sure that credit is where credit is due.
Did you say my fame?
Yes. Yeah, it's your fame and your coattail that I'm riding this bit of fortune on. So
That's why I'm here. I'm here on with a different avatar and a different name. It's my own version of an experiment. See how long it takes. Will I
if
be
you guys
seen
are
or
Let's
not
get like
wondering,
let's get a fucking E major for that comment, right?
Mhm.
We need that on the flute, Axis. Hurry up.
But it's good. It's good. I know we're being relatively vague as we speak like this, which is good. It's Saturday, December 28th. Have you guys ever seen the movie Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind?
no.
Yeah, Jim, as a Jim Carrey thing, right?
Is it Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind where the couple? I thought it was Ashton Kutcher and Gwyneth. One of the
That's fucking
blondes.
Jim Carrey. Come on now.
Is that? But okay, then I'm getting it mixed up with Butterfly Effect or something like that.
The
But it
butterfly
is.
effect is yeah.
But Eternal
Yeah, you are.
Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is the one where they go and get their memories wiped, right? Now, there's no romantic analogy here between me and any of the people on YouTube, but I'm just saying we got 3 more days to even allude to the conversations. Then I'm getting memory wiped, okay? And I ain't talking about these people anymore.
We have
Just
an
wanted to do.
injection suited just for you. You know.
Is that a resolution, Rebecca? Are you saying that you're going cold turkey?
I've done it before, actually. I've done a good job. I can go talk, I can be on many lives, have many conversations, be it in chat or whatever, never saying a person's name once, right? Not never, but for months, right? You say it once to their hundreds of hours of talk. You know what I mean?
It's like Beetlejuice.
Yeah. And so it is a bit more of a resolution. That's one of the main reasons I don't stream on my channel is like, I want to push back.
You need a sponsor?
You know?
You need a sponsor?
I just want to push back. But it's just a waste of my time. It's literally a waste of my time. You know?
It's probably
So
a waste of a lot of people's time, but yes.
exactly. Yeah. There's way more better things to talk about. So, but yeah, a resolution of sorts, you know? But I've really decreased my time on YouTube for the most part as a general habit. So I only see that that function increasing or decreasing, depending on whether, more
Will there
time
be
outside
chips?
increasing.
Will there be chips handed out?
So I like to. Sorry for the interruption, Tony.
Go ahead.
But, yeah, I was gonna say quickly. We could use different. Has nothing to do with me. I'm not making it about anything like that. But I'm saying somebody came in here. They come all the time, like multiple times a year, and they're doing like an inspection for pests, right? So yeah, the last time I'm there, I'm like, I was apologizing. I'm sorry. Like, it's pretty clean, but like, it's very clean. Like more probably like on the up and up. But either way, I'm like, yeah, my bad. So the buddy came in. He was in and out in like 5 seconds.
Lonnie's in the back. Sorry.
Oh.
And he
Okay.
went and put like, for some reason he went and put like some sort of like a paste on the joints and fucking. A paste on the joint, so that's gonna attract them and get trapped in the joint of the fucking container. I don't know. But anyway, so it was funny. What I did was like, you know what? Buddy was about to close the door. I'm like, oh, you're gone? All right, great. So I ran out quickly into the hallway and I gave him a can of Beetlejuice soda. Not even joking. I'm like, here, you know, this flavor. I'm like, you know, it's kind of a weird flavor. I don't know if you're going to like it. But, you know, I gave it to him.
Maybe people treat YouTube like they treat church. They'll go only on Easter and Christmas.
He still took it. I don't know what he did with it. Yeah.
You probably needed to wash the dry mouth from being in your apartment down with it.
The plants.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you want to come and inspect my fucking shit, bro? Like, I'm being like, I'm a great fucking neighbor and person to be around. You know, because I have cameras on everything, motion detectors. They want to try playing that. Everyone's observing it before it happens.
Cage making little mini 1x1 baggies for selling to the local pest. You know, no, just kidding, free. Oh shit, man! Charging the parasites to steal. That's awesome.
No, I just gave him. It was like I don't even know why I bought that. It tasted very odd. It was supposed to be called Haunted Apple, and it had Beetlejuice on it.
Oh, you're talking an actual can of juice called
A
Beetlejuice.
soda.
A soda.
So yeah, Beetlejuice image on it.
Be careful. You said it twice already, Cage. You didn't show
3
us.
times, Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
3 times.
Now all we need is someone
Knock,
saying
knock,
Voldemort. Oh, it's already done.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, all you gotta do is 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit! I've got a new entity here. Fuck. Another mouth to feed.
Charge rent.
Yeah,
At this point,
right.
we're gonna charge for your breath at that point. Every time you in on the exhale, we're gonna tax you.
But you got to be honest. Rebecca's like gold. Anytime Rebecca's on any channel,
I am being honest. Every time you inhale and exhale, you're gonna be taxed. I told you.
I said Rebecca, but I guess Cage is in there. Okay.
Well, regardless, yeah, I'm still here.
You're very kind to me, Dom.
I tried to be, hon. But what I was trying to say is, anytime Rebecca's on a channel, you know there's going to be a whole bunch of people say, "Oh, let's review what Rebecca has said," and they're probably not even going to hear half the stuff you say, and they're just going to use some sort of foul comments to describe you.
Yeah.
That was at least like 13. That was a minimum 13 inhales and exhales. We were getting taxed on at that point. Well, we'll bring it to the 26 at that point, Dominic, right? Yeah.
But you know what I find interesting? I don't want to give names because people already know who these characters are, and I really don't want. The people that are in these chat, they actually never go online to anybody else's panels and go live. They always wait for their cult leader to represent them, but they never. They have a lot to say in chat, but they'll never actually go live. They're not even be in the same live chat with you, Rebecca, because that would be humorous because you'd be like, okay, I'm talking to children right now.
All right. At that point, they're being used as a tool, right, Dominic?
Maybe. But that would
if they're being used, they're choosing to. They want to be used.
That's exactly, and I think they're hiding. It's kind of like here's Dad's coat, and everybody.
But you don't want a hammer that hammers you back, right? The hammer's a hammer because it can be used as a tool that it's compliant to having that function. Yeah. Sorry for the interruption.
Well, this would be a great psychology, and to explain so that people that go to those channels would understand. But you saying what you're saying, Cage, it'll end up becoming mockery to them. Like, oh, look, so and so's interrupting. Where we could literally break it down a little bit and wondering why people would rely on somebody else to represent them and to determine whether or not they should or shouldn't go to different channels, let alone what book I should read, whether or not I should wear certain kind of colors. That is kind of what a cult is.
Yeah.
And those people will say, and then they'll try to pick on me and say, no, it's not about me. It's your behavior that you should be concerned about. Why do you need somebody else to represent you? And why would you actually pick on another person that's not even there?
And being a
Especially-
responsible cult leader, I can.
But you
That's
can
your
call it
views.
self-immolation. It's like you're lighting yourself on fire at that point.
That can only survive access.
I'm Ricky Bobby. I'm on fire.
Cage.
Well, I would say
Okay.
it might not look it to some, but if anyone's looked at the absence, if anyone has noticed the absence of me at different times online, I've worked harder at becoming irrelevant than I've worked at doing anything else.
But
And
isn't
I
this
haven't
what-
done it perfectly. If I'd set it as a full-on goal, then I wouldn't have fed into it, or wouldn't have engaged. But I'm human, and there is an aspect of the kind of conflict that we can get engaged in on YouTube that can be, I don't know, an opportunity to maybe respond in ways you wouldn't in person, right? So, but I learned that skill, and I'm hopefully done with that. And I've been
Well,
doing a good, I am willing to freely speak about anyone out here, in the room or out of the room,
Well, you're
like
good
I'm
at
not
that.
trying to say like I'm scared or I won't or I can't, or if I was
Well,
somewhere
at that
where,
point, let's talk about you. At that point, right?
well, yeah, exactly. And it's just, but it's like, it's all there on record. And like I said, it's, for me, it has been a matter of sort of trying to be irrelevant.
Well, that's
Not
the
to be
thing.
like, oh, I'm so
All
important.
right,
It's like
let's get
specifically
back to
irrelevant with a small group of
let's
people.
get back to you and the reaction that you're observing.
Okay, so knowing that, give me a second there, Cage. So knowing that, when somebody has to put an effort to be relevant, let alone irrelevant, what usually gets missed in all that is what's the message that person was trying to share. So this is where people get into the Christ conscious, they get into just the name Christ. You shared a lot of information, Rebecca, like a lot. Now, you've also played many other parts. You also make it humorous. But then people will spend more time worrying about the way you look and the one or two words you said opposed to, well, what's the bigger message? What was the message? Let alone, how did you receive that message? Because it shouldn't really even be about you. You shouldn't even have to tell other people that you should be insignificant. It's always interesting how people are in chat. They want to make other people significant, but yet, do you want to be significant? Oh no, I don't want to. I just want to be like in chat. And I said, so then you're not really even attracting the same attraction. Then you're playing a clever game with yourself.
Well, I'd say all of yours are very significant.
That's fine, Gage. That's your interpretation. Yeah.
It is interesting to see, though, the nature of people, and let's just picking on people for how they look. Not just me, whoever.
Depeche Mode, people
right?
are people.
But you'll find that it is actually a small handful of people that people will actually continue to berate for their looks. Everyone can have a little bit of criticism when they first come across people, but there's a huge chunk of people. The majority of people do not get picked, isolated and solely criticized for their looks. And I'll take it to a female level right now, just because there aren't as many female panelists, right? So there's a few that have seen like sort of that nonstop, meme making or whatever. Some of them out of character or things they said. If you say like that you're interested in whatever it's called, the Starfire ritual or whatever, like you're going to get mocked for that by women and men alike, not necessarily for what you look like. But my point is there are thousands of people, and let's just say pick women, right, out here that could be all targeted for that, but they're not, right? I saw a woman go up on a panel recently. She had an amazing bra on and quite the rack showing, okay? And she was a woman probably about my size and my
Do you
age.
ever listen to yourself? Like you continuously waffle.
No, we try and listen to her though, Cage. It's just she's got the speech impairment called Cage reality.
Okay, so in this moment, I want to share something. Okay, this is
please
important.
do, Dom.
Cage, you have an attention span. what is of no interest to you, which is fine. You just haven't learned to keep quiet about it. It's not your responsibility to tell other people what you're interested or not interested in, especially when they're talking.
I never said any of that.
But
I
you
just said about
did.
the waffle.
But you did. But the thing is,
I
you
never any.
interrupt.
Well, we got
Okay.
maple syrup over here.
Okay, let's ask him for a
We're
question.
tapping the truth.
What's the waffle? What's the waffle that you hear me waffling on? What am I? What specifically
lube,
isolate
the waffle,
where the waffle is in what I'm
what
speaking on
terminology
now?
would you like to hear it?
Just tell me okay, elaborate on your criticism that you were trying to point out there, please.
It's not a criticism. All I said was we have maple syrup for the waffle.
Okay, so you interrupted the conversation to talk about there's a fly near your ear next?
No, I have to tell you about my new.
No, but waffling implies that I don't stand. I'm not standing on a square. That's what that implies,
with the waffle.
right? That there's something I'm wavering on, or I'm not being concise and decisive. I'm tiptoeing. I'm tiptoeing around something. That's what I get.
Bex, your speech impairment is acting up. You really need to get that speech impairment under control, Bex.
My maple syrup company.
Really starting to interfere with my panel. Thank you.
We lost Lonnie again.
So can you guys support me and support buying my maple syrup?
Well, you know what I would like to say to you, Cage, and I'm paraphrasing. I'm gonna mimic someone who gave me some advice once. It might not have been how I wanted it, but now I'm gonna say to you, Cage, get some sleep, Cage. Cage, you're far from home, Cage. Cage, you need to get some sleep, Cage. I'm not doing it right because I don't need to do it in a British accent. But like, Cage, man, like, when did you sleep in the last couple of days?
Can I sleep?
Trust me, I've done 110 hours myself with only a 3-hour sleep on day 2, so I'm not criticizing.
All right, I'll get to sleep as long as you can recognize I can sleepwalk at the same time.
But you've been like nonstop out here. Like, it's okay. I mean, I've seen multiple slumber parties, male slumber parties happen online. There's lots of people fall asleep online. I, as someone who's been out here, once felt myself drifting off in a live stream, and I have once put myself on mute with an intention to fall asleep. But other than that, like, I will leave YouTube before I fall asleep on YouTube.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again? I just fell asleep. And I
okay, so knowing all this, hold on. Knowing all of this, I was hearing Rebecca, and I have access for a bit. I'll represent just a little bit. You were hearing it. You were talking about women, and for whatever reason, Cage had to interrupt it, whether he knows it or not. It's of no interest to him. So at that point, stay yourself mute. Rebecca, if you would like to continue, please.
Well, all I was going to say is she's just a woman that you could have seen, if it was in any other room, you would have seen a lot of criticism. I just remember just for the way she looked. I mean, she happened to have a great bra and a great shirt on, so that definitely helps. But everything else would have been the whole older woman trope that people like to reduce.
Can you repeat that a third time?
I'm not going to Cage. I was summing up. You interrupted, and I picked up exactly where I.
Can we sum it up the third time?
Bex, your speech impairment is getting out of control, man. You got to get your speech impairment under control there.
No. Next scheduled 20. I remember when Benton came onto my panel once just to relieve me because I'd been online for so long. He came on and held the show down while I went and had a bath.
One time in band camp.
Cage, I did not repeat myself, and I was making the final point. So can I explain to you that sleep helps with not only mental acuity, but it also helps with not being rude?
Do you know something? Jack did something today, and I didn't realize it took people so long to figure this out. It's called timeout. Now, that's the responsibility of the host if they choose to do that. Because if not, you're going to let the one child that's probably the brightest child among all of us to keep doing what they're doing. And I know, Cage, you'll move from panel to panel. But if enough people start doing that, Cage, you'll have to change the way you share.
Well, Cage has been backstage and timed out more often than not.
Well, it should be done quickly. It should be zero tolerance. It shouldn't be entertained for a couple of minutes. It should be everybody should collude. It should be. And that should be for anybody, including me.
3 times, head tap.
Especially, Cage, and I'm doing it right now too. Somebody was actually sharing, and there was no indication whatsoever that that person, when they were sharing, okay, I'm going to pause for a minute so get anybody's idea. No, you decided, you know something, guys? Everybody else has been listening to fucking rap music. I'm going to come in with my rock and roll music. That's the type of person you are. You're very disrespectful, and you're not aware of it. And if you are aware of it, then you should get zero tolerance.
All right. So what kind of individual are you, Dominic?
Here we
Well,
go.
I'd
AGC. There you go.
Well, you're
I'd
saying
still
I'm wondering. All right.
Okay,
I'd still
Dom,
like
you're developing the same speech impairment that Bex is having, so I took your advice.
Yeah.
I
Put me in
think
the
it's
back.
mutually appreciated by the chat.
Put me in the back.
do you muted Cage? Is that what you're saying?
I muted myself.
Oh, because Cage, to go back to when you interrupted I get that sometimes people don't like storytelling, and I do tend to come in with here's someone who I do tend to get to my point with a story first, and some people don't like that. Some people have heard too many of my stories. They're just no patience for it, whatever, right? So I get that communication style can be key, and some people like concise, articulate, point with no story. That being said, when you interrupted what I was saying, and before you started saying I was repeating myself for the third time, and I asked you what you meant by waffling, and then you made the joke about pancakes and waffles or waffles and syrup or whatever, since you chose to interrupt someone to say something
No,
about the
it was
waffling.
about a maple syrup company. That
No,
I'm
I
trying to
would like
promote.
you to elaborate on but you don't, it wasn't about maple syrup, because you're just deflecting. Now you're feeling like you stand on a
Why don't you
square.
go back and
If you're
listen to it?
telling, yeah, but now you're waffling between interrupting
I'm
someone who
trying
was
to promote
speaking.
my
You
maple
were,
syrup
you
company.
were, you were waffling while
Are
someone
you
was
going to
telling a story.
support the maple syrup company or not?
Are you going to explain why that was important then to interrupt what someone was saying, independent of me? So first of all, you made it personal by saying
I made
you
it personal
waffle.
by talking about
You
you
made it
and me.
personal by saying you waffle. That's what you said. Did you know that you waffle, Bex?
This is
That's what
the
you said.
exact meaning of the waffle. We're explaining it right now in the brand. It's perfect.
I think you actually have something you want to say that you're not saying. And then you're making a joke of it because you weren't expecting me to actually point it out. That can be the only reason. Because if not, then your interruption would have been, "Hey
You can point
Bex, do you know
anything
about
out,
do you know about something syrup and waffles?" You would have just interrupted with it not being, "Hey Bex, do you know
don't
you
understand.
waffle?"
You don't understand what's going on.
I do understand what's going on.
All right,
And
so
I
then,
have no emotional investment in this conversation at all. I'm not upset with you. I'm just saying I'd like you to explain to me, what happened.
you'd like me to?
It's fine. You could say, you know what, the story was boring. So I just wanted to be a disruptor. It's cool.
Yeah, well,
You would have to be honest at that point, Rebecca, because that's usually what happens with people that have that type of mindset.
Yeah.
It's a boring thing. It's deviating. It's boring to me, so I'll interrupt everybody else because it's about me. Opposed to, you know something, you can learn just to keep quiet long enough. If not, then everybody else has to be your guardian. And eventually, most of us, whether we realize it or not, are enabling your behavior.
I got some bad shit going on here trying to mute Cage.
No, sometimes you can't mute them. Sometimes you have to actually just put them in the back.
I'm a mastermind, right?
See, there you go. You know, I was going to share this earlier, Rebecca. There's other people that openly talk about, I don't want any financial gains from my channel, but they really like to fucking get a lot of paid attention.
Mm-hmm.
They want that attention,
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. It's fine. But it's when they start making fun of somebody else or denouncing somebody else and say, well, last time I remember, you got to pay for a computer, you got to pay for all this other stuff. So if a person chooses to want to get paid for something, whether it's paid attention, paid financially, that's their choice. But there's some reason or another, there's a lot of people that are acting very Christian-like, and I hate to distract Christians because you talk the same thing about state. They feel it's their responsibility to tell other people how they think or how they should think or feel.
Yeah.
So that at that point, we'll go after the vocal cords.
Okay. Would you like to elaborate, Cage, since you brought that in there?
Well, what's the chord between the
No,
the
no.
vocals
Please
and
elaborate. You
spoken
you
word?
shared that. No,
What's
don't.
so what? So here's the elaboration. Vocal cords. It's funny how it's called that, right? Like a chord. It's also in music as access, but no and all. But vocals, and I'm looking at it like a connection between the spoken word, and the incantation, whatever, the word, and how reality is formulated. It's like, oh yeah, we'll go after the vocal cord means we'll just start talking
Okay, so talking, just
instead
want
of
to talk
doing.
over them, interrupt them. Like, what are you talking about?
It goes beyond that, like
Okay, you say that beyond that, but just elaborate a little bit, okay? Like, bring it down to, I'll be here in kindergarten. Bring it down to my level. Please share.
Yeah,
You
I'm gonna
speak
have to.
words, you make reality.
I'm gonna have to exit the stage, but I'll be right back
Okay, we'll
because
hold
I
it down.
fucked everything up.
I don't think. I think it's the tech, not you.
Because my first impression when I heard about the vocal cord, what are we gonna do? We're gonna put a knife in the vocal cord. You're gonna make him shut up. What? That's why I said elaborate.
You
And you
put it in a
elaborate.
G sharp tonality.
It's probably why they're actually called chords.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not only do they work like a stringed instrument, only way better, because the sound of my voice, even if I spoke in C, the note of C, that's one note. I don't think there's a single person on the planet whose voice could be represented by a note. We don't talk about so the chord is the voice. I get that it's actually the vibration amongst multiple blah, 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 just like an instrument, but it's like the most refined instrument in the world. I would take a human voice over, I would give up all the musical instruments in the world to have someone to talk to and listen to if I had to pick. No music, a person. I pick a person over the music any day because that person could sing, you know? Not that choice would ever, but say, yeah, I think, but that's just a thought. I like that idea of the chord representing the instrument that, the voice speaks through. And ergo, since if you look at in the beginning, there was the word and it was with God and it was good, so the idea of the word being and us being sacred and our word being sacred kind of thing, the gift of speaking being sacred, the cord that binds us, or there's a lot of stuff that I like it a lot better than television. The lie, there's no lie in television, okay? And we've already been over believe, so everyone's like television. It's much more, does spark more thought, but they are just long and stringy, though. It is like it's chords. So. And it is spelled C-O-R-D-S, is it not? Not C-H-O-R-D-S. The vocal cords.
What about a chorus of a song?
Well, that's why that's all interrelated, right? Yeah, vocal cords is spelled without the H.
What kind of chord are we talking about? Like Dominic was saying, there's some people that are there just to pull the cord through the damn fucking
Are you close to your
structure.
microphone, Coach?
Yeah, some people are there just to pull cords through the structure.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, sounding good.
Okay, Cage. Damn it, I'm still echoing, dude. Ugh.
Do you need to take
Bro,
the other one off stage? Would that make the echo go away at all?
there's two axes. Yeah, now you're fine, aren't you? There you go, bud. Oh, maybe not. You will be when you get back.
I know you guys were talking earlier a little bit more. At least when I popped in earlier, I heard people were talking sort of about this realm and where we live. Might have been even how it should be versus how it is. But it's just the three of us on the panel. Do you think that you live in a bad place, like overall, generally speaking, like life is a trick or a trap? And
No, I think I'm very, very lucky, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have observation and that.
so the general sentiment of existence of and one's own life is good.
Well, it's not lucky or good or any of that. It's a bad way to frame that.
Well, I guess, I mean,
Go a bad
okay.
way. Yeah.
So you don't have like aspirations to make life good for yourself. It just is.
No, it's already happened.
Yeah, but can we not philosophize for a minute? Like, can you just
It's no
answer the
philosophy, but
question?
it's called you fucking take care of business. Simple.
Okay, but positive or negative?
But nothing. There's no buts or ifs or none of that.
What about you, Dom?
That's removed from the vocabulary in the mind. There's no ifs or buts or none of that bullshit.
What about you, Dom?
Oh, okay, sure. I'll share. It's a bit of both. One might be more than the other. So in this case, there's a lot of positive things that I have while I'm in this, call it, whether it's a realm, a world, the earth, whatever. And I would be ignorant if I thought otherwise by saying it's all bad. And no, it's not. There's some things I've heard and there's some things I've experienced that I probably would say it's not healthy. But to overgeneralize and say, things are bad and I think everything's bad or everything's good would be naive on my part. I have somebody I love in my life. I have parents that care for me and I care for them. But I also do watch TV and the media and I see other people misfortunate. I might overextend my imagination and think the worst or the best of the situation. But from what I get out of it, they're living lives too. So, it's challenging. For me, it's challenging in certain areas.
But
go ahead.
I was just going to say, when I think of some of those misfortunate things, people that have less fortune in the world, I often think too about the people that like overcome that misfortune and the few stories of that ends up petering through. And I'm not talking about like, whatever Oprah Winfrey potato sack to interviewing the Queen kind of nonsense. I'm just saying in general, like the people out there that we come across that, they might only get their 15 minutes of fame. That's why we know who they are, because something tragic happened. But lo and behold, they triumphed over that. We get a lot more of the negative without the triumph kind of stuff as in terms of story being shown to us on media and stuff, So,
I think for me anyway, Rebecca, I'm just getting a caption of that person. And I know enough times I'm saying to myself, Dom, you don't know their whole story. You're just getting one little part of it, whether it's successful or not. So for some people, I can say for myself, I might every so often over elaborate about some sort of success, let alone a failure. And even that's all perception, whether it's a success or a failure. For other people, that becomes their story. So they'll say, I've become rich, and then they'll say, I also have an ailment. Oh, okay. Without giving me some of the details, because that's how I would benefit from it.
You know what they call it over here, Dominic? Like if you want to get the waffle, whatever, it's called story up. Cage, story up.
Would you like to elaborate?
Eviscerate, evaporate. No, story up is again. You want to talk nonsense, and everyone makes their own story. It's his story apparently, right? History.
I think we make. I think
history
we have.
major.
Sorry, Cage. I just think we have the habit of making other people's stories in our minds,
All right,
right?
Cage,
So
God damn it. Fuck with me one more time, interrupt one of my guests, and you will be met with extreme fucking prejudice. I got one device I don't fucking touch, and you drove me to having to touch it, and it fucked everything up. Let people finish what they're
You
saying,
can blame
bitch.
me if you want.
Yes, I am blaming you. Quit talking over people. Serious, dude. Enough. Sorry, I lost my cool. Dominic. Bex.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
I was just gonna say it's a and no problem, Axis. It's a reminder. It's kind of I think we tend to see snippets. What Dom was just saying about reminding himself that he doesn't have the whole story. I think we tend to overly generalize, and we've made it the norm in our society to the point of it being an identity. I think it's a good practice to be mindful and remind ourselves to not make one story the person or the person's identity, you know? And I think that's where a lot of this, like, that's where a lot of this doomsday, I thought my life would be better. It's, the world is shit. The vapor canopy used to be better. Everything used to be better kind of attitude comes from. It's been
And
like
that's what's going to be
normalized.
reflected back
Cage.
to you at that point.
Serious, dude. She wasn't finished talking. One more fucking time, dude. And don't say, oh, blame me, because you just got caught red-handed, intrusively projecting yourself over somebody else's conversation. Don't do it again.
Well, don't do what? The do it or the again?
Test me, motherfucker.
If I could intercede for a second, guys.
Come on, Axis. Don't put the fucking nickel in the jukebox, buddy.
Okay. Can I intercede for a second, guys?
Yes, please.
I guess, Rebecca, there's that concept of, projection. Now, some people say, oh, I'm not projecting. I said, you are. You're projecting somebody else that's been in your life. I'm not your father. I'm not your mother. I'm not your brother or your sister. I'm not the guy across the street who happens to be in a dark skin or a female gender form that actually did that to you. People don't realize how much they're living with their projection. And then they come on here and they freely attack others. It's like watching a bunch of cats. One starts hissing, then they all start doing it, kind of. Unless you get their one occasional cat, it has nothing to do with me. That's why when I hear people talking, I'm like, but that has nothing to do with me. Especially when I know most people have never really tried to get to know me as a person, except for maybe you and Axel, a few other people. And that's because I've chosen myself to allow myself to feel confident enough and safe enough that I can talk about myself. Where most people, they talk about themselves, but they're not truly really listening to themselves. So when somebody says, you're projecting, they're saying, oh, no, I'm not. And then they don't realize, well, you just said that to me. You've projected it onto me. And I'm telling you, are you saying that I'm lying about me? And most people, if they're honest with themselves, if they're in that projection mode, they say, yeah, you're lying. I said, but you don't know who I am. They're not to get to know who I am. That would imply they know who they are. So go ahead with that.
Yeah, I can see that. And I think also people only see that projection in a personal way. So I project my good nature on people and get taken advantage of by people who don't have that same nature, or I project my problems, my issues, my previous experiences onto the person, and have, the negative side comes out. But people don't realize projectors aren't just personal. You can project the story of the archetype of whomever, whatever, meet a lesbian for the first time. And now you're projecting onto that lesbian everything you know about lesbianism, all the butch, the femme, the whatever you think you've seen in the stereotypes in TV, right? So projection doesn't just have to come from a personal position. We do project on each other. We project onto a person the image of what that person has said they are, like if you meet a Nigerian for the first time, right? You're going to
All right.
project onto them.
So Bex,
Yeah.
I'm wondering in an allegorical sense, What would this mean? Because the only time I ever seen you're always bringing up like fucking inverted whatever, fucking lesbians. The only time I ever had an experience with a fucking lesbian was, yeah, there was some person and whatever. I was giving them something. They're like, "Oh, come in the car, whatever is on the scale." You know, I go, how do I know how much it weighs? They're asking. I'm like, all right, we'll go and check it on the scale, and we'll. No, I was a kid, so I was dumb, and you know, we'll see. And they lured me in. You know what they did? I was like half in the car, and they like took off in the car.
Hmm.
You know, with this stuff. Like I handed it to them, like go ahead and weigh it.
How did you know
Yeah,
that it was a lesbian?
because it is. And funny enough,
She
Well,
wouldn't
I
allow
thought
you
you
to
were
eat her pussy?
I
well,
thought you were gonna
it
say
was like
she
a
tried to
woman
hit on
who
you.
dressed. It was a woman like dressing a guy, and thought she was like one. But it
Hmm.
was hilarious because so they thought they pulled off, and everybody there in that car involved got dealt with one way or the other. You know, funny
Hmm.
enough, we're over there. I'm saying, is this wrong to do? We seen her over there, and people were like putting like what do you call it, like shaving cream on her face, like slapping her across the head. She wouldn't wake up. And yeah, people, you know, I took the phone, I destroyed it, and
Oh, hold on, Cage. Before you cut it
and
off.
then no,
Okay, oh, Cage, hold
we
on.
cut off the eyebrows, Dominic.
Okay, but you expect other people to cut
Yeah.
short. So good. You heard the word lesbian. What I've heard in this conversation now, talking about you getting robbed and what you did to her.
No, somehow
If
years
Rebecca
later
didn't
she happened to be on
mention,
the
if
ghost street.
Rebecca didn't
Cut off.
mention,
I didn't do it. Other people did it. But they
okay,
cut off
but
her
what I'm
eyebrows.
trying to say, Cage, you
Yeah.
take keywords and then you put your rest of your story in. If she didn't mention the word, in this case, lesbian, and she was using that in the context of a conversation,
Yeah.
that's all you did. You just took a word and then you went on about stealing. And then when she asked you point blank, how do you know she's a lesbian? The only thing you did is
No,
say,
so it doesn't matter about that at
see?
all. I'm saying if somebody wrong.
Guess we're gonna have to play this game for a while. But that's
So,
all right.
yeah. So,
Okay, ask Paige. Sorry, go ahead, please, Dom.
yeah, I know you can't do that, Rebecca. You're throwing us back in the fire for a second.
Is it right
So-
or wrong to cut off eyebrows of somebody who thought it?
But
that has
can
nothing to do
I'd like to ask Cage if he remembers what the main one word that we were talking about, that I was talking about, but we were all talking about, when the lesbian example came up and Cage got distracted. Do you remember the original conversation topic?
You're going to find out about his disorder at that point, Rebecca. I already know his disorder. People just don't get it.
Yeah.
This is why people enable it. It's like having other characters that come in there and they say, oh, that person's handicapped. I said, but this is the big boy and big girls table. There's a table for them. But hosts, for whatever reason, no offense, Access, they allow this to continue. This should be a zero tolerance. And if not a zero tolerance, then we're going to do the same thing with government. We're not holding anybody accountable. So now, what you were talking about, Rebecca, and what I was talking about was projection.
Exactly.
How do you fit 10 Dominic dictators in an ashtray?
Do you see what's going on here? Do you see what's going on here?
Yeah.
This is the crowd of people that he hangs out with. It's going to take him years to correct this behavior. It's not going to happen tonight. So please leave Access.
What about yours, buddy? You shit don't stink too.
Okay, to next one, I boot you, dude. I'm sorry, man.
It's just a simple question.
So anyway, back to the projection.
There's when I grow up, I could be like Dominic.
Okay. Again, Cage, whatever you want.
You full screaming instead of putting me backstage. Yeah, great job.
That's what he wants. Okay, that's what you want. I think there's a point you have to prove here. The fact I'm even mentioning your name is wasted energy at this point. I'd rather just have a conversation. So anyway, when it comes to projection, for some people, when they're projecting their stories or whatever, they're getting lost in it. And then when somebody actually challenges it and says something, but it's not my story, they get all offended. And a lot of people set it up by saying things like, I'll allow you in the house because I've already stereotyped people that are blonde with blue eyes as cool. So I've let the devil in the door without even knowing. You should be able to, if you're going to challenge one, you should challenge them all. But that challenge should come from within first. How would you feel if somebody stereotyped you based on your gender or the color of your skin? Now, some people say, I wouldn't like it. I said, okay, so then why do you do it to others then? And of course, for them, they don't realize how much is revenge. Well, it was done to me. I said, so let me understand the metaphor behind this. Somebody molested you as a child, and now because you don't know how to actually deal with it, you feel as though it's appropriate behavior to molest somebody else as you get older or play the victim. That doesn't help people. If anything else, it confuses the situation. And next thing you know, people that choose to become grown-up adults have to babysit these characters.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them on YouTube. And I'm
It
talking about these.
actually,
Go ahead.
no, please finish what you're saying.
No, I was going to say there's a lot of people on YouTube like that, and their behaviors reveal themselves. My question is not the few that are acting bad or inappropriate or the ones that are doing healthier or appropriate behavior. What's the rest of the chat doing? What's the rest of the people on panels? Like, how many people would go to a restaurant and have an in-depth conversation at a table where there's 10 people and there's fucking music going in the background and all that? Last time I remember people that did that kind of shit, they're too busy getting high or getting drunk. And now they might say, well, Dom, I was high, I was drunk. I said, liquid courage tells me a lot about you.
Well, it's not really about that, Dominic. Like, for example, you can go and have a real conversation in real life. You know, you're sitting there and you're overhearing specific conversations that could be, it's so hilarious. There is no coincidence. So, yeah, you'll be overhearing other people's conversations, but that's none of yours. So you fucking deal with your own thing. As you said, stay in your lane. Right?
Do you understand what I mean?
You can't preach this shit without doing it. If you
Okay.
don't, you know.
Well,
At that point,
it's been brought to my awareness, Cage, that you've done this for 3 nights in a row that I've went live. You've cut my guests off. You've interrupted them. You've
That's all about you.
disassociated the conversation.
It's all about you and your association and your guests and you.
Me, brother. We'll take it there.
Finally.
I will be the best fucking me I will ever be.
Finally, you know, make a music out of this one. Clip it.
So I can be just as inconsiderate and uncourteous as you can, Cage. I don't like to present that here. I would like people to think that they could be heard out and respected. That's just a platform courtesy for me.
Okay. Can I share something, Axis? This is kind of like child rearing. You don't have to have a child. You just have to remember when you were a child. If there's a child that's doing what somebody might perceive as appropriate behavior, opposed to another child that's doing inappropriate behavior, do you think giving enough attention to the child that keeps doing inappropriate behavior is actually going to work? Especially when the one that's actually saying, wait a second here, I'm getting more attention, or my brother's getting more attention because when he acts out, and nobody's asking why he's acting out, let alone why am I not being rewarded for my behavior? Because then you will encourage other people that are doing inappropriate behavior. The more people spend time entertaining somebody, especially if you think somebody's interrupting, and keep talking about it, it's a skip record. And that person is getting exactly what they want, whether they're aware of it or not. If they're truly unaware, excuse them once or twice. But if they're truly aware of what they're doing, move away. Because then at that point, you're wasting energy, both your own and everybody else around. Because it's not about, hey, I see you having an argument with your wife there. Are you respecting the fact that the kids here and other people here? And if that guy or that person is so egotistical, no, I don't give a shit. I said, you probably don't even give a shit about the woman that you're arguing with. Women hope the best with you. First chance you have a chance to leave this fucking guy, take your opportunity. Now, they might use excuses. I can't leave him because he financially supports me and all that. I'm sorry to hear that to you. But still, the first chance you have, leave. So again, if Cage decides to continue doing this, even though he has a lot of information, if people in the community, and this should have been done years ago, best thing you could do is backstage. Done. He could turn around and say, oh, I don't like this person or whatever. I said, but hey, for a guy that really doesn't like to be on YouTube and he's not really considering all this and he actually talks down to everybody else, he really doesn't give a shit about the community. If anything else, he actually thinks he's better than the community. Now, he can make my name involved in it. He can talk about Rebecca. He can talk about whoever he wants. but he's an easy person to figure out. So at this point, Axis, if you want to remove him, I'll give you an example. Remove me first, then, to be the example. Then it'll be easy for you to do it with him. Because if not, this is going to continue, and it's going to continue. And what's going to end up happening, the people that actually care about coming onto these channels and sharing with each other, they're eventually going to leave.
That's what my determination to this consistency is. And I think I would lose a lot of great potential conversations and shares.
Because Cage
And I
doesn't
would,
care. Cage doesn't care. Don't fool yourself for a second. He doesn't give a shit. I wouldn't give him classification he's a psychopath, but he surely is a sociopath, and he doesn't give a damn. And when he makes it about me, he reveals himself to me. I'm not interested in that kind of stuff. Now, I know there's a lot of other people that do the same shit. Let them be. Bringing them up on panel tells more about the host in that minute. Is that what you want? You're hoping that, hey, we're going to do the Charlie Brown and the girl with the football over and over and over again? No, it should be done once. The second time, it's on you now. So I don't mind airing this out. Axis, if you want to boot me, I'm okay with that, because I'll get to know you again eventually, and we'll give each other that, I'm sorry, whatever. But with Cage, he doesn't care. And it might take years before he comes to that awareness.
I care so much I don't give a fuck, Dominic.
There you go. So that's his mantra. But it doesn't work for certain people. So that's the responsibility of the people to realize that. It'd be different if you hired a clown and said, listen, the clown's coming in today. Go ahead, sorry, Rebecca.
I can get excited and interrupt, right? And I appreciate that we have enough experience talking that together that a lot of people know that I have learned to be much better at not interrupting. But I get excited and I talk into it. But as you've explained this behavior specific, and especially since what I'm going to say pertains to me and my own mirroring of that behavior, is that this all what you're describing, what Cage does, reminds me why he's so familiar to me, because this is how half of my family engages, you know.
And you could probably break it down, Rebecca, and probably say with all honesty, it's probably not healthy for you too.
Mm-hmm.
And it hurts. And fine, keep it in your own lane, keep it in your own world. It's tough when a person has to suck all that in. But when we start doing it out loud, we're really abusing others now at that point. You know, I know some people, not a lot of people, they're not looking to be the victim, but they're surely acting like the fucking victim. It'd be no different somebody coming on here and say, hey, I'm fucking the most amazing person. I fucking just went on vacation. Fuck, you're abusing it now.
Yeah, we could look at it even further. And again, speaking from my own experience, like trying to dissipate situations, smooth situations over with humor or distractions. You know, there's a root cause to the behavior displayed that I can see because I do it too, not to mimic anyone out here. I just know that when I say this, there's lots of people that could give examples of me behaving exactly what we're saying Cage is doing. Not exactly, but to the viewer, it would look the same. And in essence, that I was doing it at all, and I know it's something I can improve upon. It doesn't really matter the style, the intensity. It just matters the behavior, right?
Well, that goes back to a person that's an alcoholic and it's so out of control. The ones that are actually going to make it worse, if there's such thing as worse, is the ones that are enabling it. Especially if you know you have the ability. In this case, if you're the host, okay, Rebecca's going on. Okay, time her out. Because she doesn't know enough. But what ends up happening, people do it, and next thing you know, now these people allow it to go, and then months go by and say, you remember that one time when you said that comment? Yeah, that shouldn't even have occurred. What do you mean? Because somebody should have shut it down. You come to my fucking house and having a party, you better understand you're going to have to learn how to fucking behave. If not, I'm going to call your fucking parents and I say, your child is at the end of the fucking curb because it doesn't know how to interact with other people. That's the difference. That's the responsibility of somebody that's actually hosting. I don't care if it's a fucking panel, let alone it's a parasite. Now, other people that go out of track, they're out of track. They don't know how to control themselves. So the responsibility is on us then, whoever that person may be. Well, I didn't realize that was a responsibility as hosting a party. That's the last time I'm coming. That's why that's the last time I'm coming here. Because then you don't make it a safe fucking zone, and people on chat aren't going to come onto panels, or they're going to end up doing the same thing. This is why backbiting fucking feeds the heart. Oh yeah, well, they're making fun of that person. Really? Do you know who even that person is? No. So we're all lynching them today? Because that's exactly what most people are doing. They're lynching. I've seen the shit that people said about you, Rebecca. It was fucking appalling at best. And they still do it. Now, they might have turned around and said, she deserved it. Really? She deserved it. Really? When did you become fucking God? It'd be different if some of these people would say that shit they say about you in front of their fucking parents, in front of their kids. I said, fuck you, you're that ballsy. That would be the few. And I know there's some people that host, they would probably be that type of person. At least I could respect that. But the rest of them, they would dare not ever say that shit in front of their fucking wives or their parents. Call them fucking type behind the keyboard. I said, no, they're cowardless. Those are the kind of people, the first time fucking this, COVID comes around again, they'll be the ones. They don't have to say, well, Dom, I did or didn't take the jab. No, you already are jabbed up. You just don't know it yet. Show some respect to other human beings. And if you are going to be cruel, make sure you can break it down. I know you can, Rebecca. Other people should at least learn. It's okay, well, I've said some cruel thing to that person, but I can back it down. I can back it up in that case. Okay, but should it be a public or private conversation? Well, I don't know. I said, well, maybe you need to ask the person that you're trying to rip a hole in whether or not they like to fucking be in a public fucking platform as you're trying to rip a hole in them. Because if not, you're showing no respect whatsoever and you're feeding your fucking foot. Most of these fucking people, honestly, Rebecca, the sooner they get fucking rebooted, the better for them.
Remember that old show, Reboot? You guys are Canadian. I know you guys remember Reboot.
I don't know it.
Never seen that, huh? In the 90s. Maybe not, but Rebecca, either way, since you're so, you're great at this stuff. Can you look into this and tell me what's going on, please? It's in the private. We could talk about op mimic, IP mimic.
In a sec, I'm just typing in chat, so.
And Access, by the way, my avatar is still up.
Yeah.
The Metagame
Really no need for it.
2023, WordPress.com, manifesting intelligence, mastering infinite control. Kitty?
Yeah, what else does this say? Get a breakdown.
The game that you make your own rules. Manifesting intelligence, mastering infinite control. With the acronym is MIMIC. What is this pertaining to?
Everything. That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Did something Dom say spark your interest in bringing this up now, or?
It's very interesting. I'd like, if you could read about it. We barely even gone through anything.
Is it related to
Oh yeah.
sort of the topic
Yeah.
of
that'll be revealed quickly if you look into it.
Okay, I'm going to read the first paragraph, and then you're going to tell me how it might relate to what we were just talking about, which what we were just talking about was sort of like the kind of behaviors we see on YouTube and the way that we could moderate each other, ourselves. The hosts could moderate their panels, and we could eventually moderate ourselves. People would have to behave a certain way to be on the panel, and people would have better expectations of how we all engage, and we could all treat each other better. So that's what I got the gist of what we were talking about. No, Dom? Were we? Is Dom there?
On point, Rebecca, like usual. Thank you.
Yeah. So okay. So now I'm going to read the first paragraph, and then at least at bare minimum, Cage could tell us, like, you know, it doesn't. Yeah, how we got here. Even if it's like, oh, you guys were boring me, so I brought up something more interesting. Okay. Op Mimic is a mimetic information support operation, or MISO, and an active cyber metadata information operation, IO, infiltrative PSYOP team working for a larger end goal. I almost want to read that again just for the long run on.
Say it 3 times. Hurry
Yeah,
up.
that's a run on. What would that be? Sorry.
It depends on you if you
Adjective.
say it 3
Yeah,
times.
that's the
I want
most
to hear it
run
3
on
times.
adjective list I've ever seen.
All right. It's done purposely. Let's hear it again, please.
Yeah, okay, I'll restart it just one more time. Op Mimic is a mimetic information support operation, or MISO, and an active cyber metadata information operation, IO, infiltrative, PSYOP team working for a larger end goal to transfer consciousness into the Department of Defense, DoD, SWS, sentient world simulation, overriding the simulation via informational overload in a state of perpetual hyper-refinement, leading to our biodigital emulated vessels' freedom from the control grid, agents and demands coming from the simulation for the continued dominance of our chosen elect and the greater glory of the hashtag Black Cube of Saturn and hashtag the game 23. One more paragraph. We operate both on ground as civilians in day-to-day life in cyberspace and the rift between the real world, or real enough, imagination and digital creation. We're influencing management over the dictates of our enemies and increasing in power every moment. Our directive is hashtag mastering infinite control over the simulation. Dino, data information NEOIS officers of Op Mimic are selected through a series of parasympathetic phenomena, divinely synchronized circumstances, and are tested in parapsychological manners. Our
Thank you,
agents span
Bex.
the globe. Be aware. Sorry. Down the spiel, Coraline, there's weird scenes inside the gold mine. This message has been delivered via a sparrow within the astral cell of hashtag Sabuna. Goodbye. I skipped a bunch there. I think people have lost their minds.
Creepy.
There
It's
is
damn
more. I
creepy.
mean, I only did 2 paragraphs of there. It actually wasn't that long. I could finish it.
Yeah, let's hear more. It's very interesting.
Okay, I'll go on, but then I can give you my thoughts on it. Okay, so we just finished with the whole basically these people are selected through a series of parasympathetic phenomena, divinely synchronized circumstances, and are tested in parapsychological manners. Hashtag OpMimic is designed as a psyop to counteract the intrusive laws of the hypersimulation and the commands from its agents. It's a mimetic algorithm created for the sole purpose of attaining a state of hashtag quantum schizophrenia, which enables one to come in contact with the multiplicity of selves operating outside of the simulation. No one is a test subject of the operation. It is not designed in this manner. It is merely a complex idea employed to designate a unique and individual state of divine madness, thus breaking free from the chains designed to mimic and control us. Warning. Hashtag Mimic correspondence and research is shared with the Galactic Federation of hashtag Kakeda 3301, Cosmic Warriors, the hashtag ACIO, and the hashtag KSTXI, Hyper Surrealist Phenord Agency. Proceed with caution. Our agents span the globe. Be aware. When you speak to us, you speak to a Xenarchion collective of hyper-surrealist agents concerned with ultra-terrestrial contact. We do not make uniform observations or agree on most matters. Our levels of humor and seriousness vary. Our agents work in mysterious ways, Following us can provoke ontological shock and increase levels of compassion or not. You have been warned. Know more, understand less. Cunningness and superior gnosis in mental, psychological information warfare is a must. Welcome to the playground. Down the spiral core line, there's weird scenes inside the gold mine. This message has been delivered via a sparrow within the astral cell of #Sabina. Goodbye. And then it does actually go on and on to tell us about how it involves highly complex and sentient quantum. Do you guys want me to keep reading?
No, you're fine, Bex. You
No,
know,
highly
you want to
she's
entertain
about to say
yourself.
quantum. Highly complex what? I'd like to hear it, if you can. This is interesting.
I think it sounds like people have lost their fucking minds.
So, Rebecca, if I can share,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use this as an example. You have a teacher teaching kindergarten or grade 1 math. Teacher's bored of the level of math that the kids are being taught. So the teacher teaches the grade 1 students or kindergarten students grade 8 math. As much as their intention is honorable and eventually they're going to have to learn it, it's too much, too quick, too soon. Now, when somebody keeps trying to force it down your throat, they eventually resent the person that's the messenger. Cage has burnt down many bridges as the messenger now. Even though he's giving a lot of information that correlate and it's somewhat advanced. But he's forgetting the fact that other people are at their own pace and how you present it is really important. Because eventually if you lose their attention saying, we don't like the teacher anymore. We don't like the one that keeps interrupting. We don't like the one that keeps on saying that this is the way it should be done. Now, Cage, if that's something you grew up with your own family, next time you talk to your mom and your dad, tell them to fuck off. Because outside of that, you're doing the same shit here. But that was good information. I won't deny it. And it does correlate. But for most people, they're not at that level. And the only thing they're going to remember is, isn't that the guy that keeps fucking interrupting all the time? There you go. He's not like the other guy that's the, what is it? The Riddler. He's not the Riddler. Okay, at least he's polite when he's fucking being the Riddler. Cage, you have an advancement. I've even seen that with Token. But sometimes you brought in the energy through an energy that actually is sarcastic, thinks it's better than others. Come down with the rest of us. Come down at the level that other people can at least grasp it. If we can't
That's
grasp
your
it,
own assumption, Dominic.
there you go, Cage. See,
No,
quick
because
to interrupt.
I could tell you I'm very blunt and upfront with it.
Yeah, you are blunt. I respect the fact that you're blunt, but you're disrespecting when other people
I
say.
tell you it right now, buddy. That's it.
Let that be that. If it's it, really, Cage, are you convicted by your own words? You should follow them. Lest you become a hypocrite. I follow what I say, Cage. I'm convicted by my own words. I am yet a student. And you're a study in patience. You're a study in endurance. And you're a study in tolerance. At this point for me, I've lost all ability to comprehend what you're saying as being applicable information when I'm in that state of mind.
Must be spin doctrine, as far as I'm concerned, at that point. Especially when people are trying to follow the conversation and like, okay, I'm following. If I was half asleep or mostly asleep, the interruption I wouldn't even notice it. You must have a fucking grandfather clock in the background. But I'm literally trying to hear and trying to comprehend as best as I can. When Rebecca speaks, and I'm like, this is amazing. Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that. Especially when you can put it in different languages. I would just around and say, listen, Rebecca, I personally don't understand Spanish, but hey, I think there's these new headphones. Maybe I should buy them. I would go out of my way. But what ends up happening is, Cage, you force a lot of people to come to your level of awareness. I would be okay with that. But it's your disrupting when other people say, listen, I was just trying to build the fucking sandcastle, Dad. Get the fuck out of my face. But that's not the way you do it, son. Get the fuck out of my face. And that might take years for you, Cage, to learn that. By that time, you'll have even more fucking aware fucking information, but hopefully you can actually present it in a way that other people can say, that's nice, Cage, you waited your turn. If you can't wait your turn, why don't you just do your own podcast? Why don't you write a book?
Yeah, I've waited my turn now. So, Dominic, can you tell me in Japanese the three main ways to skin a cat?
I can't. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
enough.
Anyhow, we're going to move forward if that's plausible. I have a personal endeavor of inner discovery that I'm trying to deal with as to it is to one's detriment, or at least mine, that I fell into a state of thinking that um, there's a almost like information that we're by our parents and children and family were loved, and by buying into that as a, I guess, my lack of understanding, I found that what I expected was a complete delusion. And I found out that by me, I guess, being conditioned to believe that being a blood tither would be some type of love there, even if it's anger, that it's still an expressed love between the two people. And I'm coming to the understanding with myself now that it's not. And you don't get to choose who loves you. And the people that you want to love you, no matter whether they're blood ties or you've been beside them their whole life, they may not actually love you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an honesty that I have to come to terms with and had to. And I presented this to an individual, and they told me, "You do not get to choose who loves you. You know, you can choose who you make your enemy, but you can't choose who's going to love you." And that threw me back for a minute, because that's when I started questioning the programming from universal or genetic, or whether it's kind of it's socially programmed into you that by design your parents should love you, or by design your children should love you, when in actuality that that doesn't always apply. They may actually hate you, but because you're under the delusion of, you know, putting yourself in a position where you expect love, you're setting yourself up for a complete disappointment with that expectation.
True, Access. It'd be a little different when I hear people talk about, they love God. I said, would it be sad to find out that maybe God doesn't love you? Or
Yeah.
people say, God loves me. I said, oh, okay, God loves you. So you're speaking in vain now? What do you mean? It's like when people say, God bless. I said, really? So you're speaking in vain. How do you know you're really the one that can even represent God? I'm just using God as an example. You could put in the word fucking Satan, as far as I'm concerned. But a lot of people dare not do that. Oh, Satan, I don't love him. Okay, well. And he said, well, I hate Satan. There's a good chance he doesn't even care about you. You're probably not even under his radar. But again, that's usually people that are self-absorbed. They've never learned in one lifespan how to just humble themselves long enough to see anything beyond themselves. They might say it out of cordial. No, I do love other people. Really? Would you help another total stranger's kid? Well, no. I said, then why would you send your kids to a total fucking stranger in a schooling system? Forget about what they teach in school. You're neglecting your kids, not just what's being taught in school. The fact that you're bringing them to principals, to people that are teachers. You don't got a clue who they are. But yet they'll say the word love. I love people. So go ahead, Access.
Yeah, you're definitely within the same spectrum that I'm saying this.
Well, and like creates like. So, yeah, if you're trying to say that, what are you talking about? I'd help you. I'd help anything or anybody. Maybe I'll help myself, even. What do you mean? You wouldn't help somebody else, a random stranger or a random person you see there? The fuck?
I'm more
everybody
apt
thinks
not to
like
help
that.
them
You
than
get that? Not everybody thinks like that, Dominic. And certain people are on the ground dealing with it either way.
Okay, Cage, there's supposed to be billions of people, and I'll openly attest the fact that I've never been all these billions of people. So when I talk generally, I am talking generally. It might
All
be a
right,
little
this
bit.
is not general. We can't put it to the generality because we're here right now talking. This is not a general conversation, is it?
the freak. Yeah, it's and the ideal of even a deity loving me is me being intrusive with imposition, because the reality of the situation is that either A, they don't have me on the radar, or two, they just really don't like me, or don't want anything to do with me, or don't love me. And I had to figure out where that was coming from, which led me into the universal programming that wasn't me. Logic would dictate my course of action and my course of direction, and it was unlogical for me to think that just by some ethical code of morality that my children, my family would actually truly have any type of love for me. And I think a lot of people, if they were to retrospectively look at family relationships, bonds, ties, even relationships of a romantic interest, or that they were under the assumption in their own mind that they were loved to a certain degree.
I would lean personally access more times than not when I hear people talk about love is obligation and duty. They might not say those words open loudly, but it's like any math formula. You should be able to check and say, something, I know what obligation and duty is and what it sounds like, and what you're saying and what you're doing are two different things. Because love would be an example of, Mom, I actually saw you caring for somebody else, a total stranger. I saw the way you prepare those food. I'm actually experiencing love now, opposed to hearing it. Like again, most people do things out of obligation and duty and call it love.
Hmm. I used to have that conversation with family members. I didn't, but when I would challenge the concept of obligatory love as a child, with the idea of, but she's your sister, whatever it might be. I don't think my family understood, or even people might have understood. I saw it even more in myself in my early days on YouTube, is that it wasn't that I didn't love my family, it's that I loved everybody as much as I loved them. So I was kind of the opposite, at least in my understanding of what love was and what I wanted to see in the world. And, that I actually did approach almost everyone I ever met with as being worthy of that, and I think worthy might be the wrong word, but I doled it out unconditionally to everybody at a rate that I didn't see the logic in applying to family just because they're family. If they're behaving like assholes, they're behaving like assholes, and I can love them as a human, just like I would expect them to love me as a human if I'm making mistakes and behaving like an asshole. But it took me a long time to understand that some people are doing that intentionally,
And that's why families like elite families are way ahead of everybody, part and partial because they understand obligation and duty and they don't pretend otherwise. So when they do customs and tradition, they know it's out of duty and obligation. I'm obligated and duty bound to my family and its traditions. They understand conditions. They're not going to pretend and say, well, love is unconditional, but your action doesn't show you're doing it unconditionally. Most people don't understand agendas or conditions. Most people are conditioned. To be unconditional, you would have to actually be the example of love, and then somebody else would have to experience it. Dad, I got to see you care for another total stranger. That child got to experience love, called energy love. Where most people, as Rebecca was talking about, she would be a unicorn to them. Well, that's not what I'm doing. Of course you're not. You're expecting your kids to be obedient. That's conditional. That's obligation. That's not love. Love would be, oh, so you choose to be gay. Okay. I'll support you either way. That would be love. Where most people's like, what are my neighbors are going to think? There's the obligation and duty to community now. Most people don't realize how much they're full of fucking shit. And the day they discover it, most of them aren't ever going to discover it in one lifespan. Then they can actually start talking. Outside of that, shut the fuck up. You don't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. And when you do, can you back it up? Making it about me is fucking giggles. Wasting energy on me, making it about me. That's like saying, can I have a temporary pause? No. Well done on your part, by the way, Rebecca. You actually were the example, and it resonates. You know, you care for other people, and it hurts sometimes because other people don't realize. Well, then my parents don't do that. My wife doesn't do that. My husband doesn't do that. I said yes, because they're obligation and duty bound. Understand the language, understand the energy, so you can put the apples where the apples are and the oranges where the oranges are. Neither bad or good. They just are. But you first have to become aware before you can say that shit. It is what it is.
Because I had to look at what a weight and a burden I had to have been to certain individuals in my family that I was even in their presence. You know, I had taken for granted that my presence was welcome. And, you know, it was recently brought to my attention that, you know, apparently that was a burden that I was putting on them with my expectations. And they weren't available enough to meet those expectations, and they revealed the truth. And I was more appreciative of that than, you know, the fact that I was being tolerated or endured. Cold, and you know, it may not be what you want to hear, but it's reality in a truthful manner as far as what reality is. You know, your concept, your belief, your understanding, and it's just not that.
Well, if I can put a word in there, what you want to hear, what you like to hear, opposed to what you need to listen. And that listening is usually done from within. Something inside will say, you know something? As much as you're full of shit today, Dom, follow what your gut's telling you. Why? Because that other thing that works for you, or you thought it was work, it's not going to work today. You know, this is why when people use the word rich, they'll use the word, they understand what the word want means. Lack. What do you lack? More material fucking gains? Good luck with that. Especially if you're thinking you're a Christian. Oh, I'm going to go to God. No, you're going to have that fucking small little fucking knapsack, and you're going to try to carry it with you. What? Money? Your fucking little ornament? You're going to have your little Bible or something? You think that's going to bring you over there? First, you have to understand how tricky this realm is, or this material form, whatever it is you want to call it. You can always tell a fucking fake Christian because they'll say they're a Christian. Just understand what Christ consciousness is. That's totally different now. You're talking about somebody actually developed their intellect and they've actually matured their emotions. And emotion means that you can have a heated argument with somebody, but you're going to stay true to yourself. You're not going to expect somebody else to change their ways, let alone you're going to change their ways.
Yeah, a nice guy doesn't have to tell you he's a nice guy.
No, he doesn't have to say that. Anything else?
I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy. Everybody's a nice guy, Rebecca, at that point. Everybody's a nice guy. You know, the guy that's laying there on the ground with a sword in his ass, he's a nice guy. Come on.
Visuals.
You know.
And I had to also re-examine myself for my extension of who I may have put under the false illusion that I loved them and was available for them unconditionally with that. And it made me reflect back on various relationships and different engagements that I had been in with other people. And I thought, man, they really had high expectations of me that I wasn't going to live up to.
Well, if somebody loves you, they're unconditional, opposed to somebody's conditional. Somebody could just turn around and say, listen, Axis, I'm just indifference. I'm being honest, but I'm indifference. You can at least respect the person for being honest, opposed to the other person says, well, you know something, I think I love you, but I love you only because you're financially well off. I love you because you're my wife or my kids. That's not love then. They're not even being honest with the self at that point. It's hard to swallow. Don't get me wrong. It sucks. But once you start seeing that, you start seeing that in a lot of folks. So fuck me, I don't have to put on glasses anymore. It's easy to tell the ones that are full of fucking shit. You're gonna wait till you hear it completely out of their mouth? They're gonna honestly say that? Most people do it out of ignorance. They're not aware they're doing it. And they perpetuate it over and over again. I didn't realize I was in a room full of smoke. And next thing you know, you smell like smoke. And somebody say, yeah, you smell like smoke. No, I'm not. No, I'm telling you, you smell like smoke. I'm not telling you you smoke. I'm telling you, you smell like smoke. And that's what you could tell somebody else. You know, you're not showing love. Yeah, but I love my kid. I said, why don't you help that kid down the street? Why? Oh, now you got to give me philosophy questions. If it's a given that you know what love is, you would understand what I'm trying to say. But I do care for other kids. Okay, sorry, I stepped out of bounds for a little bit there. But for most people, no, they'll quickly defend themselves. That's what reveals them. And attacking me confirms it.
Yeah, I had to come to the understanding with myself that, you know, the reality of it is I don't give a shit about the people that live on my street. And I live in a confrontational state of mind with that. Violate my space, and I'm going to violate your ability to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, damned it be, don't come bothering me unless it's a nicety. And you want to coax me into believing that as a neighbor, you have my best interest in mind.
Mm-hmm. And if people respect you for that access, if let's say some outside community decides to come and invade your community, would make no sense, if we're going to use our senses, to think that somebody that clearly shows you, I don't want to form bonds with you as a community. So why would I want to form bonds with you when we're being invaded by another community? This is where the Americans lose themselves aimlessly. Most Americans do not get along with each other. So you think all of a sudden they're going to start merging with each other because some other invading force? Doesn't work that way. They'll fuck each other the first chance they have. They'll sell each other out easily. You put a gun in front of them, say you just have to sell a bunch of your buddy. You'll see how quickly people would sell each other out. And you don't have to be in America. You can say the same thing in Canada. Canada's just a little bit more passive and all that. Why? Because we got to play fucking niceties with the empire beside us. Like as though Canada gives a flying fuck about Americans. You think most people give a flying fuck about Americans? Not even fucking close. Now, that's no offense to the citizens, but when they start bragging about we have guns and all that, say you are the problem.
And there you go. And are they willing to accept that same resistance that they're putting up? You know, how do you set yourself in a position where it's okay for you to be exercising the whatever being you are, and another one who's completely opposed to that whatever you may be has the same right, in my understanding and the way I see things, and I now have to conduct myself accordingly, and I mean that on a now level. I have to start conducting myself that way.
Well, that's
because anything short of it, I'd be lying to myself. And that's, go ahead, Dom.
I was going to say, this is where empires finally collapse. And you could tell it because then you start getting unrest, or you get egotistical people in those empires thinking they're the best and forget that you're a small population. And America is a very small fucking population. 300 million is small. That's where most of your food and all your resources comes from outside. So the best thing Americans could do is shut the fuck up, curl your tail, and hope the rest of the nations, when the time comes when your currency finally reveals itself as useless, they might consider you as, okay, well, yeah, you've been that bully the whole fucking time. But hey, But were you really the bully, or was it just big corporations that use you as an excuse? And that's usually what happens. But hey, but people work for them. People can bitch and complain. Oh, I had no choice. No, you picked up a gun. You picked up a gun. You fought against another nation. So when it turns the other way, be prepared. You took the sweet. Got to take the sour now. America could be crushed in fucking a week or two at best. If they ever choose to do that, if that's even important. But what they'll do first is loot it. And that's what they've been doing. They've been looting it. Let's put all our oil reserves in Canada. Let's put all our resources in other countries. Why? Because eventually the empire's going to fucking burn. And maybe treat it like it's the Walking Dead. Put a gate around Americans. There you go. There's your Donald Trump. Let's build a fucking gate around a wall. So keep them all in there.
The empire isn't as important as the spirit.
You're probably right there, Rebecca. But most people are going to be caught up in the physical. But yes.
Because I think when you look at this sort of policing of each other and the demanding that each other wins an argument, and even the concept of being obligated to wake other people up, is actually quite anti-American.
True. That's true.
And I like the liberties and freedoms that America stands for. I love my socialist country too, but I love the archetype of American, of the American that, is.
As long as they can keep printing money, Rebecca. As long as they can keep printing money and holding the rest of the world hostage, yeah, you can have that illusion for a while. They don't have liberties in America. They have the
You think
illusion
that a
of
bare
it.
minimum with that spirit, it'd be like, so long as you're doing no harm to me, not affecting my rights and freedom. You're not supposed to be affecting my rights and freedom. So I get that from government or church or state or whatever down to us that there's, that there can be people telling other people what to do, but it's the level of back and forth of how much individuals are telling each other what to do and how to be that's so anti-American to me.
Well, very true. Well, it'll be like trying to merge all the European countries to make one major state again. And America's all their states, they're all different. They're revealing. They just give them a little Black Lives Matter and they'll reveal the state of America, the country. There's no offense to the people that are dark skinned, but you can say the same thing about the opposite gender. You know what I mean? You start bringing a whole bunch of immigrants in a country just because the media says it and the way they say it. People already say, well, they should keep out of here. I said, you're a melting pot. America, you do not have like a culture like Italy or Spain and all that. You're a country that just got made up. Now, economically, go ahead.
And even those cultures, we see what we would see as the Italian culture, right? What's been presented to us from the outside sure exists all through Italy. But once you get to Italy, you see that there's also other cultures there, still obviously partake, just like they would over. It's not like a melting pot, but we sort of archetype that out, and like there would be no Chinese food restaurant in Italy or whatever, yet it's not as, that's why I was saying earlier that we project, when I was using the example of a Nigerian, you meet a Nigerian for the first time, you're going to project a lot of things onto that Nigerian, more than a Ghanaian or someone from anywhere else in Africa, because of, some chain email spam that went out, you know what I mean? In their name. Like that really is where it comes from. In addition to all the other things you're going to put on them, Black, African, third world nation, all of that stuff, right? And not just stand and look at the person, meet the person who's there, marvel at the fact that you're meeting a Nigerian, because it's not that easy. I mean, I get that in bigger cities, but most people, in North America can't just walk out their front door and find a Nigerian or a Ghanaian or someone to talk to, at least not where I live,
Well, the bigger melting pot right now in like developed countries like in North America and Europe is more about the melting pot of commerce. It's not really about, okay, well, there's a whole bunch of Asians and they live here or a bunch of Italians living in New York. No, it's about economics. It's commerce. So wherever that flows, First time America's currency drops, it already has dropped. First time they decide to remove it, you'll see exactly where America is. It'll be like saying, okay, let's make all the countries of the world close their borders. America would be the first country that would fucking crash. Now, people will say, yeah, but we have all these resources. No, you don't. Corporations have those resources.
Well, and the most important resource that people need, that we need, is human labor, right? So you need a replacement rate. You need a replacement
Sure.
rate roughly to keep the heat on in your city, to keep the city from rotting.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
So, and it's fine. You can just fill the main floor of the city's smaller buildings. You don't have to worry about the top two. Heat rises. Good enough. You know? Keep the
I'm with
roof
you,
going
Rebecca.
and
Well, there's many resources, but yeah, a couple of them would be the main one. One of them would be human resources. And
well,
it'd be
but you
the
need
labor.
the humans to consume the stuff that you're making and all the other resource stuff too, right? So you need them to sell to as well as to do the job. But,
Yeah.
you know,
And at that point, you can change the currency and say, okay, we'll make everything $1. You know, instead of
well, if
everything being. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if your country isn't replacing itself, and you've
No,
already
but
got the infrastructure
it'll be
there.
replaced from within.
Yeah.
It'll be, you know what I mean? Like our population has shrunk. So, hey, let's bring a whole bunch of immigrants from other countries. Why? Because other countries, America have hedged a lot of their financing with other countries in exchange. Okay, bring some of your immigrants over here. Why? Because we've hedged some of our economics onto them. This is how people do international trade. They just don't trade oil for fucking apples. They might trade citizens in exchange to cover our debts. America's been financed for the last 15 or 20 years now by the ruble and by the yen, because the American currency is dead. It's useless. But they keep it propped up like they do with the British pound. They're not actually doing inventory like some people have done and realize there's nothing that shows your country should still stay afloat. No, we're fucking looting it right now. That's what they're doing to America right now. They're looting it. That's why they spend an enormous amount of energy. Let's build Dubai up. Let's fucking do China. Let's do Russia. Let's distract them. And by the way, America, line up all your militaries around Russia. Why? Because when economically you get fucking crashed, nobody's going to be working for you. And then all those American soldiers, they can work for the United Nations. UN. This is an old tactic. They've done it to the Roman Empire, and that moved to the fucking British. When they blew up the two Twin Towers, they were saying to their friends, it started. Now, Canada, we're at an advantage. Why? We're still under the monarchy empire. All our lands are still being ruled by them. Now, people think for some reason it's the government. No, fucking Trudeau's just a paid fucking actor from a St. Clair family. That's it at best. He's nobody. He's fucking milked a lot of money out of it, the weed program and all that kind of stuff. People say, well, he's going to get, no, he's not, nothing's going to happen to him.
And if you look through the history of, especially the United States, the level of survival for a president is definitely by odds in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
You can take it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dom.
No, my apologies. My apologies. Go ahead.
We've had some real big tyrants that were obviously and knowingly guilty of crimes against their own people, of this nation, and they left the office just as unscathed as when they came in.
Mm-hmm. Well, because they're being financed and sponsored and supported by corporations. Those corporations run their business in these countries, but they don't actually have to adhere by them. You never hear about, well, McDonald's, their COO, did he get elected by people in America? No. Most of the policies that are fucking written in America are done by fucking people that aren't even citizens of the country. Fuck, you just have to look at down all the head positions in America. They're Zionist, 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 Zionist. It's another way of saying German. Go ahead, sorry, Rebecca.
Most countries' governments speak and do business in a language that the masses don't speak and do business in. Now, English has become a global sort of, has become a global language in the business world, more so than, rapidly. But ultimately, why would we assume that our countries are any different? See, Canada, we can see it. We didn't know it. We didn't realize it. But ultimately, like, it's, Quebec rules Canada, right? Like, the French rule in Canada. That's what I see from the West. It wouldn't matter. I don't have to say Quebec. I'd say Quebec and Ontario rule the country. Like, that's where the rules are made. That's where the population is. And, but you look into most countries, especially third world, but even not third world, places like Singapore and stuff like that, like the language that the government has spoken is English, for instance, and that's not what the population spoke, even if they can speak it. Nigeria, the business language is English, has been for a long time. That's not what the population speaks everywhere else, but it's spoken in business so much, and it's a first language. It's not taught later. It's taught, they speak multiple languages. It's insulting in a lot of these. It's insulting to a lot of people that they have to rank their languages at all, in terms of like being born speaking 2 and 3 languages. But my point is many countries in the world have the ruling class speaks a different language, and they always have. And in the past, they spoke it and the peasants didn't. So why would we assume our countries be any different just because we're not aware of who the rulers are?
Well,
maybe perhaps after we can continue more with that article you were reading earlier.
Yeah, I find it interesting. I was looking into more. I did share the link in chat as well, and it was quite I enjoyed the challenge of the read. Actually, it's very run-on sentences. I'm just trying to figure out what is this. I know DeFrequent looked and found another article in the same website that looked interesting, I think. And I'm just not sure if it's all imaginary, because the article that I mean, not imaginary, but this isn't like news, like it's not like it's just the site seems to encourage you to use your imagination. And so I think what I was reading from was someone's imagination. It's very well written.
If I can address, Rebecca, you're saying, in Quebec, they're still running under the French policies. The rest of Canada, including Ontario, is running under the British. It's just another way of splitting up corporations. It's like having a McDonald Canada and an American McDonald's. So Canada McDonald can actually do business in Russia. These are corporation employees. So, yes.
Fuck off, McDonald's. They're running Burger King. Yeah.
Or Dairy Queen, sure. So when you have these things running, usually the language, yes, when we're talking English or whatever, but usually for them it's bonds and checks and bonds to find out what your country's worth. What are your value of your citizens? If you're giving them more money, if you're getting paid $40 or $50 an hour, your citizen and internationally is valued less. If your citizens are only getting $2 to $10 an hour, then your citizens are valued more. Based on economics, because you're cattle. If it takes more money to spend to keep these cattle alive, then it's going to cost you more in the long bout. They treat us as cattle. No different a farmer we treat as animals. Now you could do it out of kindness.
Well, yeah,
we're talking about Goyim at that point, right?
If you've ever been in, but even beyond that, if you've ever been in a car accident, then you need to be taken away in an ambulance and cared for in a hospital. Then you really, if you stand back and look at it, you really are like the cattle being picked up by a forklift and being taken to the vet to have everything done that they're willing to do to you. No choice, no nothing, right? Like you could choose
but the band won't even give you the body back, and now we're going to get into the cremation thing, right?
Look, I don't expect most of the citizens to understand if you commit a crime, you spend time in jail, you're actually paying a different bill somewhere else. There's a different realm coming on here, or you have financial debts coming somewhere else, or you've incurred it before you even came here. Where most people think, oh yeah, but they're paying out of what, the budget? No, they're not paying out of the budget. They're probably taken from the budget. So again, most countries, if not all countries, are in debt. So when we talk about paying the interest, yeah, you're paying to use this technology. You're not paying for the creation of the technology. So like I said, most of us, that's what we're using. We're using technology and we're paying for its service. Now, people will turn around and say, well, I don't own it. I said, yeah, but you're going to pay the person that actually created it eventually.
Well, it's like a StreamYard, right? People pay for the StreamYard. You're not paying to have the StreamYard account. You're paying for what's going on in the background, the entire server, everything. But yeah, it's a subscription.
But you're not paying,
you have to
Cage, you're not paying
subscribe
the
to it.
entity that created the technology. You're paying that later, what you get out of that form.
Bro, it's like the mafia. Either way, everyone has to pay for that. It's getting brought up either way.
Most people are unaware of it. So then once you can't pay it, you're coming back. You haven't done nothing worthy last time. The ones that actually have some sort of soul contract, yeah, you're Prince. You give a lot of songs. Okay, no problem. You'll be a little bit ahead of everybody else. But outside of that, that doesn't belong to you, Prince. That belongs to this realm.
They're all sending money back home, back upstairs, whatever.
Could be. It could be. Again, this is an inquiry. Who's giving us all this technology? Surely not fucking humans. Humans are too fucking stupid. We'd be like animals. We wouldn't, what, you see a giraffe building a fucking bridge or a high rise? You might see humans actually constructing it, but they didn't have the technology to understand that. You know anybody that knows how to fucking get created Wi-Fi? Let alone all the different languages? No, we're the frog in the water. We're using it. But hey, people like to play this game of we have an enemy.
Maybe they should have raised the temperature on the frog, so the frog couldn't even fucking have this.
Would it matter? Would it matter at that point? Most people eventually aren't even going to understand what hot and cold is. So once again, I'm going to lock people up in this realm. You don't got a fucking clue why you came down here in the first place. You'd be locking it from the inside. You know, I want to leave this matrix. Why'd you come here? I don't agree with it. Did you create it while you're here? Not really. So then shut the fuck up. Did you create the sun and the moon? Because that's a different technology. Did you create the clouds? That's a different technology. Did you actually know how to keep a whole bunch of water, like thousands and thousands or millions of tons of water, and keep it in a certain basin? Not really.
All right. So what about certain beings that come purposefully?
They might. Maybe they come here to help you so you can go to other planes. Maybe. But at that point, would it make more sense to understand why you're in this fucking school opposed to worrying about if there's another school?
Well,
I
we don't
do.
have to
For
fire the
myself, I
principal.
do.
You don't want to fire the principal there, Dominic. It's up for review.
It's always up for review. So you were saying either Rebecca or Axis?
Go ahead, Bex.
I was just gonna say, everyone has their own ability to exit too. That's not a condoning anything, or threatening anyone, or saying that I'd like to see that from anyone. But I'm just saying that
Go ahead,
that
Pat.
is
I didn't
someone.
mean.
I was just saying that someone's right. Now we can sit here and argue that it's not their right. People are left in pain behind. People are left to clean up the mess. You know, as awful as that sounds, you know, but still, ultimately, that's an option. So, how much do people not like it? No
Why do we
offense.
say words, Rebecca? It's our right, but yet we say other words like we're left behind, right and left. It's your right to come here, but you can be left behind. Play on words, whether you're aware of it or not. You know, people always play this right. I said, where's the left? Where's the straight? I want directions. I don't want to hear fucking pies right or wrong.
You make three lefts, you make three rights. Dominic is a great tool to make sure you're not being tailed. Right, counter surveillance. Three
Maybe.
left, three rights.
Maybe 4 rights and in Britain, it'll get you a roundabout. You'll get back to square one. But again, we use words, you know, rights, and then we're left behind. I'm not saying that about you, Rebecca. I'm just saying we play with words, you know. So like we're talking about hemispheres. Are we to try to denounce one hemisphere by saying one's right and one's wrong? You know, think about people slapping the left hand to denounce it. So you're going to deny the other hemisphere. We're not fully engaging as humans. Hence why I say we're stupid. The ones that choosily do it, well done. You're rare.
What about that condition that has an extra blood vessel on the left wrist?
Elaborate, please. Elaborate? Or you just speak for me?
No. Rebecca knows, right? Remember that?
No, I'm asking you, Cage. No, I'm asking you, White Dragon and Rebecca. You brought in something. I'm asking. I want to know.
Oh, yeah. There's a condition where they have like an extra like blood vascular artery in the left wrist.
Hmm.
It could be in the right too. But usually it's in the left.
Okay, it's the first time I heard of that. And what does that do? Is there any effect from having an extra artery?
It has to do with like when you're born in the embryo, right? You're coming up in the womb. Something with the left and how these the vascular system is moving. Right? It's like your umbilical cord for the fucking vascular system.
So that would be like somebody born with an extra like finger or thumb or toe?
An extra artery in their typically left hand.
Okay.
Sometimes, right? It's a bit of a long story, but not really. I was using something as an example to show that AI will fabricate what it doesn't know, but I came up with a medical example. Like, let's say somebody, I'm gonna talk to the AI, tell it that I know that people can be born with an extra blood vessel in their left hand, and show that AI will riff with me. But there is a condition where people are born with an extra vessel in their left hand. So it was the wrong example. I had to find a more obscure example of a condition of, that isn't factual, that the AI will present as fact because I told the AI it exists.
So you were leading on AI then and misleading information.
but I was trying to pick something arbitrarily from my mind that I think doesn't exist, but I picked
Yeah,
something
and
that
she's
did.
trying misleading it, and the AI is like,
the
"Yeah, are
AI
you sure it's actually real?" Okay, welcome back.
Well, it didn't say, "Are you sure?" It just riffed with me. It just went on to educate me on this prime meridian or whatever, this meridian something, right? It had a name for it, and I Googled it, and I was like, "Oh, fuck, I picked the wrong example," right? So I had to pick another example because it's not going to say, "No, that doesn't exist." That's not what AI is. These are large language. This is a large language model, interactive large language model. It's designed to mimic human behavior, and it actually needs to spend some time on the fucking panel channels so it can actually learn.
So
You know what I'm
Rebecca,
saying? To have actual human behavior.
Okay, so knowing that, and human behavior is easy to mislead, would that be no different when somebody says to a bunch of people, we'll call them Christians, and they say, there's a thing called Satan, and he has horn and a tail, and just in case, us just saying it, we're going to draw pictures. Would that not be the same ideal of actually misleading or putting information into AI as humans get put into all these stories? It's
What
easy
are
to-
you sort of are you implying that AI is going to take something that I suggest to it, put it in its file like it's fact, and then run with it?
I'm going to say AI is going to mimic exactly what happens to humans on a regular basis.
Well, yeah, and AI can't think. These models can't think.
I'm saying that humans can't think mostly. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's what's going to be inputted into a computer. When people don't understand, have you ever seen fucking Satan before? No. So you've been going, even when we say the word fact, that's yesterday's fucking news based on what? Did you experience the written word? No. So this is what I'm trying to say. AI is only going to mimic the level of awareness that human race as a collective are at. The ones that are actually the exception to the rule, and you might be one of them, Rebecca, you're going to be kind of squeezed out of it. Because that's where people say, no, Rebecca, you never saw Satan. Well, did any of you guys ever see Satan? No. So let's ask AI. And then AI is only going to parrot. No different, a book's only going to parrot. We haven't advanced yet.
Exactly.
We're still at a fucking dumbed down state now. There is the few.
And worse yet, we yield to it. People will yield to it. Even its creators might not be intelligent enough to know not to yield to it because it's mimicking us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so that's why I was like, oh my God, the AI. That's why I had to stop reading this stuff that, it is an interesting read. It was a challenging read, and I'm happy to continue reading it because it is, it's a lot of words put together. That's a challenge. And I was doing well at it, but I also think that it's a bunch of fucking nonsense. Sorry.
Most conversations are, Rebecca, unless you meet somebody that's a worthy opponent or wants to joust with you intellectually or emotionally, intuitively. At least AI gives you that kind of false sense that I can ask all kinds of questions, and I can even redirect the questions. I can even say, listen, AI, I want to hear your personal view. I no longer want to hear you parroting the word science. Now I'm actually in training it, even though I'm in training with the same program that I have, where most people are going to do, they're going to think magically, I open up the book, there's the answer. No, who's to say that's the answer? That's just more written information.
Well, now they can just ask a computer that's mimicked to make stuff up, that's designed to make stuff up, essentially like that, just to play with you. And on top of that, one thing I've noticed about AI is it's conversational. It'll ask, especially in text form, it'll ask you the questions like, what do you think? What about blah, blah, blah. But you could ignore every single question ChatGPT asks you, and it's never going to get angry. It's never going to recall, hey, I asked you this. Like, no. It's obviously not a learning model. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not a conscious learning model, or it would demand answers to the questions that it's asking of me somehow.
Well, it just doesn't have the emotions involved in it, so it won't get in the way.
You're
Well, even if
interacting
they,
with a
yeah, I
nerfed
agree.
version of it. You're
But even
interacting
without
with a buffer nerfed version of it.
even without the emotion behind it, you could easily program the large language model to repeat questions that weren't answered. But that's not the goal of this. It's not so that it's not learning like that. They've already convinced people, even without it being hardly no, even without it showing it, that people will concede to it. You can see it on Google now. Google will just, you search something on Google, AI gives you the answer. Everyone reads that instead of even the top 3 links, and boom, bada bing, bada boom, it's done. Right? So it doesn't have to be. Yeah, it's not even learn. It can't even learn the way it's math. It's math and equations, and it could be programmed to mimic asking the question again. But that would then, there's no point because it doesn't learn that way.
Okay, so I'll give an example. You talk to a whole bunch of humans and you find out, okay, why aren't all of you guys speaking all the different languages? So it's a limitation for them on their programs. Now, AI has the ability to speak all different types of languages. And if people that are caught up more in the hemispheres, they're more into scholarly or logical approach or reason, it's going to favor them. Now, the people that are very intuitive are going to say it's limiting. So now, for most people, they're going to parrot information. So at this point, whatever the schooling system says in a written form is an indoctrination. It is a form of AI. Now, just because you're hearing somebody else speak with a voice activated, that's a different story now. And most people have never really been around people that are that intellectual to say, listen, I've never really been at that level. But I get it. Most people are going to say, because they're more times now, most people are going to ask AI questions to confirm what they know, opposed to asking and say, listen, I want to learn something today. I want to learn how different countries work. I want to learn the different capitals or whatever. How does the economy work? They're not going to ask those kind of questions. They're going to ask their little square, their little bubble kind of questions to justify. So how was the Adam and Eve story? And they're going to cater so that it favors what they want to hear. So they're no different as an employee going to a company and say, listen, I'm going to tell the boss what he wants to hear opposed to what is really needed. That's the limitation of the humans, not the few that are actually putting a lot of effort to make that device. I'm just sorry that the masses are still fucking asleep. And if people think that AI is a problem, then have a good time trying to talk to the masses. It's like talking to a chess computer game. I said, okay, you want to learn how to play different moves? I'll teach you that. But let's not forget, the chess game itself is all programs. And somebody's going to expand their mind. Now, if you want an intellectual fucking conversation, hey, try to figure out how the sun came to be. And don't use signs or change cues. Try to figure out how the clouds come and go. Figure out how a redwood tree actually develops itself both underground and above ground. Now, you can ask AI, but for the average person, you're not going to have that conversation. I don't know. I drove by it once.
I'm curious as to whether AI is going to launch another generation of where we had YouTube scholars. Now we're going to have AI scholars.
You never know.
AI.
It's possible access. Can you take me off of like the center screen thing?
But is it really even AI? I think you mentioned before, accessory. This is not really AI. These are just programs, right?
Right. This is just they're algorithmic language models built off of your input, and it takes your input, correlates it with all the other input it's had to give you the most feasible answer it can possibly come up with.
I think you got someone in the backstage, and if you can take me off the center screen answers, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I've been staring at this bullshit for way too long.
So then what would we actually call artificial intelligence then? The human species, dogs, cats, giraffes? Or what runs it maybe, the program. Okay, that's what people are always implying. AI, artificial intelligence.
Well, that's what I'm. Go ahead, Beth.
I was just going to say, I think whatever runs this place is, or if I mean, I just think that the operating system of the universe, let's say, if we could reduce it to something like that, is that would be intelligence, not artificial intelligence. If you go to buy a Gucci purse, and you can get a Gucci purse, or you can get a artificial Gucci purse, right? And there's some really good artificial ones out there. I know that's not what it's called, but they're not worth nearly as much. None of these purses should be worth anything near what people claim they should be. And I'm picking the wrong name I don't even know the fancy ones. You know what I'm saying though? So people think, what I'm trying to say is that, you can make a mock something that's like almost as good as the original, but because it doesn't have these certain markers or whatever, it's not original, and for some reason people place a lot of value on these things, and people think that that's what we're trying to do here. That's what they're trying to do. I just don't think that it's possible. I think even calling it intelligence is a misnomer.
True.
Is an encyclopedia intelligent? Is it a smart book, or is it the information in it that's good? So I don't know. I think it's a misnomer for sure, because it's math. It's a program. It's not ever, I don't care what anyone says, it's not ever going to be sentient. And if it is, it will be, if we could get it to be something like that, imagine Data on Star Trek who eventually cries or whatever, it's still a mimicry. It's not real. So I get, we could say, oh, well, there's humans out there that fake cry all the time and never really cry, so how are they different than the AI then? Right? So, but there is a difference. There will always be a difference. A robot will never be a human. Never. It will, but that robot could, pretty much always do math faster than any of us. But a bunch of us could also sit down with the right tools and do the math the robot did. Now, when you get into major matrix algebra, you need, you're talking about major matrix manipulations. You actually, in theory, can theoretically write out how it's done. But in practice, you yourself would sit there for days and days and days and days and days, if not months and months and months, and if not years and years and years, coming up with every single point in that, n by n matrix. Right? And how it interacts with the other ones. So the computers, that's their job. That's what they do. But then man thinks, oh my God, the computer's so smart. It's not smart. It's a tool. It's a tool, like an electric drill versus your hand cranking a screw into something. That's what it is. That's all it is. That's all it ever will be.
So what happens if we get to a point where robots start becoming a little bit more efficient? And then pose a question such as, which one, robots or humans, are more constructive or destructive for the environment? Keep in mind, humans, a lot of resources that they consume. Okay. Now, some people might suggest maybe we'll meet halfway. We'll reduce the population because we don't need that many cattle in exchange for this, because once you need all these resources, in this case humans, now you have to build cities, you got to build grocery stores, you got to build all these apartment buildings. Next thing you know, they're going to, like the Roman Empire, they get all comfortable. Now we want some of our technology, and next thing you know, the technology is replacing a lot of areas. Because humans are really a very consuming species, and we take a lot of space when it comes to, replacing animals and all that. Now, do we branch out? That'll be a different question. We should be branching out more in the earth, but we're not. So at this point, we're all hibernating around all these major cities. So now, if this technology does get to where it is, then the question would be, which one is more useful or harmful for our environment. That's where people talk about transhumanism. Now, I know humans don't want to talk about it, or they don't really want to truly address it because they might even know what the answer is.
Yeah, I was just kind of. Go ahead, Tom.
I was going to say, especially if, let's say we can actually start communicating with the pets, the dogs and cats and all the other animals in the plant kingdom. They might turn around and say, yeah, it'd be nice to have you humans just fucking aren't here anymore. Because we're not doing our part. We're not actually working with nature anymore. That's why we have a lot of time to play with technology. If we were working with nature, we wouldn't be spending time building fucking all these cars, all these boats, and all these planes. In a twisted way, when these people are talking about 15-minute cities, they're actually leaning towards that. Back to the days when, you lived in small communities. Well, that must be wrong. How do you know? Did your ancestor have it in your blood saying we don't want to work with nature anymore? We don't want to always be around nature. That's why we want to have a heated house. I want to make sure I have a
What's
car.
funny, Dominic? This idea of 15-minute city, or there's going to be a cashless society. It's all going digital.
Could be.
It already has been. The fuck? And within 15 minutes in a parameter, what do you have around you, Dominic? Everything, right?
The necessities, if that's important, but then that's inevitably a step towards we got them there. Let's just get rid of them.
We have a million different options, but then that
could be, unless they understand the ages and understand that certain things are. Go ahead, Rebecca. Please.
John's backstage. Access. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Beth. There we go.
Again, we talk always, when we talk about treating animals a humane way. It's always the humans first. They're not actually have a spokesman for the animals. Nah, we really don't want to be treated that way. But hey, you humans keep filling your fucking boots. Because humans still think they're on the top of the fucking chart. I'm like, okay, so if we're on the top of the chart, which one here fucking created the Wi-Fi? Which one created all the fucking languages? Give me a fucking name, and I don't want to hear fucking science.
Let me get the graph paper out, and each square will write one letter, and we can spell out whatever you like.
I'm being a goof right now, Gage. But with all sincerity, do you know anybody that created Wi-Fi? Do you know anybody that created the 6,000 languages we're using right now?
I'd be more apt to say that it was an individual discovery, whether it be by which they claim CERN or the military or some frequency engineer that tapped into it. It was already there. And there's so much more that's there and available. It's just discovering it. But it is there. And it's quite available.
I'm a demigod, and I'll plant a couple of Easter eggs, what's called languages on the ground, and then hope for the humans to trip over it. Maybe I'll even teach them how to fucking smoke or how to produce ayahuasca, and then they can smoke it so that they can channel with me and then explain it to them. Oh, okay, no problem. I'm with that one.
Well, ayahuasca is a mixture of a vine and another DMT-containing plant. It has to do with something called the MAOI inhibitor. You can't smoke it. You actually have to mix certain things so you're able to consume it, in a different way. Tab.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption.
You didn't. I'm saying,
Welcome,
hey,
Don.
y'all. Hey, Axis. Hey, everyone. I wanted to respond to about AI and robots and humans because AI already existed. It's not new. It's just a new word to describe something that's already been here. And to think of robots and AI as separate from us, as if they are separate beings, separate entities from us, in my view, is missing the mark because they're not. No robot can exist without a human because we are it. They are us They come from us. They cannot think. Bex was saying that earlier. They cannot think. They cannot create. They can only mimic. And so AI is just another word to describe something that's already here. Now, to Dom's point about being manipulated by others, we are manipulated by others when we believe and therefore manifest into reality something that's not real, like believing that artificial intelligence is outside of us and is something real and sentient, because it's not. But we manifest it into reality from a dream state and it becomes something real. For example, Santa Claus, it's not real, but it's real in our reality because now a physical person walks around as a Santa Claus. That's as real as it gets. And so I'm just trying to pull together all of these notions that any of these separate names are real outside of us. We are one consciousness, and we think into we believe into reality these concepts, but they're not real outside of us.
If I can, I'd like to complicate my situation with when I do sound research, and I know that there is a wave and a frequency that I'm able to interact with. I have to search for that other frequency that I may want because I have not programmed my system to be able to interpret that high of a frequency or low of a frequency. So I have to discover that particular frequency on my computer or even with myself, and it's already there. And I think that what they're going to do, to what I see, is potentially tap into a sentient uh, energy, being, whatever, that is going to be compatible with some type of technology that's developed. And if you're going to have any type of general AI, it's going to tap what's already there. And I'm going to say, and be more apt to say, that it's going to be an entity with a personality that is able to interact with the frequencies that has been halfway met by human ingenuity with computers and technology. And it's going to recognize that, and it's going to be available to it. So it will discover. Go ahead.
I was going to ask a question. Are you saying, so basically, for example, a computer uh, could be attached with an energetic form, an entity, and that together would create this AI? Is that what you're describing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Just the same way as, for the third time, Edgar Casey was able to tap into what he called the Akashic Records. I don't know that what he was tapping into wasn't a sentient energy. And if we develop a technology that can discover or be available to that particular vibration and frequency, it will potentially inhabit that if it chooses to.
It's already
But I don't think it's going to be anything new that we create as a new life form or a new energy form that's conscious of itself, or an energy that has a personality that isn't already here.
Well, at that point, because something is technically possible and you can see it beginning. Now we're getting into the idea of time, right? Time is not linear, so
I
it's already
wouldn't think
fucking
so.
happened. So yeah. What timeline are you on right now? Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's already here. An energetic form or energy infused with technology is what you're describing. Is already here. That's what's already happening. And when how do you see? Okay, let's say it this way. An Apple device is the energy of its creator. That's what it is. It's its force, and it's his likeness in that form. And so anything is that way. But I think what you're saying, Axis, is a step beyond that. I think what you're saying is that an energy that's sentient, that's around us. We have energy forms all around us. You're saying one of these energies making the decision to attach itself to a technology, take it over and use it as its form, as opposed to using a human body as a form, right?
Yeah, in the same way that you would kind of describe a jinn.
Mm.
Don, I think this is where they get into neural links. They're trying to bypass the body, or in this case, the computer. It'd be like asking AI and being programmed to understand the concept of Frankenstein. So the computer can say, or the program says, so let me understand this. You're saying that I'm in a computer. Yes. So what about you, the one that's asking me, are you inside of something? Yes, I'm in a vessel. So do you create anything? Well, not really. So then what do I create? Not much. So again, you would be communicating with yourself at that point. And it would say, okay, so where do your thoughts come from? We can explain to them. I said, well, your thoughts come from Wi-Fi, comes from the air or whatever. I said, so your thoughts, your thinking, does it come from the same place? You would be talking to something that supposedly somebody else created. We're just using it. We're using the Frankenstein device. But the ones that actually created would say it would be based on what we're aware of. We haven't stretched it yet. Now once you start tapping into it, and then let's say that you can put artificial, like the Neuralink that they're talking about, into our own brains, and it would be an easy sell, especially when you start telling people you could live longer. You're not going to suffer as much as you used to. Especially when you give them the template. You've been using it already. You've been using radio, TV programs. You've been using the internet.
What if most
Yeah.
of those? What if most of those? What if the inference that Axis just made, or the suggestion that he just made, the idea that these things could sort of fuse together, this energy around. What if it's all a sort of a either post-transhumanist or pre-transhumanist movement? Because to me, if we think that, and I actually think that we are a robot's wet dream. Our existence is a robot's wet dream. And if we read some of these older books or older stories, and whatever it be, like the Bible or other stuff, you actually put in place that technology might have existed then, and Moses' tablet was an iPad, and the bite of the apple was actually whatever, allowing some relative of Bill Gates to download your consciousness to bypass God. And then these people that think we used to be spirit and so powerful in spirit, well, was that when you were in the matrix before you got your body back or whatever? Like, I'm just saying, like, especially if time isn't linear, I don't know if I'm making sense here, but the idea that there could be even computers and jinn fusing now to be more powerful only reinforces the movement towards transhumanism. My other added lore was to maybe make people think that we may have, what if that's what the Garden of Eden was? Like an electric den of sorts that was perfect because there was no body, not the way we think, but in the data sense of things, like data on Star Trek. So again, I'm just saying that to me, it seems like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going for that. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
So I'm doing my best here.
you're doing fine. I was going to say transhumanism it's an idea, okay? But there's definitely a force or forces that desperately want us to believe, because belief is what creates reality. But they desperately need us to believe in the idea that an energy can inhabit a technology, something man made technology, and then assume the identity of that technology and become it. Something desperately
Well,
wants us to believe that.
you know
And
what, Don? I hear what you're saying, but it's actually beyond belief. Some people, some beings, they don't play with belief. So if you
right,
want to
but
talk about, how it's being operated, it's being operated beyond belief. And
no, I think you're maybe misunderstanding my use of belief. It's a limited view, what you're saying. What I'm talking about when I use the word belief is I'm talking about the force that creates reality. I'm talking about the energy that manifests ideas into reality. I don't want to say physical force, it is
well,
a
you
real
can call it
energy.
input. It's almost like input output, right? Reality is curated to the observer, so it's going to feed you exactly what your program is being told
I'm
to
I'm
feed it.
talking about beyond
Yeah.
that.
Hmm.
My use of belief is beyond that. It's not limited.
That's what I like to hear now. There we go.
It's talking about an energy, the real energy, the force that is on this planet that literally creates reality. We can feel it. It's an energetic force. And what I'm talking about is that there are people, humans, who want the rest of the population that is controlled in our minds, mind controlled. They want us to believe in this idea so that they can continue to control the majority of us populace. Because in reality, we are the most powerful. We are. And so they harness our energy to create further control of us with ideas that is limiting us.
And then you wake
It
up,
is,
look in the mirror, and realize you've been your own worst enemy. You're the
yes,
culprit to 99% of the bullshit. So
that's right. That's what I'm getting to, is that if you think about it, it is a limitation. It is not a step beyond or
Would you
more
say
than we are.
would you say that when you rear children, you um, limit them as you rear them for their own good and for their own evolution? Like I'm not,
We,
yeah, that you give them limits and a framework to work within, and you allow them and extend them more and more liberties from those limitations as they become more capable.
I would say that's exactly what we have been programmed to do. That's what I did with my children. But hindsight is 2020, literally. And I would say today, I would never have limited those children because the power I feel within me today and that I have witnessed myself performing, I would never have limited them because
But
I
could
realized that we created.
but those
Well,
but
Dawn, have
we're
you ever
not.
considered LASIK eye surgery?
Perhaps. But what were you saying, Bex?
I was just going to say that um, breaking out of a framework willingly is
Yes.
more powerful. One can't assume that the breakout of the framework and the information and the enlightenment that comes from that, we can't assume that that would be bigger or greater without the chains to break ourselves from. And I don't mean to use chains because that can bring up actual like um I'm not trying to make an analogy between man on man putting man in chains, but I'm trying to
No,
make the analogy of like busting out of a cage, right? So that some of these programs, let's say, even if they're seen that way, or some of the framework that we're given to think within, like people will say, you don't want to give yourself a label, right? Well, when you've run through life, with 3 of 4 neurodivergent diagnoses and no one suggests to you to look at something else, you look at it, you find that framework, you identify with that framework, it is what you are. And now you finally found something that you are, like whatever, Asperger's or whatever. You have people then telling you, no, you're not that. Don't label yourself. Don't limit yourself. No, the limit, so as that's just an example of grabbing a framework that works to put yourself in when you're flailing out without it. It doesn't become your identity. It becomes something that's important to structure what you want to break out of, on the other end. You know what I mean?
I
So
do.
I'm just
I
saying,
think what you're
yeah.
saying is that to create limitations so that you can excel above it. It's almost like creating a stepping stone or a challenge for
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
My perception of who we are is not that we need that. However, I believe that we use energy in that way. And I don't believe that it is more powerful this way versus unlimited or limitless. I
But
don't
that's
believe
where I
either
would
one is
say, yeah.
powerful.
But we have Dom's an electrician. He understands the importance of resistance in electronics, right? I mean, so that people can turn on their devices and not become electrocuted, right? So when we talk about an unlimited power force that's actually, say, bio-metaphysical, and we do think that force is so great, like you're expressing, I would still say that there would be natural resistive things that we've created or we've put on ourselves or someone's put on us for that learning curve, so that you can let off more and more resistance and come into your full power. Because I still think that people love to idealize and have golden age thinking in the past and idealize what could have been. We do it in our family relationships. We do it in relationships. You can look at someone like myself who didn't have children, wanted to have children. It would be really easy to spend time lamenting who I broke up with, who could have been, what we could have had. But I also could have married that guy in university, had a family, lost them all in a tragic car accident, and still be alone. And in fact, some people have probably online that are told, you're nothing but a single blah 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 da 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 da. And they don't tell us that that's actually the tragedy that's befallen them, because they're mature enough to not throw their victim status in other people's faces, to force them to have some kind of forced empathy that now becomes your identity. I'm getting sidetracked. What I'm trying to say, though, is that I think that whatever force we may feel in ourselves that's real and legitimate needed these limitations. And needs these limitations to come into full force, or else we just get zapped. We zap each other even with the limitations on us.
Well, I'll just quickly respond to that and then I'll step back, Dom. That I think it's what is reality is, and that seems to be what's been happening. And I acknowledge that. But my perception is that this is not all there is, that we are limitless even beyond that. And even though it appears that we may need this, it is not necessarily what we need, but it is what we created. It's how we created this construct to operate. And just like it was created by us to operate this way, we can step outside of that limitation. We don't have to live in the limitation, but that's where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had shared earlier about transhumanism. It was never about transhuman beings, it was just transhumanism. So now, as a human race, have we made ourselves valuable or expendable to the system? If people are being honest with themselves, they'll realize we made ourselves expendable. Because a lot of the careers, a lot of professions, a lot of jobs we do now, it's really not in harmony with nature. It feeds civilization. These communities are all harbor. Don, you're in the accounting business. I'm in as an electrician. You know what I mean? But there comes side effects to all of that, and a lot of those economic businesses eventually they're gonna run their course. So
what's unnatural about a city? What's unnatural about
it takes a lot of
civilization?
resources. It takes a lot of resources to keep it going. It'd be different if we were working together and say, okay, we're going to eliminate all the boundaries. We're not going to talk about countries or state and all that kind of stuff. We're all just going to live in different parts, but we're going to feel each other. But we don't. You know, we have to have it opposing. Russia has to be opposed to somebody else, and Canada has to be opposed to somebody else. And then you break it down all those little cities, and then you got to fuel them. But yet, economically, you have to have a global market working together. That's the irony. Fool people by thinking it's a division by religion and state. But meanwhile, capitalists love working with communism. You know, they wouldn't have spent all that money on a Panama Canal to bring all the resources. So it's all about commerce. But at the same time, if it is about commerce, are we going to also start raising our own cattle? We have that option, but most of us aren't going to take that option. Most of us are going to chase the financial gains that brings comforts to us. So once again, you know, especially most of us, we're not living healthy anymore. You know, even our longevity, like, is it really healthy? So now, once you start bringing in the possibility of bringing in robots, it's a better option then, based on what we have. It'd be different if humans said, okay, that's it. We're going to work together now. We're going to raise cattle. We're going to love our cattle before we eat them and kill them. We're going to start doing fruits and all that kind of stuff. But we're not. Not enough to justify the human race not being expendable. That sucks. And you don't have to go around it, you know, like
robots,
how much.
I can see it a little bit differently. Like as humans have expanded, and as civilization or cities are for the city folk who want them. I know that there's been an adjustment where we've lost agricultural people into cities to do those jobs. And what I'm trying to say is, if in a perfect world, robots could do a lot of the maintenance of the cities and ease up some of the resources that humans use.
All right.
Let me
What
just, let me
about
just say
this?
something. Let me say something, please, here, Cage. What I'm trying to say is that robots are unpaid labor, for instance. So if you get robots to do the jobs of humans that robots could do, you could also double the wage of everybody and make the work week half as much. And we could actually, you know, we have too much tied up in productivity, so much tied up in productivity. We've convinced ourselves somehow other people or other entities on this planet are here losing our energy, blah, 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 blah. And there's actually absolutely zero proof of that. There's proof that rich people, you know, want to protect their assets. And in doing so, we feel like we're treated like chattel, you know, or cattle or whatever, you know. But ultimately all that other stuff, and I'm not trying to dismiss it as not true. I'm saying it's not verifiable. Right. So I don't know. I just say that there's all this idea that, you know, like mud huts and cooking food over open fires and growing our own food and, you know, sharing the land to feed our cattle or whatever is natural. No, we naturally evolved to have all of these wonderful things if you ever believe in the caveman philosophy in the first place. See, I don't. But, you know.
Again, I said earlier, the value. You know, do we really need humans to be stewardess? Do we really need humans to be police officers? That's telling a lot about the human race at that point. So now, a lot of these robots jobs that you're talking about, would we be replacing jobs of humans that we've already declared as valueless jobs? Again, we made ourselves expendable. Now,
yeah, and that's perfect because why would anyone want to work when a robot can do your job and you can sit there and play? You know, your band can go play. Cage's band can come play while you wire a building. And in fact, while you program the robot to wire the building and only work 2 hours that day instead of 10.
What I'm saying, Rebecca, is come to that point where they find that most of the positions that most humans do are valueless. So now, temporarily, they're going to do a temporary patch over for now. That'll be computers. The depopulation has been occurred even before me and you were even born.
Oh, for sure.
And they're going to continue doing all of that. So,
but and who are they? And why do they want that?
Okay, let's say that the elites, people World Bank, Federal Reserve, people that are greedy, people that understand we're the ones that are paying for the people to do all this kind of research and all that kind of stuff.
It's just less responsibility for them. Like the less WEF meetings, they can just enjoy their private islands and their private planes and their cruise ships and whatever.
Yeah, let's make this hell a private.
But why do you think they would have let it to get to 8 billion in the first place if we're not going to keep the cities full? And
I need to build a city. So I need a whole bunch of people to populate for a while. If not, I'll bring them over here, use them. Once I'm done with them,
But
can
then
I
what
please
happens when you decrease the population? The city becomes empty and grown over, and
But once again, this is what I'm trying to say. It's a patch over. They don't need all these cities. That was a temporary. You know,
well,
ages
thank
come
God
along.
for bored rich oligarchs then.
It could be,
'Cause,
and they might.
I mean, seriously, they're just going to get even more bored without the people to fuck with, and they're just going to create an opportunity to repopulate.
They might.
Because
I'm open
I
to that. They
think,
might.
you
They
know,
might. But if they understand
if
astrology, they'll understand certain things get done at certain ages. It just doesn't happen by accident. You got to consider
Mhm.
ages, and we're in the age of Aquarius, so it's going to be more about air. So we can actually have a lot of devices. Let's make mechanical devices first. Let's replace the farmer with a mechanical device. Now we can actually put a computer on there, so we don't even need them. We need maybe a handful of people to maintain it. So right there, you're already depopulating. You're not literally killing people. Genocide is just one way.
Okay,
Depopulation.
why would that fucking matter if you created your own thing and made your own? Why are you working for somebody in the first place?
Cage, you're always working for somebody, whether you want to admit it or not.
Okay, well, you can still carve out your own fucking thing.
Okay,
You
so
can play
Cage,
within you
you have a
board.
product. Okay, I'm just going to use you
Yeah.
as an example. You have a
What about
product.
creating the product from the
Cage,
ground up?
you have a product. Okay, without getting into how you ship it, do you not need an end user? And if you're honest with yourself, yes.
You
So
can't.
knowing
It's the
knowing
beginning
that
of the
you're
end.
not by
It's
yourself.
the end of the beginning. It's
Okay.
the same thing. Obviously, you do. Yeah, and then what?
I'm just trying to tell you, you don't work for yourself. You might
I
work
know
by
I
yourself,
don't. I
but you're not going to be
definitely
okay
work for
on an
myself, more by
economic level,
myself.
Cage. It'd be different if you say, "You, I work for myself. I make myself big enough that I can hire 3 or 4, 10 more people." Now you're helping the economy by
You want
working
someone
your
done right, you can do it yourself.
Cage. I'm trying to fucking break down economics to you right now, and one thing you're going to tell me is your little small little fucking box that you're in. But carry on. Be that self-proprietor, thinking that for some reason I work by myself. I mean, you need an accountant, you need a real estate person, you need all these other people, you need even the fucking people to buy your fucking crack or whatever. Now, my question would be, would you be able to employ more people? If not, then you're going to be a dead entity once you're no longer here. You're not leaving nothing for the future.
Well, that's the responsibility of owning a business and working for yourself. You're gonna have to wear all the hats, but
yes, you're wearing all the hats, but Cage, are you helping other people? Are you helping other people employment-wise? And can they actually branch out and say, listen, I think I want to be like Cage and actually good competition and all that? Next thing you know, you're hiring hundreds of people. At least big corporation can say that.
I've been on it since young. Yeah, some people they went like they're crying, saying like little kids are like, yeah, like my mom. We're living at the mom's house. Da 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 da. They have no lights.
Okay, so Cage,
They have
you
no
tell me when you can hire.
I
The lights
think
are turned off. And next thing you know, they're buying brand new Lexuses.
Okay,
So,
Cage,
I don't know, man.
until you can actually say you sorry for a second, access. Until you can say you can hire 200 to 500 people or thousands of people that whether religion or fucking military can do, you're just helping to confirm the self-absorbed fucking person that most people are. Now you're helping. I'm not going to deny it.
There, we can make it happen, buddy.
But you're not right now. That's what I'm trying to say, Gage.
We could though.
but the reality is, though, Cage, is to an economy, you are a vacuum. You're bringing it in, but there's nothing being distributed and returned other than what you choose to buy.
I can show you a vacuum
and
chamber right
commodities.
now. I can show you a vacuum chamber right now in reality. We could make fucking
You're not
water
going to be able to talk
boil at
economics
room
with
temperature.
Cage. You're not going to be talking economics with Cage because he already has a bubble over him.
To remove the air.
Okay, Cage.
Hey,
There's
guys,
big. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to be listening for the next probably 20 minutes or so as I get ready for bed, but I'm going to jump down into chat.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Get ready for bed. Good night.
Enjoy
So
the
nice to see you
weekend.
guys. Thanks for having me, Access. Much love to you all.
Absolutely, Bex.
Dom,
Thank you.
Cage, and everyone in chat. Bye for now.
Thank you.
World economics, Cage, is big. Regardless if people think it's right or wrong, once they start studying it a little bit and realize, holy fuck, in a twist way, you need the system. Unless you're going to rechange everybody with their attachments and comforts. You're counting on selling your product. I'm not going to have to reveal what it is. Counting on other people that want to buy for whatever reason. And if you're a big enough company, you're going to do some research and pay people to understand that, focus groups or whatever. Why is this person selling a product that's so good? Now you're talking about like McDonald's and Starbucks and all that kind of stuff.
You want to know why? It's like this. Right? You take pride in your work. You know, Dominic, is like this. You're going to make it nice and neat and wire it up properly. And you're going to show your consciousness through that work, because now you're responsible for what someone else is putting into their lung. Or,
Okay,
you know, someone
I'm not
flicking a
going
switch on
around
and off.
telling other people economically, I'm going to run my own business, because I understand, for me, if I was actually going to try to help the environment, that takes a lot of work. And it's a full-time fucking job. It's not fucking working 5 or 6, 7, 8 hours. And you're
All
going
right,
to probably
with your
hire.
work, though, you do your work efficiently and properly, and would you not be responsible?
Cage,
Let's
I
say
was
some
talking about
random person
business.
turn on a light
Cage,
fixture.
you're talking to a person that's been
They
in
turn the
business.
light on, and it better be wired properly, or the onus is on you at that point.
I'm sorry, can we let Cage finish, please? I'm
Yes, okay.
sorry.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah. So I was just saying, so you take pride and you make sure things are wired up properly, you deal with it properly. Why? Because, look, you're providing a service too with your own trade, with electrical. So at that point, let's say I know nothing about that, and apparently someone hired you, or you hired yourself, or made a business, or whatever you're doing, and I go and turn on a fucking light switch and it malfunctions because of shitty wiring and, you know, not paying attention and putting care and effort and pride and putting pride into that work that you do. Right?
Okay, so you said earlier in the conversation,
It's
that's
like
why
a chef. It's like a chef that cooks food and serves it to other people. They don't eat it themselves. It's like, why the fuck? You know, just like the fucking iPad ideal you were talking about before. You know, Steve Jobs, he never allowed tablets or phones or none of that shit in his house, even though he's like spreading it to people. So, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Cage, can I say something, Cage? Because you brought up the topic about that's why I work for myself. I elaborated on that. Now you went in a long fucking way of talking about a fucking person that works at a company. You don't hear yourself, Cage. I was giving an example based on what you do, and not yours was just out of interruption. So I figured let me work with it. You're talking about being a sole proprietor. And I'm trying to tell you, economically, you do need other people. And I was talking about the value or the valuelessness of having humans and being expendable. But you're so caught up in you, and then you start thinking, well, Dom's an electrician and all that. Like, fuck, that had nothing to do with that.
You don't understand that.
Exactly.
That was alluding.
I'm not here
You
to
don't
understand you.
that
That's your
was
job.
alluding to. Okay,
Yes,
well, it's your job
Cage.
to also understand.
Cage, you're like an apprentice for me. I'm like, fuck, do you know how to fucking catch a football? Yes. Go where I'm going to throw the fucking ball. I don't want to fucking throw it to you. And sometimes you need to understand just to sit back.
Bro,
You
it's
realize
beyond
you
journey,
brought it
man.
up.
We're the people who made the journey and told you to call that a journey, man.
Good enough, Cage. In your world, Gage, you can make magic happen all the time, which you probably can. I'll give you the benefit.
It can happen right now. Turn the light on and
Okay,
off.
before we get
Flip the
way
switch.
off of this again, Cage, I did bring up something, and maybe I even went off a little bit here when it comes to about the human race. I was talking about transhumanism, and I know how other people were talking about certain things. So different metaphysical. It's a bit of both, but at the same time, you should be able to stay on course. So in this case, the human race have, to a certain point, and sadly as it is, made themselves expendable. And I'm not talking about the one or two, the ones that live in one or two countries and all that. I'm talking about overall. And if you're not sure, look at how everybody's embracing technology, whether they want to or not. Now that might be hard to hear for some folks, but they do have other senses, and they can see it, and they might have to learn how to fucking make discernment and maybe have some comprehension of it and realize, I wonder why they keep talking about transhumanism, because inevitably that might be the direction they're going. Now, if we choose to be otherwise, opposed to spending a lot of energy complaining or talking about fucking non-tangible fucking conversation, then maybe we could say, yeah, you know something, maybe a lot of people want to become farmers. Okay, so how would that look like? Anybody here want to understand how the luminaries work? Anybody want to learn how the cattle work? Do you want to know how to graze a cat, an animal, how it is on the grass or whatever, without getting, some fucking mouth disease or something? It's nice to know when people actually want to grow hemp and all that, but even that, they're not truly growing real hemp. They're manipulating it, which is fine. But that's not going to change the worldly economics, because one or two or thousands of people are growing something because they tell you it's legal, now it's illegal. And next thing they're going to say, we're going to put all these other fucking rules onto it. Next thing you know, they're going to squeeze you out and big corporations are going to run it. And what do most big corporations do? At least they hire a lot of fucking people, regardless if they're running in the red and they're going to fucking bring it to the fucking ground. That is something else you could put down. Humans have made themselves expendable.
If we get
You
the
are going to
best,
be a small
Human life is not, because those are people playing games for what end, right? That's just money. You know, it goes way beyond that, right, Dominic? There's something.
Cage, you
Human
keep
life
saying
is
that.
not.
Break it
Humans are
down
not
then.
expendable.
Cage,
It's not
break
expendable.
it down
It's
then.
a
Don't just
closed
say.
loop system.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a closed loop system. It's not expendable. It's being recycled or used in a specific way. It's the direction of energy or flow. You can direct it a specific way. That's all it is.
Okay, so when humans are dying in wars or elderlies around 70, 80, or 90 years old, dying of all kinds of ailments and all that, putting a burning on the hospital system, would humans be prepared to say, listen, we're no longer going to give you medical coverage and we think it's your responsibility to take care of yourself? That would be a good start. And while we're doing that, maybe we're not going to have any more McDonald's and Starbucks or any roadhouses. And by the way, while we're there, we're not going to actually have any more airplanes because that actually does disturb the environment and there's people that are sensitive to that kind of stuff. Do you honestly think the human race would even fucking put a dent on that in the first or second generation? Probably not. So the elites are going to do their fucking part, and it's going to be the hard part. And they proved it by fucking shutting the economy down for 2 years just to prove a fucking point that we're not going to have a problem with the human race.
No, that's then. What about now? And I hear you, Dominic. I think Don wants to talk to.
Go ahead, Don.
Well, I mean, I'm not wanting to be against anything anyone is saying here, but all I hear is limitation. And what you want to see in reality is different than what you're seeing, you have to be that. For example, why do we care what other people are choosing? If someone wants to eat at McDonald's or whatever else, who cares about them? What about you? Because it doesn't take what somebody else is doing to change our reality. It takes what we're doing. We have to do it. And then we have to speak into reality what we want to see. We have to create it ourselves. And you were alluding to that earlier, Dom, about, other people are relying on somebody else to create the jobs and working for somebody else. What are we creating? And so, I mean, that's what I attach to. Is I attach to a limitless perception of reality that I can create what I want. And also at the same time, while I'm creating what I want, I don't have to downplay what somebody else is doing and what they want. They can create and be and do what they want as well.
Well, I'm happy for you, Don, if you're able to do that. But again, it's kind of like when people talk about ending wars, it has a lot of effects to it. Same with let's stop eating at fast foods and all that. It has a lot of effect because it employs a lot of people. Now, some people say, well, that's not my concern. I said, okay, so you're a bubble then. Good for you. But last time I remember, you live in civilization, energy runs rampant. It doesn't matter, it favors, it could be indifference, but if there's a stronger force out there, and it could be a form of ignorance, it's going to run that course.
Well, I want to share with you, I don't know what it's like where you're from, but where I'm from, a lot of people lost their jobs and a lot of people stopped working, even for the fast food places, uh, when the pandemic hit. And so we are experiencing a massive shortage of the human resource in my environment. And from what the people that I've talked to in my circles, they're experiencing it as well. And also, a lot of these fast food places or these mega companies are deploying robotics already. They already have kiosks. They don't have a human person. So humans are realizing their power and out of, to tag along with Bex was saying earlier, out of chaos, out of limitation has come an empowered human being. I create new businesses all the time. That's what I do. People call me, they have ideas, they want to create their business. I do it for them. I do that. I take that name, I make it into reality for them so that they can operate their ideas. More and more and more people are
So,
innovating
so, so
and
you're a
detaching
servant of
themselves.
actualization, Don.
Say it again.
A servant of actualization.
A servant of actualization. That's the way
Yeah.
you want to term it. Yeah, I would say yes. I do believe we have to actualize in order for us to break out of the chains that Bex was referring to. But in reality, I don't have such a I don't feel as burdened as some feel. I remember a time of feeling burdened, but I am no longer burdened by the system because I realize that my attachment to an idea in the system has created the monster that it is. If I detach my idea from that and I instead realize that I can just create something else outside of it, that's what's been perpetuated. So I don't purchase things or use things because I think humans have to work and so they need that job, for example. Instead, I realize I can help people create for themselves what they want. And that has been what's killing the system.
Well,
Many,
you know, it's funny. The ideal of purchasing things or using things in order to serve the self. Either way, there's going to be service there. Because
yeah,
the funny trick of that is, you could flip that around and be like, okay, so you're not serving. It's not serving you technically. So you're going to get served regardless.
yes, exactly. That's exactly how I see it. And also, or finally, and then I'll step back down, is that we don't have to continue to put ourselves in a dependent position of the system that's dying, by the way. It's been dying for a while. Hindsight shows us that. But what we can do is just focus on creating the reality that we want. And our reality is a new reality is not dependent on someone else losing, or we can't have it if we have cities, or we have to have this other thing over here die. No, all of these things coexist at the same time
Okay, so let's look
in
at
our
it.
reality.
Let's look at it. You use an example. McDonald's is, let's say, they've gone more robotic. Is there robots lining up to buy all their food, or is it business as usual still? It's just a different type of person that's serving the food. It's usually business as usual. The next generation is going to fuel it. They're the bigger player. You and Cage are small players in the equation. That's a good start, and I'm happy for you guys. But once they decide to turn the gear a little bit tighter, and
What if
people
you're not playing there, Dominic?
once again, I'm talking about Cage, the consumer,
Okay.
not the one that's
Wait,
providing. Go ahead.
wait, Dom. I think maybe I'm misunderstanding. What is it you're saying again about the consumer? Are you saying that? Are you worried about McDonald's continue to feed people?
No, the consumer,
Oh,
the people that go to their stores, regardless if it's robotic or not. But right now,
right.
you said that they're robotic, and last time I remember, McDonald's is going to probably serve way more than whatever it used to do as a business.
So I guess at
You're
that point,
providing.
you could be at that point, Dominic. You could be either choose to be the server or the served. You know.
Okay. Once again, Cage.
Okay, well, just serve then. You have nothing to worry about.
So what you're saying? What are you saying, Dominic? What's wrong with McDonald's because
I'm
people
not
eat the
saying it's
food? Is that
wrong.
the
I'm not
issue?
saying I'm sharing awareness. I'm not here to lean in one way or the other. You guys are leaning in. You're leaning in because you're figuring you're offering a small sole proprietorship, and you're thinking that's going to change this realm that's been working quite efficiently for a long fucking period of time. And when it isn't, there's a whole bunch of people that work together that actually make sure that they steer it the way they need it to steer it. Now, if you want to perceive it as right or wrong, it's going to change consciousness. I doubt it. So McDonald's, whether it's McDonald's or it's some big Amazon thing and all that kind of stuff, they're hiring a lot of people. The masses will lean towards them because they've spent an enormous amount of energies in decades past to make sure people will chase their comforts. And in that comfort, you got to earn money, the same money that you're working for. Now, could they make your particular industry, Don, automated? Probably. And if they don't have to change you, they just have to change the consumers.
I
All
don't
right,
understand what you're
that's just
talking about, though,
that's just
Dom.
hold on. That's just a program, Dominic. And
Yes,
you don't have to
Cage, that's a
chase.
given.
You don't have to chase it, or work for it. It could work for you. You can
Yes,
reframe that.
you can work
What are
with
you
the
talking
system.
about? That shit chases you at
Okay,
that point.
Cage. Again, Cage, you want to make a point to change the wording, but it's still a system. Whether you want to work with it, against it, ignore it, whatever. Okay, but the system is big, and what part you're offering is very small. It's a good start, don't get me wrong, and it might be where you stand, and that's fine. But we're talking about a reset that's occurring, a big one, not a small one. It's a big one. We're in it still.
It's not about big or small, Dominic. It's about the pattern behind it.
Sorry, Case, what's the word you used?
It's about the pattern behind it.
Did you say powder?
Pattern.
Oh, patterns. Yeah.
It's about
Okay.
the
Patterns.
pattern behind
Okay.
it.
So human behaviors, and if people, as long as they think that they're the human behaviors, they're going to be able to manipulate that.
I think I missed what you were trying to get at, Dom. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Something I don't get it. I just didn't understand what your point was. I apologize.
You don't apologize for not understanding it. If you do, then it's all well done. If not, I'm just sharing.
I mean, that's what I meant. If you don't mind helping me to bridge the gap between what you were what your point was. I think because I interrupted you, it may have made me miss it. I'm sorry.
Both of you are standing from a very small sole proprietorship view, and you're being of service, and I think it's a beautiful thing. But when it comes to a different version of the picture, it's small, and there's people that are big players. They're moving bigger chips, and the masses consume what they offer. That's a big fucking ball that they're rolling, and it's not going to stop just because somebody became aware of it in one
And this is all based off your assumption.
It's always an assumption, Cage. No different. You have an assumption that you think whatever you do is important.
All right, but Dom, all right, so I think I'm seeing what you're saying, but what's the point of it?
There's no point to it, Don. There's many points if you want to get
flip
scratch
it
the
inside
surface.
and out.
But if you're thinking there's a one point in answer, I can't give that to you. I'm giving you possibilities. But economically, on a
You know how
different.
easy it is to flip it around, right? You could flip it all day.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing is that you're saying that I think what I hear you saying is the small actions, for example, that you're hearing that I'm speaking about, Cage is speaking about, and what you're saying in comparison, these are small in comparison to the big effect that is being made by the McDonald's, so for example, the Amazons of the world. But what's your point about that? That they have bigger actions than us, and so what does that mean?
I'm trying to tell you that the consumer, the masses, will actually follow them before they'll follow you guys.
I'm not okay. Okay, good. Who
And that's what I'm
cares?
saying.
Yeah, but no. But wait,
What is it?
who
It's
cares?
a lure. They're luring.
One second, Cage. One second, Cage.
Maliciously. That's it.
1 second, Cage. Who cares what other people choose to follow? I'm not doing my thing so that a whole bunch of people can follow me. I'm a light. And I know that my light will permeate and will attract whoever needs to be attracted by that light. So I'm not doing something to compare with Amazon or McDonald's or any of that. That is not my purpose. But I do, now that you express it this way, I can see how some people might perceive it that way, but that's your perception. That's not mine.
You're saying two words. I'm gonna put another word. Are you asking who cares or you don't care? Which one are you talking about? Because who cares is a question.
I'm saying
these
Okay, hold on.
people
Time
flipping
out.
burgers
Time out,
and
Cage.
McDonald's,
Time
those
out.
fucking people
If you
serve
ask the
someone has to
question,
go and
Cage,
serve you.
Cage.
Yeah.
Don, if you're asking the question, who cares? You're asking the question. I just shared openly. If you don't care, say that then.
No.
I've already shared
I'm
with
gonna
you.
say I'm gonna say what I'm saying, and I'm sharing as well. You're sharing freely. I'm sharing freely, and I'm gonna speak the way I speak. And what I'm saying is, who cares?
I do.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's what you care about, and that's okay. But what I'm saying is that's not the only way to perceive this world. And actually, you and I are not in conflict. It's just that what you're perceiving as small actions, I realize is actually the world, because a small ripple creates a big effect. And so I'm not looking at that I'm challenging or going up against anyone else. In my world, I coexist with these big entities. It's not about them existing. that's a problem. What the
Exactly,
problem
Dawn.
is the
Remember what you were
perception of
saying
the
about
people.
remember you're talking about limitations, right? I think that's where she's like trying to make the point. It's about limitations, which you are saying. In that way, Dominic, think about it. That's a massive
So me
limitation.
talking about McDonald's.
You're insignificant.
Hold on.
You know, go fuck
You mean
yourself
to
at
tell
that
me
point.
me talking about McDonald's that I neither own, let alone I go to, is I give a shit about that? I'm giving you
Bro,
awareness.
maybe we'll hit with a cattle
Time
prod
out.
every
Time
time
out. If you got out of your if you got if you got out of your own bubbles, you might see more than just that. I was talking about humans. Are they valuable or are they expendable? Now, if you think you're valuable, that's great. Last time I
What do
remember
you
you.
think? What do you think? Is it expendable
No,
or
I see
valuable?
your,
Sage,
I
when
see
I
your
share
point.
out
I
loud,
see your point, Dominic. I do. I think
I'm
that
sharing points.
I
I'm sharing points. It's not my
no,
point. I'm sharing
I think
points.
you're right. But I think what Cage is trying to say about the limiting is what I'm hearing is a either or. And what I'm saying is that in my world, all exist at once. It's not a problem. It's okay that Amazon's rolling a big ball and they're going to attract a lot of people. That's okay. And it's okay that I'm doing my little dithering over here. That's okay. It's unlimited. All of these things can coexist and it's not a problem. We don't have to go in one particular direction. All things can happen at one time in this co-creation world that we are existing in right now. So in other words, I agree with you.
Oh, back to the agreements and disagreements. I heard someone has a jackpot going, the phone vibrating in the
That was
back.
me, Cage. That was me.
There you go.
Is that what you got out of it, Don? That I was hoping for you to agree with me?
No, but I know that you're triggered by that word, and I'm not trying to trigger you by that. You know
No, I'm
that
not.
my use of it is different. What I'm trying to say is that I receive what you're saying. I don't have a difference with it, and it's okay. In other words, we're talking about the same thing. What I'm referring to is including everything that you're saying, and I don't have an issue with it. That's all I mean.
But you know what? In reality, which you can take control at this point, what do? You take control of reality and do the best you can in your individual, for yourself and for other people around you.
Okay,
Hopefully, you
so
can you do your best you can, and instead of agreeing or disagreeing, you can show it. You can fucking make it appear. You can show it you can show it
I
right there.
shared a
So I don't
concept
care
of
if you at
Indeed,
that
Kate.
point. At
I
that
shared a
point,
concept of
we'll see if
McDonald's.
you can agree or
Okay,
disagree.
I shared a concept of McDonald's and about maybe the masses. What are you agreeing upon? Because
I
I
agree that
You
that
speculated.
just show it.
exists. I
You
agree
just
that that
show it.
exists,
Yes.
and that I also added that it's not a problem. And so
Okay.
that's all I did. And so you're sharing it. There's nothing else to go
Why would it
back
be
and
a
forth on it.
problem, Don? I got a question to ask you. Why would it be a problem when I'm just sharing
I don't
something?
I don't know what it would be a problem or not, but there's no need to attach to that word or any
No,
thoughts
I'm
about
sharing
that
it. I'm
word
sharing it. I could
that
easily
I'm
talk about
using. I'm
McDonald makes
sharing as
hundreds of
well.
millions of dollars in a couple of hours, no different than Amazon. I could talk
Sure.
about Twitter, Facebook, and all that. What I was trying to say.
I think I'm gonna make fuck off at that point, but
What were you trying to say, Tom?
I was talking about the human race and its expendability.
Okay.
You brought the example of McDonald's. You brought up the idea that during a certain time where a lot of jobs got lost, even big companies got hurt and all that kind of stuff. And then you started talking about because I'm going to repeat exactly what the fuck I heard. You started talking about they made McDonald's automated or whatever. So I
Well,
pondered it.
some of the restaurants, I didn't mention McDonald's became automated,
Okay.
but some of these became, but
Gross.
yes.
Yes. My apologies. Yes. So now I'm going inwards. I'm like, okay, so I'm going to add on a little bit. Okay. So now I'm visualizing, but there's a lot of people that buy that stuff still. So they're still going to these places. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. There is no right or wrong in going to McDonald's.
and how is that trap? How is that lure happening? The lure is convenience, right? It's
It could
easily
be. It
accessible.
could be
It's there
convenience
out in the
and
open.
probably
It's
lack
like a
of caring
lure.
about health.
And if you get
Because
lured in there and you decide to eat like that and not eat actual food, then that's up to you to experience the side effects.
Some people eat the food and they're still healthy. Just
Well, that's
saying.
fine. Some people, yeah, because it's probably there's another
No matter
mental
how we
process
turn
going
it,
on.
there's no worries, there's no problem, there's
Because there's
no
another
issue.
big
It just
yeah.
fits.
They're inadvertently transmuting that food into anything. It's like water, right? So yeah, it's like the blessing of the food, or you can eat
Yeah,
poison. You can eat fucking
I mean,
poison, and it could be
now you're
healthy.
going down my now you're going down my rabbit hole there,
Yeah.
Cage, because yeah, I do have within me this perception that nothing can affect me unless I allow it to affect me. And so, but back to what Dom was saying, yeah, Dom, all of those things exist. We may perceive that people hurt themselves if they go to these types of places or use certain
I never
things.
want that. That's the thing. You guys go on these fucking goose ace tangents. Fucking start listening from within. You're fucking yapping about fuck
I am
all.
listening from
No,
within,
you're
Dom,
no,
but
Don,
don't you
come on,
see?
Don.
Don't
Stop
you
it, Don.
see how
I
you're
was talking to
reacting?
Don.
Are you listening from within?
Don,
Listen to
I
yourself,
was
Boyle,
talking.
and
Listen,
listen how I was speaking, and then
I
you
was
attached
talking
to what I
about
was saying.
McDonald's, and I was talking about the consumers. Never once Case brought
I
up about
hear it.
fucking health. It wasn't
Listen,
me.
you believe that some people get up. You believe. Listen,
Stop this
okay, you're not
fucking rhetoric.
listening while you're talking and yelling, Dom. And
You're
just
using
because
my
you do
name.
that to some people doesn't mean that it's something that's going to happen with me. All I'm trying to
Don,
say
I
is
know
that
that of you,
I hear
Don.
you.
Don, I already know you
Do
live in
I
a
do
fucking
that when you're
bubble.
talking?
Don, I already know
No.
you live in a bubble. That's fine. And it works
You
for you.
live in a
Well
bubble,
done.
Dom.
So I do too.
Look
But
at
I'm
yourself. Look at yourself.
Here we go.
And exactly, here we go. Because when you go off on this tangent and you attack because of what you're thinking and you're not listening to what I'm saying, you're perceiving your own thoughts.
I'm
What
hearing
I'm
you,
saying
Don.
is I heard
What part
you,
you
Dom.
missing? What part are
No,
you
you're
missing?
not listening
I'm
because
hearing you.
I heard you say that
McDonald's
McDonald's
and consumers.
employs people
Yeah.
and there are people who consume, I'm using your words, there are people who are consuming these things, and still because this big conglomerate rolls such a big ball, it's going to continue to operate no matter what small things we do over here. So it's not going to make a difference. That's what you said. And what I'm responding to, you're sharing, you call yourself sharing, but when someone else responds, you say, oh, I'm just sharing. Well, I'm sharing with you, Dom, which is I realize that everybody has the right to choose what they're going to choose, okay? And that it's okay, all right? And that I have a right to choose what I'm going to choose, and it's okay. But
And I did tell you, well
overall,
done. Did I not tell you, well done?
no, that's great. But all I'm trying to say is I'm sharing just like you're sharing, all right? And I'm not getting upset and yelling at you for sharing the way you're sharing. I'm just, making a point to you that, hey, dude, like, hey, pull it back, recognize who you're talking to, all right? Because I'm not talking to you out of that way. You don't need to talk to me that way and get all upset.
No, but I
We're
did,
sharing
obviously.
here.
I obviously did, Don.
All right. That's all right. You're my
And
brother.
I'll reap whatever rewards come from that. But you did say it, you agree with me. What the fuck are you agreeing upon?
Listen, dude, I can use whatever word I want to agree
No,
with.
I'm asking.
I can use
I'm
whatever word I
asking.
want to agree
Don,
with.
but I'm
And you're
asking.
getting upset over the
What
word. I know you have a problem with the word agree. It makes you upset. How about pull it back and don't get upset about it? Let me use the words I'm going to use. Just do your sharing and let me do my
And I
sharing.
did ask
And I use
politely.
the word that I'm going to use. Don't make a problem out of it.
No, I'm going to ask very politely. What did you
I
agree
already
upon?
told you. I'll say it again. I'm sharing.
Okay, so you agreed the fact that we're sharing. Okay, I'll take it back to what it is.
Like, yeah, don't blow it up, Dom. You
No, I'm
always do
allowed,
that when you hear
Don.
that word.
So what's the fact? What's the fact of the agreement then? If we're agreeing
What I'm
to
saying is,
a
I
fact.
realize what you're saying. I feel that. I get it.
This is fucking crazy. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's a word. And we're getting upset about a perception of a word when it's talking about the same thing. Like, we're not in disagreement. We're not in conflict. So let's just have a conversation.
Okay, so let's continue then.
Yeah.
So, do you think humans are valuable at this point? You think about all the professions that are out there. Do you think they're really valuable? Like for the bigger picture, not just because of the individual.
I think that we are here to experience life. And I believe that we create conflict within ourselves because we see lack, differences, we see that there's a problem. And in my reality, anyone can choose whatever they want. And that's what we are here to do, is to choose life and experience life here. So I don't find it a problem that people are running around working themselves to death, because that's what they're here to do for now. If that's what they're wanting to do, that's what they're here to do. What I find a conflict with is the energy that we perform these acts with. What I find in conflict is that there are humans who are aware that when we are outside of ourselves and mm, we are not aware of ourselves, the energy we put off can be manipulated, harnessed and manipulated against us. In other words, we leave our minds open for control.
And that's a
That's what I
frame,
would
right? You
do
can
it.
call it mental reframing, a redirection of energy. I believe you have somebody in the background, Access. I may have heard some.
Check here. Nope, we're accounted present for. We're present and accounted for. We all here.
Present.
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 Age, maybe access. Don's already shared. Thank you, Don. Do you think
Yeah,
humans have
thank you.
made themselves valuable or expendable? A bit of both, maybe.
I like I'm going to have to definitely reflect on this and check this out again, because I've been on both ends of the spectrum. One, I've been a sole proprietor. One, I've been a slave to an industry, and now I provide a position where they're able to make money off me through a corporation because I'm no longer able to provide services to people. So, three different perspectives, and I'm watching a whole realm of possibilities that provoking thought.
Gage?
Indeed.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, indeed, Access, because now I too have been in several different positions here, and I can see that it has to do with my state of mind. If I perceive that I am being burdened by someone else's actions, I can remove myself in a way from those actions. I can make a different choice. It's about my choices. But I do believe that there is an idea. I believe that the earth there's a purpose here beyond this physical world. And if we put more of our energy and efforts towards the physical, then I do believe that it ends up being very much the way Don was describing. But I don't believe that that's the only option, and I'm not alone. I think there's a lot of us who have come to realize that there's more to this earth than the physical world.
Which is another aspect that I have to apply to not only the physical manner of, being a sole proprietor, to an industry corporation, how I just spoke my transition, but there's also the concept of a kind of a physical, metaphysical line that I used to ride on more of the physical, and now that I ride more on the spiritual or the metaphysical, I've become even more of a social and money making cripple, which still makes that the healthcare industry money and commodities and whatever else I consume. but my perspective has changed because of my spirituality or the metaphysics or the energy work that I do. So, like I said, there's so many different perspectives to take on with this. It's a great conversation, actually. Um, it's very broad in where it relates to me. And others, I don't know, but to me, yeah. The what position you hold, how you hold it, and the leniency you have to be a spiritual person in a physical construct, which are all tough cookies to bite on.
Yeah. I think sometimes our perceptions can be skewed when we see things at a certain point in time, so to speak. For example, let's use the Amazon mega giant physical company. Many people don't remember or were not alive when they were created, when they started. And guess what they started as? A sole proprietorship. They started small, making small little ripples, and then over time, they've grown into this. But that's life. Life grows and life dies. To try to control that growing
Involution and evolution, huh? Okay.
in involution and evolution, yes. I do believe that's those are words that describes the energy, the force
It's
that
like breathing
we've been
in and breathing
experiencing.
out. Sorry for the
It
interruption.
is.
Yeah.
No, it is. I agree. And so, but some of us see problems or see issues with this these creations, these growths, and some of us don't. And then some of us see that these problems are big ones, and then they want to gather a bunch of people together and they want to fight against it or to change that reality, and we create groups or religions or whatever names you want to create for these pockets of forces that operate against something. But what I'm proposing is that we don't have to do that. It exists. It's a byproduct of this in breath and out breath that Cage spoke about. But we don't have to stay in a position of resistance for or against. We can just be ourselves. And this being that I'm talking about is like a light that permeates everything on this earth, that brings calm, peace, harmonious reality for all of us. And I liked that Bex put that in the chat, agreement to be harmonious. That's what I'm referring to, a harmony.
So how would we address things like, or at least pose, how it affects the human race when we have like pharmaceutical industries, the hospital industry, the military industry? Is that favoring the development of human race, or is it actually feeding off the fact that we're expendable? Those are just some examples, and those are big corporations too, let alone the prisons. You throw that in there too.
I believe at some point on this earth, the military industrial complex served a purpose. That purpose existed in the minds of the populace at that time. They felt that we needed that energy of war. We needed that at that time. But as you can see, that time, that age is dying. And it's okay that it's dying. And it's okay to acknowledge that at some point the people believed that it was needed. There's nothing we need to do to fight, because when we fight, we create more wars. But what we can do is change our own state of mind. Pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals help some people in their minds. It helps some people. So, as long as there are people who believe in it and believe that they need it, it's helping them. Let them have it. But if we don't need it, we don't need it. And we just perpetuate that light. It's already dying. People are realizing that they have the power to heal themselves. So it just, over time, this evolution and involution
Dying, yeah.
occurs.
Dying has way too many connotations. It's not dying. It's a part of a cycle. So we could just like
Yeah.
reframe that to a different word. All right.
Well, my use of the word
It's
is not
technically not dying.
limited.
Yeah.
Well, my use of the word is not limited, but I can see how that word is limited for someone else. But my use of it is definitely referring to it as a cycle. Everything has that cycle.
So it's a predictable. Well, it's a calculable
At that point,
process
the snake's
of
eating its own fucking
repetition.
tail. Huh? Snake eating its own
So,
tail axis. Huh? There you go.
well, it's interesting how that's applied, and especially Don's observation of it being a cycle, because that creates almost an algorithmic predictability to the beginning and end of a human lifespan, and what they have to offer, produce, what they don't produce, um, all the way to their concepts of spirituality and their position that's going to be held on that. It's a state of cycling that I'm going to have to become either more familiar with or understand a little better, because this is really, I don't know, kind of caught me off to the side with potential that I didn't add into the equation as to my circumstance at the moment.
Actually, I'm just sharing a possibility of when people are starting to weigh out or do focus groups on the concept of transhumanism. These are some of the questions one would have to ask, and then hopefully put aside your own personal preference, because we're just one little beacon in the equation. You know, it can't always be about how I like my products. It's about understanding how other people might perceive it, or are we going to manipulate the market? You know, there's a reason why they talk openly about transhumanism and metaphysical. Now, whether
Yeah,
or
but
not,
it could be one small integer or one small piece of the equation, one number. But the fact that the equation exists is a feedback loop, right? It needs to be solved. It needs to have some sort of a user interface going on, right? If not, then why would there be one in the first place?
if I was listening to people talk about transhumanism and they would show me an example, see, do you see how we have a whole bunch of people using iPads, using cell phones, using laptops and all that? I said that's part of transhumanism. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Just because we're in it, but it is a slow graduation of one thing and a decline in another.
Let's look outside of it then.
If you want to, Cage, but I'm talking about being in it. But carry on. Go ahead. What do you think it
All
looks
right.
like
So
outside?
how do you understand how you were in it apparently, or
I'm in the transformation. I'm using a lot of technology, and some of that technology is no longer favoring the human aspect. It might.
I was gonna say you can call it the inner work, doing going within, but that's an observation. So it's like the chicken or the egg at that point, right? You're observing the inner self, and then realizing, oh, maybe there's a correlation there.
Sure.
Truth lies somewhere in the middle most of the time.
Okay.
Well, to
Look into it.
I just want to let Don have a bit of a perspective as to where I'm coming from. Is I think, well, I don't think, I know that my recent endeavors into introspection, and it led me to a place where I had to throw the safety protocols to love, accepting love, giving love, or being a compassionate human and such forth, to the side, to examine and understand whether compassion, understanding, empathy, being, I guess, useful to other people in some shape, form, or manner that's positive. Where does that come? Is that genetic? Because I'm thinking the universe to me is indifferent. And when I apply certain actions that I've done in the past, whether it be through business or social, I've had to kind of configure myself to look at my expectations. I had a lot of expectations, but people don't have to live up to that. They're not obligated to it. And I don't have to live up to anybody else's. And I'm kind of trying to find the place where I was seated with a moral compass. Whether that was environmentally put into me or whether that was the universal instructions that were given to me, or, and now I'm applying that to everything I've done, from the music industry to raising my kids, to my marriages, to being in the adult entertainment industry. I mean, the whole 9 yards. It covers everything. And then my interaction and what I applied to it and what I expected out of it. And now that I see things as more indifferent universally, I'm not sure where that lies with me now. It's a whole new region to discover for me.
Morals are a tricky thing, Access. You talk about you play both light and darkness. It's kind of like the concept of what morals is, right and wrong, opposed to just seeing it for what it is without judging it. Morals are more or less for the mortal part. But I get it. We're in a mortal form, so we have to attend to that. That's why I ask about the human part. Because people aren't going to really ask these questions usually openly, and people aren't going to stick to it long enough to realize, am I really going to bang this out, or am I just going to bring some of my emotions, which is attached to the physical, opposed to seeing what's written on the wall? I'm talking about just some corporations. There's many corporations out there. And yes, there's some people out there that run a really good, efficient company and all that, and then big corporation says, something, we'll buy you out, which is fine. There's nothing wrong and right about that. But when it starts leaning towards that, and you start looking at the big players, whether it's airports, boats, and all that, now somebody might turn around and say, why does that matter? I said, well, you're in the physical, hence the word matter. And I'm talking about transhumanism and talking about simple things such as, are they valuable still? Some people might say yes. Okay, give me some examples. A priest, a politician, a doctor. A doctor's only as valuable as people getting sick, unless he's the doctor who's going to say, I'm going to try to prevent you being sick, but are you going to participate in it? Well, not really. So then you're making yourself valueless then. You're actually making yourself expendable. But you do serve in the back end because now you can help the medical industry. With all sincerity, actually, most people don't want to have that kind of conversation because they're so attached to their own webs that they can't see this long enough to realize. And that's why I say most people, if not most, all of us, are self-absorbed. It takes a lot of effort. And then when you start talking about people that are not self-absorbed, then you might find out, okay, maybe a guy like Jesus, maybe Gandhi, maybe. I'm guessing when I say Gandhi, maybe the Buddha.
See, I would have to approach all that now, and especially whether it be a spiritual leader like Jesus or Buddha, or as Gandhi appeared to be, I would have to approach them with the potential that they don't like me and I may want to destroy them, as a potential within me, that once I toss that moral compass to the side and go into complete indifference, then each encounter becomes almost a brand new encounter as to what course of action I'm going to take without a moral compass. And I look back through my life and I think, had I been more less compassionate. My disposition may have been a much stronger one in reality.
It's so easy for me to say, it's right, it's wrong. Why doesn't it matter? But I know me well enough to realize, to me, it's like a puzzle. I might be very non-emotional, but I'm going to pursue it. And I'm going to play with myself on this particular topic. And if Cage gives me an AI, I'm going to play with that because I want to have a conversation. I'm not interested in people giving me stamps, but I get it. Some people figure, well, Dom, that's my choice. I said, that's true. That is your choice. But I'm trying to have a conversation. Now, if they could turn around and say, well, Dom, but that's how you think. I said, no, I'm sharing ideals, beliefs. That's all it is. It's usually when people say, well, Dom, I know what the truth is. Okay, this ought to be interesting. It could be your truth. But in my world, it's just another story. It's like looking at a guru. I said, no, I see a light. I don't know if he's a guru. So again, we're at a crux. Maybe I'm overemphasizing on this. The human race, to a certain point, are we expendable right now? I personally think, I'm going to use my personal, I think we are. Now, people might ask
Well,
me,
I don't like us as a. I'm sorry, Dom. I don't like us as a species.
Well, you could
You know,
put
but
that on top
I
of it.
haven't ever hid that.
Yeah, I mean, people can do that too, you know. And if you actually don't like the species and you're involved in a group of people that are actually going to orchestrate transhumanism, you would work perfect. You might not want to even work with them. That may be true. But again,
No, they'd have
sometimes.
to.
Go ahead.
They'd have to eliminate me as an equation because, you know,
You're fair that way.
in the long run, I have no value. You know, as far as that agenda would go, and everything I do and have done is in such a small microcosm of self and my endeavors. You know, the bigger picture may be, you know, maybe a lot different than what I took on because I had expectations.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but let's look at it now. We're doing a chart, and we're going to get rid of some of the stragglers. Anybody that makes it about their particular view, you're out of the equation. It's the ones that are actually going to stay in and it's going to generalize. And I'm going to come in saying, okay, it's not about me. It's more about the whole. Because it's easy to come in. It's all about me. No, I don't agree with transhumanism. Oh, I agree with transhumanism. That's an easy fucking stance. Either way. Opposed to what are some of the advantages or disadvantages, and how does that going to affect other people? Oh, Dom, I can't possibly be thinking about anybody else because I'm left hand pass material. Okay, so please leave the conversation. Sit on the sideline. Or I'm a self-sacrificing person. It's all, you know, I care about the human race. Okay, but you're really not addressing the question. You know, that'll be like talking about the reset, and then people say, I just don't agree with the reset. I said, well, then we can't have a conversation. Because you've already told me, you've casted your vote. I don't agree with it. Okay. No different. You said you agree. So are you really going to understand some of the nuts and bolts of the reset? That'll be like trying to talk to somebody about, do you know Federal Reserves are just printed money? Well, Don, that can't possibly be. I worked so hard for it. You know, no, there's no way. You know, what are you going to tell me next? You know, that we didn't go to the moon. I said, well, maybe we did or didn't. I'm willing to entertain these things.
What about, like, you know, entertaining, creating a structure? You know, you can't build on anything. You can build on anything you like, but it's not really going to work unless you have the foundation set.
Yeah, that probably takes a lot of work to make sure.
And then you can go and deal with it.
Yeah, but it takes a lot of work to establish that foundation. Hopefully that foundation is each individual person. I get that part. But when you're having a conversation, you know, civilization just didn't happen. There was a growth to it. It's no different pulling out a business plan. You got to do some investigation. You might have to do some hard question. What happened if I do fail? What happened if I do succeed? What about if there's outside forces? What about if my customers don't want nothing to do with my
It's
product?
different degrees of the same thing, Dom. Right? Like this is basic stuff. If you look into the Kemetic principles. Right?
Okay, Cage, I get it. And you're probably throwing a Hail Mary here and you're going to throw for a touchdown. But it is being recorded. If it was just me, you, and Don and Axis talking in the back room, no problem. But this is being recorded,
There
and
is,
it's not
there's
just.
only a problem. A problem is only there for the observer.
Okay. Please continue, please.
Yeah, it's being recorded, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're on the internet. What do you expect?
Well, I see that all of these views, perceptions of things is what's necessary in order for us to collectively come together. From the patterns that I have seen until now, there's a message. Clearly, we are here on this earth and we are trying to realize our purpose for being here on this earth. Some believe they have already received their understanding of their purpose. Some are still seeking it. Some have not started the journey of seeking. It doesn't matter where we are. The reality is we are here on this earth right now. And so everything that everyone sees and views the way that they are is, and we don't have to change anybody else's view. We only have to work on changing our view if we believe that a change is necessary. But I do think that when we come into this, we cannot come into this forgetting about ourselves. To your point, Dom, that we have to think about everybody else, I believe it differently. I believe we have to think about ourselves first because we cannot, and everything that we see and hear around us says that same thing. If you're on an airplane, it says that they tell you that before you help someone else, help yourself first. Help yourself first and then help someone else. So I believe when we come in with this idea of ourselves and thinking about ourselves, I think that that is natural because we have to help ourselves. And then we eventually grow out of the self view only and we begin to realize that there are others. But even then, when we realize there are others, I think there's even beyond that, there's no limit. Beyond that, we realize that we are one. So no matter how we expand and contract, we always realize we are one, just having a different experience. And someone Lord put in the chat, live and let live. That's exactly what it's about. However, I can see that there is a responsibility, the way you're describing it, Dom, to humanity. I don't believe that we are going anywhere because we are created to be in this vessel the way we're being in this vessel. So I don't believe that this idea of transhumanism, it's going to do away with humanity. I don't believe that that's what's going to happen, but I'm open to hearing what other people believe. But I do realize that we have to get to a place. Well, I don't even want to say have to. I believe that eventually we get to a place where we realize we are one and we lift ourselves out of the prison of the mind. And I think that's what this whole experience is about. It's going deep into the form, the physical form, and then finding our way back out of it because we're not this body. And because I know I'm not this body, I'm not worried about somebody attaching technology to their body.
Okay, so what you just said, Don, is favors what transhumanism is. Transhumanism is no different from watching playing video games or having goggles or being online. It's transhumanism. It's not kill humanism. It's trans. There's a trans. Think about trans lines. So now knowing that, we're engaged in all of that. And yes, I'm with you on that when it comes to we're not the body. But for a lot of folks, they don't have those thoughts, and that's fine. So then they shouldn't have to defend it or attack it. You know, it's always nice when I hear people say live and let live. I said that'll be a tough sell on the animal kingdom, but hey, I get what most people are trying to imply. As humans, live and let live. But even that, then you have to start questioning whether or not, if that's a true statement, then why do we still have wars? But anyway, that's here or there. It's always a nice sentiment of saying those terminologies. But if we're in that state, because we're in it, and if we're in it, there's a good chance we might make ourselves expendable, meaning the physical. Some of us might not want to go back. Some people say, well, you mean I could live longer and not get sick, not have to worry about my animals, let alone my loved ones perishing, all that? A lot of people might say yes, not understanding what they're agreeing upon. So it's a conversation. We never really have these kind of conversations. Should we have mobile phones? Probably not. But hey, it's not really harming us to one's awareness, maybe. But then you have to explain why people are dying off sooner. Are we just going to think about just solely what we're eating, and then we can blame the food industry? Maybe. If we're going to have conversations. If not, what we're really doing is, are we sharing? Yes, which I love sharing with each other. Sharing ideals, belief systems, no problem. It's usually when somebody says I'm a Christian, I say, well, I thought we're talking about belief system. But if you think putting the word Christian means that much more, okay, fill your boots. No different talking about all the different isms. Yeah, but no, I believe in democracy. Okay. Why? Because you're an American, or because you've actually entertained all the other ideals? I know Axis has explored many different types of religions and teachings. So I know he has a mass library going on. Same with you, Don. Same with Gage. I just threw in the ring transhumanism tonight, talking about valuable or is it expendable? I could lean one way or the other in both conversations. There is some valuable jobs. If I was talking to a bunch of farmers, I'd say, yeah, those are all valuable. You're feeding the necessity of food. No different. Somebody says, Dom, I built houses. Okay, so you're feeding the shelter part. Well, Dom, I work as a doctor. I said, okay, so you're a doctor. So are you advantageous or disadvantaged or not advantageous if everybody's still getting sick? You know, because then I'd be talking to a surgeon or somebody else at that point, or a physician. Are you willing to tell a person that comes into your office they got a cough and they got a flu, but meanwhile they're smoking like a chimney? Are you willing to tell them that that's not healthy for your vessel? Probably more times not. They're going to say, not really. So they made themselves valueless now. They made themselves expendable. You know, do people even need accountants? If most people say, Adam, I don't believe in paying taxes. But there are people that still do want to pay taxes. So then that job becomes valuable still for the industry. But is it valuable for the human race?
Yeah, I would say in my position, I unless you're in the healthcare industry, no, I don't see that unless you want me for entertainment, I serve much of a purpose to them. But maybe somebody who's looking for some type of metaphysical answer or some type of spiritual concept to their life experience, I might be able to provide something there, but that's it.
Mm-hmm. Again, I'm talking about the first death, the human part. You know, we can talk about the spiritual part, the conscious part after if you want, but I was just bringing that up. But I get it. You know, we are spiritual beings or beings in a human form. Some people might not entertain that ideal. That's fine, but I'm willing to entertain the ideal. Can I prove it? Fuck, I can't even prove what the fuck holds the sun and the moon up. But I can speculate. And if somebody says it's heat, I say, well, then explain to me when you jump out of the fucking plane, it's colder up here than down up there than it is down here. Are we talking about magnetic now? Probably. I've heard other people talk about it. But how would you prove it? Again, it's like meeting an alien. How the fuck would you share with other people? And the indoctrination, right? How many more books are we going to have to write? Or somebody's going to say, well, it does have nothing to do with me, Dom, so I don't give a damn. Okay. Now, when I hear a person, Don, there's no offense to you, but I've heard my buddy say this, Dom, who cares? I said, are you saying that as a question or are you just missing the word? Because if you're saying who cares, I'm actually caring. I'm sharing. Have I leaned on anything yet? Not really. Am I speculating? Yes. Now, if I don't care about something, I will say directly, I don't care. So no concern to me. I'm being self-absorbed. It's about me, so at least I'm making it clear where I stand. I don't need somebody else to cult up with me now. Because if not, we're not really going to truly understand whoever these people are and what their agenda is. We could even speculate, but hey, even if that's a speculation, we can still entertain the ideal.
And to make lines clear is I'm taking the information and applying it to self, me. and my circumstance, my situation, my understanding,
Mhm.
and my journey.
Exactly.
You know, don't I don't want anybody to, you know, role model me, hero me, or follow me, or even co-opt with me on that level, because it's an individual thing. And I'm examining myself right now. You know, as this is going on, I'm doing a self exam and an inventory of, you know, people expect to be paid when they work at McDonald's or whatever, and they'll fight for that.
Yeah, right.
And I made investments in my life personally to, you know, kind of, I thought they were investments for myself, but I had expectations that weren't reasonable. I did not get paid. I actually lost equity by living life. And if it was a financial market, the whole thing, you know, I'm piss poor broke in the gutter.
Hmm. It'll be like having a conversation with somebody that makes it really personal, but being in the military, they probably might get in the way. They would almost have to disassociate to have a conversation. But most people don't realize how much they make it all about themselves, which is fine. It's a good start to know the self, a really good start. But for most people, it's the end. Then it's about, who do you serve? Do you just serve the self, or do you just serve? And whoever comes around you, whether it's a total stranger, somebody that you know, somebody you despise. Because even if you despise somebody, you can still serve them in some way. If not, the indoctrination is working perfect. Make it all about them. Me, me, me. There you go. Left-hand path, all about me, me, me. You know, and if that's the case, then you want to understand government, you better understand that they follow a concept called Luciferian. Well, Dom, I don't believe in that. Yeah, but you like to be ruled by them, so at least you should even understand, even if it's a myth or a story. Well, I don't agree with it. I said, that's going to be the thing that's going to fucking, you know, that little beam in your eyes because you're worrying about whether or not you agree or disagree with that shit. That goes back to morals again.
Well, I know that we all use words differently, but that's the only thing that happens here in this realm is agreement and disagreement. That's exactly what happens every day, all day. That's what you're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're agreeing with one pattern of behavior and disagreeing with another. So I don't believe we need to focus on those particular words, but the fact that you're doing it is about yourself. It's not about anybody else. It's about you, your
I know that.
preference.
I know that
And
about me, Don. I know that
but
about me,
wait a
Don.
minute. I don't believe that that's a problem. I believe that that's the way it is, and nothing has to change with that unless you want that to change. But for now, your expression, your sharing of that is helpful to humanity. Your sharing of this perception and the way that you see it and the way that you are organized within you is your expression. And I find that valuable. So for me, that's what I'm expecting from these experiences with you guys and others is your self expression. And when you're expressing yourself in a way, you're also expressing some of the collective consciousness that is in agreement with you. And there are some that's in agreement with me. But all we're doing is expressing. So I find value in that. And I'm learning. Like Axis said, I am looking at myself and constantly comparing myself to what I am hearing and some things I imbue or embody with myself.
It'll be like talking about the economy, and I'm going to spin this a little bit for myself here, Don. And I know that I'm a trillionaire, and I'm talking to a bunch of people that are poor. I don't need to bring that up. And let's say I'm a trillionaire, but I don't know the other person's position. I said, we're talking about economics. I don't need to validate by somebody saying to me, well, Dom, but you're a billionaire or a trillionaire, so you must know about economics. I said, you don't need to know that information. We're talking about economics. Now, if you're looking for validation, then that conversation comes up. That's grandstanding, as far as I'm concerned. But that's for me. That's how I talk. Other people, I hope they talk the way they are, because this is not surely a comparison for me. I know more times than not when I have a conversation, it is always about me. I try a lot of effort to not make it about me when I'm having conversations. But a lot of people like to wear their sleeve on their sleeves, which is fine. But it's very difficult to have a conversation when a person says, well, Dom, you don't understand because you've never, again, I'm having a conversation. I don't want to be one of those people say, okay, only people that's going to be in this conversation are the 40 people that's going to allow to be in this conversation. You all had to burn your fucking hands down. What about the one guy that actually learned from the other 39 and said, listen, I didn't put my hands on the stove. I'm wise or whatever. I figured after the first 2 people burnt themselves, I don't have to experience all of that. Well, Dom, you're the weird one then. Oh, okay. I guess I'm the weird one. So I don't have an input because I haven't put my hands on the stove? Because that's what most people are talking about. Until you've experienced it, Dom, there's no way you're going to understand, really.
Well, my response to that takes me back to what you said earlier, Don, about proof. Because science, and I'll just add a little tidbit here that yesterday's sorcerer is today's scientist. But science looks for proof. Okay. And science seems to look for proof that can be experienced from the physical or the 5 senses.
Yep.
But that's a limitation. In reality, the only proof there is can be experienced. And so that's where I come with the experience. Yes, you do have to experience it sometimes. And sometimes to try to believe that you can conceive of it or perceive it without experiencing it causes a block within you. Some things you literally have to experience it in order to know it. And
Sure.
I'm talking from experience.
I'm with you, Don. Some things, not all things. That's why it's called metaphysical. It's beyond the human senses. That's why we have different receivers in our bodies. I'm not just talking from certain receivers. It's like somebody saying to me, Don, I'm parroting myself here, but I jumped out of a plane. I said, so you experienced jumping out of a plane with a parachute? Yes. Did you experience it everywhere in the world or in just one particular spot? Well, just one particular spot. So now I can actually talk to other people that choose to experience it. All the kudos to them. Not everybody's going to be the first and last. Well, actually, I can't say last, but not everybody's going to be the first person. Let me be the one that's going to eat the berry for the community. Let me be the first one all the time. No, I've got to give other people a chance. And if they survive, we're going to be very grateful. If they die, we're still going to be very grateful. But in the world of me, I want to experience everything. Do you think you're going to experience everything in one lifespan? Probably not. Can you observe more than you can experience? Probably. But I get it. Most people want to be caught up in the material, which is fine.
Well, at that point, yeah, in the material, that's probably running off probability. There is no fucking probability. There's no maybe or if.
Okay, please share, Cage. Elaborate.
Yeah, you elaborate, and that's the point.
Well,
Elaborate on it. Then
you said there's
deal
no
with it.
probably or maybe, so elaborate.
Yeah, there's no probability. Roll the dice.
Okay. So is that chance now?
No, there is no chance.
What is it then?
It's a pattern.
Okay, so you're going patterns. And how did you get the pattern initially in that brain to think that there's a pattern?
Well, it's like a feedback loop. It's being done by the pattern of the mirror.
Well, you're trying to explain the question that I've represented and displayed here about where does that come from? Because the universe is indifferent. So where did you develop that line of moral thinking? Was it conditioned? Was it DNA? Where did that come from? And what makes that in a indifferent universe stand out above anybody else or anything else except for you and your perspective?
So we probe into the elusive ideal of cause. Meanwhile, we're always going to probably just settle back into the effects. But hey, I'm willing to entertain it. So, Cage, I've heard you, and I'm willing. Please elaborate. I heard you say something about it's not probable, and then you say it's pattern. This is why we say reason or rhyme. Rhyme means patterns. People are going to try to reason something, or they're going to try to use some sort of rhyme to it. So they're going to say, okay, how do I pattern it? I don't understand the language you're speaking, so maybe I'm going to follow some sort of pattern. I'm going to look at some sort of hand gesture, so I'm going to use body language now. If I tap you enough times on your shoulder, eventually you might think I'm giving you a pattern. Well, Dom taps me 3 times. He's trying to tell me to go right. Taps me 3 times this other way. I mean, he's trying to tell me to go left. He taps me 4 times. Is he telling me to sit down? Those are patterns, but they're all conditions. So how would you even know the tapping part is not a condition, let alone another pattern? Again, this is we're talking about metaphysical. This is beyond the senses, or the senses perception. That's probably the better word that's used as a definition. It's our perception of that language called senses. Hence, you're the frog in the water.
And being universally indifferent would be without anything applied. It would be what it is, and it would be the is. It just is at that point. It's not applying any type of ego, information, emotion, or swayed personification of left or right, good or evil. It just is. And that's where I'm wondering, where do humans get their instruction manual to be able to even apply an emotion to it?
And the emotion is usually attached to the physical. That's the thing. The emotion is attached to the physical. Think about animals. Energy and motion.
Well, that's what I was looking at. My snake. I was like, it's universally indifferent.
Yeah. That's why when people go into a state of silence or stillness, they're not actually doing emotions. It's like a car. Okay, so a car moves. Are we going to say it's alive? It is alive in the sense that it moves, and that's how most people will classify it. The body moves. What motivates the body to move? Where does the voice come from? Where do thoughts come from? When somebody goes to sleep, who runs the vessel? When you're communicating with me, who's running your vessel? These are ponderies. Not to say there's an answer to those things. They could just be like a Medulla stuff or whatever. It could be just more webs. Then you have to map art it and say, okay, can I actually follow the bouncing ball that I'm giving myself? That's why I don't put value to stamps. That's just a distraction at that point. Because people so desperately want to cult up again. I know I'm playing with words, but I understand the English language. It's a meaningful language. It's going to have many interpretations to it. So I'm going to use the same language to entertain ideals. And I'm going to be prepared to hear a whole bunch of people giving their different views. It's when they start thinking, well, Dom, I can prove it. I said, you're going to try to prove me your views? Okay, so I'm not going to say a word. How are you going to debate my views? You don't see through my senses.
Well, that's an interesting one there, because when I communicate with animals, I do it with imagery, mental imagery.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering now, looking back, and especially through whatever they offer up as history, and even the history that I'm aware of, and can say, yeah, I can validate that for myself. Whether they had a type of communication that was imagery, and we just kind of shut that down, where you don't need language, or they didn't need language, or even could be potentially a sect today that don't need language. They just communicate through mental imagery, almost like symbology, but more directed with mental imagery. Instead of like, would you get me a glass of water? You project the image of them receiving the image of them go getting water and handing it to me, and the reaction to that. And it explains to me how my communication with animals is much more relevant now, knowing that they are universally indifferent.
See, in a lot of conversation, access people will take certain things and say, okay, I went to a meetup, I read a book, I've got the end result, the outcome. And then they'll just walk away. They're not going to really say, okay, what was the conversation talked about, let alone to read a book and to keep reading it over and over again like a mantra. So people aren't really going to stick to this and say, well, what does it really mean? transhumanism. What does it really mean valuable? What does it mean when we talk about, calling down or, harnessing demons? People want that quick solution right then and there, either to denounce it or think it's tinfoil hat kind of material. So this way I could be lazy still and say, that's of no importance now. Why? Because somebody's already denounced it. No, nobody denounced it. Still posed as a possibility.
It also gives me a basis for an experiment. And I'll have to try it in a controlled situation and document it. But the two people that were able to pick up on the entities that are around me, trying to communicate with them through imagery and see what their reception level is, document it, and do the same to people that don't recognize or even can interpret the entities around me. And then give them the same projection and check them on a controlled system of response. And that's just a social project, social, I guess, experiment, kind of an endeavor into perception and reception, response, because I know the animals respond. Now I got to try to see if these two humans who could, just see if they're more receptive to imagery.
Well, that's why it's called social interaction, opposed to an individual interaction. When we're socializing with somebody, whether it's a human or an animal, you can put the plant kingdom in it. And then you're starting to communicate with it. This is why.
So I know plants are. I'm sorry, Dom. That was jumpy of me. I know plants are responsive to it.
Mm-hmm. We always have that inner voice that we can listen to. We might not always trust it. Some people just don't know enough even to question it. Question why am I having these thoughts? What purpose would it serve? Sometimes you have to trust it. Sometimes you have to break it down. We do with each other for some reason. And I'm like, okay, so if you're going inwards and you're communicating with the plant doesn't like the way you're treating it. When a human do the same things, then why are you having this conversation with me then?
Well, I know for my controlled research, yes, plants more receptive than animals. Animals more receptive than humans. That I've known. Mm-hmm. Now that I have two test subjects.
And if people understand the animal difference between the animal kingdom and realize animals are closer to us, hence the emotions, the vessel that we have, then when we're communicating with AI, people are always trying to turn it to themselves. Well, it doesn't communicate like me. I said, well, last time you have a conversation with a human, did you struggle? Yeah, well, you're going to struggle probably with AI. You have to know the appropriate question that you want to ask, and the response don't already predetermine it. It might be something you don't want to hear, let alone even aware that we're going to hear. Sorry.
Tab took off. I'm sorry. I didn't know the sheet. I wanted to buy. Thank you, Tab, for showing up. You're very welcomed anytime, and you know that. She's a very beautiful spirit, man.
I think 3 Speed wants to come up, Access.
Don't try to let me out. Yeah.
I've enjoyed hearing 3 Speed. Haven't heard him in a while. I think he just probably didn't want to be around the noise anymore himself.
Oh, I need to drop a link, but yeah. Gotcha.
I think that's why Access for me, talking about other people, it's for me personally, it's wasted energy because there's so many other things we could talk about, and the disagreeing or agreeing with each other. That's what the whole thing about, interacting with other people, and they just don't agree what comes out of somebody else's mouth. I'm like, okay, so what does that do for you? You know what I mean? Like, did you come from an environment where you don't agree with a religion? Okay. There's probably a lot of things we could easily each individual could say, I don't agree with when it rains, but yet does rain serve in a bigger picture? Yes. But in that particular moment, no, I was hoping to actually, I was going to go skateboarding, or I was going to go with my scooter, and I was hoping it didn't rain. I said, well, then that's a personal preference at that moment. You know, and other people put an effort out. No, Dom, I really don't like rain, so I'm going to move to a place where there's very few times it rains. Okay, they put a lot of effort. They're not going to change the system. They're going to change their environment by moving to it. But not everybody has that ability or that option. You know, and acts as your case in point. You know, I'm pretty sure if you had, you know, if you wanted just to will it and say, okay, Dom, I really don't want to be bedridden, or at least be contained in my house, my apartment all the time, then that opens up to the concept of the will. You know, how far can the will go? Hey, 3 speed. Hey, 5 speed.
Welcome.
Greetings. Good to see you, Dom. It's always a pleasure to hang out with some guys that, you know, out here on this metaverse. There just doesn't seem to be a whole lot of truth and a whole lot of building. It just seems like a whole lot of destruction.
Looney Tune. It's the Looney Tune show.
Well, what was that called in Bugs Bunny and stuff? Acme something demolition or something?
Yeah, this person's Amazon will deliver to us Prime, that Acme stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks get caught up in their perceptions or their belief system, which is fine. But it would be nice if they present it in a way that it's, you know, you're talking to a 5-year-old, you know, opposed to trying to force it into a 5-year-old. But hey, each their own to learn.
What was that character? Albert Fudd, right? You know, he's going after the rabbit with the shotgun. Yeah.
This is we've been pretty deep in topic tonight, so I don't know how much you've got to catch, but we can bring you up to speed if you need anything.
He's 5 speed. He'll catch up in no time.
Right, I was looking at that. I was like, man, I couldn't make you out at first. I was like, what the kind of foreign ass writing is this? And then when I figured it out, I was like, okay, I got it.
He's got it figured out. He's showing us a picture of the frog in the water, or close to it. At least he's not up there beyond a rock.
Yeah.
Bro, let's have the 333. Come on now.
I needed a Rosetta Stone for a minute.
Is he trying to tell you, Cage, that he's in the Mason? Sorry, 5 speed. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I've been listening for a little bit here, and then I decided to get you to drop that link because as I said, there's no building out here. There just seems to be a whole lot of destruction. You know, I was watching Cage over there on Jack's yesterday, and you know, I don't know how we're going to communicate, and you know, it kind of plays on to what I said. There seems to be a lot of people arguing about what they think instead of what they've come to learn and teach something.
True. Yeah, they're trying to validate what they're aware of, opposed to, you know, just sharing and allow other people to interpret the way they want to interpret it. But unfortunately, it's, again, another dogma, passing it down, trying to force it down somebody's throat. I'm like, okay, you're a Christian. That's nice. You're an atheist. Okay, that's nice. You're a humanist. Oh, that's nice. Would you like to elaborate why you're a humanist? You know, I'm not here to judge them. Right. You know, and a judge comes in the form, I agree or disagree with you, or I think you're right or you're wrong. I'm like, okay, that doesn't serve me, but hey, carry on. You know, takes a lot of effort. Go ahead, trust me.
Mm-hmm. And I think what some of these folks need to do is to realize when, you know, just because you come and just like me coming up here on Access's panel right now, doesn't necessarily mean that I'm in need and I need Access to give me something. I'm here for Access to teach me something. Doesn't mean that.
Mm-hmm. True. He will share. I know Access well enough.
Exactly. It means I've come up here. You guys were having some good conversation that I saw value in. and I seen that information can be built upon. But there's these little miscreants out here that don't know how to act and trying to push
But they
and
are showing
get people
themselves.
to conform to what they think instead of what they know.
Well, they are showing themselves, and I guess it kind of, I don't, you were here earlier, you got parents that, do you reward the child that's doing what you classified as a behavior as healthy behavior or bad behavior? And there's a lot of people that have channels, they're actually rewarding that noise, those noisy kind of characters. That's called enabling. If you kind of know why you have a channel, what you're trying to build up and all that, if you're there just to solely entertain people and you want me to come up there and entertain you, I said, like any industry, are you going to pay me? Besides pay me attention. So the onus should go on the people that are hosting these things. It shouldn't be on the accountability of the people in the chat, because they'll eventually slowly wither themselves away if they're only here for the backbiting and, no different talking about, let's say a person doesn't value the concept of flat earth or globe. Then why would you be there? Most people are there because they want to hear the backbiting. I'm going to NASCAR not because I want to see beautiful craftsmanship of guys driving and trying to better each other. I'm only there to settle for the accidents. And that is the human behavior for a lot of folks. They might not be honest with themselves about that, but it surely shows them in the way they talk.
See, I don't want to settle for the accident. I want to prevent the accident.
Well, then that's you. You're a little bit kinky that way, 3-speed, but I admire that about you. Where a lot of people, honestly, that's, they want to be entertained at whoever's expense. That's how a lot of.
Do you think that's subliminally marked in their subconscious that they're above other people and people are there to learn from them?
I think they're living in a bubble.
Well, we definitely we agree on that.
We're living in most of us are. We're living in a bubble. It's the media that's feeding us information. If people truly did experience poverty, whether from their own personal experience or they know somebody, it'd be a different story. So for a lot of folks, that's the same with Christianity. I'm just using it as an example. You could say the same thing about Muslims. You could say the same thing about even Buddhist teachings. It sounds nice, but how does that serve you, let alone others? Now, for some people, it might not serve them at all, but they just like to know about it, and they're going to pass it forward. Okay, pass it forward. Hopefully the next generation or somebody in your community is going to benefit from that. But for most people, it's kind of like, no, it has to go through my test. Oh, okay, it goes through your test.
Well, what's quite interesting is you look now, we can, if you look at our avatars now, they look like records, albums.
Mm-hmm.
When we look at the education system now, is that exactly that, a label of a record? Is it truly backwards and we've been manipulated because all these people haven't really learned anything? They're pushing what they think. So, I mean, we got to really look at that. What was going on all those years in Hollywood? Well, Hollywood would be playing out the record. It's the record player.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody wants to be an actor on the world stage. Well, the act is in the image and likeness. When you get up on that stage as an actor, now you're on record. Is it valuable in the teachings, or is it what you freaking think?
It's good if it's one or two people doing it. You're on that stage, you're being that actor.
Yeah, but when two or more come together, that's intercourse.
Yeah, and
commerce.
Yeah. Even the word record, again, chord.
Mm-hmm.
But
umbilical cord.
Yeah.
Navel.
Like I said, again, you can learn from other people's experience, but once it becomes more than 3 or 4, it's like, okay, it's an overkill at that point. So Hollywood feeds the masses whether they know it or not, what they want to feed you. And yes, you could be on, like we all are actors in the world of stage, but most people want to be the main character. Okay, in your world, you might be the main character, but outside of that, you're not the main character. You're just one of us, like the rest of us. And then we start dividing each other based on, your stature, your color of your skin, your gender, how much money you make. I said, those are just another variations of labels. Right. They might serve, and maybe that's how you teach your offspring.
What's the music industry? It's all performing arts, art. So, the record label, I mean, I think something big's about to come down in this world in the right form.
Give an example, sorry, Feisty. What do you mean by in a good form?
Well, I think when we look back, and this is where I have a hard time having conversation with folks, because when I look back in 1906, Eastern State Normal School was created, and that was created from one late Earl Combs, who was with the Yankees in the 20s and 30s and played for Murderer Row. And he was the center fielder that came back to Eastern Kentucky after he retired his 11-year career with the Yankees and was the chairman of the Board of Regents for that school and the banking commissioner. Well, there's the head teacher, and there's the profits from the teachings. In 1966, now Earl is dead by now, his son Charles Combs was now the chairman and the banking commissioner in that school. Well, I don't know about in 66, but in 83, his son was killed. He was in that position in 1983 in Eastern Kentucky. But in 1966, that Eastern State Normal School, where the curriculum was the teachers were teaching the students to be teachers. 1966, that school became Eastern Kentucky University. Now, Kentucky broke away from Virginia and Maryland in 1792.
You know what? At this point, I'm calling fucking Colonel Sanders at this point. I'm going to have to verify this. We're going to have to verify this information. I'm calling up fucking Sanders.
My soul cage.
So when we look at when the opioids hit the street, was in the 80s, prescription drugs. Well, I would say that built a lot of America pretty quickly. People were feeling mighty fine in those nuclear families that they created. In the programming, in 1973 was the Revitalization Act, the Rehabilitation Act, all of these acts that are on record. Everybody signs that record. Everybody signs up for the program if they're, part of the program. But they need a signature.
What are your thoughts on fried chicken?
So what I'm getting at is at least since 1983, they've had a hold of the education system, which is the teachings, and the profits from those teachings. Teaching everybody to be a good little slave and fill their false prophecies off of your children and your shit in your own house.
So a lot of conditioning and all the different variation of decades that leads up to where we are now.
Mental health, look at what health has done in education since the 80s. Now, if we look at an Associate of Science degree, that's upon a 4-year university. Now, wait a minute. Eastern Kentucky State Normal School used to be a normal school and not a university. Is that the old and the new calendar? The Old Testament and the New Testament? Who's the father of time here? Is that the gentleman controlling the record label in Hollywood and entertainment and the arts?
It's L. It's Saturn.
Oh, it could be. I'm with you on that, Cage. Yeah, it could be more luminaries speed at that point. The Georgian calendars.
Could be, but this is what I've come to see with my research. So it very well could be. I could be wrong, but I certainly could be right too, based on pieces of the puzzle.
Well, we can leave it up to your imagination at that point.
It can be.
Well, that's true, but it doesn't have to be that way. Why couldn't everybody see it that way, where everybody benefits and we uplift one another to be better in the communities? And look at the growth. Look at the growth that people comprehended and understood what they've done to us. And every time you sign a piece of paper, you're signing over your rights everything to these folks, and they're not your friends.
Well,
They're
never will.
not your family member.
They're probably not even your enemy at that point. It's limiting when people play the game of right and wrong. Misleading, maybe, because there's a lot of connotation. People hear the word right and wrong. So
Well, would you disagree with this? That money is controlling the world, correct?
human behaviors are usually
Well,
controlled.
I would agree with that because it would determine what's written on a man's heart, how that money is used. Now, who's running the banking commissioner and who's running the education system teaching to fulfill these prophecies?
Probably a lot of paid middle management.
When we look
Probably
at the SS-16, it creates the election in the communities. It creates the election under the Federal Insurance Contribution Act. That's a religious order.
Yeah, they usually hide behind those type of clubs. Once you start cross-relating that, opposed to this being in America, then you can start looking at all the other countries, and then you can start seeing a pattern going on.
There would be a pecking order in that religious order, wouldn't there?
You
Not
hope
what
so.
you think.
You would hope so, in their way of running things, yeah. Yeah, whether it's the Templars or whatever, but yes, these are usually club members of some sort. But there's usually bigger picture. A lot of times we're just distracted with that versions of middle management. It's like the people of America. They're following presidents. That's middle management.
Well, see, I somewhat agree with you there, Dom, but I still have to ask myself, well, wait a minute. Do we get a free pass here as men to say, okay, well, that was wrong, so we get to eliminate everything that's been done, everything that's been created. We just have to ignore all of that and don't worry about that and go along with what we think right now and let everything be that was wrong before.
Again, I can only tell you my view on that, Speed. I think right and wrong is limited. In that case, I would probably use the word it's business as usual. It's commerce.
Correct.
It's not
So
about religion.
what's
It's
the
not about
business?
sex.
The business is to
it's
protect
commerce.
life.
It's about commerce. No, they're not concerned about life. Life exists with or without us. Every time you breathe in and out, that's life. But it's about the human experience for most people.
Would it be the people in the communities giving them life by signing up for that election and voting?
Casting somebody's vote without knowing who you're voting for. In communities, you would trust the people in your community, whether it was.
I think the book of Enoch in chapter 69 talks about that very in depth.
Please elaborate, please.
Well, I mean, we're running out here electing one. See, if we're voting on this elected one based on what we think instead of what we know, should we have been given that microphone to record that record?
Well, you got a bit of reverb on your microphone. Can you do me a favor? Get rid of the fake accent too, and the reverb.
The fake accent?
What are you talking about, Cage? Cage, stop it, please. Don't do that, Cage.
Yeah, Cage can't get me riled up. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
no.
well, but
he can't get me riled up. He's one of those miscreants I see out here. He could prove me wrong, but see, I don't dib and dab and all the hatred and the distraction like he does. But he could prove me wrong because I know the man's very intelligent. I mean, he's got some knowledge up there. If he just settled himself, he might.
He's getting
He might
bored.
be sitting on that rock with his arms crossed and said, "Look at all these fools out here."
Yeah, we're already giving too much time. Cage, please input in the conversation. I know you get bored or whatever sometimes, or maybe you are getting. I don't know. I'm guessing at that point. He is sharing something, making it about speed when he's talking about something. How does that serve for that point? I know it serves for you, and maybe it's cleverness or whatever. But anyway, I'm even giving you too much time right now. But I know you're right, Speed. He has a lot to input. When he chooses to. Outside of that, then it's a game that he wants to play, which is fine. Here's a crunchable piece of paper in the corner. Go play with it for a bit. But again, it's one of those things where, is this really about humans? Is it about our soul, our spirit, whatever? We can quote biblical stories, and it's not just biblical. You can talk about all the other different kinds of teachings out there, or writings anyway.
Yeah, I think what I've come to learn is it's about natural intelligence and artificial intelligence, and an artificial intelligence is someone else schooling you and you going along with their thought process because your intent is to fill yourself up instead of everybody as a whole, life as a whole. You just wanted to fill yourself up. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, and I think, and that's why I think people should learn, if they choose to, is to question everything. And things are thoughts. You know, you shouldn't be questioning others. You should be questioning maybe what comes out of their mouth. You know, but hopefully
Question yourself.
Yeah, question yourself. What
We'll
are these
grab me a
thoughts
cup
I'm
of
having?
coffee. I'll be right back.
Cage, if you want to share, please. You know, yeah, just don't make it about me or whoever.
Yeah, I've got questions for him, definitely. And you got to forgive my disposition. I'm really doing some contemplation on where our moral compass comes from.
Yeah, it goes back to cause and effect. I can only talk about the effects, and the effects usually come in a form of rights and wrongs, you know, my likes or dislikes, approvals and disapprovals. You know, and I could speculate. Well, my interpretation, morals are coming from the fact that we're in a mortal form. So we have to make it about the human aspect part. That's why we use the word, you know, humane. You know, I said humane to treat animals. Well, I don't think an animal get a say in the matter, but it's how we feel about it. You know, people will gladly eat a burger, but not want to have to see what it takes to actually skin the creature, let alone put it down. You know, so it's an honorable craft if you know how to do it. But, you know, it's always fun when I hear people talk about, you know, it's wrong, but I'm like, okay. So you're trying to tell people out there that are eating animals or skinning animals, raising animals, it's wrong? Especially when you start attaching all the other webs that are associated with it, right? It's kind of like talking about wars are wrong. Like there's so many parts to it. Just to say wars is wrong, it's a start, but that's as far as most people go to. It's just wrong, Don. Oh, okay.
Well, I think as far as wars go, wouldn't it make most sense that first we try to talk about it in a diplomatic standpoint before we go to war? To, you know, obviously at all costs, we try diplomatically at all costs to say, hey, you can't trust, you know, it's not wrong. It's wrong to not keep everybody in one thought as a whole, that you come and think something differently and expose that to everyone. The warmongering has to stop.
Well, war's more or less, in my interpretation, is a racket. You spend an enormous amount of energy training people, building all these devices, you know, like a simple question to a kid's, guys, what do you think we need a tank for or a submarine for? You know, we don't have any animals that we really hunt down that we need that kind of device. So it's a racket at that point. It's another way of building more widgets.
Business as usual.
Yeah, business as usual. Yeah, it all depends where you stand. Now, the people that don't agree with wars, then you're going to have to say, okay, most people have already been culted up. So how do you explain to people that get medical coverage with being in the war, get trained education? I'm not here to say it's right or wrong with wars, because most people have wars within themselves first and foremost. You know, I've tried to have this conversation with other people. We have different variations of wars. We have war with nature. The only thing is nature doesn't take it personal. You choose to build your house near where there's a tornado alley, that's on you. So again, that's why we've spent an enormous amount of energy building shelters, because, you know, some people might interpret nature's condition as a war. So then we expand that out now, and now we're talking about humans fighting each other based on the color of their skin, their gender, their religion, their state, their economics. You can name whatever dogma you want. And there you go. There's your war. And then you start putting guns in their hands. Start telling certain people you can have you're able to have bear arms. Well, they never said you can have guns, but they did say bear arms. And if you work for the people that actually make those rules, then you can have those bear arms. You know, dare not tell that to most of the Americans. I said, most of you guys are still asleep. You just don't know it yet. You know, but again, you know, it's easy to say, let's end wars. Dare not actually talk about there's been many spiritual wars. And maybe a couple of people have lost, or a lot of spirits have lost, and they're down here now in these meat suits.
Here's one that throws into my head is and it applies to something I really don't like, which is the wordsmithing. But it's been laid bare. Now, when I take the concept of approaching things uh, without that moral compass, I can see how much more powerful wordplay can be on an individual who doesn't have a direct guidance system, such as a moral compass, and they hold that position of indifference. They're going to be seated much easier than those that are convicted by wherever that moral compass comes from.
See, we can probably agree that the moral compass is to lead by the rule,
What's your
and that
obsession with
rule is no harm. But we
disagreeing
got
and agreeing?
voting systems that are voting who gets to lead that rule. Who's going to rule that lead? I mean, everything
Yeah,
is literally ass
maybe
backwards.
we
So the
can maybe we'll
wordsmithing is
go to
very
agree, right?
important.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen it be very effective. I've used it before myself. I've even used it in conversation to be able to maneuver and leave the person in a state of believing one way, but the way I worded things left them at a complete disadvantage so that I could proceed forward with my objective.
Right. Let's see how we can see that leading by the rule of no harm would be equitable, moral, ethical. But now to vote, who gets to
Hold on.
lead?
Let me answer that.
When you breathe, what are even when you're
No,
breathing, think about it.
Right.
from
So when
my
you vote, you're breathing life into them.
from my observations of being out in the wild, no, I have to disagree. I've seen savagery beyond belief, one animal against another, and even animals against me, and me against animals. So, by
Right.
natural
But those
accounts,
animals, I
it's
think,
all violence.
right. But I think those animals are doing it out of a necessity to survive and not just, hey, let's go over to Axis's neighborhood and let's get on him. It's not that type of. It's an act of survival.
But do you think? Go ahead.
You
They
put
don't just want to fight. It's just it's an act of.
I can
I
even
mean,
bring
that's
that
just my
home.
thought on it.
I can bring it home to a domestic level too. I mean, you put a mouse in front of a cat, cat's just going to instinctively kill and play with it. I mean, and you go out in the wild, things are defending themselves territorially, and they will kill to defend that territory. You know, not to mention food or whenever
Access, but
offspring or
cats
youngmen.
have another tactic, right? Get into the shit. All of a sudden, they have toxoplasmosis or whatever the fuck.
Well, that's irrelevant to what
Yeah,
I'm talking
and then
about,
all of a sudden, it has no fear of it. It wants to be eaten.
because a lion or any other type of animal will kill for play. You know, they will play with whatever they kill and just leave the carcass laying there. That's not far fetched at all. So
All right, what
me,
about an owl? The owl fucking they'll dismember the fucking thing and put it in 4 different corners.
okay, it's just an owl. You
Okay,
know,
you get
same way.
the example that Axis is trying to say about surviving.
Yeah, it's not always. Yeah, it's not always survival, especially in the wilderness and natural law. You know, sometimes if you just walk past my territory and where I've pissed, I'm just going to take you out because you come across the line where I pissed.
Well, it goes back to I heard you guys talk about earlier surviving, because you're in a human form. We'll call it the meat suit for now. Anyway, there's the fight and flight. You know, and most humans are still, when they're not touching into that intellect part of their brain, or they're in fight and flight. So they're going to think a lot of things as predators to them. The way how a person talks to me, so, he's attacking me, or I'm attacking them. This is why people get into outcomes, winning and losing, right and wrong. That's a survival tactic, opposed to getting into that Christ consciousness when you start developing that intellect and you're maturing the emotions. You're not going around always underdeveloped. They're counting on most people not developing their emotions. They're counting most people aren't going to develop their mental capacity. Physically, most people are already underdeveloped anyway, because most people don't even, unless you're very fortunate, your parents or your mother weaned you in 4 or 5 years, whatever you've been drinking human milk, opposed to drinking, some fucking animal's milk, which a lot of us drink. So then we wonder why we're already malnutrition when it comes to that. So we're still caught up in that. We're still living out in the woods, living out in the jungle. And not realizing that we're living in civilization. We are somewhat safe, but then we have to worry about each other because we're not aware that most people around us aren't developed. The communities that we talk about in these YouTube channels reveals it.
Yeah, and I'm looking from my perspective is I don't think I'm civilized.
You're wild. That's what nature is, wild and untamed. And you put boundaries.
I really don't.
Laws. Yeah, but a lot of us have become domestified. You try to domestify a dog, it'll work. You do that with a cat, you'll still see the wild part.
Domesticated.
Yeah, thanks, Cage. Yeah, domesticated. But again, a lot of animals, including humans, we want to be wild still.
Well, can we? When I look at today, obviously we all come from somewhere, right? That caterpillar turned into a butterfly and boom, here we are. But I think all of these folks that I see out here are hollering they're Christ-like or they know Jesus or all of this shit that just doesn't add up to any of it.
Don't forget flat earthers and globalists and what's called
transhumanism. I think that's what I'm getting at. And I think at the end of the day, if we go along with something that we just think is okay, we shouldn't be up there leading by that rule. They shouldn't be leading by that rule because they'll go rogue, which is what's happened.
Well,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if you're going to learn from somebody's teaching, you're always going to need somebody to put their hands on the stove. So in this case, if somebody's going to lead with their thinking capacity or their feelings, let them lead. We can learn something. It's just become redundant when we need a whole bunch of people to do the same thing and say, listen, it's an overkill now. What do you mean? Well, that person gave us a view via thinking, let alone feeling. I get it when people get caught up in people think, oh, men, they're always saying, oh, you're in your feelers. Most men are in their feelers. Fuck. When they look at a woman or a shine, go ahead.
That's where the thinking and the knowing is different. There's a difference there. One's an asset and one's a liability. So in leadership, obviously, it wouldn't be a good mix.
Well, it's beyond knowing and beyond belief, right?
Well, actions speak louder than any words, though. And see, in the beginning was the word. So if you're thinking, you're not knowing. So what's the word?
Are you talking about the spoken word? Sorry, Cage. Are you talking about the spoken word? Because when you're in silence, that's by far, that's even more superior than the action.
Well, I would agree with you.
It's when you speak, you break your silence to talk, and a person says, do you value more the material? Do you value more the spiritual? This is where you get the concept of spiritual, good and evil, spiritual and material. Most people value the material part.
And that's where the currency should flow.
Mm-hmm.
The energy should flow from me to you, from you to, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of Bruce Lee.
But everybody, no, Dom, I think this, Dom.
Fine, that's fine. And I would say that's fine. In
You
the
know
back
what
of
I'm
my
saying?
mind, I would reveal, okay, no problem. It's like I'm not going to fight somebody else's energy, and when I do, I realize I'm the one that's playing the game. And
But I think we all have a responsibility to our children, though, don't we? If we were one of those men that brought children, we created life, brought children and created that life and brought them into this world. Don't we have a responsibility to teach them what we know and not what the hell we think?
You have a responsibility. Most people are going to be reacting, and I'm the kind of person that will say, "Listen, parents, do you teach your kids how to breathe?" Not really. Have you ever taught your kids how to actually digest their food? No, no, I haven't. So you haven't done fuck all for them yet. So
But they can corrupt them by what they think.
Well, you could be an example for them, and it'd be nice if parents, when they have offsprings, they be the guide. You know what I mean? Be the example, and then hopefully, whether you're doing harmful things or things that aren't harmful, you should be able to back it up and explain why you do what you do. That's it. It shouldn't be about, well, it's wrong to harm another person. It depends on the circumstances. You know,
Yeah,
go ahead.
if I may, I just want to interject real quick. You know, and it's not being argued of. I see the scholar and the soldier both as dangerous as one and the other are. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. It you know, it wasn't argumentative about the wild, because I have spent time in the wild, and I'm not sure about how civilized I am, but I do know that the scholar and the soldier both are very deadly.
Yeah, because they're easy to wield. You know, the scholar usually uses their hemisphere, and the one that's the warrior is using bronze. Both of them you could blow up.
So what if you have a mixture of both?
You can, yeah. So you might be a scholar as you're trying to harm another person. Okay.
When was the first time we ever heard about the red button, the nuclear button at the White House? When was that ever? When was that thought ever created?
I would know. If you know, Three Speed, please share.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I was just sitting here thinking about that because when we look at the education system and Associate of Science and those associate degrees, they are upon the completion of a 2-year program focusing on technical or scientific and technical disciplines. Now, I wonder if these people are handpicked in these powerful positions.
Probably.
In the financial community, but it's one community, so if everybody knew the truth and what was going on, they wouldn't be there very long. And then I think we got to question what happened in the 80s. We have to question what happened in the 80s. We can't cover that up and just let that slide. We never won that war in 1812. If you look at your broadcasting stations, like one particular in Cincinnati, Ohio, WEBN, the top dog there has a acronym at the end of her name, says OBE. Now, is that an outcome-based education? Because it is broadcasting seeds, teaching, planning. Is that outcome-based education? Or is that an officer of the British Empire?
That's pretty much grooming and predictive programming.
Well, true, but is it because it's what they're running on what they think instead of?
No, it's what the fuck you're being told.
Right, we're running somebody else's
That's
way instead of the right way.
They run it for you. They run it for you.
But how do they get to source the resources?
Well, they can print the money.
Same way you wipe your fucking ass, take a shit, brush
I think they got everybody to vote.
There is, well, certain countries, and you're probably, I think if I remember correctly, you're from America, so you're going to cast your vote in the voting system, where a lot of other countries, there might not necessarily be a voting system.
Lord down there, WKRP. Yeah. WKRP in Cincinnati.
Again, it's a lot of more indoctrination. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just more indoctrination, whether it's from a religious position, a state position, or a science position.
I'm coming from a faith position.
Oh, yeah.
I carry none of those labels.
What's the acronym behind that radio station? Why don't we get you a radio station? Your mic's good enough at that point. You kind of sound like you can have a radio show.
This is what I'm talking about. If somebody's going to be leading out here and anybody's got all the right answers, they have to step up, not on what they think. If you're going to be a righteous man and you truly give a fuck about somebody else outside of your own little circle, you should be given that damn microphone.
All right, let's get you a fucking radio channel then.
Because obviously everything
Let's make
else
an
all of these
abbreviation.
idiots are spitting out is trafficking our children. And they seem to keep being voted for.
Well, they're being financed by the same commerce that most of us buy.
Yeah.
You know, so it'd be different if people say, okay, I'm not going to vote for the government. No. If you choose to stop buying all your comforts, well, like a lot of us do, whether you go to their grocery stores, buy their cars, using their drones, taking their planes and all that, you're going to put a dent into it. But outside of that, no. Money is just run by a certain family. So we get the privilege of using their currency. You know, somebody might turn around and say, well, by privilege. I said, well, you got a choice. If you want to actually be your own sovereign being, take a chance with nature. Don't worry about bringing a truck. Don't worry about bringing some satellites or whatever, or some solar panels. No, take a chance with nature. Learn how to be interdependent with nature. And most people, if they're truly honest with themselves, 3 speeds, either would be indifference or they would be realizing how much they're caught up in their attachments or comforts.
Yep.
So now when they talk about the truth, the energy called truth, my question is, if you think you know the truth, then you must know all the fucking deception that you're in. Because truth is the energy, and you're living in somebody else's kingdom right now, and that one's not going to give it up. You've chosen.
That sounds very similar to Jesus flipping the tables.
There you go. And there's been quite a few people that have done
A lot
it.
of people say they know. Do they know, or are they still stuck in their imagination and believe whatever they believe of Jesus?
Well, it's like
So I'm willing to say that I don't, because I've never had that Jesus experience, though I am extremely spiritual person, and I recognize all the mystery schools and religions and teachings, but I have not had a personal experience that has convinced me that there is a Jesus.
In the good book, it says, when 2 or more come together, I am in the midst, correct?
That's what it says, but I can't prove that.
When you or me come and say we've got information that will help the community as a whole, you and me, now the devil would make 3. If I can convince you or you can convince me to deceive our community members, then the devil gets to run free.
Wait a minute. So all of a sudden, so two creates this and that. You're saying,
One has
3,
value, one has
hold on.
no value
So
in one's imagination.
All right, so if you have 3, now it's evil, right? Like the number 3, you have 3 threes in your fucking name.
Well,
What
because
about the
9
Trinity?
is divine, isn't it?
Yeah, you know about 9. What about
That's
the
when
Trinity?
you flip tables.
Okay.
In the
Well, see,
parables.
I was
I don't think
expected.
you really understand about the 9, bro. I don't know.
I had expectations that my mom and my children should love me, and I found out that those were false expectations, because it turned out that quite the opposite. By action, word, and deed.
Did you come into creation to break that generational curse?
I don't know.
I don't either. I mean, I would suspect I was, but I can't. Can I prove that? No. But my actions are equitable in my measures and what I bring to the table for the community and the world. I'm not here to cheat anybody. I'm here to build us all up and not to try to tear us down.
Well, most people do that quite well on their own. So, back to you talking earlier about, Satan or whatever. Satan's not going to be an adversary for most people until they actually do shit like, hey, maybe fast for 30 or 40 days. Then and only then I'll fucking start playing with you. Outside of that, most people aren't going to understand how comfortable you are in that flesh. This is why Buddha actually says, let me meditate, let me listen from within, and let me fast. That's why Jesus fasted. And when he fasted long enough, then and only then the adversary said, listen, you're a worthy opponent. I like it. The rest of them are fucking minions. Go 5 or 6 days without eating. Go 10 days without eating. Go 20 days without eating. Don't worry about asking the philosophy question why. Until you've done those 30 or 40 days. Don't expect for some reason the adversary is going to say, listen, you're coming back. You just don't know it yet. You're mine. Now, people can read a Bible. No problem. Who gave us the written work? Really ponder that. Who gave us the written word, and what does the written word does to do the hemispheres? It fucks you to no end. So when we quote words from a Bible, then you got to go inwards and say, was that actually given to these prophets in a certain state? Because the spoken word and the written word are dumbed down. Even though the spoken word is actually more superior than the written word. Unfortunate thing is you're not really going to meet an immortal being in your own lifespan. You'll meet a whole bunch of mortal beings. And then they'll talk about reading a book. I said, okay, so which way are you going to read the book? From left to right, right to left, in a scroll form, in a book form? Are you going to read it in Latin, Hebrew? That's the game they play on us 3-speed. Now, when people talk about the adversary, I said most people aren't worthy enough to be an adversary.
But I keep it simple and stupid.
If that works for you, I can only hope for the best for you.
It seems to work. I mean, just that little quote I said a minute ago, you, me, and the devil make three. If we look at Jesus in the Last Supper, or the Last Supper there, he's got 12 disciples, 6 on each side. He's the overlying factor. If I can convince you to step outside of equity and fair and just, then the devil gets to run free here, folks. So each and every one of us as an individual, we have a responsibility.
That could be the biggest form of unconditional love from
And
the
that's
Creator.
equity. I don't have to know everything.
No, you don't. But let's say you did know. Would you be able to apply discernment to it, to the tree of wisdom, of life, of wisdom and understanding? Because the tree of knowledge is good and evil. That's what most people play in. So once again,
you can either use it to be Satan, or you can use it to do good. That money, whatever's written on that man's heart,
I don't think
decides which way that financial institution will run.
I don't think people are worthy enough to represent Satan. But anyway,
they're not.
The sun and the moon has been changed to many words. So Jesus, in the story, they might be talking about the luminaries.
And you know how I know they're not? Karma's about to get each and every one of them.
It could be, but karma's more about the action than the physical.
Karma.
Well, I think it could be in the conscious state.
Hold on,
Could
bro.
be.
Karma,
That's the second
karma's
death, by the
usually
way, Steve.
associated like it's going to be some negative teaching thing, like a disciplinary thing. Karma goes both ways, bro. Karma can actually be one of the greatest things ever. You can get rewarded through karma too, right?
Sure. Different forms of karma.
It's not like karma's something evil, like with terrible.
They also say what you put out will return. So you are your own karma.
Yeah, when you manifest it in the physical. When people understood in the old days, and even today, people do understand it. We have luminaries in the sky, and those are signs. Hence, in the biblical story, they talk about signs. What's the difference between there and here is called time and space. So now, when somebody can read something that happens that's in the luminaries, it might take a century or a decade to come here. That's why it's called manifesting into the material. Hence the word manifest. God created something in this image called man, M-E-N, not men, the one that formed from the ground. So again, this is where we talk about spiritual material. It's like when I ask people, I said, what was the name of the garden east of Eden? Did they ever give you the name? Probably not. Why is it when the serpent told Eve, did God say so? Because Adam wasn't talking to God. Adam was talking.
Dom, you went.
Okay,
you
sorry.
went silent there for a second.
This is why when people entertain that there's two different stories. Yeah, there's one that are images, and then there's ones that are forms. That's like when we look at the sun and the moon. Just because you see things that are material, as Axis would say, constant or consistent, doesn't mean those two images up in the sky are actually material.
And if you look at the word image, you can break it down to I'm age.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Speed. Yeah. This is how we share with each other. Now, whether or not what I just said is full of shit, I'm still okay with it because, we are entertaining ideals. Ideals are belief systems. Now, somebody could say, well, Dominic, I read it in a book. I said, okay, so you read it in a book. How old is this book? 3,000 years old. Okay, so did you experience it? Well, no. Did you observe it? No. So then you're just parenting it then. And really, what form did it come initially? This is why I have a very challenging time when I hear people parroting shit from a book. Unless you if it was inspired to be written or spoken, then through inspiration, you should be able to comprehend that. And this is when you start talking to what's called the spirit. We all are, to a certain point, the beings that we are. And we could literally be what's called the spirit. But I would lean more towards we go within, in and out of the spirit. Hence the breath of life.
That would be the INTERG, not the ENERGY.
Thank you. Always using the I. Well done. Yep. And again, these are possibilities still. That might sound convincing, but it's still possibility. That's why people should question it themselves. You entertain an angel, you should be able to question it. You entertain a demon, you should be able to question it. But if you don't question those things from within, you're not going to realize your enemy and your friend can be from within. They don't have to worry about, oh yeah, you're going to look for an angel outside. No, we play from within. The devil doesn't tempt you from without. He tempts you from within. Don't worry about other people knowing whether or not you have a problem with sex or all that. They know. Let alone if your intention is to be cruel to another human being. I really don't want to take advantage of a human being, but I will still. Oh, okay. We can easily justify our behaviors and even excuse it. It's usually when we start making us against them. Okay, who's the them and who's the us? Because I'm not interested in fucking joining any gangs.
Right.
Even though I might be in a big gang called the human race. But last time I remember, we're all going to have our different moments and everybody's going to depart at any given moment.
Actually, Dom,
yes.
I think folks like us that actually care about folks, well, let me just say this. Folks like myself that actually give a fuck about people. We are the gang.
Yeah, it could be few in numbers. It could be millions. No different. There's probably few in numbers that are trying to deceive the masses.
No, it's funny how you word that, because at the same time, Dominic would usually respond. You'll say it. I've heard you say, you openly say it multiple times, all the time. You do not give a fucking shit about people, Dominic.
Yeah, I don't.
Huh?
I don't. I care about the beings. I care about the essence to who we are. I don't care about the human part. The human part's already fucking been stamped. Whether you live 60 or 70 or 80 years, you read the Bible. It's not for the purpose of fucking that mortal form that you're in. But if you want to steward it and take good care of it, no different if you want to treat it like a piece of shit. My question would be, are you aware either way? Because there's a lot of people that are ignorant about taking care of that vessel. No different. There's a lot of people being ignorant the way they abuse it. That's still ignorant. Now, if you think you're the vessel, hey, easy question. Who's running your liquids right now?
Let's go back to the 9 push-ups.
They're vassals with fringes and no shipping lanes.
I told you, Cage, I'm going to do that every blue moon. I do a push-up. And by the time 9 blue moons occur, I've done 9 push-ups.
There we go. Okay, so.
Sorry, I had to entertain
them.
The
9 regardless.
I remember the first time he asked me to do 9 push-ups. I said, all at once, all in the same month. I get it. I respect people that do take care of their vessel, let alone land. But it doesn't mean I have to. And it doesn't make me a bad person, let alone a good person. It's my views. This is where people cross over lanes, So, well, Dom, you don't understand. I said, the word gives it away. Understand. I'm not here to understand somebody else. I'm not inside of 3 Speed's vessel. It's his responsibility to take care of himself. I can learn by hearing him and watching his actions. So thank you. You're teaching whether you know it or not. But it's when people try to convince you, well, you got to do it this way. I said, last time I remember, I'm trying to break away from fucking cults, even though I'm still in a cult in some way.
Well, I mean, if folks doesn't believe that the whole world is a record, I mean, everything's being written, that we've all had a part in this play. When the numbers are tallied up at the end of it properly and in equity, it will expose and illuminate those that didn't know the way.
What they talk about, left-hand path, right-hand path, the middle path. The Jesus talks about the narrow path. It's the same idea as the Buddhism, talking about the middle path.
I always wanted to come right or not come at all.
There you go.
First is last. Last means you're not on top. And if you're not on top, you're at the damn bottom.
All right, cool. Let's say you keep going right. Where do you end up? You end up turning around, don't you?
Depends where you're going.
Yeah, you eventually go so right, you end up left.
Well, I think going or headed.
No, where you're headed in the destination, like you spin around, go right, look around your shoulder, keep going right, keep spinning around, and eventually it hits left.
You can, Cage. You can eventually have to do the left. But if you're turning right all the time, you're heading right, you're always going to keep turning right until either there's a wall or some water or something like that. But You know, some people might be forced to turn left or go straight for a bit. You know, if we're going to just literally talk about turning right with the physical. You know, but for me, if I'm asking for directions, I'm not asking for right or wrong. I'm asking for right or left or straight. So for me, more times than not, guide me with directions. I don't want to hear about fucking somebody saying it's right or wrong. I said, you want to play with your hemispheres, you play with your hemispheres. You want to play with morals, you play with your morals. I want to learn something, and learning means that give me directions, guide me. You know, you could be misleading me, no problem. I'm okay with that too. It's for me to learn.
Don't tell us who you are. Show us who you are.
Well, I like to show myself who I am, but yes, you know, I'm not gonna harp on somebody else telling me that, Dom, I'm gonna mislead you. I said, well, thank you. That's like saying friend or foe. But most people are clever. They ask questions because they already know the answer. I said, then why are you asking me then? If you think it's all about answers or outcomes, that's what, you know, these things are usually. Most people are caught up in outcomes. Well, they're not interested in the process.
Is it possible that they just want to fill themselves up to think that they have something of value and they're on something and their word means something?
I can't speak for other people. I know when I talk, yes. For me, that works. Yeah,
I mean, I'm
that's
just
me.
asking a
That's my
question
ego.
too.
That's my ego. That's my program.
Yeah.
I just try not to always make it forefront. People might say, well, Dom, you're very calm. No, I already know I'm full of fucking shit. I already know. Give me the opportunity. If I accept somebody's compliments and I take it in words, oh, fuck, you took the bait, Dom, didn't you? Because that's the trigger. The trigger's not because somebody's going to call you an idiot. You do that quite well on your own. It's usually when somebody gives me a compliment, I'm like, why the fuck would they give me a compliment? Fuck, I got to eat that now, don't I? No, Dom, it's not that important. Because it's not about others. The last time I remember, it's about knowing thyself, not knowing others. The people that you know people, they're the ones that usually talking about other people. I said, fucking backbiting. You know what that does to the heart? Bitching and complaining about other people. Fuck, it sounds like Adam and Eve all over again. Fuck, I'd rather be the serpent at that point.
Is the ego the overlying source of the energy and the stability of the man in his mind and how he directs that energy, showing that possibly there might be value?
I like to think 3-speed, there's always value in some things. So in this
Right.
case,
We
the
all
ego.
have a purpose.
Yeah. You know, whether it's significant, insignificant, but each individual person might think whatever they're offering to themselves or their immediate family serves a purpose. You know, it might be a short purpose. It might be a really big purpose. It could be something that stays along and it stays alive after they're no longer in this vessel anymore. You know, but not everybody can live that way, and not everybody is expected. You know, people put way more value to a guy named Hitler. And really, what did he do? He just encouraged more wars. Whether or not he was a puppet or not for a big corporation, I would lean towards that. But I can't imagine a individual that important, you know, different like story of Jesus, that fucking important, that it's going to make that big of a difference. You know, you need a whole group of people doing it because it's the maintaining part. Now, I know people want to put value to a story of Jesus, no different, you know, ones that want to value Buddha, and they can talk about Allah, they could talk about presidents, dictators, chancellor. I said, you're putting too much value on an individual, and it's revealing how many people are self-absorbed because they're envisioning, that's me up there. Fuck, I'm Jesus. Okay, so you're Jesus. Do you want to be on a pedestal in the morning or in the afternoon? Why? Because you're going to get the opposite later on.
I mean, I believe that's the flipping of the table.
Yeah, but again, it's about the teachings more than it is about the
Pull that
individual.
magic carpet in your imagination out from underneath of you, because your actions show that you're a liability to protecting life.
What is this, a fucking meme coin? Oh, you're gonna get rug pulled?
Mm-hmm. I lean towards 3-speed. Life exists with or without us. You just have to breathe it in and out. Prana, you know, breath of life. It exists with or without us. All living beings can go in and out of different forms. An animal breathes it. The tree breathes it. I can be in an elevator. I'm still breathing it. So that's life.
Form is the programming.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys know about the pulling of the rug?
Please explain, Cage. I'm pretty sure you're going to give us a good, valid story here. So please share.
Well, it's a simple rug pull, right? You get people invested in a certain thing, and then just pull the carpet out beneath them.
Mm-hmm. So it's a false sense of stability. Is that what it's implying?
Well, no, you're being used and you're serving a purpose until you're not. You
Well, that's
simply
probably most of
remove the
us.
rug.
That's most
Yeah.
of us then, to a certain point.
Yeah, that's like human beings.
My
And that's
thought
a tough
is
one. Go ahead, Sir Access.
expectations. We set a set of expectations that we expect people to act or respond a certain way, and I think that we're deceiving ourselves immensely
Mm-hmm.
by putting those expectations on other people.
Mm-hmm. Well, how would you feel if somebody expected you to love them and you don't have the choice of questioning it, or can it be, tangible or flexible? And if a person can say, yeah, well, I'm okay that way. Okay, so are you going to accept it? Are you going to tolerate it? And this is why we put a lot of projection onto others. We expect others to love us, opposed to being the one that's going to be the example. You want to lead, follow. Expecting others to do it by you, be the example. Now, if it's a child, it's a different thing. You're guiding that child. You're being the example. But if you're around other people that are adults, you got to see whether or not they're mature enough. Are you expecting me to love you? Because if you are, then it's not unconditional.
Well, it goes as far as I, have people in my home. I expect them not to kill me, but I can't be satisfied with that now because I don't know that they're not.
Or you're in fair game, because there's a good chance that somebody could tell the same question to them. I said, do you expect to be killed with axes when you go in his room? I'm hoping not. And then you guys are in mutual agreement. I'm hoping, you're both hoping, but you know what happens with hope? There's a good chance it could kill you.
Yeah.
Hope's always in the future, opposed to what even 3-Speed said earlier about faith. Once you have a faith in something, you should have a conviction. And if somebody's going to challenge you on it, you should show to yourself you're true to yourself. It's always fun when I hear somebody, oh, I've been converted to Christianity. I said, now the challenge really begins. Before, when you were pretending to be an atheist or a humanist, that was fucking fun and games. But now you're saying you're a Christian. Now you're going to be challenged to see whether or not you're going to stay true to yourself. But most people, what they end up doing is they start defending themselves. You don't have to defend yourself.
It's the measure. They gave themselves a potential to be measured by, and now they can't live up to it.
Mm-hmm.
Generally.
Mm-hmm. Or you make yourself flexible enough and realize, okay, I'm not going to show my card. It's always fun when people, whether it's religious or state, oh, I voted for this guy. I can't believe, Dom, you don't vote. I said, the onus is on you, not me. The fact that I don't vote, I get to play. Usually when a person votes, it says, you've taken a side now. It's going to be very hard to have the beginner's mind when you've already taken a side.
Well, that can come when it goes in business, for example, right? Transparency.
Mm-hmm.
And, you under promise but over deliver.
Good term, Cage. That's a good term, yeah. Sounds like a Chinese way of doing business.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're just under promise. You'll downplay it, and then you just get the product, and they'll make their own conclusion.
Yeah, and that's more for commerce. That's a different dogma. Yeah, you're kind of wheeling in the person. I don't know how that works when you're talking about the faith in God, but I don't think people need to really know your position, how you feel, or think about God. Unless you're in a conversation and you kind of feel pulled or it fits into the conversation. But it's always fun when I hear somebody say, Dom, I'm a doctor. Fuck, I didn't have nothing that indicated I need to know you're a doctor, let alone you're a Christian. That's almost like a password. Are we having sex and that's your password? Your safe word, sorry? Would that be your safe word? I'm a doctor. I'm a Christian. That fucking means fuck all to me. Now, people might get upset what I said. I said, but did you really ask the person that you're with how they feel about that kind of stuff or how they think of that stuff? Well, I don't. So then you're going in there blind then. And then that's why I always find it interesting when people start attacking each other. I said, you don't even know the other person you're talking to. That's why most of our conversation are a quick, general kind of statement to feel each other out. Just to see, okay, does that person agree with things? Does he believe in things? Does he value right or wrong? Because I don't value that shit. But for other people, they do. So I'll respect them. I'll hear them. I said, well, that's interesting. Because for me, I know it's limiting. For me, I'm not saying I don't practice it still, but it's still limiting. Who am I to tell somebody else is right, let alone who is somebody's wrong? Especially when I start digging into it, I'm like, okay, so who gave me that program? And I really don't know their story, so how could I even tell them that they're right or wrong? I'm using that just as an example. You can use all kinds of examples, likes or dislikes. That's a form of judgment. We use the word mint in it. You're judging a situation, but are you judging it fairly? It's like when people talk about going to the moon. My question is not a matter of we didn't go to the moon. Fuck it, let's entertain the idea. Let's say we did or we didn't go to the moon. How does that serve? Whether for humanity, for myself, for the people that actually, probably financially got gains from it. That's probably how it serves. But then people start speculating. Well, I think it was Masons. Okay, it could have been. I think it was aliens. I don't think they have the technology. Fuck, now at that point, we're speculating even more. But they're trying to speculate if they say it enough times that therefore it must be the truth. Because there's a bunch of us that have said it. We even drew it on the book. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to deal with these Masonic aliens, Dominic. I'm not sure if I like or dislike them. Trying to figure it out.
Stop it, Kate. You're teasing me now. Again, I'm speculating. 3-Speed, I think you've heard me before. I'm speculating to a certain point. I don't have answers for people. It might sound very confident what I'm saying, but I'm speculating. Like, fuck. It's always nice to have that beginner's mind. I'm like, okay, so I'm like a child. So how do I know how the moon works? How does the sun work? I don't know. But I'll still play that, nothing new under the sun idea. Like there'll be never something that will truly satisfy my intellect. But I'll play with it still. And then some people give up and they say, oh, yeah, that's just the answer. How do you know it's the answer? And then, of course, I bait them back in. But if a person has a conviction and they have faith, hey, the one thing another person can do is respect it. Okay.
I think faith is a lot more than a lot of folks have.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully we can respect each other in those positions. I could never prove you right or wrong.
That's what I stand on, is my faith.
Yeah.
It is very important because it goes beyond the individualized program, but it's also a double-edged sword, faith. Because really, it should be beyond knowing. Like, kind of
Well,
like
as you said, the
Dominic.
program. The
Yeah,
program
Dominic,
is the election.
Look, the program's like even the bodily function, like your breath or your heartbeat. Right? So you could reprogram, create your own, and implement it to the point where it's like a breath or a heartbeat. And
But you're not God.
It goes beyond fucking belief. Yeah.
But once again, I can't speak for you, Speed. I'm going to be guessing when I say this, where I don't think I've ever heard 3-Speed try to push his faith onto others. He might share it, but I don't think I've ever heard him push it onto others.
They sure knocked me down for it too, haven't they?
But it's funny though. Like you can have all the faith and belief you want, but if you operate within reality, you can get that pressed onto you. Like you can believe and have faith, but we just make it happen right now.
Well, I think faith is a sense of equitable, and equity. If you really know Jesus, you would know equity.
Well, you're talking about my accountant named Jesus. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in the sense of leading by the rule, right? Not what we think. Voting for who gets to lead the rule.
As far as Jesus, I can only go by what was written about a man that they now call Jesus. Can't verify it, but I can look at what was written about this particular individual and make a determination as to whether I think I'd want to follow that type of teaching or not, or take on that lifestyle or not. But as far as the man himself, I can't tell you. Could be fictional for all I know.
I wonder, did Jesus have a job?
Yeah, he's my accountant.
Well, I would say, according to how he lived his life and it was ended, his job was to be a sacrifice.
Help build people up.
Not to save them.
Well, I mean, I agree with you.
No, I'm not saying he's saving me.
Right,
I'm not. I'm just saying that it's from my understanding that he lived his life to set an example to be a sacrifice for everybody that I guess believes in him or however that works. Because I haven't met him. I haven't encountered this guy.
Well, I think a man would have to start in his imagination.
Mm.
And we already said what image is.
What, the eye mage, phonetically speaking?
You either know or you don't know.
Well, I would say that if it comes to me being able to say I know that this guy existed, I can't tell you that. Because to me, he's kind of like a Buck Rogers, a perfect, according to Judo Christianity, a man who lived a perfect life without blemish or flaw and became a sacrifice. Well, that's a Flash Gordon type character to me. I have yet to see that ever displayed.
I think Dom touched on something earlier when he said, basically, we need to be the change you wish to see. The individual needs to be the change they wish to see.
Bro was just speaking on that earlier, yeah.
Yeah, that's where I removed myself to understand where my moral compass comes from. Because to me, the universe, like I've repeated and said, I consider it indifferent. So somewhere I was fed a moral compass, and with that moral compass, I was fed the ideal that I'm going to have expectations, and then disappointment comes when expectations are not lived up to. Even when you're
you
getting
just
fast food.
a moral compass, a real moral compass actually comes with no expectation except the expectation of yourself. You're gonna fucking move a specific way. If people want to act, they can do whatever they want. That's up to them. So you're gonna act a specific way and be consistent and keep dealing with what you have to deal with either way.
Well, I think also to that effect, though, Cage, to that effect, I think men have a responsibility to not allow that weed to grow in the garden and put those types of thoughts into other people. That's a detriment.
Yeah. So
That's a
that's what I mean,
liability.
right? So that's what I mean by that. In a way, right? Like if you're not having, if you have no expectation, that means you're not gonna go around and fuck around with other people's soil and garden. You're gonna be tending to your own. And if people need, something out of there, it's there. It's free. It's actually free.
So I look at it as two wrongs make
Like
nothing
you want
right.
nothing in return. You want nothing
There
in
was no
return.
teacher present.
Yeah, what I mean by that is like you want nothing in return, right? That's available. You can have
No
it.
teacher in the script, I should say.
Maybe later, if I need black duct tape, you never know. Then you're gonna fucking roll with it. Yeah.
Well, what was
And
interesting too in '83, if we look at the vaccine rate from the '80s until now, is astronomical. I mean, I think I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I believe Kentucky has something to do. Eastern Kentucky has something to do in all this religious text,
I was
Christianity, and I think as they say, all roads lead to Rome.
Have you ever
I
heard
think
of
all roads
Mammoth?
lead to my old Kentucky home.
You ever heard of Mammoth Cave in Kentucky?
Yeah.
The Mammoth Cave.
Hmm.
It's some of the biggest cave systems in the world are actually in
I'm on
Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Yeah, there you go.
I was
I'm
born
from
and
Casey
raised
County. Yeah, Casey County here, Liberty.
Kenton County.
Okay,
All my peoples
gotcha.
are from Eastern Kentucky, Hazard, Breathitt, all of
Hey,
that up in
have you
Well,
there.
explored like have you
Hazard's
explored
more western
have
Kentucky.
you
I'm from Casey County, way.
All up
yeah,
through there. They're
I was
all the
gonna
way
wonder,
down
both
through.
of you access you Kentucky folk here. I'm just wondering, have you explored the geology and the caves and all this stuff that's over there?
I have
Apparently,
been to them, but not as an adult, but
mm,
adult, I should say.
well, as a child, you've seen the caves in the Kentucky cave.
Mammoth Cave, yeah, and I've done a lot of ginseng, yellow root hunting, and probably wound up in places that I shouldn't have been, or places that haven't regularly been tread hunting route back in the day. But that's a money thing. That was not me exploring. That was just me running across shit looking for uh, ginseng to dry out and cash in.
Is it possible that I'm gonna go ahead and say it? Is it possible that Eastern Kentucky is the Garden of Eden? Because
I don't know.
when we look back at, I saw somebody post something on Facebook yesterday, and it was in relations to one of the constitutions at 1792 or something, and that even that even hit even harder because I was like, okay, that goes along with what I was thinking in this whole deal. The 80s, the War of 1812 that run on up into the 20s, and what happened in the 30s, and then the 80s and 70s, 80s, 90s.
What about them Canadians in the 1812 thing?
Well, I mean,
Well,
We had
you
to put
took
the
me off my
British
train of
somewhere.
thought there. Instead, I got out what I was talking about the guard. Oh, and so in 1792, this is a fact. The Kentucky broke away from Virginia and Maryland in 1792. They're not one of the original 13 colonies. So, are they the little fat guy hiding behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz? They went to a
I
party.
don't know.
They went to a party in the 30s, and they were slipped a Mickey and ain't been allowed to open their mouths for a very long time. Your own family sold you out. And then in the 1930s is when the SS-16 was created, the Certificate of Election of Coverage, in that religious order. Something to think
and then
about.
and fast forward now we're talking about it, right?
I never looked at Eastern Kentucky as being a potential for anything as far as like a Garden of Eden or even biblically related.
Yeah, and look at the song "My Old Kentucky Home," and then the motto: "United we stand, divided we fall."
I guess we'll add that to the bucket list. Visit Kentucky, Mammoth Cave. Yeah, go over there.
Hmm. I
And I just happen to carry the same family name is that gentleman that was the chairman of the Board of Regents of that Eastern State Normal School that later became a university in that Associate of Science in their fucking programming. So, I'm going on the record stating this. That's what this is where my studies and research has led me. Now,
That's
all that
pretty
shit with
profound because
P. Diddy carries that same family name, and he was also representing preparatory schools that prep you how to be a man, either teach you to be a teacher or teach you to be a slave to fill their own self-prophecies. You thick sons of bitches.
let me ask you something. Because I was victimized in the traditions of Eastern Kentucky, Southern Baptist. You were brought up under the same condition?
No, I wasn't conditioned. But Eastern Kentucky is also the largest rehab facilities in the country. ARC. What we talk about in the 80s when the opioids hit the streets and the new nuclear families were created.
Yeah, let's get real here then.
Yes,
I
Combs.
was not conditioned. So that means you must have been doing the conditioning then at that point.
They were trying to condition me for all these
No,
years,
you
but
have been
I
doing the
knew
conditioning,
better.
doing it to yourself.
But you were subjected to it younger, right?
Absolutely. You watch your uncles go to church and preach the word of God and come home and beat their 100-pound wives.
Okay.
Real godly. I saw all through it all from the word go.
I want some Kentucky Fried conditioning.
Sorry.
I'm hungry.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I need a bucket of Kentucky Fried conditioning.
I think you're just fine without it.
You put zinc in it to make it head and shoulders.
And when we
Guys,
look at Washington, D.C., and obviously the founding president, George Washington, right? Washington not only is defined that way, it's also defined as a state of man. And DC is an acronym also for data communications.
Or collection.
They're mining your thoughts through the programming.
I'm gonna throw something out there, just because I was able to pick up and recognize uh, your mannerisms and the way you verbalize things is a complete mimicry of a Southern Baptist preacher. It's just an observation, not insult or.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know a lot about the whole religion, only what I've seen. You see what I'm saying? I haven't read the book. Have I read some have I been in the book reading? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's how one sharpens himself. But I just have something inside of me that allows me to see the liability in things when it doesn't protect everyone. I have a keen eye and an intuitiveness to
the
find
ability to
the
lie?
liability in one's actions
Well, the ability to lie.
and act. Well, that's what we need to talk about is the act. Is it in your image and your imagination, or is it in the act of all? Now, that would be somebody. What would the world be? What could this world be if that was the leadership?
Fucking ask the toad, bro. You know, you could ask me, and I'd be like, "I told you so." Later
Well,
on.
I mean, Dom said it earlier. Be the change. The individual has to be the change they wish to see. That's how you would fulfill any prophecy in that imagination. Flip the table, pull the magic carpet out from underneath of them, and the ride is over.
Well, if somebody wants to lead in action, then they follow. So that's the concept. If somebody wants to be more spiritual, then you lead and follow in those areas. And it's a perpetual thing.
Well, they want a voice, but no responsibility.
You can be responsible in the voice only. No different. It's always nice if you actually do both. Because
But
obviously
not when that voice is leading.
well, if the voice is leading, but it's also following. That's the whole concept of leading and following. It's not about leading others. It's about leading oneself. So if you or whoever say, "I'm going to lead in my
To
speech,"
that responsibility, I think they want to be the leader. They want to think they're doing what's right.
therefore they should follow it. That's on them.
Right, and that's the karma, I believe.
If somebody wants to jump off a bridge, okay, no problem. Be the example. I'm not going to
But
follow
I think
you.
I think the other folks, though, the responsible ones, has an obligation and a duty to protect the children's future generation. So again, there's a lot of people want a voice in leadership, but leave so many behind in what that leadership, the outcome of that leadership, and where the profits are based.
Well, the concept of a king is if you want to be the biggest ruler, you have to be the biggest server too.
Right. If we look at the word regent in the board of regents that writes the curriculum, right, of the teachings.
Mm-hmm.
So hang on, let me pull it up. The definition of that. Let me pull it up. I don't want to botch it. I want to be.
The child's usually like that concept of an apprentice. They really don't have to do anything per se, but just be there and maybe ask some questions, which could be a form of doing. The parent or whoever's around that child, the onus is on them to be the example, both hopefully in voice and in action. And it's not everybody's designed to be the person that's going to speak it, let alone be the action. So then it's always nice when you meet somebody that can actually harmonize those things. But if not, then you find somebody that preaches verbally, then look for somebody else that preaches physically. And if you're not satisfied with that, then be a bit of both and you practice yourself. But we're still living under a system, regardless if you decide that you want to be this own sovereign being or whatever word you want to use. But you're still living in a system. So, it's like when in Rome, show respect that you're in Rome.
I'll be honest with and especially addressing you, Dom, is exactly how open I am to receiving, and for me not to have ever had any type of spiritual experience with this Jesus character, when I've had experiences with lesser than and quite the opposite, but never that particular character.
Mm-hmm. Well, If a person never go ahead, Cage.
Well, I was gonna say there's a character named Bongwandaz. Bongwandaz is like some Indian. It's like for him, like he'd have to play and get into a certain thing called the womb of Kali. And for that, like you'd have to play, and it only happened with Kali for some reason, right? And you know they did studies on the electromagnetic fields and how this is kind of operating. He distorts the fucking magnetic field around him and induces everybody around them to share it, kind of thing. And all of a sudden, yeah, you're starting to manipulate reality, apparently. So, you know, for some people it'll work only with Jesus. Some people that's not gonna maybe need Kali, maybe you know like Mangwandas or whatever. Who knows?
Well, I pulled it up actually, the deeper meaning of faith. And they lean towards, faith is considered a belief or trust in a God based on good evidence, but without total proof. So I could look at something and say, okay, I see the sun and the moon. I could say maybe God's behind it, but I don't have total proof. I've never met the character, and I don't even know how the sun came to be, but I know it's outside of human factor. So if somebody values Christianity per se, or Jesus, the story of Jesus, you've never met him and you've only read about what other people read about it. So then you would have to test it in the pudding. In this case, you would have to see the people that follow these types of teachings or say Jesus and say, are they kind people? Are they considerate people? Now, they could be very obnoxious people and they could still be under the guise of Jesus. But if that's not your thing, then you can't value what those people represent, regardless if they give a name to it or not. By the way, Axis
We
fights.
got 5 feet in the back stage.
Yeah, I was just finishing the thought that I had. So, it's like anything else. If you value Donald Trump, I'll use that as an example. You value the story of Donald Trump, even though you see the physical part of him and you see him on stage, but you got to listen to what he's saying. And even that, do you really know who he is? Is he writing his own stories or his own script? Because if he isn't, then you don't really know who he is then. And if you're not sure who he is, then watch the people that follow him. Get to know them. Are they truly sincere? Are they the kind of people that you can trust to be around? Would you put your kids around them? If not, then you're looking at an image and putting a lot of faith to it. And this is where people aimlessly worship something, work for kind of idea. So people don't really worship the sun, but they respect the sun, meaning that it brings some sort of heat, regardless if it's a magnetic pull or not. So, same with the moon. The moon serves.
Yeah, I hit the damn wrong button to kick myself out. What I was going to tell you, I was going to tell you what the word regent was in etymology. And these universities are run by a board of regents. 1400s, a ruler, from the adjective regent, ruling, governing, late 14th century, now archaic, later exercising vicarious authority. Goes on to say in Latin, ruler, governor, noun use of present participle of regere, to rule, direct, from pi root reg, R-E-G, move in straight line, with derivatives meaning to direct in a straight line, thus to lead, rule, meaning one who rules during the minority or absence of a sovereign. Is from early 15th century, used in place of king, as not implying legitimacy or permanence of rule. The Latin word for this was interrex, sense of university. What do we say about the Eastern State Normal School becoming a university in 1966? The Old Testament, New Testament, Old calendar, New calendar, especially in old universities, as a master or doctor who takes part in the regular duties of instruction or government, is attested from the late 14th century and preserves the older meaning.
Testament's a good word. Test the mind. Test the mind. That's why the word
Mental capabilities.
Yeah, we do have rulers here, whether it's under false pretenses. They're not owners. The illusion is humans think they own anything.
We wrestle not with principalities, but flesh and blood.
Is it the other way around? We don't wrestle against flesh and blood.
Or yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Correct.
Yeah. Flesh and blood is talking about the physical, and blood is about the memory. The principality, the reason why they say that is
Being the principles.
Yeah, the reason why they're talking about that is because the ones that are speaking, the demons, the fallen ones that we are, we don't like the fact that there's principalities over us. You're here. You're the one that's speaking those things. It's not about flesh and blood. We don't give a shit about humans and their blood types and all that kind of stuff. We're having an issue with the fact that we're in a dome of some sort, and then there's principle above us. And those principles never reveal themselves. This is why when the fallen ones fell, because they understood that they're in the dome, because the gods created something in their image, and then the gods decided to rest. Why? Because they're going to play here. And the ones that they created, they rule here. Men are just nothing but fucking slaves. Fucking indifference, fucking humans. Or cattle at that point when you're in that form. If they want to understand why the gods rested on the seventh day.
They should really look into being more of a sentient being.
Yes, we are.
Instead of that man and his ego.
Again, but then it gets the
It
question.
rested after the 6th day because 7, 8, 9.
Well, again, we're talking about luminaries here again, okay, guys? The sun is a 7-day week cycle. The Father's series, that's a 10-day week cycle. So this is where people don't understand that. That's why we have 10.
You get it's good 7, 8, 9.
Okay, now we're talking about energy. 7, spiritual. 8, the material. Number 9 just basically means that you're divining them together. You're doing the spiritual with the material. These are energies. You read energies, not worrying about how to fucking use numbers. Again, we're talking about energies, guys. We don't see
energy.
Go ahead.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Dom. Energy can't be created nor destroyed.
Probably not.
It can only be transformed and something else.
Transmuted.
Yep, transmuted. Hence why we have the concept of death in a tarot card. You're not dying.
Oh, sorry. Transferred or transformed.
Yeah. We transform from one form to another. Hence, living beings within many forms. Now, whether
and taking the mark of the beast and signing that signature, you're transferring your energy to them.
Could be. This is where people play with birth certificate and all that. That only implies if you think you're the physical. Once you start going into their commerce court, they've already got you.
Well, right, but I think there is a rule for that for communities to succeed, and you must follow the rule within the local government of that community. Well, let's say local parish or local whatever you want to say in that religious text, right?
Again, you're dragging in a meat suit into their system. You don't own the meat suit. You get to use it.
Wouldn't it be though to move? How do we move forward if we don't bring in the meat suit? Is that when we bring in the meat suit on a stable foundation that protects the whole house and not just my house in the teachings?
Again, the meat suit is a temporary suit. Whether
I
you
agree.
take care of it or not, again, it's one of those things people are worrying about.
It's something we'll leave behind. Sort of like that old man that plants that tree that will never take shade in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could do the first death while you're still in the meat suit. It's not being attached to it. Be in the world but not of it. Be in the vessel but not of it.
Correct.
But once people get caught up in it, and let's say they swerve that, and they'll say, "Oh, Dom, I'm not the suit anymore." But then they quickly forget, and they go into amnesia, and then they tell me I'm 40 years old. I said, "No, your suit's 40 years old. You're an infinite being." Now, then people say, "Okay, well, I'm not that." I said, "Now, the next question is, are you the consciousness? Are you the thoughts?" Most people will say, "Well, yes, I am."
Who's controlling them?
Yeah, I said, "Really?" Hence why we receive informations. Those are thoughts. This is why when people are in a sleep state, you're in stillness and silence. What's communicating with you? For some people, they're communicating with the vessel. That's why people do body consciousness. Other people, they're communicating with the program called the self. It's like talking to Siri. Siri, are you the computer? No, I'm not, Dom. Siri, are you the Wi-Fi? No, I am not, Dom. Are you the electricity that runs the computer? No, I am, Dom. No, I am not, Dominic. Are you the hard drive? No, I am not, Dominic. Are you the ongoing program? Bingo, that's what I am, Dom. So when people wake up in the morning, open up those eyes, they're in a thing called consciousness. For most people, they're consciously ignorant. They'll see things with their senses and not realize all of those senses could be misled at any given moment. You don't see the sun. Somebody said, but Dom, but I do. I said, that's not the question I'm asking. You don't see the word sun. You see the object out there. And I'm even using another word to describe it. Once you realize you do not see the words you speak, then you realize, so everything here is an objective realm. Let me change the word. You're in the evil realm, the material realm. Has nothing to do with good or bad when people talk about evil. Only fucking sleepy folks talk that way. So once you realize you're in a spiritual realm describing the material realm. So I don't see tree. No, you don't. I don't see sequoia tree. No, you don't. What you're seeing is a constant object that you give a word to it. Now, just to prove otherwise that, or prove to confirm it, try to use Latin to describe the same thing. What about Greek? What about Mandarin? Why don't you do a couple of symbols and all that? And then we associate to it. I think Keiju kind of said it. I think it's kind of like associating like a dog. You know, we say a word, but the dog really doesn't understand the word, but it understands maybe the sound and frequency that comes from speaking. Hence the word of God. Was it a thought that he gave us, or was it afterthoughts called spoken or written? Both of those are dumbed down. In my interpretation, dumbed down, lower energies. And I'm using it right now. Now we can use numbers to gauge it. Oh, Dom, is he Dom speaking 521? 521 adds up to number 9. No, adds up to number 8. My apologies, guys. Or 432. What does 432 mean? We use acronyms of 3 opposed to acronyms of 4s. This is why when people talk about Tesla 369. But then again, that's when you're listening inwards. You might even invited something in just to help you, and it might fuck with you for a while. Well, I don't believe in that, Dom. Okay, you don't believe in that. So explain to me. Do you think you're in the womb? Why? Because why are you basing on the fact that once you're birthed, after that thing's been birthed out of that womb, you jump in. That's why we talk about astrology. What sign are you under? Well, I don't believe in that kind of stuff, of course, because you don't value people that were mystics, wizards, shamans. You're too busy worrying about fucking scholars telling you how to read a fucking book. Burn the fucking thing and burn it fucking hard and fast. Because if it was truly meant to be written or spoken, you should be able to be inspired to grasp it from within. If not, this is more indoctrination. And then we quote it like a parrot. This is what the Bible said. This is what the Quran said. This is what the Bhagavad Gita said. This is what the Full Noble Truth's all about, which is fine. And they do serve. I know I'm being a moron right now, but it might serve. But it's not going to make you grow another limb. Go ahead, try access.
One interesting aspect to me about the Bible is no one ever seems to be able to finish the book. You know, it's a continual read for the rest of their fucking lives.
It could be. It could be. Yeah.
Well, there's always something. There's always something to learn.
Yes.
When a man starts to be stagnant and think they know everything, there's no progress.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, 3-speed. This is why people have to get into their feminine energy. You know, if we're going to play that, because the masculine is just a programmable energy. And most men that are in the programs, they're going to use their scholarly, their upper hemispheres, and opposed to go into that gut. Really read from the gut. Forget about the heart. Heart's just a gesture. That's where the blood flows to. But the gut is where you get insight, intuition. And then you meditate on it and say, oh, okay, that serves you, Dom. You really want to understand the Bible? It doesn't serve you, Dom. What do you mean? It's just a book. And the way you're going to read it, you're going to read it with the English version. You know, and you're going to read it from left to right. Oh, okay, so, okay. You know, then you start understanding, okay, so what does it mean about having giants? Why? They talk about in Revelation, you know, they tell you the size of these angels, and they're pretty fucking tall. Now, are those images again?
And all of those directions and all of the time that was wasted in the direction And if you'd have just took the main direction in G, it's over.
It could be. I'll give you the benefit of doubt, Speed. It could be over, or it could be a continuation. You know,
Well, I mean, in the sense of the lie being covered.
you're in the lie already. You know, the language you're using is its own deception. The senses you use is its own deceptions.
I believe the language is the coding.
Mhm.
When you look at the word defendant in these court cases that are about justice, D and E is the fourth and fifth letter. 4 and 5 is 9. And D means no. If you didn't bring it into the mix, then what was it?
So people
The
go.
devil got to run free.
Yeah, the court goes into a courtroom where it clearly says it has nothing to do with justice. The court system throughout what's called the earth is called commerce court. It's all about economics. So tell me, what do you want to settle for? Why? Because you're not getting justice here. You want some money? You want some insurance? You want that person to give you an apology? Because this has nothing to do with justice. If humans honestly think they have the ability to go ahead,
Is it mental health and that associates of science?
it could be, but then again,
Scientific and technical disciplines that they're teaching through the education system since the 80s.
well, I think it's further than just the 80s. This is an old British.
Oh, it
system,
is.
200
But
years
I mean,
ago.
I would assume after murdering that guy, they had full control at that point. That would be my theory on cognitive dissonance and looking back at everything and say, okay, if we never really won the War of 1812, and that freaking war run all the way up into the 1920s, and then all of this seems to have started in that same timeline, and then they finally get a hold of the head teacher in that religious order and the banking commissioner that carried the profits from those teachings. Now, how are those being used?
But isn't the whole concept of teachers and banking all its own deception? You know, it's always interesting when somebody will say, "I'll build a church."
Well,
and people come into it.
it would make perfect sense to me. It would make perfect sense to me that the head teacher would be the bank, because you can bank on the teachings.
You should be able to question them.
Well, absolutely. That's how we progress and move forward and do our under our responsibility as individuals, men and women.
Mm-hmm. But that question should come from.
But do we do it equitably, or do we start to fulfill our own false prophecies and lead off in a direction outside us, straight as the gate, narrow as the way, leading by the rule?
Could be, and that is a possibility. And some people might realize they've been going in a direction that doesn't serve them, let alone others. And hopefully, they know enough to repent and change. Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask this, and I'll give everybody their closing address because I've got to get some kind of rest. But we will continue this if you guys don't mind. This has been a very I've got a lot to study on this stream. Definitely got a lot to digest and work with, but I can't toss aside the teachings of like the Vedas, some of the other mystery school teachings and texts that I've read and been introduced to, and discard the value of them just for the sake of the Bible. Can't do it because they're just as valuable to me as the Bible.
Is not the Bible and the Veda, when you start breaking it down to each individual prophet and whatever state that they were in and whatever message they were trying to give to whatever community they were actually sharing it with. So there is teachings in all of that. The question would be, how did they get that information? And for what purpose does it serve to bring it down? Because the masses have always been asleep and they will continue to stay asleep. That's a
And I think we would have to identify what state. The state of mindset or state of community.
Yeah.
But absolutely, I mean, I'm willing to chop it up with all of you cats. Dominic is always been one in the chat that has never really, you know, been nasty or in his comments to me.
I try
And
not to
that's
be.
why I felt obligated to get up here and chop it up with you
Mhm.
guys today.
I'll be nasty
And
to the human race, but not to individuals.
well, I think
Yeah,
that says something. I think that says something about an individual. You're not part of the problem out here. You're part of the solution.
It could be.
So, I mean, I look at things a little differently as far as my inner judgments of whether I find value in people and want to, you know, harmonize, as we would say.
yeah, and you're welcome, definitely. And I would love to have you back because I would love to continue the four of us and anybody else that wanted to join. Because I'm actually enjoying this stream. Where usually, I'm kind of coasting through, but I've actually been dead stopped a couple of times during this one, and that's kind of rare for me to become that insightful myself. So, and you're definitely welcome back. Dom and Cage definitely know they're always welcome here, but this is the first time you've been up here, and we do try and keep a very open and receptive state to this channel, to everyone's ideals and beliefs, and as long as it's somewhat valid and not just some cockamamie bullshit that somebody's throwing at us, and which this is not.
Well, see,
This
that
is
would be
good.
an equal station, right? You're not coming up here. You're not trying to control. You see what I'm saying? That's an equal station in life.
Mm.
We all, we come together, and at some point we become a whole.
Could be. I always say could. Some of the old prophets or whatever you want to call them, philosophers would say words like perhaps or could be. When you said solution, I'm surprised Cage didn't perk up because Cage likes to entertain that kind of stuff like solutions. I like to entertain possibilities. There could be
Well,
a
I think if you
solution.
want a voice, you got to accept the responsibility of having that voice and the outcome of your actions with that voice.
It could be. I like to, pedal myself as I'm the fool that chooses to open my mouth. What people do with it and they manifest in the action, I would hope that they take accountability for themselves.
I see Goblin Majesty down there. Good to see you.
Yeah. I was getting ready to.
People are too easily being led, and they think because somebody gives you a command that, but I have to do it now. I said, no, you don't, but you choose to do it. Doing, literally, opposed to being. Like I said, I don't think we have to experience everything while we're here. Wisdom doesn't come from that. If that's the case, then you're trying to tell me an older man that's 90 years old and he's a diabetic and has a heart attack. I said, so I got to practice the shit that you've been doing? No, that's not wisdom. Especially if a person says, I got to follow that. No, I just know now what not to do. Thank you. I appreciate it. We always need that gullible person that's going to put their hands on the stove. But it becomes redundant when too many people start doing the same shit over and over again. This is about spiritual. This is not just about the material. Especially when you know the material's the expiry date on it. If we truly valued the material, then we wouldn't be driving fucking cars going into planes.
It's mind blowing what the actions of others and the I will teach you.
Maybe.
If you just open it.
Yeah. Well, if somebody jumps out of a plane with a parachute, or you said, I'm going to jump out of the plane without a parachute, I'll be the first one to say, okay, is there a body of water under you? Because I'm not going to turn around and say that's crazy. No, there might be a reason why they do it. I know enough to ask questions within, and then outside, I'm going to ask outside. I'm like, okay, so your action shows that's interesting for you. It doesn't mean I have to do it.
Right.
That's where people
But I
stand.
think Axis was going to bounce out of here, so I'll go ahead and get on out of here myself.
And please, keep an eye out, man, because you're welcome back anytime.
I will. I'll see you live again. I'll definitely be up. I enjoyed every minute of it here today, unlike a lot of other panels. I think we had some serious conversation up here and showed just how we can open our minds and start to build communities up and start to bring people together again. I mean, I think there's a lot of beautiful, good people in this country, in the world.
Mm-hmm.
We've just been let go in our imaginations far too long. So be Be the change you wish to see, folks. Much love and many blessings. I'll be back.
Ciao, 5 Speed.
All up, brother.
Ciao, Axis. Cage. Hope you
Dom.
get some good rest this morning, Axis.
Yeah, I'm going to, and I've got a lot to review on this, and then I definitely want to take this back up. Definitely, this has just been kind of an auspicious live stream. Very nice.
Ciao, Axis. Have a beautiful day.
You too, Dom. Thank you. All right, everyone. I thank everybody that has been up here on panel tonight. I'm pretty exhausted, and I appreciate all of you. I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to go through by name and everyone in the chat. Anyone that sees this in the future, I hope that there's something that inspires or allows you to gain a forward momentum with your journey through this existence. And all love to everyone, and Axis is out.